My name is Lin Shi. On a train, I noticed a middle-aged couple with a young boy, about 3 years old. The boy was adorable, peacefully sleeping in the woman's arms. An elderly lady next to me started chatting with them, praising the boy's good looks and behavior. The woman mentioned they were heading back to their hometown because life in the city was too expensive. As they spoke, something felt off. Their faces and mannerisms didn't match the story. The couple didn't look like they were actually married or could even have children. The boy, with his rosy cheeks and healthy demeanor, seemed to come from a well-off family, which didn't align with the couple's modest background. It hit me, they might be child traffickers. When the train was close to a small stop, the couple seemed eager to get off quickly. I acted fast, telling the train staff about my suspicion and showing them a photo of the boy I had secretly taken. They contacted the local police, and, to everyone's shock, the child matched a recently reported missing case. As the couple tried to leave, train officers stopped them. Their faces turned pale as they realized it was over. Later at the police station, I was asked how I figured it out. The staff were surprised that someone like me, a young girl in school clothes, had spotted the truth. But in the end, the boy was saved, and justice prevailed. I was questioned about how I knew the boy had been kidnapped and why I pointed authorities to the Linshui police so quickly. It seemed unbelievable to them. After all, the case had just been filed minutes before, and I was far away from Linshui. They wondered if I had insider information or some sort of supernatural foresight. When asked, I simply explained I looked at the boy's face and deduced the location of his real parents. The officers didn't believe me, thinking it was some kind of teenage fantasy or superstition. One officer, Wang, even lectured me about rejecting feudal superstitions. I didn't argue, but I warned him he might face trouble within a week and offered my number if he needed help. He laughed it off, but I could see he didn't take me seriously. Eventually, after recording my statement, the officers confirmed my story. Though there was no formal reward for reporting the traffickers, Officer Wang personally arranged a small bonus for me. He even added some of his own money, urging me to take care of myself and eat better. I thanked him politely and reminded him about his upcoming trouble. He looked exasperated, but said nothing more. After the case was resolved, I boarded a train, upgraded to a sleeper car courtesy of the police. As I left, I suspected Officer Wang would find the extra money I discreetly left behind. Meanwhile, my journey continued, and as I arrived late at night in Jiangyu City, a group of shady taxi drivers surrounded me. They were eager to take advantage of a young girl traveling alone, but I wasn't worried. I just calmly asked, "Do you go to Funeral Street?" Their reactions were priceless. When I arrived at the train station, a group of eager taxi drivers surrounded me, trying to get my business. I told them I wanted to go to a place called Funeral Street. As soon as they heard the name, they all backed away, looking scared. It was known as a haunted and eerie street that no one wanted to visit, especially at night. Undeterred, I approached one driver, Ding Peng, and asked him to take me near the area. At first, he hesitated, warning me about the place, but eventually agreed since he lived nearby. The ride was quiet, and when we arrived, I handed him cash for the fare, something that surprised him in this era of digital payments. Before leaving, I gave him a small triangular paper talisman and told him it would help his youngest son, who had been crying at night and feeling unwell. Ding Peng looked shocked. How could I know about his son or his family? By the time he recovered from his surprise to ask me more, I was already gone. Later that night, at his home, Ding Peng's son was crying as usual, something that had been happening for weeks despite doctors and even a failed ritual by a so-called spiritual healer. Desperate, Ding Peng placed the talisman on his son, ignoring his wife's protests about superstitions. Suddenly, he realized something unusual. The crying stopped. His son fell silent and finally began to sleep peacefully. Ding Peng stared at the scene in disbelief, realizing that the strange young woman he met earlier might not have been ordinary at all. After I gave Ding Peng the talisman for his son, I left for Funeral Street, unaware of what happened after. Apparently, the talisman worked immediately. His son stopped crying and finally slept peacefully. Ding Peng and his wife were overjoyed, but I expected no less. It was a basic calming charm, more than enough to solve the issue. When I arrived at Funeral Street, it was eerie and deserted. The street had a reputation for strange events at night, and I could see why. Ghosts wandered around, some aimless, others playing tricks. One even tried to scare me by blowing on my neck. I wasn't amused. When it got bolder and tried to frighten me with its distorted face, I simply slapped a talisman on it, freezing it in place. After that, the other ghosts kept their distance. I ignored them and headed to the store I was looking for, Lin's feng shui shop, left behind by my grandfather, Lin Shanfeng. The shop was abandoned and dusty, but I quickly cleaned it up using some charms. Inside, I found the ancestral tablet of the founder of the Taishan sect, where I was once the head disciple in my past life. I lit incense, paid my respects, and reflected on how fate had brought me here, 2,000 years later, as the last descendant of my sect. This body belonged to my grandfather's granddaughter, who had passed away days before her 18th birthday. Now her life and destiny were mine to carry. The shop, while decrepit, would be my starting point. After a night of light cultivation, hampered by the world's lack of spiritual energy, I woke up hungry and decided to explore the area. The shop needed serious work, including cleaning out the back room where I planned to stay. Since I couldn't do everything myself, I summoned a small ghost using a basic spell to help me. Ironically, the ghost I summoned was the same one that had tried to scare me the night before. It looked terrified when it saw me, clearly remembering how I had frozen it with a talisman. It was reluctant, but it didn't dare disobey my orders. Sometimes, even ghosts learn their place. After summoning a ghost to clean my shop, I headed out to explore the area. Funeral Street was deserted, its eerie reputation keeping people away even during the day. As I walked, I noticed a lone shop still open, and when I passed by, the owner saw me out of the corner of his eye. He panicked, thinking I was one of the street's things, and clutched a talisman to his chest. I ignored him and left the street. Outside, the city was lively, with open shops and bustling people. It was my first time exploring since arriving in this world. My past week's recovery, after inheriting this body, had kept me bedridden. The original Lin Shi, raised by her kind grandfather, had endured years of neglect and mistreatment from her parents after his death, leading to her tragic end. I had given her soul peace and taken her place, inheriting her life and the abandoned feng shui shop. With little money left after donating half of my savings, I was already thinking about ways to earn more. But as I wandered, the smells of street food distracted me. I stopped by a breakfast shop, fascinated by the variety of dishes. A kind young man explained them to me, assuming I was unfamiliar due to my shabby appearance. Before he could offer to buy me a meal, I confidently ordered one of everything on his table. His shock was clear as I ate every last bite, leaving nothing behind. After finishing, I casually warned him, "Don't use the usual door at work today, or you'll lose some money." He seemed baffled but hurried off. Later, he avoided his regular route into the office, recalling my advice. He soon learned a colleague had slipped and been fined for being late after taking that very path. Satisfied and full, I left the breakfast shop, knowing my unique skills would find a way to keep me afloat in this strange new world. "This is really unlucky," Li Man sighed silently. As a result, he talked with the unlucky colleague at noon and found out the reason for his lateness. I don't know who is so unethical to pour a pool of oil on the stairs, causing me to almost fall down. That's fine. I fell and delayed for a few minutes and was caught by the boss on the spot. Today is really unlucky. I shouldn't have walked up the stairs in the morning. Hearing this, Li Man's eyes widened and the hairs on his body stood up. What Lin Shi said to him in the breakfast shop appeared in his mind involuntarily. If he walked up the stairs as usual, he would probably fall and be delayed like his colleagues, and then be fined 200 yuan by the boss. Isn't this a small fortune? Oh my God, she was really right. After leaving the breakfast shop, Lin Shi touched his bulging belly with a satisfied look on his face. Although the original owner lived with her grandfather and didn't have to go hungry, The old man was used to being frugal. Like most elderly people, he thought that food outside was unhygienic, so he never let his granddaughter eat outside. Naturally, the original body had never eaten so many delicious foods outside. As for Lin Shi, an old antique, she had never even heard of them, let alone eaten them. After eating this delicious breakfast today, it can be said that it opened her eyes and made her have a strong interest in the food of this world. However, delicious food costs money. She spent 59 on a breakfast, and now she has less than 200 left in her pocket. This money is only enough for 3 more breakfasts like this. Alas, it seems that making money is imminent, and there is no time to lose. After that, she continued to observe everything here curiously. Just as she walked to the overpass, she suddenly heard someone shouting something behind her. "Little girl, the little girl who took the car last night, wait." The voice gradually approached, and a familiar person appeared in front of Lin Shi. It was the driver last night. Seeing Lin Shi, Ding Peng was so excited that he hurried to stop her. "Little girl, no, benefactor, I finally found you. You gave me that talisman yesterday, and I took it home and put it on Xiaobao. As soon as I put it on him, he stopped crying. It's really effective." Because of the talisman given by Lin Shi, not only did Xiaobao sleep well for the first time in half a month last night, but so did the couple. And Xiaobao was in a good state this morning, which made Ding Peng and his wife realize the power of the talisman, or more precisely, the power of Lin Shi. The wife also saw the changes in Xiaobao that night, which changed her view of metaphysics. She realized that the world is not full of the kind of charlatans that her mother-in-law found to cheat. There are also masters with real skills, such as the little girl who gave her husband this talisman. Ding Peng's wife felt that they needed to thank Lin Shi in person for helping her. So she asked Ding Peng to go out and look for Lin Shi early in the morning, and naturally thank him after finding him. Unexpectedly, Ding Peng was lucky, and he saw Lin Shi under the overpass soon. Seeing that it was him, Lin Shi nodded slightly in response. "What do you want to talk to me about?" At this moment, the gray gas in Ding Peng's children's palace had dissipated, indicating that his child's condition had improved. It should not be because of his son's matter. "Master, I don't have anything else to do. I just want to thank you. This is a little gift prepared by my wife and I. You must accept it." As he said that, Ding Peng took out a red envelope and was about to give it to Lin Shi with a smile. Lin Shi was stunned and refused directly. No need. She could see that Ding Peng was a kind person. If it weren't for him last night, she might not have been able to reach the funeral street. As for the fare he charged, the starting price of a taxi is now 10 yuan. He only charged Lin Shi 10 yuan for a 30-minute journey. It was purely charity. Since he was kind-hearted, Lin Shi naturally didn't mind helping him. Ding Peng was anxious when he heard this. "Master, you must take this money. If it weren't for the talisman you gave me, my little Bao would have cried for a long time and suffered a lot. You are not only a benefactor of Xiaobao, but also a benefactor of our family. Please accept this little gift." Around 8 o'clock in the morning, it was the time when the elderly people finished exercising or came back from buying groceries. The overpass was also the only way for several nearby communities. Ding Peng's words quickly attracted a group of old men and women who loved to watch the fun. There happened to be an old lady in the crowd who knew Ding Peng. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Xiao Ding, is your youngest son's illness cured?" She was just talking about this with some old sisters, saying that the youngest son of Ding Peng next door was also strange. There was nothing wrong with him according to the examination, but he kept crying at night, and no one knew what was wrong with him. But she seemed not to hear any crying last night, and guessed that the child might have had some problems again, or was sent to the hospital by the couple again. As for the child's recovery, that was something the old lady had never thought about. After all, this situation has lasted for half a month, and the Ding family has tried every possible method, but there is no improvement. It's less than one night, so how can it get better so quickly? But when she heard Ding Peng say that her son's illness was cured and it was because of the talisman given to him by the little girl in front of him, the old lady didn't believe it. That little girl looks like a junior high school girl. How could she have such ability? Seeing that it was the old lady from the neighbor's house, Ding Peng smiled so hard that his front teeth showed and shouted, "Yes, Aunt Zhao, my little treasure is cured." "Oh, then, congratulations." The old lady, Aunt Zhao, looked at Lin Shi, then turned back to ask Ding Peng, "I just heard you say that you got some kind of talisman. What's going on?" When Ding Peng heard this, he quickly recounted everything that happened last night. As he spoke, he wanted to praise Lin Shi to the sky, and his tone was full of awe and respect. Unfortunately, the more he did this, the more Aunt Zhao felt he was lying. She was not sure whether there were real masters in this world, but even if there were, they couldn't be so young, like an underage girl. Could it be that Ding Peng was deceived again? Although Aunt Zhao is a chatterbox, she is a kind-hearted person. The Ding family has been in a difficult time recently, and the child is crying and making a fuss at night, but she has never complained. Instead, she helps Ding Peng's wife look after the child when she is free during the day. After all these visits, I knew what Ding Peng's family situation was like. Although they were penniless, they had spent a lot of money on their children's medical treatment. If I get cheated again, I'll probably have to tighten my belt. Aunt Zhao looked at Lin Shi with a scrutinizing expression and asked, "Little girl, did you draw that talisman yourself?" Lin Shi nodded. "Then draw one for me too, so I can see if it's really that effective." Lin Shi looked at her energetic face, shook her head, and said indifferently, "You don't need a calming talisman." Aunt Zhao was stunned. "Why don't I need a calming talisman?" "The calming talisman has the effect of calming the mind and helping sleep, calming the soul, and stabilizing the spirit. You fall asleep quickly and have good sleep quality, so you don't need this." What's more, Aunt Zhao was wearing a bracelet emitting a faint golden light on her wrist. It was blessed, and ordinary ghosts and evil spirits would find it difficult to get close to her, so naturally there was no need for a calming talisman. When Aunt Zhao heard this, she didn't expect Lin Shi to know about her good sleep quality, but thinking about her good sleep, she was famous among a group of old friends. If Lin Shi asked in advance, it would not be difficult to know these things. When people get old, it is almost normal to sleep less and have more dreams. However, Aunt Zhao's sleep quality is not affected by age at all. She must show off to her old friends. Lin Shi refused to give her the calming talisman, but Aunt Zhao was not discouraged. She continued, "What else can you do besides this calming talisman?" The suspicion in her tone was no longer concealed. Aunt Zhao did not say that she did not believe in these fortune-telling and talisman drawing, but the masters she had seen were all white-haired and nearly 70 years old. The youngest was over 40 years old. Lin Shi was not reliable just by looking at age. There was a high possibility that he was a liar. Lin Shi paused his gaze on Aunt Zhao's face and suddenly said, "You can also tell fortunes. Do you want to tell fortunes?" "Fortune-telling." "Fortune-telling is good. You can tell the truth from the false on the spot. Then tell it for me. Don't tell me. Tell my son." Aunt Zhao was also a little famous in the neighborhood because when she was young, she was the leader of a department in the province. Very glorious. But her husband died early, and after retirement, she didn't want to live alone, so she came to Jiangyu to live with her son. Aunt Zhao had revealed some of her details in the years since she came to Jiangyu. However, no one knew about her son. They only knew that she had a son, but no one had ever seen what he looked like. They also didn't know what his job was or how old he was. Therefore, if it was her son, there would be no situation where Lin Shi investigated the situation in advance to make things mysterious. Aunt Zhao had a good idea, but she didn't expect that Lin Shi would reach out to her the next second. 1,000 for one divination. Aunt Zhao. The people around were also shocked by the price. Lin Shi said. 1,000. Why didn't she go and rob it? 1,000? The Taoist priest of Tianyan Temple didn't dare to charge so much, right? Tianyan Temple is a famous Taoist temple in Jiangyu City. It is said that the Taoist priest Tianming in the temple is very accomplished in fortune-telling and divination. His divinations are very accurate, but it only costs 500 yuan for one divination. This little girl is so arrogant at a young age. She dared to ask for 1,000 yuan as soon as she opened her mouth. Hey, she's probably not yet an adult, so she doesn't know the consequences of cheating people out of money. Hurry up and find her parents, take her home, and give her a good education, or else she'll be in trouble. These kids nowadays are really bad students, they don't study hard, and they even learn to cheat and deceive people. If I were her family, I'd be so angry. She listened quietly, without saying a word. 1,000 yuan for a divination was the price she had carefully considered, which was neither too low nor too high, and just enough for most ordinary people to afford, and it was also worthy of her strength. When Aunt Zhao heard this, she almost exclaimed, "Wow!" Fortunately, she was not short of money, and after hearing that she dared to ask for 1,000 yuan, she felt that she was indeed a liar for money. "Come, tell me your fortune." Aunt Zhao readily took out her cell phone and was about to transfer the money, but she said that he only accepted cash. Wow, incredible. This girl even knows that cash transactions can avoid leaving traces of transfers. She really has ulterior motives. What Aunt Zhao didn't know was that she only accepted cash and simply didn't have a smartphone, so he couldn't receive transfers. It seems that I still need to earn money to buy a smartphone. She silently kept the matter of buying a mobile phone in mind. Coincidentally, Aunt Zhao had the habit of carrying cash with her, and she quickly took out 1,000 yuan to hand to Shi. Shi took a look at the money but didn't take it. "Give it to me after we finish calculating it." Aunt Zhao. "Okay. Just put it aside and install it for her, right?" She wants to see what other tricks this girl can come up with. After the price was set, Shi didn't waste time asking Aunt Zhao about her son's birth date. Because Aunt Zhao didn't believe that Shi could tell fortunes, she didn't take it seriously and went over to tell her son's birth date in a low voice. She pinched her fingers and quickly calculated the information about her son. "Your son is 35 this year. He has been smart and sensible since he was a child. He had a difficult life but was very lucky when he was young. He was rescued when he fell into the water at the age of 7. He got a serious illness when he was 10, but he turned the danger into safety. He met a noble person at the age of 18. Since then, his career has been flourishing and smooth sailing. Until he was 30, his career was at its peak. Although it has declined in recent years, it has been stable and nothing happened." Aunt Zhao was still thinking about watching the good show and seeing how Shi would make it up. As a result, when Shi pointed out the several disasters her son encountered when he was a child, her face gradually changed. Especially when she heard Shi say that he met a noble person at the age of 18 and his career reached its peak at the age of 30. All of these matched. Aunt Zhao's face changed completely. How did you know?" Although she can't control her mouth, she really didn't dare to tell anyone about her son. Even the best old sisters don't know what her son does. How did this little girl know? She blinked and said truthfully, "I calculated it." Aunt Zhao was in a complicated mood. On the one hand, she suspected that Shi was a liar, but everything she said was right, and she was sure that no one else knew about her son's affairs. Aunt Zhao hesitated and said, "Then, how about you tell me more about his marriage?" Shi nodded and said, "Your son is destined to marry late. He will not get married before the age of 40. He will have several relationships before that, but they are all destined to be unrequited. At the age of 40, he will meet his true love for life, and then he will have a happy marriage." Aunt Zhao couldn't help but muttered in a low voice after hearing this. No wonder this stinky boy doesn't listen no matter how much you urge him. He actually wants to get married so late. At this moment, Aunt Zhao already believed what Shi said. After all, the relationships her son had talked about were even more secretive. Even Aunt Zhao told her only after he repeatedly asked her. No one else would know. From this point of view, this little girl is really capable. Oh, by the way, this recent relationship may affect your son's career a little, so you can ask him to pay attention to it. Although this relationship will not have a big impact on his career, it will also cause some loss of money. When Aunt Zhao heard this, she quickly took it to heart and thanked Shi repeatedly. Anyone with eyes could see the change in Aunt Zhao's expression before and after, not to mention that she called the master respectfully at this time. The people around looked at each other, and the same thought emerged in their hearts: could this little girl really not be a liar? Aunt Zhao handed over the 1,000 yuan divination fee willingly at this time. Thinking about her son's affairs, she wanted to go back and call. But before leaving, she asked Lin Shi's contact information and address. Such a powerful master must be contacted, and who knows what he will need help with in the future. Lin Shi was not stingy and told her the phone number, and then also told Aunt Zhao her current address. At first, Aunt Zhao didn't react, but the next second she was surprised. Nananan, number 114, Nanqing Street? Isn't that a funeral street? Lin Shi nodded. The Lin's feng shui shop at the end of the street. You can come directly there to find me if you need it. Aunt Zhao's heart was thumping. Although she had not seen the funeral street with her own eyes, she lived nearby, so it was impossible for her to not hear any noise at night. However, since it did not affect the people nearby, no one paid attention to that street anymore, and they just took a detour when passing by. As a result, no matter what Lin Shi said, she lived there. Aunt Zhao's first reaction was to look down to see if Lin Shi had a shadow or feet. As a result, they were all there. Feeling everyone's taboo eyes, Lin Shi decided that it was time to tidy up the situation on that street. After thinking for a while, she said, if you are really scared, you can call me, and I can come to the street entrance when the time comes. At present, the reputation of the funeral street is too bad, and it can only be improved slowly. Aunt Zhao thought this method was feasible, and finally said goodbye, and left after smiling and agreeing. When the others saw her leave, they did not leave with her. Instead, they looked at Lin Shi more curiously, and asked Lin Shi all kinds of questions. Girl, you really can tell fortunes. Who did you learn from, and how long have you been learning? Do you really live on that street? Can people live there? Have you encountered anything strange at night? Can you make your fortune telling cheaper? If you make it cheaper, I will hire a few more people to tell fortunes for you. Ding Peng next to him. This old man knows how to do business. Except for the last question, Lin Shi did not answer the rest. After all, no one would believe if he answered truthfully. After a while of excitement, the crowd quickly dispersed because there was no second person to tell fortunes. Ding Peng did not leave because he had not yet given the thank you gift to Lin Shi. After the crowd dispersed, Ding Peng spoke again. Master, if you really don't plan to charge money, then tell me a fortune. It happened that the red envelope he wrapped was also 1,000, the same as Lin Shi's fortune-telling fee. Lin Shi glanced at him and did not refuse. What do you want to calculate? Ding Peng actually didn't have anything to calculate. His biggest worry before was his youngest son. Now that his youngest son is in good condition, he has nothing to worry about. So when he asked for fortune-telling, he actually just wanted to find an excuse to give 1,000 yuan to Lin Shi. Well, how about you just calculate it for me? Lin Shi glanced at him and disagreed. You have to be sincere when you tell fortunes. If you don't know what you want to calculate, outsiders naturally can't help you make a decision. Ding Peng immediately straightened his expression when he heard it, thought about it carefully, and suddenly said, help me calculate the birth date of my eldest son. Lin Shi nodded, and then asked Ding Peng for the birth date of his eldest son. Just as he was about to do the divination, Ding Peng took out the photo with a loving face. This is my eldest son. Although he is only 10 years old, he is very sensible and like a little adult. During the time when Xiaobao was sick, my husband and I didn't have much time to accompany him, but he didn't complain and did his own things. I will buy him his favorite Ultraman this afternoon to make it up to him. Lin Shi looked at the photo and suddenly frowned. According to the calculation of the 8 characters, Ding Peng's eldest son's life was not smooth sailing, but it also did not have too many twists and turns. But looking at his photo, Lin Shi discovered that his forehead was dark and gradually gathered with evil spirit, which meant that he would have a great disaster in the near future. How so? Ding Peng's heart tightened when he saw this, and he asked hurriedly, what's wrong, master? Did something happen? Lin Shi did not answer, but quickly made hand gestures to start the precognitive technique. After the precognition is activated, Lin Shi can see what the person in front of him will experience in the future. A picture flashed through my mind, and I arrived at Jiangyu No. 1 Primary School. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Jiangyu No. 1 Primary School was over. Many parents had already gathered at the school gate, eagerly waiting for their children to come out. These parents are of all ages, but the majority are middle-aged and elderly people between 50 and 70 years old. Most of them are the children's grandparents. Because the children's parents are still at work, these people who have nothing to do help pick up and drop off the children. At the school gate, a man wearing a baseball cap stood in the corner. The man's expression was hidden under the brim of his hat, but if you looked closely, you could see that his eyes were filled with hatred and madness, and his hands were in his pockets, as if he was holding something tightly. It's a pity that the parents around were only concerned with looking inside the school gate, and no one noticed the man in the corner. At 5:25, the first-class team was led out of the school gate by the teacher. Grade 1, Class 1 is now dismissed. Parents of students in Grade 1, Class 1, please go to the designated area outside the yellow line. The broadcast at the school gate sounded, instructing parents to get ready to pick up their children at the designated location. Parents of the first grade class quickly rushed over and picked up their children soon, followed by the second grade class, the third grade class, and so on. Jeongju City No. 1 primary school stipulates that students below the fourth grade need to be picked up by their parents, so by the time the third grade students came out, it was almost 6 o'clock. At this time, most of the crowd at the school gate had already dispersed, leaving only the parents of the third graders waiting outside the school gate. A fat middle-aged man came to the side of the man in the baseball cap. Seeing that the man in the baseball cap kept looking at the school gate and did not move, he guessed that the man's child was in the third grade like him. The chubby man, who was very familiar with people, asked with a smile, "Brother, is your child in the third grade? Which class is he in?" "Maybe he is in the same class as my son." Seeing that the man in the baseball cap didn't say anything, the chubby man didn't care and continued, "Our two families are quite similar. It's always the father who comes to pick up the children. My wife is tired and hates the sun outside, so I am the only rough man who comes out to pick up the children, haha." Although he complained about his wife, the chubby man's eyes were full of happiness. What he didn't notice was that the man in the baseball cap next to him heard this, and his expression became more sinister. Why are all people so happy? But his wife cheated on him. The child he raised for 10 years is not his own. He was laid off because of problems at work, and he was pointed at and laughed at by everyone around him. Thinking of this, the man's face showed a crazy look. The world is so unfair to him. Why should he consider other people's feelings? He just wants everyone to live in pain and hatred like him. "Hey, the third grade students are here." The fat man next to him saw his daughter and hurried forward. When the man in the baseball cap heard it, he tightened his hands in his pockets and followed with a gloomy face. The moment the children in Class 1 of Grade 3 walked out of the school gate, the man took out the fruit knife in his pocket, his eyes red, and rushed towards the group of children. In an instant, screams and crying broke through the sky. Although the man in the baseball cap was quickly subdued by the security guards and the remaining parents, it still caused a tragic situation of 2 deaths and 5 injuries. Ding Peng's eldest son was one of the 5 injured children. His arm was seriously injured, and he was left with a lifelong disability. Lin Shi retracted his thoughts, and his face turned slightly pale. This was not scared by the scene seen in the precognition technique, but simply caused by the consumption of spiritual power. Precognition is a technique that can only be learned by the successive leaders of Taishan sect. It not only requires the user to have a unique talent that is 1 in a million, but also requires spiritual power to activate it. Lin Shi had finally accumulated some spiritual power in the past few days, and now it was directly consumed. But thinking of the 7 poor children, the spiritual power was consumed, and he could practice again. "Master, what happened?" Ding Peng looked anxious. Lin Shi did not hesitate and told Ding Peng what he saw with the precognition technique. When he heard that a perverted killer who wanted to take revenge on society would go to the gate of the elementary school to commit crimes in the afternoon, Ding Peng's face turned pale instantly. In recent years, due to the vigorous development of the internet, social news from various places can be seen on mobile phones at the first time, and news about school murders can also be seen occasionally. But they have not had similar cases in Jiangyu City, so parents of students like Ding Peng will only sigh a few words when they see similar news, and will be more cautious during the news report period, but as time goes by, parents will gradually relax their vigilance. Moreover, there is no way to be on guard against such things all the time. After all, no one knows when those psychopaths will make a move. Maybe they're walking on the road just fine in the last second, and then they pull out a knife and start killing people in the next second. After a brief panic, Ding Peng quickly came to his senses and looked at Lin Shi in a panic. "Master, what should I do now? Call the police? But if I call the police now, not only will the man not commit a crime, but if I report the case with the fortune teller's calculation of the cause of this incident, I should be scolded." Lin Shi thought about it and simply said, "I will go to school with you in the afternoon." With Lin Shi's words, Ding Peng was somewhat relieved. With the master, he would definitely be able to recognize the man at a glance. Just looking at Lin Shi's thin body, Ding Peng felt that if he punched her, she might cry for a long time. So, he secretly decided to contact a few friends and go to the school gate with him in the afternoon. The two agreed to contact in the afternoon, and Ding Peng went home anxiously. After Ding Peng left, Lin Shi did not go home, nor did he continue to wait for people to tell fortunes. As usual, she donated half of the 2,000 yuan she had just earned to two real beggars on the street, and then walked into the mobile phone store with the remaining 1,191 yuan in her pocket. Half an hour later, Lin Shi got her first smartphone in her life. The original body's previous old phone was an old phone discarded by her grandfather Lin Shanfeng. Fortunately, the SIM card was obtained by the original body using her own ID card, and she had saved up money secretly. Now Lin Shi only needed to upgrade the package and activate the internet function. With the help of the store clerk, she downloaded some commonly used software, and now she can finally access the internet. When registering the WeChat account, Lin Shi didn't know that she could choose any nickname, so she simply wrote her own name Lin Shi, the head of Taishan sect. Looking at his WeChat nickname, Lin Shi expressed his satisfaction. At present, he is the only leader of the entire Taishan sect. It seems that it is time to accept a few disciples and revive the reputation of their Taishan sect. After getting the new phone, Lin Shi was like a child who got a new toy. At first, she just wanted to study it, but soon she was addicted to it, especially those food videos, which made her drool. It's a pity that after Lin Shi bought the mobile phone and the package, he only had 5 yuan left and couldn't even afford a lotus leaf glutinous rice chicken. But she was not in a hurry because she had a premonition that she would receive a huge sum of money today. The next second, a call rang on the phone screen. "Here it comes." Lin Shi answered the call, and an uncertain male voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Ms. Lin Shi?" "Lin Shi, I am." The other end seemed to be relieved, and his tone became excited. "Hello, Miss Lin. I am Tong Tong's father." Tong Tong is the little boy who was abducted by human traffickers on the train yesterday. If you hadn't recognized the two human traffickers, we probably wouldn't have found Tong Tong until now. As the man spoke, his voice became choked with sobs and fear. He didn't even dare to think about where the two human traffickers would go after taking Tong Tong off the train. The man's name was Qian Kong. He and his wife were in their 30s when they had the son, so naturally he treasured him very much. It's a pity that he and his wife both have their own companies and are busy with work. Both sets of parents have not retired yet, so the childcare is left to hired professional nannies and childcare workers. The nanny and childcare worker were introduced by relatives, and Qian Kong and his wife dared to hand their child over to them only after they had used them themselves and found them reliable. The child had been taken care of by them for a year without any accidents, so he and his wife felt more at ease in entrusting the child to them. He had to go abroad for a meeting a few days ago, and his wife also had to go out of town for something urgent. After telling the nanny, they went to the airport one after the other. As a result, as soon as he got off the plane, he saw more than a dozen missed calls on his mobile phone from the nanny and childcare worker at home, his wife, and his two parents. Qian Kong immediately realized that something must have happened and quickly called his wife back. As soon as the call was connected, he heard his wife crying and saying that Tong Tong was missing. At that moment, Qian Kang's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Later, he did not attend the meeting abroad and flew back home on the spot. At the same time, both families were anxiously looking for their child. From the surveillance footage at home, it can be seen that Tong Tong did as the nanny said. He ran out by himself while the nanny was preparing lunch. The nanny happened to be going to the bathroom at the time, so neither of them noticed Tong Tong's actions. She quickly called the owner's house, but Qian Kang was on the plane and couldn't get through. She called Qian Kang's wife, and then Tong Tong's grandparents knew about it. The two families immediately put down what they were doing and started looking for him. Unfortunately, after Tong Tong opened the door and walked out of the yard, he was soon picked up by an unlicensed van. The car sped away and deliberately chose a road that avoided surveillance. It can be seen that it must have been there early in the morning. After the car disappeared from the surveillance, it was naturally difficult to find the child again. The Qian family naturally called the police as soon as the child disappeared. Because the missing person was a minor, the police quickly came to the Qian family to investigate and collect evidence, but various procedures still took time. In short, by the time the case was filed, it had been several hours since Tong Tong disappeared. In addition, the people in the van did not get off the car when they abducted Tong Tong. From the few surveillances, the people in the car were wearing masks and hats, which naturally increased the difficulty of confirming the identity of the criminal gang. And seeing that the group of people came prepared, it is estimated that they had already thought about how to transfer the child, so it might not be so easy to find the child. When Qian Kang's wife heard this, she fainted on the spot. What no one expected was that just a few minutes after the case was filed, they suddenly received a call from a train police officer. Later, it was confirmed that the child on the train was Tong Tong. Accompanied by the Linshui police, the Qian family went to Shilin overnight to take the child home. Then they learned all the details from the Shilin police. They also wanted to thank the girl who identified the human traffickers in person, but they heard from Officer Wang that Lin Shi had left. Fortunately, Lin Shi left her contact information at the time, and the Qian family hurriedly wrote down the phone number. Because it was too late, they were worried that Lin Shi had already gone to bed, so they had to give up for the time being. In the evening, Qian Kang came back from abroad and heard his wife and family talk about these things. He was even more fortunate, so he hurriedly called to thank him this morning. Ms. Lin, my wife, and I want to take the child to thank you in person. I don't know if it's convenient for you. The Qian family has been a single-line family for 3 generations. It can be said that their son Tong Tong is the only child of their Qian family. If he really gets into trouble, the Qian family really doesn't know what to do. Qian Kang naturally wanted to thank her in person for such a great favor. At present, Lin Shi had nothing else but time, so she decisively agreed and told Qian Kang her address. Qian Kang smiled and said, "Ms. Lin, my wife and children, and I will visit you in about half an hour." He had heard last night that Lin Shi had come to Zhengyu City, so he took his wife and children by plane early in the morning. If Lin Shi refused their visit, they could just go out and relax. The address that Lin Shi told Qian Kang was not Lin's feng shui shop, but the breakfast shop she had this morning. There was no way, the feng shui shop was too simple now, and the head Lin Shi, who had a bit of idle baggage, was really embarrassed to let outsiders come to the door now. After sitting down at the breakfast shop, Lin Shi also ordered something very considerately. She used the last 5 yuan to order 5 big buns and sat at the outermost table to taste them slowly. It was already past 10 in the morning. The breakfast shop had passed its busiest time, and the proprietress could finally sit down and take a break. She was quite impressed by Lin Shi. After all, it was rare to see a girl eat such a large breakfast in one go and finish it all. That's not all. After only 2 hours, Lin Shi actually ordered 5 big buns. This girl has a really good appetite. Of course, it could also be because the food she makes at home is delicious. The boss lady was very happy that her cooking skills were recognized by the diners, so when Lin Shi was eating the buns, she gave her a bowl of Tremella fusiformis porridge. It's so choking to eat buns without food. Come, have a bowl of porridge. The boss lady was generous and straightforward. Lin Shi did not refuse. She smiled and thanked her with a well-behaved face. The boss lady smiled and waved her hand. "Hey, It's nothing, just eat it. Worried that Lin Shi would feel uncomfortable being stared at, the boss lady did not say anything else and turned to another table to eat the late breakfast. When Lin Shi finished the last bun, 2 black cars stopped in front of the breakfast shop. The car door opened, and a couple got out holding a child. 4 tall men in suits, who looked like bodyguards, also quickly got out of the car behind. Qian Kong held Tong Tong in his arms and looked towards the breakfast shop in front of him, looking for his benefactor Lin Shi. Officer Wang said that Lin Shi, who reported the human traffickers, was a teenage girl. Coincidentally, there was a girl of about 15 or 16 sitting in the breakfast shop. But Qian Kong was not sure if this was the Lin Shi he was looking for. Just as he was about to go over with his wife to ask, he saw the little girl nodded to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Qian." Qian Kong was stunned and couldn't help being surprised. "Are you Miss Lin Shilin?" Lin Shi nodded. After confirming Lin Shi's identity, Qian Kong couldn't help but flash a trace of doubt, wondering how Lin Shi recognized him. But then he thought he was holding Tong Tong. Maybe Lin Shi recognized Tong Tong and then recognized him. He stopped struggling and walked over with his wife. The couple stood in front of Lin Shi and bowed to her together. Although Lin Shi was nearly 20 years younger than them, she did help them and their couple, and even their whole family's benefactor, so this bow could not be omitted. Lin Shi didn't think there was anything inappropriate. When she was still the head of Taishian's sect, there was a white-haired old man kneeling down to thank her. But the proprietress next to them didn't eat her meal when she saw this scene, her face full of surprise. The couple looked almost 40 years old, and they looked rich from the way they dressed. Even the cars they drove seemed to be Mazda or something. Anyway, they were very expensive. Such rich people were so respectful to this little girl. What was going on? Because they were on the street, Qian Kong and his wife could not say anything more. After thanking Lin Shi, they hurriedly taught their son, "Tong Tong, come on, say thank you to your sister." But to be honest, Qian Kong and his wife did not know whether their son would be obedient. After all, when they picked up their son Tong Tong last night, Tong Tong was still in a coma. Although the police there told them that they had taken the child for a checkup and there was nothing wrong, the couple still felt uneasy and took the child for a more detailed checkup. The results of the checkup were all fine and they were finally relieved. But when the child woke up in the middle of the night, the couple still realized that Tong Tong was not in a good spirit, with a sullen look on his face. He didn't want to talk to anyone except his parents and didn't reply. The family thought that the child must have been frightened and didn't say much, just sighed and let the child recover slowly. So at this time, Qian Kong and his wife were not sure whether Tong Tong would thank them obediently. They looked at Tong Tong anxiously. To their surprise, Tong Tong actually spoke obediently. "Thank you, sister." Not only that, but his eyes were still shining as he looked at Lin Shi. Not only did he not reject her, but he seemed to like her very much. Qian Kong and his wife looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Lin Shi touched Tong Tong's head and wiped off the faint yin aura on him. Qian Kong and his wife naturally could not see the yin aura. They just thought that Lin Shi thought his son was cute, just like many people would touch his head to express their love for children who are cute. Lin Shi put down his hand and asked Qian Kong, "How did the child get lost? Have you investigated it clearly?" Hearing this, Qian Kang's smile disappeared instantly, and his eyes were filled with solemnity. Because the surveillance at home showed clearly that it was his son who was playing with toys in the living room by himself, and then suddenly opened the door and walked out. No one talked to him or guided him during this period. But the van waiting outside was obviously prepared in advance. As soon as the sun went out, he was picked up and left in the car. But last night they watched all the videos at home, not just yesterday, but also the videos from the previous few days, over and over again, and even invited experts in this field to investigate together, but they did not find anything unusual. During this period, the nanny and the child care worker were just like any other day. One was responsible for taking care of the child's diet and daily life, and the other was responsible for playing with the child and enlightenment education. When Tong Tong was missing, it was around 10 o'clock in the morning. The nanny was making morning tea, and although the child care worker was slightly negligent in going to the toilet, people have 3 urgent needs, and they can't let them hold it in. Moreover, The child is usually very well behaved and has never opened the door and sneaked out by himself. In addition, there are his favorite toys in the living room, and no one would have thought that he would get up and leave while playing. No one asked him to go out, but it seemed that he was attracted by something, or guided to run out. As for the van waiting outside, it can also be explained that they had already done a good job of scouting, squatting nearby, and only took action when Tong Tong came out. But for some reason, Qian Kong still felt that this matter must have the involvement of family members. It's a pity that there is no evidence. His intuition alone can't prove anything. Nothing has been found yet. All the evidence shows that the child ran away by himself. But what? Qian Kong didn't continue to say. After all, even their Qian family couldn't find evidence for this matter. How could this little girl know it? Lin Shi looked at him and said in a calm voice, "Your son was cast a puppet curse." Puppet curse? Qian Kong and his wife were stunned. Their ancestors have always been doing business, and businessmen inevitably believe in ghosts and gods. Their family and company have spent a lot of money to find someone to look at feng shui, so they just felt unfamiliar with the puppetry that Lin Shi mentioned at first, but after understanding the meaning of this word, they instantly became a little serious. "Miss Lin, can you please have a word with me?" Thanks to the Qian family's ancestors, Qian Kong has been one of the people who stand at the top of his peers since he was a child. Standing high and seeing far, he naturally saw more of the world. He also believed more firmly that there are always people better than people, and some geniuses are never restricted by age and gender. Although Lin Shi in front of him did not look like a master of metaphysics, Qian Kong felt that this girl would be extraordinary in the future just from the fact that she could identify the traffickers on the train. If what she said was true, perhaps the mystery of his son's inexplicable departure could be solved. It was inconvenient for Lin Shi to take them to the feng shui shop, so she simply got on the car with Qian Kong and the other two and chatted in the car. She briefly told Qian Kong and the others about the effect of the puppet curse, and then said, "It's very simple to find out who cast the curse. If the curse is broken, the caster will be backfired. You can find someone to investigate who is wrong in the family." And the moment she just wiped away the yin qi for Tong Tong, she also broke this small puppet curse. When Qian Kong heard it, he immediately took out his mobile phone and called his father and Lin Shui, asking him to send someone he trusted to Qian Kang's house to check the situation. Qian Kong and his parents lived in the same villa area, and the two families lived next door. After receiving his son's call, Mr. Qian immediately took his confidant who had followed him for many years to Qian Kang's house next door to check the situation. As soon as he arrived at the door of Qian Kang's house, he saw the nanny opening the door with a panicked look and rushing out. Mr. Qian's eyes were stern when he heard it, and he walked in quickly to check. Sure enough, he saw his grandson Tongtong's childcare teacher, Teacher Zhou, sitting on a stool, spitting blood, and his clothes on his chest were wet with blood. Thinking of what his son had just said to him on the phone, Mr. Qian's face was as heavy as water, looking at Teacher Zhou with a painful expression and sneered. "Teacher Zhou, it's you." Teacher Zhou's body stiffened, raised her head, and looked at Mr. Qian in a panic. Although Mr. Qian's words were incoherent, she understood what he meant, and her face suddenly changed, and her pale face became even more bloodless. Qian Kong soon received a call from Mr. Qian, and his face was filled with indignation. From his expression, Lin Shi could guess that the person who cast the curse must have been caught, so she took the initiative to say goodbye. Qian Kong came back to his senses, feeling both grateful and respectful. "Ms. Lin, thanks to you for your help again this time." Qian Kong took out his bank card without saying thank you. "This is a small gift from our family. I hope Miss Lin will accept it." This time Lin, she did not refuse. Although she just removed the curse for Tong Tong so easily, just touching it would be fine, but it would take a lot of effort for others to do it. Qian Kong was amazed to see that she was neither humble nor arrogant. Because they were in a hurry to go home to deal with Teacher Zhou's affairs, Qian Kong and his wife did not stay for long, and the two cars left quickly. Lin Shi took the bank card given by Qian Kong to a nearby bank and looked at the password given by Qian Kong. Wow, it turned out to be 1 million. When she donated half of it, she would have 500,000 left. Yes, it was indeed a huge sum of money. She originally planned to withdraw 500,000 and donate it, but the ATM prompted her that she exceeded the limit. She didn't understand, but she knew that if she didn't understand, she had to ask, so she decisively sent a WeChat message to Qian Kong. The WeChat was added when the two parties said goodbye just now. This bank card was given by him, so of course she would find him if there was any problem. Qian Kong was on his way to the airport at that time. When he saw Lin Shi's WeChat, he quickly called her. After the two of them communicated, he learned that Lin Shi was going to donate 500,000 yuan, and he was going to donate cash directly. Qian Kong was immediately amused and confused. He quickly took advantage of the time to popularize Lin Shi about the troubles of large withdrawals, donations, and online transfers. After his explanation, Lin Shi realized that there was such a convenient channel. However, her bank card was not bound to her own ID card, so it was a bit troublesome to operate. Qian Kong simply called his cousin in the Jiangyu branch and asked him to come and help Lin Shi solve the formalities in person. After receiving the task, the cousin immediately put down the things in his hands and rushed over. When he came, he muttered in his heart, "Why did he have to do such a small thing?" But he has always been obedient, and his cousin must have his reasons for asking him to come. So after the cousin came to find Lin Shi, he helped her deal with a series of things, opened a bank card, and took a special channel to transfer the 1 million to her own card. Just after finishing the work, I received a call from my cousin Qian Kong, asking him to add Lin Shi's contact information, and they would contact each other if there was anything in the future. The cousin thought that it was nothing to do with the bank card, but he still honestly added Lin Shi's WeChat. As a result, when he saw Lin Shi's nickname, he was immediately happy. "Hey, Sister Lin Shi, you also like to read supernatural novels. Which novel is Tai Xuanzong from?" The cousin is called Qian Duojin. Strictly speaking, he is not Qian Kang's cousin, but the grandson of the cousin of Mr. Qian. Qian Duojin is 26 years old this year. He doesn't have much ability and ambition, but the Qian family doesn't support idle people, so even if he doesn't want to go to work, he still has a job in the branch company in Jiangyu. Fortunately, the company doesn't need him to be busy with big and small things. Usually, he sneaks to read some supernatural fantasy novels at his desk to pass the time at work. As soon as he saw Lin Shi's nickname, he knew that this little girl was definitely his same hobby, and Tai Xuanzong sounded so awesome, but he had never heard of it. It seems that he has not read enough novels, so he asked Lin Shi for the source based on the friendly principle of exchanging information among like-minded people. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi did not answer, but just gave him a look and asked him to understand it himself. Qian Duojin was stunned. If he was not mistaken, he seemed to see contempt in that look. What? Can a baby over 300 months old not read novels? At worst, he can go find it himself. He doesn't believe that he can't find this novel. Qian Duojin was very stubborn and didn't ask Lin Shi again. He turned around and left after making sure that she had nothing to help with. Lin Shi didn't care. After donating 500,000 to a reliable charity, he turned around to buy daily necessities. Now the shop is short of everything except incense, candles, paper, and some basic feng shui products. Fortunately, there is a large shopping mall nearby, and Lin Shi directly started shopping. Aunt Zhao couldn't help but complain a few words when she heard this, but she also knew that her son was very serious about his work and would not answer the phone while filming. She could only ask her assistant to tell her son to call her as soon as he finished filming, in person. After all, she was her boss's biological mother, so how could the assistant dare not disagree, and said yes repeatedly. As a result, the scene was filmed for an hour and a half before the director called it to a halt. Seeing this, the assistant hurried over and told the man who was walking over here about Aunt Zhao's phone call. "Brother Ji, Annie just called and asked you to call her back after the filming." If the onlookers on the overpass were there, they would be surprised to find that Aunt Zhao's son, the man called Brother Ji, was actually the famous actor Ji Feng. Ji Feng debuted for more than 10 years. When he was just a freshman in college, he was selected by director Bol to participate in a movie. Later, he gradually became famous for his outstanding appearance and spiritual acting skills. Until 5 years ago, the movie he starred in was not only a big hit at the box office, but also won foreign awards. Ji Feng instantly became a well-known actor in China. From 80-year-old grandmothers to children, they are all his fans. In the first year of his entry into the entertainment industry, Aunt Zhao and he had the foresight to decide to hide Ji Feng's origin and family. This was also to protect their parents and avoid unnecessary exposure. Especially in the past few years, Aunt Zhao had not retired yet. Once her son's identity was exposed, it would definitely affect her work. Over the years, Aunt Zhao and Ji Feng have been cautious. In addition, Ji Feng has a good reputation in the entertainment industry. He also greeted some entertainment paparazzi in advance, and they no longer reported on Ji Feng's family. After all, compared with the family of the stars, the public actually likes to watch emotional gossip more. Ji Feng is already 35 years old this year. In addition, he is a powerful actor. Fans care more about his works and acting skills. Therefore, they don't react so much to whether he is in a relationship. There are even fans who often urge him to get married early and not be lonely for the rest of his life. Ji Feng is not against marriage. He has had several relationships, but he always breaks up with his girlfriend for various reasons. Some are because both parties are too busy and the feelings gradually fade. Some may have new plans and decide to break up. Anyway, there are many reasons for breaking up, but each one is a rare, peaceful breakup. He is quite satisfied with this relationship now. Maybe it is because he is older and doesn't care about many things anymore. His girlfriend now doesn't stick to him like the girl when he was young. She also has her own work to do. They will contact each other when they are free to have a meal together. Usually they contact each other on the phone. This kind of ordinary life is what Ji Feng wants. After all, it is impossible for a real marriage to be passionate and love each other every day. When they are busy, both parties have their own space and life, but when they are free, they can get together and chat. That's enough. Ji Feng planned to take his current girlfriend home to meet his mother, Aunt Zhao, after he is done with this busy period. He was too busy during this period and didn't contact his mother much. When he heard the assistant say that his mother called, Ji Feng walked into the lounge, closed the door, and called back. The call was connected quickly, as if his mother had been waiting in front of the phone. As soon as Ji Feng called out Mom, Aunt Zhao on the other side started talking. I have something very serious to tell you now, so listen carefully. Aunt Zhao didn't intend to ask her son to break up with her right away. After all, this was groundless, and asking her son to break up with his girlfriend directly would not only confuse her son, but also make him angry. She herself couldn't do this. Moreover, Aunt Zhao, who has lived for most of her life, knows one thing very well. If you want to convince people, you must either produce evidence or let the person see it with their own eyes. So she only planned to tell him what happened today and the results of Lin Shi's divination and let her son handle the follow-up himself. If she had warned her son in advance and he still fell into the trap, then she would have nothing to say. He deserved it. So soon, Aunt Zhao told Ji Feng what happened under the overpass this morning. After that, she stated her position again. Anyway, I think that girls' calculations are accurate, and this may be true. I don't know whether you believe it or not, but whether you believe it or not, you can be prepared if you pay more attention to it. Don't you think so? Ji Feng was silent. What Aunt Zhao said was really too unbelievable. In the entertainment industry, he has naturally seen many celebrity idols who believe in ghosts and gods in private, such as raising little ghosts and praying to gods. As for whether it works or not, he doesn't know. Anyway, in his opinion, it is better to improve his own strength than to do those things. And his mother was impossible to get in touch with these things before, because of work reasons. Unexpectedly, she started to believe in these things after retirement. Ji Feng was in a complicated mood. Mom, I know, I will think about this matter carefully when I have time. I'm still very busy here, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Ji Feng hung up the phone. It was not intentional. It was indeed because the director started to call for assembly again. Aunt Zhao looked at the hung-up phone and couldn't help muttering, did he listen to it or not? On Ji Feng's side, the director asked them to come over just to discuss the progress of the afternoon shooting. After the discussion, he waved his hand and asked everyone to go to lunch. Ji Feng returned to the lounge again. While waiting for lunch, he couldn't help but think of what his mother said. His mother said that this relationship would not only not work out, but would also affect his career. What kind of situation would damage his career? The relationship was exposed? But Ji Feng is not a traffic star who relies on fans to make a living. What's more, his fans are more anxious about his marriage than he is. If the relationship is exposed, the comments may be "finally you are married off" and other cheers and jokes. But the premise of all this is that the relationship is exposed normally and there is no stain. Ji Feng is very sure that there is no problem on his side. He is not cheating or unfaithful. He has been in the crew recently and has no time to go out. He will definitely not cause any trouble. After more than half a year of getting along, he saw his girlfriend as a steady and stable person, so nothing would go wrong, right? Because of Aunt Zhao's call, Ji Feng had been thinking about it the whole day, and even his afternoon state was affected a little. Realizing this, he immediately gave his assistant a task and asked him to investigate his girlfriend's recent situation. Just like his mother said, if there is really a problem, it can be prevented in advance, and if nothing is wrong, they can all rest assured. The assistant happened to have a relative who was a private detective, and after contacting the relative immediately said that he would get back to him as soon as possible. Ji Feng didn't say anything after hearing this and could only wait patiently. The assistant was the first to see the investigation materials sent by the relative. He glanced at it quickly, and his expression was indescribable. The assistant said silently, "His brother Ji is a little green on his head." The matter was of great importance, and the assistant did not dare to delay. He quickly locked the door of Ji Feng's lounge during dinner time, and then sent the materials to Ji Feng. Ji Feng knew from the assistant's solemn expression that something might have gone wrong, but when he really saw the photos and the materials, he still couldn't help but get angry. In the photo, his girlfriend was sitting in the driver's seat, tilting her head and kissing a young boy in his early 20s on the co-pilot. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shi finally moved all the daily necessities and home appliances she bought to the store. Because she bought a lot, the mall took over the delivery business, but after knowing that she lived on a funeral street, the masters said that they could only help her deliver to the street corner. Lin Shi did not force it and said it was no problem. After the masters unloaded the goods at the street corner, they used the ghost control technique to summon a few ghosts to help when there was no one around. The ghosts were not afraid of being tired and finished moving the things in a short while. Lin Shi had been waiting at the street corner. She wanted to say hello to the owner of the shop at the street corner, who was also her only living neighbor. Unfortunately, the owner closed the shop early and went home. Now Lin Shi was the only one on the street. After moving the things back, she didn't have to sort them out. The little ghosts were very considerate and helped to deal with the follow-up matters. At 5:10, Ding Peng called. "Master Xiaolin, are we leaving now?" Lin Shi. "Okay, you wait for me at the street corner, I'll be there soon." Ding Peng knew where the street corner was without Lin Shi telling him. If he knew that Lin Shi lived in a funeral street last night, Ding Peng would say that this girl was looking for death. But now, he can only sigh that the more skilled, the more courageous. A minute later, Lin Shi came to the street corner. Ding Peng was already waiting there. There were 3 strong men with him. They were relatives that Ding Peng had called in advance. When he went home in the morning and told his wife about this, his wife's first reaction was that she didn't believe it. This was too mysterious. Is there really such a powerful fortune teller in the world? Although Lin Shi's talisman was indeed effective, could she really calculate these things? But she couldn't help but think, what if something really happened in the afternoon? What would happen to her eldest son? They didn't dare to gamble. They couldn't afford it. So in the end, they called a few cousins from their mother's family and went to school with Ding Peng to pick up the children in the afternoon. Lin Shi didn't say anything when she saw a few unfamiliar faces, just let Ding Peng lead the way. Ding Peng didn't waste time and quickly led a few people to the entrance of the elementary school. When they arrived at the entrance of the elementary school, the first-grade students were already lined up inside the school gate with their teachers. Ding Peng had something on his mind, and when he arrived at the school gate, he began to look around. His expression was serious and cautious, as if he was afraid that others didn't know who he was staring at. "Lin Shi," she said helplessly, "be normal first." Even if someone wanted to do something, they would not dare to do it after being swept by Ding Peng's expression. When Ding Peng heard it, he stammered and explained, "I'm just nervous. But after listening to Lin Shi's words, he also realized that he couldn't reveal his purpose at this time, because it is best for them to catch the murderer when he is about to take action. If they catch him too early, it will be in vain, and they may even alert the enemy." With Lin Shi's prompt, the few people finally confirmed the identity of the target and used their eyes as covertly as possible to pay attention to the man in the cap in the corner. If he made any move, they would rush up and subdue him immediately. Time passed minute by minute. At 5:50, the third-grade students were about to step out of the school gate. Ding Peng saw his eldest son among the students in Class 1, Grade 3. His son also saw him, waved his hands, and shouted "Dad" loudly to Ding Peng. Seeing his son, Ding Peng subconsciously smiled, and his attention was unconsciously diverted. The few people he brought with him were all his relatives, and naturally they all knew Ding Peng's eldest son. At this moment, they all looked towards the school gate. In just a second, the man in the corner suddenly rushed over. Ding Peng and his companions' expressions changed drastically. They rushed forward without thinking, but the man was faster than them. The parents and students around them didn't react at all. Just as the knife in the man's hand was about to pierce a child's face, a leg suddenly kicked across and kicked the knife in the man's hand far away. In the moment when the man was stunned, another sweeping kick knocked him to the ground, and then the man's hand was twisted and pressed to the ground, unable to move. With a series of quick, accurate, and ruthless actions, the bad guy was subdued before everyone around him could recover from the shock. And the one who subdued him was a little girl, Ding Peng and his companions, who were originally preparing to show off their skills. Is it unnecessary for them to come? Finally, with the joint efforts of Ding Peng and others and the school security guards, the man was taken to the police station. During the subsequent investigation, the surveillance camera at the school gate clearly showed that the man was holding a knife and walking towards the students. If it weren't for the little girl's quick reaction, a serious tragedy would have happened in front of the elementary school today. Upon realizing this, everyone's face changed drastically and cold sweats broke out on their backs. But the veteran policeman in the bureau saw something unusual from the surveillance footage. Why did he feel that the little girl and the men around her seemed to be specifically targeting the man in the baseball cap who was committing the crime? It was as if I knew what he would do in advance, so I prepared myself in advance to guard against him. How did they know? Noticing this suspicious point, the old policeman asked about Lin Shi and Ding Peng's woman during his routine questioning. When Ding Peng heard this, he was more excited than anyone else. It was Master Xiaolin who calculated it. She predicted that something would happen at the entrance of the elementary school. The surrounding police. Why don't you take a look at where you are, and how dare you spread superstition? Ding Peng was so anxious when he saw that they didn't believe him. It's true. Master Xiaolin told my son's fortune this morning. He explained for a while and also told how his youngest son had been crying all this time and had been to many hospitals, but to no avail. As a result, Lin Shi solved his youngest son's problem with just a talisman. He told him all these things. The words were full of awe and respect. If the incident with his youngest son had made Ding Peng trust Lin Shi 80%, then after the incident at the school gate, Ding Peng trusted Lin Shi 100%. There is no shortage of talented people in the world, it's just that they haven't met them before. Hearing this, the policeman had different expressions, but no matter what, this incident was indeed caused by Lin Shi and his group, especially Lin Shi, who played a key role in blocking the crime. Moreover, after investigation, they could confirm that Lin Shi and the man in the baseball cap who attempted the crime had no connection at all, so it was naturally impossible for the two parties to know each other and act together. So when the case was reported, we still mentioned what Ding Peng said. Lin Shi was praised by the police again, this time with a certificate of honor for heroic acts and a bonus of 5,000 yuan. However, the certificate and bonus still need to go through the application process, so the police registered Lin Shi's address and said that they would personally deliver it to her door in 2 days. Lin Shi told them her address and didn't care how strange the expression of the police who recorded it suddenly became. After making sure that there was nothing for her to do, she left. It was already dark when she came out of the police station. Lin Shi touched her empty stomach and was about to go to the breakfast shop to see if it was closed, but Ding Peng enthusiastically called her to his house for dinner. Lin Shi didn't want to go, but Ding Peng said, "Master Shaolin, my wife specially prepared a table of delicious food. If you don't mind, why don't you go to my house for dinner?" Lin Shi blinked and turned decisively.
Sorry to bother you then.
After arriving at Ding's house, Lin Shi knew what a real feast was. Boiled fish, mao shuang, twice cooked pork with green pepper, chicken with hot pepper, pork liver with pickled pepper, chicken with mouth-watering sauce, vermicelli shrimp with garlic sauce. The table was filled with all kinds of dishes, all of which Lin Shi, an old antique, had never seen before. She didn't want to show that she had never seen the world, and repeatedly told herself to restrain herself. But when she sat down to eat, her hands seemed to have their own consciousness and started eating frantically. It's not that she is not reserved, it's just that these little goblins are too tempting. Ding Peng and his wife looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Ding Peng's wife Zhou Xiufeng thought that the master would be difficult to get along with at first, and she was so nervous in her heart. But now she saw that apart from his amazing skills, the master was almost the same as a girl of the same age. And he was so thin. I'm afraid he didn't have a good life before. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiufeng's maternal instinct overflowed, and she kept picking up dishes for Lin Shi. "Master, have some of this. This is delicious. And this." Now that someone was serving her food, Lin Shi ate without even raising her head. In the end, she was sweating on her forehead, her cheeks were red, and her stomach couldn't hold any more food, so she put down her chopsticks reluctantly. As a result, there were the most bone fragments on the table in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi. With red ears, she looked away awkwardly, pretending not to see it. After finishing the meal, it was getting late, so Lin Shi thanked the couple and went home. When she was going home, Ding Peng offered to take her home, but Lin Shi said no and reminded him calmly. "Have you forgotten where I live?" Ding Peng was sweating profusely. Then Master Shaolin, be careful on the road." After returning home after eating and drinking, the store was cleaned by those little ghosts, and the home appliances were installed, but it was a pity that there was still no electricity. Fortunately, there was a dust-purifying talisman. Lin Shi pasted one on herself, and soon her body became clean. She lay on the bed and watched videos for a long time. Finally, her phone ran out of battery, and she reluctantly turned it off and went to sleep. Before going to bed, she was still thinking, well, I must solve the electricity problem tomorrow. So the next morning, Lin Shi went to the nearby power bureau, paid the electricity bills owed in the past few years, and opened the online payment function under the guidance of the staff before leaving. On the way back, she packed a bag of breakfast at the breakfast shop and received 2 extra buns from the boss lady. Then, as soon as she reached the intersection of the funeral street, she saw Aunt Zhao and several old ladies standing there. When they saw Lin Shi, they surrounded her instantly. "Little girl, is that you in the newspaper? It's you who really knocked down the murderer. How can you be so capable with such a small stature? Have you learned any martial arts?" The old ladies asked Lin Shi in a flurry. Lin Shi took a look and saw that they were holding up their mobile phones. The interface of the mobile phone showed what happened in front of the elementary school yesterday afternoon, and there was a photo of Lin Shi subduing the murderer. Of course, there was only her back. There were quite a few people watching yesterday afternoon. Naturally, some people watched the whole process and took photos, and then posted the photos and videos, which were forwarded by marketing accounts. Lin Shi didn't care much about these things, as long as they didn't bring trouble to her life. Moreover, she was also a celebrity in the previous world. Not only did the people in the Xianmen know her, but the common people at the foot of the mountain also knew her. So she would not be uncomfortable because of being famous. She nodded and admitted generously, "It's me." It was really her. Aunt Zhao raised her chin and said with an extremely proud tone, "I said that the person above is Master Lin Shi, but you didn't believe it. Are you convinced now?" The other old ladies. "No, why are you so proud of it?" When several old ladies heard that the person in the video was really Lin Shi, they immediately expressed their desire to take a photo with her. It would be so impressive to take photos with people who are in the news. When they post them online, maybe a lot of people will like them. But when Lin Shi saw the special effects in their phones showing the man with a chin as sharp as a cone and skin as white as a mannequin, she immediately refused. She said she really couldn't appreciate the aesthetic taste of these old sisters. Just as he was about to leave, Aunt Zhao quickly stopped him. "Hey, Master Lin, don't leave yet." Lin Shi paused and asked her, "Is there anything else?" Aunt Zhao chuckled and said, "Well, my son wants to add you as a contact. Is that okay?"
He said he wants to talk to you about something.
This was a small matter. Lin Shi did not refuse. When the old ladies around saw the irrepressible smile on Aunt Zhao's face, they naturally thought of Lin Shi's fortune-telling for Aunt Zhao's son yesterday morning. Looking at Aunt Zhao's expression, they were afraid that Lin Shi's fortune-telling was really right and her son had escaped a disaster, right? Thinking of this, the old ladies who had doubted Lin Shi before instantly changed their mindset. This little girl might really be capable. So the old ladies thought about it and switched to WeChat at the fastest speed, saying in unison, "Girl, let's add WeChat too. And me and me." Lin Shi was not stingy and added several people as friends. However, when adding friends, his gaze paused for a moment on the face of one of the old ladies. The old lady noticed her gaze, was startled, and immediately forced a smile, but there were a few shallow wrinkles between her brows. Seeing this, Lin Shi didn't say anything. He nodded at her and quickly walked into the funeral street. After walking for a distance, we could still hear Aunt Zhao teasing us from behind. "Didn't you just say you didn't believe the master was capable? Why are you adding him on WeChat now? You have two faces in front of people and behind their backs. Sho, why are you talking so loudly? Everyone makes mistakes. We have realized our mistakes in time. Why don't we let people change their ways?" "That's right. Don't think we don't know what you're thinking, Zhao. You just want to monopolize the master, right? The master belongs to all of us, and you are not allowed to monopolize him privately." Don't talk nonsense. You just have." Lin Shi shook her head and laughed. Apart from the aesthetic taste that she could not agree with, these old ladies were quite cute. When I got home, I found that there was an extra friend request on WeChat. It should be Aunt Zhao's son. She clicked yes, and the other party immediately sent a message. The other party was none other than Aunt Zhao's son. After introducing himself, he went straight to the point. Ji Feng came to thank Lin Shi. No matter how Lin Shi found out that his girlfriend was with a young boy behind his back, since she informed him in advance through her mother, it gave him and the studio enough time and evidence to prepare. Not only that, the studio also found out more information. It turned out that the girlfriend he always thought was mature and kind was actually secretly in contact with an actor who had a grudge against him. Ji Feng had to speculate on this matter with the greatest malice. After thanking Lin Shi, Ji Feng transferred another 50,000 yuan as a thank you money. Lin Shi did not refuse and clicked to receive it. The fortune teller for Ji Feng was Aunt Zhao's hexagram, and the fact that Ji Feng avoided a disaster was due to his own karma. After finishing the chat with Ji Feng, Lin Shi began to study the various electrical appliances at home with great interest. A 60-inch LCD TV, a large double-door refrigerator, an inverter air conditioner, a sweeping and mopping robot, a massage sofa, and a Tengu spirit that you can draw with your shopping receipt at the mall. Although the original body had seen these things in his memory, they were all in other people's homes or on TV. Grandpa Lin Shanfeng was very frugal in his lifestyle and was reluctant to spend money to buy these things. The Lin family does have one, but unfortunately the Lin couple would never let the original person use it. Even when they were watching TV, they told the original person to stay away and not get in the way. She soon became addicted to the charm of various high-tech products. She even stopped watching short videos and started watching the big color TV with relish. But after a while, the phone rang. Lin Shi looked and saw that someone had called her on WeChat. The caller was the old lady whose contact information she had just added at the street corner.
Possessed?
Lin Shi raised her eyebrows and agreed readily. The old lady on the other end of the street was immediately excited to make an appointment with her and set off in half an hour. It was natural that the sooner the better to see her grandson's illness. So half an hour later, Lin Shi came to the street corner again, and the old lady was already waiting at the street corner. When she came to the street corner this time, Lin Shi finally saw her only living neighbor, the owner of the funeral supplies store at the street corner, a young man in his 20s who was sitting in the store playing with his mobile phone. It was a pity that she had urgent matters to deal with at the moment and had no time to greet her neighbors for the time being. After seeing the old lady, Lin Shi followed her footsteps and set off to her grandson's house. Naturally, Lin Shi did not see how big the store owner's eyes widened when he saw her back, and his mobile phone fell to the ground with a clang. 3 seconds later, a panicked cry came from the store. "Help, help, help, help. Mom, I want to go home. I won't keep the store anymore." The old lady was the one who had forced a smile when she added Lin Shi's contact information. Her surname was Zhou, and she asked Lin Shi to call her grandma Zhou. Lin Shi. He sighed silently in his heart and finally called her Grandma Zhou honestly according to the age of his body. Grandma Zhou's grandson did not live with her, but lived with his parents in a community 3 stops away from the funeral street. Next door was Jiangyu No. 1 Middle School, and it was a school district house where every inch of land was worth a lot of money. The old lady drove an electric tricycle for the elderly and invited Lin Shi to sit in the back seat. It's not to mention that although the speed is slow, it is stable, and there is a sunshade on the head, so it is not afraid of wind and sun. Lin Shi glanced at it and couldn't help but feel a little moved. On the way to her grandson's house, Grandma Zhou quickly told her about her grandson's situation. Grandma Zhou's grandson is called Wu Bin, a sophomore student at Jingyu No. 1 Middle School, and will enter the 3rd year of high school in September. It is August now, and Wu Bin and several classmates decided to seize the last summer vacation to have a good time before entering the most terrible senior year of high school. So a group of young men discussed and decided to go to a famous county under Jiangyu City. There is a very famous natural waterfall in the county. Many people from both inside and outside the province go there to take photos and check in during holidays. Some internet celebrities also shoot Chinese-style cross-dressing videos near the waterfall. One of Wu Bin's classmates found out that a female internet celebrity he liked was going to shoot at the waterfall recently, so he immediately recommended that attraction, and the others did not object after hearing it. It happened to be so hot in summer, and it must be very cool there with a waterfall. Of course, there are also reasons such as distance. Parents are worried about going too far away. The distance of the nearby county is just right, not far, but it can also give children a short period of freedom. They decided to go for only 2 days, and their parents agreed. A group of people set off happily, but 2 days later, Wu Bin came back with a tired body, and everything became wrong. At first, Wu Bin's parents thought that their son was too tired from driving, so he looked unhappy when he came back. He was also in a daze and had no energy. They didn't think much about it and just let their son go into the house to have a good rest. As a result, when they got up the next day, they heard someone talking in the living room. When the couple went out of the bedroom, they found that their son Wu Bin was actually talking to himself in the air. No, it is not accurate to say that he was talking to himself because he sounded like he was having a conversation with someone, asking and answering questions, and there were pauses in between. But when the couple looked closely, they saw that there was no one opposite their son, only air. The 2 men quickly called their son's name, but his son turned a deaf ear and continued talking to the void. The couple began to panic, but then they realized there was more to their son's strange behavior than that. In addition to talking to himself inexplicably, his personality changed drastically, from his previous cheerful and optimistic self to an irritable and capricious person. He would fly into a rage at the slightest dissatisfaction. He even stopped eating. He bought a bunch of incense, candles, and paper money and lit them when it was time for dinner. Then he stood in front of the incense and candles, inhaling with an intoxicated look on his face. The scene was extremely weird. Mother Wu was worried that he would be suffocated by the smoke, so she pulled him aside, but Wu Bin glared at her coldly. That look made Mother Wu's hair stand on end, and a chill went straight to her heart. At that moment, Mother Wu even felt that the son in front of her was not Wu Bin at all. And he stayed up late at night watching TV and laughed out loud. The neighbors next door have complained several times, but he refused to listen no matter how they persuaded him. Or he played games every day. My grandson used to be obedient and sensible.
Oh.
Grandma Zhou sighed and continued. His parents took him to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor there told him to see the adolescent psychology department. In the end, he took some questionnaires and said that my grandson had anxiety and depression. Grandma Zhou was also a fashionable old lady who kept up with the trend. When she heard this, she sneered. In today's society, which young people don't have depression and anxiety, it would be strange if they didn't. And I saw in the video that depression and anxiety can't be like this, right? The hospital couldn't find out anything. School was about to start. If Wu Bin continued like this, he might not be able to go to school. This was the most critical senior year of high school. The whole family was very anxious. Grandma Zhou was really desperate, so she decided to let Lin Shi try. After listening to Grandma Zhou's story, Lin Shi actually had an idea in her mind. But everything still needed to be seen with her own eyes. Soon, the tricycle stopped downstairs of Wu Bin's house, and Grandma Zhou hurriedly took Lin Shi to Wu's house. When they arrived, an impatient voice was coming from the house. I said, "Don't disturb me. Get out." It was a teenager's voice, still a little hoarse and immature. But you have been playing games all night, and your body can't stand it if you continue like this. Mother Wu advised earnestly, and tried to step forward and grab the game console from her son's hand. But before she got close, she was pushed away by her son and almost fell to the ground. It was Grandma Zhou who opened the door in time, and Lin Shi stepped forward to help her to prevent Mother Wu from falling to the ground. But being pushed down so hard by her son without any care, Mother Wu was also angry and hurt. Grandma Zhou was so worried when she saw her grandson like this that she couldn't help but teach him a lesson. Wu Bin, how could you hit your mother?
She is just concerned about you.
Wu Bin looked at her expressionlessly, and the next second, he continued to play games without taking it seriously. Grandma Zhou was so angry. Is this still her good grandson? It was only at this time that Mother Wu noticed Lin Shi. She put away her complicated emotions and looked at Grandma Zhou hesitantly. Mom, this little girl is? Grandma Zhou came back to her senses, and without time to explain, she hurriedly said to Lin Shi, "Little master, can you tell what's wrong with my grandson? Is he possessed?" Lin Shi looked at the boy on the sofa and said, "He is not possessed. He is possessed by a ghost." What? Possessed by a ghost? Grandma Zhou and Mother Wu's faces suddenly changed, and Grandma Zhou even grabbed Lin Shi's hand in panic. Little master, what should I do with my grandson? How can I get rid of the ghost in him?" Grandma Zhou didn't doubt Lin Shi's words at all. After all, not to mention how accurate Lin Shi's calculations were for Aunt Zhao, she actually thought that her grandson Wu Bin's situation must be related to those monsters. As I said before, Grandma Zhou is a fashionable old lady. She has watched many movies, including horror movies, and there are some plots about ghosts in them. Oh my, now that I think about it, isn't it exactly the same as her grandson? The whole person has changed a lot. But after a brief surprise, Mother Wu quickly came back to her senses, frowned and looked at Grandma Zhou, feeling a headache. Mom, I know you are also worried about Wu Bin, but Wu Bin's condition is very bad now. You should stop believing these useless things. His father and I have decided to take him to the provincial capital hospital for examination tomorrow. They went to several hospitals in Jiangyu, but the results were similar. There was nothing wrong with their son's body, but he had some mental problems, which caused his mood and state to be erratic. Unfortunately, the doctor's opinions were either to counsel him or to send him to a special psychological treatment hospital, that is, a mental hospital for recuperation. Their son was only 18 years old and just in his third year of high school. How could he be admitted to a mental hospital at this time? So Wu Bin's parents were unwilling to believe the result, so they planned to take him to the provincial capital for a checkup. When Grandma Zhou heard that her daughter-in-law didn't believe her, she was immediately unhappy. "Shall we? You have read too many books and become stupid. Let me tell you, There are many things in this world that cannot be answered by science and book knowledge. Just let this master try. If it doesn't work, you can continue to take your child to the hospital. Mother Wu is indeed knowledgeable. She had good grades when she was studying and became a high school teacher after graduation. It can be said that she has been dealing with books and scientific knowledge for most of her life. It is really difficult for her to believe in metaphysics instead of science. But the mother-in-law has said this. What else can she do? It's just that in her impression, the fortune-telling masters who set up stalls under the overpass or in the park are all old people. The little girl in front of her looks like a student. Her mother-in-law doesn't know who has deceived her. Mother Wu sighed deeply in her heart, but she didn't say anything to stop it. She just felt that after the master failed, she must have a good talk with her mother-in-law. She knew that her mother-in-law was worried about her grandson, but at this time, she had to analyze calmly and not let others take advantage of her because of her anxiety. Grandma Zhou didn't think so much. Seeing that her daughter-in-law was speechless, she thought that her words had stunned her daughter-in-law. Humph. Although she can't read many words, she has lived for so many years and has the wisdom of an elderly person. Master, do you think you can solve this problem? Grandma Zhou looked at Lin Shi expectantly. Lin Shi nodded, no problem. As she said that, she walked directly to Wu Bin. Wu Bin was still playing games without paying attention to others. Lin Shi looked down at the game interface on his mobile phone. A bunch of special effects flashed on the screen, and there was a system announcement in his ears. You have been slain. Then he looked at the string of small numbers on the upper right corner of the screen, 1-10-2. Although Lin Shi had never played games and didn't understand what these numbers meant, she knew from Wu Bin's expression and demeanor that these numbers should not be very beautiful. Can you get out of the way? You are blocking my operation. Wu Bin glared at Lin Shi angrily. He could have clearly gotten the second kill just now, but he was killed as soon as she arrived. It must have been she who interfered with him. Lin Shi looked at him calmly, her eyes looking straight at Wu Bin, and then said, "Leave his body when you're done playing." A ghost possessing a living person will have an impact on the body of a living person. You should know that. Hearing this, Wu Bin paused. His eyes flickered twice, and he looked away. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Shi, if you don't leave, I can only use tough measures. Tough measures? Wu Bin heard this, and his eyes fell on Lin Shi again. He looked her up and down, but he didn't believe what she said at all. Although Lin Shi could tell that he was not Wu Bin, she was too young. He had been a ghost for so many years, but he had never seen such a young and capable master. Maybe she recognized that she was not Wu Bin, but it was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Shi with more contempt. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I almost forgot to continue the game. I'm sure I'll be reported again soon. Wu Bin hurriedly checked the game's status. Sure enough, the system had prompted him that if the game character didn't move, it would be judged as AFK. Seeing this, Lin Shi just shook his head, silently saying in his heart, "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished." Then he took out a piece of talisman paper and quickly stuck it on Wu Bin's forehead. In an instant, Wu Bin froze in place, his hand still on the phone, but the character in the game also stopped in place because he didn't make the next move. Then, snap, he was directly harvested by the enemy, and the screen went dark again. Grandma Zhou and Mother Wu over there were also stunned when they saw this scene. Just now, they heard Lin Shi say something to Wu Bin to let him leave his body. Mother Wu and Grandma Zhou thought that Lin Shi was playing tricks and didn't know which TV series he learned the lines from, while the other thought that the master was really amazing. He could even talk to ghosts. Seeing that their son/grandson was motionless, they hurried over. Mother Wu said anxiously, "Hey, little girl, what did you do to my son? Why can't he move?" Grandma Zhou's eyes lit up, and she answered excitedly, "Master, did you press the acupoints on my grandson? Just like that guy, the sunflower seed acupoint pressing hand." Lin Shi looked at Grandma Zhou blankly. What is the sunflower seed acupoint pressing hand? She explained, "This is a body-fixing talisman. The body-fixing talisman is just to make the ghost desperate, either to come out of Wu Bin's body honestly, or not to move and be caught by Lin Shi directly." Grandma Zhou was even more excited when she heard it. She quickly came to her grandson Wu Bin to take a closer look. Not only did she look around, she also shook her hands left and right and found that her grandson really couldn't move. "Oh, he really can't move, Master. You are so amazing." Mother Wu on the side. "No, is this your grandson?" Although she also felt that the scene in front of her was a bit magical, she still remembered her identity as a biological mother. "Little girl, please help my son recover. He will become paralyzed if he continues like this." He was not smart to begin with. If he became paralyzed again, Mother Wu didn't know what to do with him in the future. "Lin," she said slowly, "don't worry. I will get the ghost out of his body, and then I can take out the talisman paper." Although Wu Bin couldn't move, he could hear with his ears. When he heard that Lin she was going to get him out, he immediately became anxious. He didn't dare to look down on Lin Shi anymore. This piece of talisman paper was the absolute evidence. His eyes kept turning left and right, as if to say no, but Lin Shi was unmoved. The next second, he put his hand on Wu Bin's head and made a grabbing motion. Soon, a transparent soul was extracted from Wu Bin. The doors and windows were closed, no wind blew in, and the air conditioner was always on a constant temperature and would not change easily, so the temperature dropped suddenly. Could it be that something was really brought out? Thinking of this, Mother Wu's face changed instantly. Only Grandma Zhou was so excited. Is this what it feels like to see a ghost? Although ghosts are a bit scary, isn't Lin Shi here? She must not be afraid. Grandma Zhou is now a loyal fan of Lin Shi. "Master, has that thing been caught? Where is it?" Lin Shi had never seen such a courageous old lady. She was so excited when she saw a ghost for the first time. However, the old lady was just an ordinary person. She didn't have the yin-yang eyes, and her fortune was stable. It was not easy for her to see these things. "It's 3 steps away from you in the north direction." Lin Shi kindly reminded the old lady of the location of the ghost and asked her, "Do you want to see it?" "I can help you." Before she finished speaking, Grandma Zhou waved her hands frantically. No, I'm just curious. No matter how courageous she was, she didn't want to see a ghost. While Lin Shi and Grandma Zhou were chatting, the ghost next to him was about to cry. He never thought that he would make a mistake one day and fall into the hands of a little girl. At this moment, she was holding him lightly with one hand, and he was like a little chicken with no power to resist, and he could vaguely feel a strong repressive force. But this girl obviously didn't use any treasures or tools, only a pair of hands. Why? If Lin Shi knew what the ghost was curious about, he would probably tell him that although she didn't use any treasures, her soul had a strong repressive power against ghosts and monsters. That is to say, the soul and the body have not yet completely merged, and she can't exert 1/10 of her former power, but even so, the repressive power of the soul can make them afraid. The ghost was controlled by Lin Shi, but Wu Bin on the sofa suddenly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Mother Wu immediately shouted, "Son? What's wrong with you, son?" Lin Shi glanced at him and said, "Nothing serious, just fatigue and weakness caused by the ghost possessing him during this period. After a few days of sun exposure, or I can give him a calming talisman." As she said that, Lin Shi took the immobilization talisman from Wu Bin's head with her other hand, folded it into a triangle, and silently chanted a few spells, and the ghost was temporarily put into the talisman paper. Grandma Zhou didn't understand what Lin Shi was doing, but now whatever Lin Shi did was covered with a mysterious and powerful color in her eyes. Thinking of what Lin Shi said, she immediately decided, "Master, use that talisman for my grandson." Lin Shi nodded, and the next second, he took out the calming talisman that he had drawn in the store in advance from his trouser pocket. Half an hour before coming here, she had prepared the talismans that might be used in advance, and it turned out that early preparation was clear. Mother Wu also began to hesitate at this time. It was really that the few moves Lin Shi had just used were beyond her previous cognition, and she also saw how bad her son's temper was during this period. It was absolutely impossible to get her son to cooperate with her and sit still. So, the immobilization talisman that Lin Shi mentioned was real? In that case, the ghost in her son's body was also driven out, right? So when she heard her mother-in-law say that, Mother Wu rarely spoke up to stop her. Seeing Lin Shi take out another talisman, she thought she was going to boil it and add water to it for him to drink like on TV, but Lin Shi directly waved the talisman in front of Wu Bin twice, and then the talisman paper actually ignited without fire, and the flames lingered on Lin Shi's fingertips, but it didn't hurt her at all. It was not until the talisman paper burned out that the son slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he looked at the ceiling blankly. Then he noticed his mother and grandmother beside him, as well as a strange face, a sister who looked a few years younger than him. 3 faces looked at him. Wu Bin was even more confused and felt guilty that he had done something wrong. Grandma, Mom, what are you doing looking at me like that? Hearing Wu Bin's familiar name and tone, both Mother Wu and Grandma Zhou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You little brat, do you know what you have done these days? Your father, your grandmother, and I are almost scared to death by you. When Wu Bin saw his mother crying, he panicked and tried to recall what he had done in the past few days. He remembered that he went to see the waterfall with Yang Peng and others, and then came back. However, before coming back, it seemed, as he recalled, his expression inexplicably seemed a little guilty. Mother Wu knows her son very well. As soon as she sees his ace sticking up, she knows what he's going to do. So as soon as she sees his expression, she knows what this kid definitely knows, or even what he has done. She angrily hit him a few times again and said angrily, You little brat, do you know something? Hey, Mom, stop hitting me, I'll tell you. Wu Bin raised his hand to signal surrender. While he was talking, his eyes began to look around, as if he was looking for something. Lin Shi suddenly spoke up. Are you looking for the ghost you brought back? Wu Bin was stunned and subconsciously said, How did you know?
What?
You brought the ghost back? When Mother Wu heard this, she felt dizzy and almost fainted. Their whole family had been running around for their son's illness for a while, and their hair was almost falling out. It turned out that the ghost was brought back by their son himself. Mom, don't stop me. I must teach this brat a lesson today. As Mother Wu was speaking, she was about to look for something, when suddenly a feather duster was handed to her. She was startled, then turned around and saw the enthusiastic Grandma Zhou.
Take this.
It hurts, but it won't hurt your hands.
Wu Bin?
No, Grandma, what are you doing? Mother Wu felt complicated for a moment, but she quickly accepted the kindness from her mother-in-law and started a love education for Wu Bin. The Wu family was in chaos for a while before they finally stopped. After experiencing the baptism of love, Wu Bin stood aside with his head down, as well-behaved as possible. During this time, Lin Shi sat on the sofa and watched, and from time to time, he felt that fortunately his master and mistress were very gentle. After the lecture, Mother Wu slammed the coffee table and asked sternly, What's going on? Tell me the truth. Wu Bin shuddered, no longer daring to hide anything, and told the whole story honestly. Wu Bin and his fellow boys were very bold and even discussed it out and decided to save a portion of the travel fund given by their parents from the accommodation fees and secretly put it into their own piggy banks. They also saw on the internet that summer nights in the countryside can be fun, such as catching crayfish, fishing, and catching eels. It is much more interesting than living on the street and having to lie in an air-conditioned room at night and play with mobile phones. So they did not stay in the hotel in the town or the expensive B&B in the village, but found an unused house in a family's house in the village to live in. It is said to be an idle room, but it is actually not bad. There are only a bed, a few tables, chairs, and benches, and other furniture inside. However, there is a push-type water well at the door, so it is quite convenient to wash. Originally, the owner of the house built this house for his son, intending for his son to have his own new house to live in when he returns to his hometown. However, his son was admitted to a university in another city and found a wife there, and finally settled down there. The small bungalow had to be left idle for the time being, and no upgrades were made to it. But the old couple would come over every once in a while to clean and ventilate the house, so there was definitely no problem living there. However, there is one bad thing about this house, that is, it is not in the village, but a separate household on a small hillside separated from the village by a ridge. At first, we were thinking of building a small villa and a garden, occupying a larger area, so we built it outside the village. In addition, there are mountains behind it, the air is good, and it is only separated from the village by a ridge. If anything happens, we can just stand at the door and shout, and people on the other side can hear us, so there will be no delay. After Wu Bin and his friends stayed there for one night, they didn't think it was a big deal. Although the bed couldn't accommodate everyone, the host kindly sponsored them 2 cool mats, so they could just sleep on the floor. It was hot in the summer anyway, and the boys were hot-tempered, so they didn't feel cold sleeping on the floor. 2 days passed like this. Wu Bin and his friends went to see the beautiful natural scenery nearby during the day and hunted with the local villagers at night. They had so much fun that they almost didn't want to leave. So on the last night before going home, a group of people chatted excitedly until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning before slowly falling asleep. Wu Bin ate too much watermelon given to them by their host during the day, and soon after he fell asleep, he felt the urge to urinate. So he got up to go to the toilet. The toilet was right next to the house, a simple brick shed. Wu Bin was about to go back into the house when he heard a voice behind him, calling his name.
Wu Bin.
It was only 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. A bright moon hung high in the sky. Everything was silent all around. Even the croaking of frogs and the chirping of birds in the fields and woods could not be heard. It was unusually quiet. But Wu Bin was also dazed at the time and didn't notice these abnormalities. In addition, the sound was a bit vague, so he thought it was a classmate who got up to go to the bathroom. So he yawned and replied, "What are you doing?" The indistinct voice continued, "Can you do me a favor?" Wu Bin nodded casually. Help, hurry up, what are you doing? I'm going to sleep after you're done." Then he heard the voice seem to laugh or something anyway, it was suddenly clearer. When he came to his senses, he saw a strange face appeared in front of him. Wu Bin was immediately shocked when a stranger suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. And there was no place to live nearby except their house. Where did this person come from? Thinking of something, Wu Bin turned pale in an instant, and his whole body was shaking. He wanted to shout to his classmates in the room, but for some reason he couldn't make any sound. "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I just want you to do me a favor." Wu Bin cried and asked him what he needed help with, and got the other party's answer that he wanted to feel the prosperity of a modern metropolis and experience city life. Wu Bin recalled this, and it was needless to say that Mother Wu, Lin Shi, and others reacted. "So you agreed to his request and brought him back?" Mother Wu almost wanted to pry open her son's head to see what was inside.
Wu Bin, was sind hier's?
How could he not agree in that situation? What if that thing got angry and attacked him when he heard that he didn't agree? "Why didn't you tell us when you got home?" When she thought about the fact that her son had encountered such a thing and had to endure it alone, Mother Wu felt really angry and distressed. Wu Bin said quickly, "I'm afraid you'll be scared," and he also said that he just wanted to experience modern life with me and then leave. "Once he's gone, I'll be back to normal, so there's nothing to lose."
Right?
Mother Wu glared at him. "So your father, and I should thank you for thinking about us, right?" So it seems that when their son Wu Bin was talking to himself in the living room the morning after he came back, the couple saw him probably talking to the ghost. Wu Bin lowered his head and kept silent. It was obvious that he realized his mistake. He overestimated himself and trusted the ghost too much. Students who have never been out into society and have always been locked in an ivory tower are too unguarded towards people and other things, and they easily believe what others say. Especially since Wu Bin is at an age where his self-awareness is too strong, he feels that he has grown up and is very capable and can handle any problem. Grandma Zhou couldn't help pinching Wu Bin and scolding him. "You are so unlucky. You should have chopped off your head. Just think how much better it would have been if you had told your parents about this as soon as you got back. If you had told them, they would have been able to drive him out before the ghost possessed you. There would have been no such thing as what happened later." Lin Shi shook his head and corrected Grandma Zhou. He agreed to the ghost's request when he was in the countryside, so the ghost will not leave him until his wish is fulfilled. In other words, Wu Bin's casual reply of help at that time had actually established an agreement with the ghost. Grandma Zhou was shocked when she heard this. But he didn't know anything about these things at that time. He just said it casually. Does that count? Lin Shi nodded. Of course, so when you are not clear about the situation, it is best not to agree to any request casually. Once a vow is formed, it will connect the two parties together with an invisible binding force. However, most of the time, no one is too lazy to pursue the matter and gradually forgets the party that promised to fulfill the agreement. But if you encounter someone who is serious about it, they will force the person to fulfill the vow, even if they can chase him to Hades. Whether you are awake, confused, or even in a dream, you must be careful not to fulfill the other party's request and never make a vow casually. Grandma Zhou patted her chest, looking frightened. Fortunately, she is not a person who likes to make promises with others. Otherwise, if any promise is not fulfilled, she doesn't know whether she will be chased by the other party after she dies. After hearing this, Mother Wu was only worried about her son's condition. At this time, Wu's mother no longer dared to look down on Lin Shi. She even regarded her as a master, like her mother-in-law. But according to Lin Shi's statement, the agreement between her son and the ghost had been fulfilled, but her son had not returned to normal. What was going on? Lin Shi gave Wu's mother a comforting look and said, "Don't worry. The agreement between Wu Bin and the ghost has been fulfilled. The reason why he is still clinging to Wu Bin is purely because of his greed. Maybe he felt that this kind of life was too good and wonderful and forgot what he said at the beginning, so he didn't leave." Of course, part of the reason was that Wu Bin was too young and didn't set a specific time with the other party. One day is experience life, but 1 year, 10 years, can also be called experience life. If Lin Shi hadn't come, it is possible that the ghost had been occupying Wu Bin's body until Wu Bin's body was too affected by the ghost and died of illness.
What?
I give up. This ghost is too speechless. I thought it was pitiful that he had died for so many years and had not experienced anything. But he took the opportunity to occupy my body. Wu Bin did not realize the seriousness of the problem. He just felt that the ghost was treacherous and repaid kindness with hatred. Mother Wu and Grandma Zhou thought more. They thought that if the ghost did not leave, wouldn't their son/grandson always be like this, and they would never see him again? But fortunately, there is Lin Shi. The two looked at Lin Shi with more gratitude and asked Wu Bin if there was anything else to pay attention to in his current situation. After hearing that Lin Shi was gone, the two finally felt relieved. The matter was resolved, and Lin Shi also planned to go back. But before going back, Mother Wu did not forget one thing that is the reward, that is, the hard work fee for Lin Shi to help this time. Mother Wu also experienced such a thing for the first time. Although Grandma Zhou saw people asking for a master, she really didn't know how much money to give. So the two could only look at Lin Shi eagerly, expecting her to make her own price. But Lin Shi just smiled and said, "Just follow your heart." Mother Wu and Grandma Zhou looked at each other and finally could only sigh. The master is worthy of being a master, so indifferent to fame and fortune. What they didn't know was that the reason why Lin Shi didn't take the initiative to offer a price was entirely because it would damage her image and worth. After all, which talented person would post a fee list in his home with a clear price tag? That would be too inconsistent with the image of a master. Of course, you don't have to care so much about trivial matters such as fortune-telling. But there are also disadvantages to doing so. That is, some people will want to take advantage of the opportunity and be too stingy in paying. Of course, when encountering such people, Lin Shi will consciously avoid dealing with them, and naturally there will be no situation where such people take advantage of her. So, generally speaking, people who have dealt with her will not cheat on things like remuneration. After all, no one knows whether they will encounter something else in the future. Losing the opportunity to deal with the master next time because of a little money is really not worth the loss. After Lin Shi left the Wu family after saying those profound-sounding words, 2 minutes later, she received a transfer from Grandma Zhou on her mobile phone. 20,000 yuan in total. Lin Shi took a look and felt particularly good. After donating half of it as usual, seeing that it was almost noon, she walked towards a restaurant at the entrance of the Wu family community. The restaurant had the words Chuan Chuan Xiang written on it. It was another delicacy she had never tried before, so Lin Shi walked in decisively. The Chuan Chuan Xiang business was good. Although it was not yet time for dinner, there were already several tables of people sitting in the restaurant. The waitress looked at Lin Shi quietly after she sat down, guessing that it was her first time here, and it was very likely her first time eating skewers. So she walked up quickly and said to her, "Classmate, you can take whatever you want to eat with our skewers. The way to eat is the same as hot pot. Just put the vegetables in it and blanch them. After eating, put the skewers in this small bucket, and the final checkout is by counting the number of skewers." Lin Shi understood and thanked the waitress. Then, following her recommendation, he ordered a slightly spicy hot pot and got up to get the food from the food section. Lin Shi was interested in all the food in the store, so she had no difficulty in choosing. She took as much food as she could and then sat down and waited for the water in the pot to boil. While waiting, she heard the voices of several young people at the next table talking. "Hey, school starts in a week. I really don't want to go back. Senior year is so miserable. Summer vacation starts late, and I have to go to school a week early. I'm really fed up. And with my level, I'm afraid I can't get into a key university. Otherwise, I'll ask the teacher for leave. Didn't you see what the head teacher posted in the group? Parents must come to ask for leave. Will your parents agree?" Upon hearing this, the person next to her instantly lost her temper. Perhaps the topic of school opening was too heavy, and soon the people at the next table started talking about something else. But Lin Shi was awakened by a word they mentioned: school opening. How could she forget that the original body also had to study, and it happened to be the most miserable senior year of high school that the people at the next table said. There were two things that the original body wanted before he died. The first was to be able to reunite with his grandfather in the underworld after death. But Lin Shanfeng had been reincarnated 2 years ago, so it was impossible for the grandfather and grandson to meet in the underworld. The second thing is that she studied hard for more than 10 years, but she still failed to finish high school and get into college. So finishing high school and getting into college is also one of her obsessions. Since Lin Shi has taken over her identity, he naturally has to help her fulfill her last wish as much as possible.
So,
She seems to really have to go to school. In the impression of the original body, studying is not an easy thing, because the original body is not very smart. Otherwise, she would not want to take revenge on the Lin family after suffering so much injustice, but would only want to end her life. Moreover, she has been living in the Lin family for the past few years, and the learning environment is not good, so her grades are even worse.
and Lin Shi.
Sorry, she is only talented in fortune-telling, catching ghosts and exorcism, and feng shui, and she doesn't seem to be very good at other things. In addition to these, what makes her feel a little troublesome is the problem of going to school. The original body's academic record is still in her hometown, but she doesn't plan to go back, so she can only look for a school nearby in Jiangyu City where she can transfer to. It may be a bit troublesome to follow the normal procedures, but if someone can help, it should be much simpler. But at present, Lin Shi has not thought of who to ask for help. But don't worry, there is still a week left. There is enough time. While thinking, the water was boiled. Lin Shi immediately put aside all distractions and concentrated on eating skewers. Since she decided to study, Lin Shi would make full preparations. So after dinner, she went straight to the bookstore, asked the boss, and bought a bunch of textbooks and study materials, intending to make up as much as possible before school started. After buying, she went home and started the closed-door mode to study hard. At the same time, in Linshui City, Officer Wang and his colleagues received reports from the masses, saying that a strange smell often came from a house nearby. The next day, someone even saw dark red marks like blood near the house. They were worried that someone in the house was committing murder and arson. Officer Wang was nearby at the time, so he rushed to the place mentioned by the reporter as soon as possible. It was a house hidden in an alley. The alleys around it were winding, and it was easy for people who were not familiar with the road to get lost. But Officer Wang was a native of Linshui and had walked this alley many times. Under normal circumstances, he would never get lost. Finally, a family in the alley suddenly opened the door and saw him, and he found the direction in this maze-like alley. But when he looked closely, he was actually not far from the destination. He only needed to walk a few steps forward to reach the destination. But why did he keep circling not far away just now? It was obvious that the family was just a few meters away from him. Officer Wang couldn't figure it out, but the most important thing at the moment was to find out the situation. He straightened his face and knocked on the door of the family. But after knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door. Officer Wang was not sure whether no one was home or someone was in the house, but he was too guilty to come to open the door. Officer Wang was just about to go back and tell other colleagues about this, but he didn't expect the door to open suddenly. In the room was a skinny man in his 40s, not tall, with a pair of small eyes, almost narrowed into a slit. He said to Officer Wang embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear the knock on the door just now." "Excuse me, officer, what are you doing?" Officer Wang's uniform made it clear what he did at a glance. He looked at the skinny man inquiringly. "We received a report that there is often a strange smell coming from your place. Now the government is optimizing the urban environment. Will your smell pollute the environment? We have to see." The man was stunned when he heard it, and then said with a bitter face, "Officer, I didn't emit any toxic gases. I just made some food. Although I haven't read much, I know that everyone has the responsibility to protect the environment. Who is so annoying to report me behind my back? Could it be that he is really just making food?" However, Officer Wang still advocates seeing is believing, so he walked in after getting the other party's consent. After entering the house, he saw that the small goose yard was filled with basins on the ground, and those basins were filled with the bodies of chickens, ducks, and geese, plucked feathers, and blood. The ground was messy, with all kinds of things piled together. No wonder the smell is so strange, and there is also something like dark red blood flowing out. The blood is probably the blood of these poultry. "Officer, there is a kitchen in the house. I was just cooking. Do you want to come in and take a look?" Logically, the man was so frank that the report should be a mistake. But for some reason, the house always gave Officer Wang a very uncomfortable feeling. He intuitively felt that he should go in and take a good look. But after going in and taking a look, he finally found that the situation in the house was similar to what the man said. There were 2 large pots in the kitchen. One pot was boiling hot water, and the other pot was boiling a pot of clean chickens, ducks, and geese. He glanced at the rest of the house and found only a large closet and some seasonings. Everything was obviously normal, but he still felt something was wrong. His eyes fell on another closed door and asked, "What room is that?" "Oh, that's my bedroom, officer. Do you want to check the bedroom too?" Officer Wang knew that the man had the right to refuse his request to go in and check without a search warrant, but since he was here, he didn't want to leave only one room unchecked. So, Officer Wang didn't answer but asked, "Is there something shameful in it?" The man paused slightly, and his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. "Of course not. It's just a little messy inside." "It doesn't matter if it's messy. I won't go through your things. I'm just taking a look." Having said that, the man finally had to open the house to prove his innocence. His bedroom was smaller than the kitchen, and it had no windows, which was rare. The air in the house was not circulating, and there was a very strange, even unpleasant smell, which was even more unpleasant than the pile of chicken and duck residue in the yard. All in all, the smell is complex, but it can be summed up in one word. It's pretty unpleasant. Officer Wang thought that he had been exposed to all kinds of unpleasant smells during his years of handling cases, but at this moment he couldn't help frowning and had to use all his strength to hold back from pinching his nose. The man noticed his expression and smiled awkwardly. "I'm busy, so I don't have much time to clean the house. Officer, please don't be offended." Officer Wang didn't say anything, but quickly scanned the room. With the light from the door, he could see the situation inside the room clearly. There was indeed nothing unusual, just a bed, a wardrobe, and 2 benches. There seemed to be something like an incense burner on the wardrobe, and some yellow paper. Although it was a bit strange that these things should be placed in the living room or on the table, why were they placed on top of the cabinet? But perhaps this was other people's habit, and Officer Wang didn't think much about it. But he checked the house and found nothing. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? When Officer Wang was about to return empty-handed, he suddenly saw a piece of brightly colored cloth in the gap of the door, which was blocked by the man. like the styles and colors that girls like. But looking around, whether in the yard or in the house, Officer Wang did not find any signs of life other than men, especially no signs of women. Officer Wang moved quickly, stepped past the man, and picked up the piece of cloth. The piece of cloth was not big, not even as big as Officer Wang's palm, but the color was bright. Many women's skirts on the street were made of similar fabrics and colors. It is obviously abnormal for such material to appear in the room of a man in his 40s. Officer Wang narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. "What is this?" The man's face changed slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Then he said with embarrassment, "Oh, this is the cloth I cut from the clothes I picked up outside. I thought it was pretty good, so I planned to bring it back as a rag. You can see that there's a lot of dust on it, which is the trace of things I wiped. I wiped the others and threw them away. This is the only one left, and I almost forgot about it. I think it's a waste to throw away such a good skirt. Looking back on our time, we couldn't even afford such good fabrics. Hey, young people nowadays." The man recalled the hard times in the past. As if to prove that he really thought it was a waste to throw the skirt outside, he pointed to some mineral water bottles in the yard and said that they were all picked up by him. Officer Wang responded with an unclear expression and then didn't ask anything. After playing with the cloth in his hands for a few times, he threw the cloth back to the man. Then he said to the man, "You have to take care of the hygiene conditions here. After all, you're making food. If the hygiene is not up to standard, what will happen if someone eats it and gets into trouble?" He did not mention the cloth again, as if he believed what the man said. The man nodded and said yes, saying that he would definitely make corrections. Officer Wang left after receiving the reply. However, the moment he left the man's house, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn, and he tightly grasped the small piece of cloth left in his hand. Officer Wang walked out of the alley quickly. He had to tell his colleagues about this discovery as soon as possible. He also had to take the cloth in his hand for testing to see if he could extract the DNA from it. But soon after he walked out of the alley, he suddenly felt his steps become heavy, as if something was holding him back. Officer Wang frowned, thinking that he might have suffered an old injury, but the situation was urgent, and he could not care about these small problems. So he relied on his strong willpower to endure the discomfort and continued to move forward, but the more he gathered strength, the heavier his steps became, accompanied by a chilly feeling. It was not until he walked out of the alley that he finally realized something was wrong. The leg injury would hurt and make him feel cold, but it had never made him unable to walk, and the cold feeling of falling was even more abnormal. Fortunately, Officer Wang's car was not far away. He just had to hold on to the car, then drive back to the bureau to explain the matter to his colleagues and go to the hospital for examination. But when he got in the car, he found that his legs were a little out of control. It was obviously very dangerous to drive in this situation. He felt more and more that something was wrong, so he had to call his colleagues and ask if anyone was nearby to pick him up. A colleague happened to be nearby and came over in less than a few minutes. He also saw Officer Wang's car and got out of the car to look at Officer Wang's face. He was shocked when he saw Officer Wang's face. "Captain Wang, what's wrong with you?" Officer Wang in the car was shivering with cold, his lips were pale, and his expression was indescribably uncomfortable and painful. Officer Wang didn't know what was wrong with him. He was so cold that he felt like he had just been fished out of the refrigerator. His feet and legs gradually lost all feeling, and his thighs began to feel the same cold and falling feeling as his feet and calves. He gritted his teeth and quickly told his colleague what he had found in the alley. He carefully gave him the only clue and told him to investigate the matter as soon as possible. When his colleague heard that this matter was related to the disappearance case a few months ago, he immediately said yes, but he felt that the most important thing at the moment was to send Officer Wang to the hospital because his condition looked too wrong. So the colleague moved Officer Wang to the passenger seat without saying anything, got in the car, and drove to the hospital, while calling a colleague to come to the hospital. When he drove to the hospital, the colleague had already arrived, carefully putting the small piece of cloth into a sealed bag, and wanted to ask about Officer Wang's condition, but was interrupted by him, indicating that he should not worry about him. The colleague also knew the priorities and told the person who picked up Officer Wang to accompany him for a thorough examination and then rushed to the bureau with the clues. The other person took Officer Wang to the hospital to see a doctor, but when the doctor carefully confirmed Officer Wang's condition, he told them with a serious look this is a symptom of acute paralysis. Lin Shi read books at home for 2 consecutive days, and with the newly researched learning talisman, her learning efficiency increased greatly. At least she could understand the content of the book. In the past 2 days, she only went out when she was eating. When she was hungry, she called the owner of the breakfast shop and asked her to leave some food for her, then went out to eat and bought a bunch of snacks on the way back to satisfy her cravings. When passing by the store at the corner of the street, Lin Shi finally had the opportunity to say hello to the young owner of the store. When the young owner saw her face for the first time, his expression was very horrified, probably because he thought of something unspeakable, but as he looked at her, he suddenly felt that Lin Shi looked familiar, and suddenly remembered that this was not the granddaughter of Mr. Lin, the feng shui shop in the innermost Lin family. When the business of the funeral street was still booming, the grandfather and grandson of the Lin family had always lived there. However, he happened to be in college at that time, and he would only come to his parents' store when he was free, so he didn't meet Lin Shi many times, but he still had some impression. In addition, Lin Shi had not had a good time in the Lin family in recent years. He was almost the same as he was 3 years ago and had not grown much, so he was able to recognize Lin Shi. After recognizing Lin Shi, her panic was dispelled, but she was also surprised. She was surprised that Lin Shi actually lived here alone. Wasn't she afraid? In response, Lin Shi said, "Brother Tang Yuan, it's very safe here. I've lived here for a week and nothing strange has happened." She wasn't lying. After all, those things that are abnormal in the eyes of ordinary people are too common in Lin Shi's eyes. The young boss's name was Tang Yuan, and he immediately showed a suspicious expression when he heard this. Nothing happened? That's impossible. When he first heard his parents say they were going to close the store, he thought they were making a big deal out of nothing, so he didn't believe it and came to guard the store late at night. Then he was taught a lesson by the facts and almost peed his pants. So if there hadn't been a sudden change that forced him to open the shop, he probably wouldn't have stayed here a long time ago. Well, this street really shouldn't be inhabited at night. Why don't you rent a house nearby? You're so young, it would be a pity if something really happened to you. Tang Yuan said the last word in a low voice, but Lin Shi had excellent hearing and heard it clearly. She smiled and didn't argue anymore. She just felt that it would take time to completely change the reputation of the funeral street. But she had to make this street look new, because only in this way could she revive the reputation of Taishan sect. But no matter what, after knowing that the figure he saw a few times before was not something strange, but Lin Shi, Tang Yuan's tense mood for nearly a week suddenly relaxed a lot. If he wasn't really scared, he would have wanted to go in and see how Lin Shi's current residence was. But I don't know if it was because Lin Shi said when he left that this place would soon return to normal, he felt that the alley didn't seem so cold. Is it my illusion? In fact, Lin Shi has not only been reading and studying these days, but also found time to gather all the wandering souls on this street. She had to find out why there were so many lonely ghosts on this street. As a result, she found out that these ghosts were previously managed by the original body's grandfather Lin Shanfeng. He has some skills, but not much. He collected so many ghosts when he went out to do things for people, but he didn't have the ability to send them to reincarnate one by one, so he could only keep them in his own feng shui shop. When he was alive, he could still manage these ghosts, but when he died 3 years ago, no one cared about this matter anymore, and these ghosts ran wild on the street like wild horses. Fortunately, they still know that they can't really do anything to living people, otherwise they will owe karma, so they just tease them. As a result, this also ruined the whole street, and a group of ghosts felt guilty and speechless. After Lin Shi knew this, she felt that some things really have cause and effect. She took over the body of the original body through Lin Shanfeng's relationship, and now she has to help him clean up the mess. So Lin Shi spent 2 days sending some of the ghosts to the underworld, and left 2 who were unwilling to reincarnate. She didn't force them because she just needed someone to do laundry, cooking, and housework, so the 2 ghosts could take over and they were happy with it. After dealing with the biggest ghost nuisance problem, She planned to set up a small formation at the street corner to disperse the negative energy gathered above the street and improve the vitality of the entire street. Linshui City Railway Station. As soon as she got out of the station, she was stopped by a young policeman who had met her once before. Sister Linshi, here. The young policeman was also one of the investigators in the human trafficking case, but at that time he was responsible for interrogating criminals and had no intersection with Linshi. But he had seen Linshi and naturally had an impression of her, so the task of picking up the car fell on his head. The young policeman didn't think it was a big deal, and even wished he could pick up Linshi as soon as possible. After all, his master, Officer Wang, was in a very bad condition now. Linshi also had an impression of him, nodded, and walked over. The car is here, let's get in the car first, and I will tell you in detail about my master in the car later. The man said, and took Linshi to the parking lot. On the way, he briefly introduced himself. Linshi learned that his surname was Hu, so she called him Officer Xiao Hu. Soon the two got in the car. As soon as they got in the car, Officer Xiao Hu told about the strange illness that his master had experienced during this period. Since master was diagnosed with acute paralysis 2 days ago, his condition has been getting worse by the hour. Even the doctor said that he had never seen such a rapid paralysis of the whole body. It has only been 3 days since the paralysis of the lower limbs, and Officer Wang has no muscle in his body that can move, only his eyes can move. The hospital has discussed it several times, but has not found a suitable treatment method. As for the cause of the disease, because the human body structure is too complicated and there are too many factors that induce paralysis, in the absence of trauma, they can only think about cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. But unfortunately, no matter how they checked, they did not find any abnormalities in Officer Wang's cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. If the cause of the disease cannot be found, there is naturally no way to prescribe the right medicine, and the hospital can do nothing about it. His condition was too sudden and strange, and everyone in the Wang family fell into panic and great sadness, and even colleagues in the bureau felt sad about it. They found many authoritative doctors, and even the Wang family believed in superstition and found several masters. Some masters could not see anything, but there was one who saw it. But he was helpless and said that he was not good enough and could not solve it. Just when everyone was in despair, Officer Wang, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly thought of something. He communicated with his wife with his eyes, and finally let her find Linshi's number and dialed it. Linshi was not surprised after hearing Officer Wang's bizarre symptoms. As early as a week ago when she met Officer Wang, she saw that he would have a great disaster within a week, and this disaster was not a death disaster. So Linshi did not say much at that time. As a result, now she heard that although he was not dead, he was paralyzed in bed and couldn't move, and even couldn't speak. For someone like Officer Wang, it was probably as uncomfortable as death. Well, Sister Linshi, do you have a way to save my master? Officer Xiao Hu glanced at Linshi, who looked indifferent, from the rear-view mirror. To be honest, he was not sure. After all, she looked too young. Although people can't be judged by appearance, this can be said to be the last straw for his master. If it still doesn't work, he doesn't know how painful it will be for his master's family. Linshi looked up at him and didn't mind the doubt in Officer Xiao Hu's eyes. She smiled and said, "Go and see." She was quite a master. Officer, who inexplicably trusted her. Half an hour later, the car stopped downstairs of the People's Hospital. Under the guidance of Officer Hu, Linshi came to Officer Wang's ward. In the ward, Officer Wang was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with despair. Next to him sat his wife Qinfen, who was in a very bad state, but she didn't dare to cry in front of Officer Wang, for fear that he would feel worse. "Sister-in-law, I've got someone." The moment the voice sounded behind her, Qinfen turned around immediately. Although she had heard from Xiao Hu that the girl named Lin she was very young and had just turned 18, she still couldn't help being surprised when she saw her with her own eyes. This person looks too immature. People would believe him if he said he was only 15 years old. Qinfen was a little at a loss. Could such a young girl really save her husband? But now she had to try any method, Not to mention that she was the one who called the girl to come all the way here, so she couldn't show distrust. Little girl, thank you for your hard work. You came all the way here. Qin Fin stood up and shook Lin Shi's hand with gratitude. She said this sincerely. No matter what the final result is, she thanked Lin Shi from the bottom of her heart. Lin Shi smiled at her to comfort her and said, "It's okay. Speaking of it, it's also Officer Wang and I who are destined to be together. Let me check on his condition first." Okay. Lin Shi came to Officer Wang's bedside. It had only been a week since she last saw him. He had changed a lot. Although he couldn't move his body and couldn't even speak clearly, Lin Shi could clearly see a trace of bitterness in his eyes. No one knew his own body better than him. He already had a hunch that he would probably spend the rest of his life in bed. But Lin Shi's arrival gave him a glimmer of hope. Lin Shi nodded to Officer Wang as a greeting and then concentrated on checking his condition quickly. After seeing this, he quickly found the clue. Officer Wang was surrounded by yin qi, like a huge cocoon that wrapped him up. In the black air, there was a black shadow as big as a little finger moving around Officer Wang. The black shadow was of course not a real object, otherwise the doctor and the instrument would not have failed to detect it. It was the yin goo, lying on Officer Wang's body to absorb his vitality. The so-called yin goo, as the name implies, is the soul left by the dead goo worm. As the saying goes, everything has a spirit. Not only humans have souls, but also animals and plants. However, their souls do not have much consciousness. Once they leave the body, they will quickly dissipate in the world, so few people notice it. The yin goo on Officer Wang's body was specially refined by someone with his own spiritual power, and after some processing, the soul of the goo worm was extracted for the master to use. The goo worm itself has a sinister effect, and the refined yin goo doubles the effect. In the previous life, when Lin Shi went down the mountain to practice, she met a Taoist who was very good at making poison. He was especially good at making yin goo, which made people shudder. One yin goo king could fight against thousands of troops. However, the one on Officer Wang was not very powerful. I don't know if it was because the person who made it was not skilled enough or because he lacked spiritual power. But the problem was that this yin goo was a child. Lin Shi could of course directly get rid of the insect on Officer Wang, but the child died. Because it was connected to the mother goo, other children would still follow the yin goo aura on Officer Wang to find him. Of course, the premise was that the person who put yin goo on Officer Wang had other children. Although from what she had received during this period, the spiritual energy in this world was scarce, and it was even more difficult to refine it into spiritual power. Even if that person made other children, he would probably not be willing to put them on Officer Wang. Lin Shi came back to his senses, looked at Qin Fin and Officer Xiaohu, and said, "Tell me in detail what happened before he developed the symptoms." The two did not hesitate and quickly told Lin Shi the whole story. This matter was also simple because Officer Wang sickened after coming out of that alley, so they all agreed that this matter must be related to that alley or even to the suspect, so they went to the alley to investigate that day. But what surprised them all was that the small courtyard was actually deserted. The yard and the house were all empty, nothing was left, and it even looked like no one had lived there for a long time. Only dust was left. A group of people felt strange, because Officer Wang had just come out of that room in the morning, and it didn't make sense that he would escape after just a few hours and clean up all the traces. But they didn't believe it anymore. The facts were in front of them, and they couldn't help but believe it. I went to see it twice, but I didn't see anyone. I asked the neighbors around, but they said they didn't hear any movement. Officer Xiao, who frowned. Being able to move the house so quietly, it must not be done by the old man alone. Maybe he has an accomplice. It's a pity that no matter how they hunted for the past few days, they couldn't find the old man. If they can't find him, not only will there be no progress in the missing woman case a few months ago, but there will be no clues to the master's illness. Hearing this, Lin Shi suddenly said, "Is there a possibility that he didn't leave at all?" "What? Didn't leave?" "But they really didn't find anyone in that yard. Could it be that all their eyes were wrong?" Seeing Officer Xiaohu's puzzled face, Lin Shi said, "If it's convenient, take me there now." Of course, there is no problem taking her there, but... Sister Lin Shi, what about my master? Lin Shi almost forgot about Officer Wang. She was thinking about finding the person who cast the curse. With a light cough, she took out the folded triangle talisman in her arms, released the ghost placed inside, and said to him, "Go and swallow the Yingu." The ghost sealed in the talisman was the ghost she had taken back from Wu Bin 2 days ago. She had originally planned to send him to reincarnate with the group of ghosts on the street, but after seeing the beauty of modern life, the ghost resolutely did not want to reincarnate. He said that he would rather wander around as a lonely ghost, but because he almost killed Wu Bin before, Lin Shi naturally could not let him wander around outside, so he continued to seal him in the talisman paper, which was also a punishment for him. The ghost was inexplicably released at this time, and he was still confused, and then he heard Lin Shi's order. He was a ghost, so he could naturally see the Yingu lying on Officer Wang and constantly absorbing his anger, and he immediately showed a disgusted expression. But no matter how disgusted he was, he did not dare to challenge Lin Shi, and this kind of evil thing could improve his cultivation. So he could only hold back his nausea, pick up the Yingu, and then put it into his mouth with his eyes closed.
Crunchy.
Not to mention, it tasted really good. Seeing that he had eaten the Yingu, Lin Shi put it back into the talisman paper. Qin Fun and Officer Xiao who were standing next to him, watched Lin Shi mutter to himself, their hearts pounding. Could he be talking to something they couldn't see? Okay, Officer Wang's problem has been solved for now. Aunt Qin, if you have time, you can push him downstairs to get some sun. The sun is a yang thing, which can dispel the remaining yin energy in Officer Wang's body. Yes. To be honest, Qin Fin still found it hard to believe. Her husband's problem was solved in less than a minute? Officer, who next to him looked at Officer Wang on the bed, then looked at Lin Shi next to him, and finally decided to take Lin Shi to the alley. Because he noticed that Lin Shi had just said that his master's condition had only been temporarily resolved and was definitely not completely resolved. I have to say, Officer, who revealed the truth. 20 minutes later, the two arrived outside the alley. Officer Xiao, who was walking in front. He had been to this alley many times in the past few days and could find the house with his eyes closed. Therefore, he quickly brought Lin Shi to the destination. With a creak, Officer Xiao who opened the door. Look, there's really no one here and there are no clues. They searched everywhere, but found nothing. But Lin Shi stood at the door, but did not step in immediately. He glanced at the ground in the yard for a moment and soon found a clue. Then she said to Officer Xiao who, "Follow me, follow my steps, and follow closely every step." What's going on? Officer Xiao who wanted to ask more, but Lin Shi had already taken a step, so he could only follow subconsciously. Then he found that Lin Shi's route was very strange, with many twists and turns. It was only less than 4 meters from the gate to the room, and she could walk there in a few steps, but she took 2 more turns. What does this mean? Before Officer Xiao, who could figure it out, he saw Lin Shi in front of him, stopped and said, "That's enough." Because Lin Shi's route just now was too strange, and he remembered that she asked him to follow closely every step, he only looked down to find her footsteps and almost didn't look up. Naturally, he missed all the changes in the yard. When he stopped and looked at the whole yard, he found that there were many more things in the yard. Various basins placed on the ground, feathers and residues of poultry, and even rags hanging on the wall. How did these things come out? Clearly, there was nothing when he just opened the door. Officer Xiao, who fell into serious self-doubt. Lin Shi answered his doubts for him. The yard was used by a simple sleight of hand, so that ordinary people would see that the whole yard was empty after entering. In fact, it was all fake. It was just a trick to confuse others. Officer Xiao, who opened his mouth wide. This time he was not doubting himself, but began to doubt the world. So, does the world really exist in the world? The former Officer Xiao, who absolutely believe in science. Maybe you can believe in metaphysics appropriately. However, although the formation was broken, there was no one in the house at the moment. It is estimated that the man thought that no one in the world could break his sleight of hand, so he went out boldly. This also made it convenient for Lin Shi to act. While Officer Xiao, who was still shocked, Lin Shi walked to the door, pasted a Vajra talisman on his foot, and then raised his foot and kicked the wooden door open. After kicking the door open, Lin Shi glanced around and immediately walked towards the dark and narrow bedroom with a clear goal. This bedroom is the place with the most yin energy in the whole yard. Not only is there yin energy, but after walking into the bedroom, Lin Shi also found that there was evil energy coming out from under the bed through a small hole. She immediately lay down and found the source of the evil energy. It was a movable brick that was almost integrated with the floor. After opening it, a cellar entrance that could pass one person appeared in front of Lin Shi. Officer Xiao, who watched her find another cellar. To be honest, he was numb. Suddenly, he felt that his identity and Lin Shi's identity seemed to be exchanged. It seemed that she was more suitable to be a policeman than himself. Sob. Lin Shi went straight to the cellar. Officer Xiao, who thought that it was too late for him to come, and he could only watch her disappear at the entrance of the cellar. Officer Xiao, who could only lie at the entrance and tell her to be careful and wait for Lin Shi to land before he went down. It was not until he saw Lin Shi land that Officer Xiao, who hurriedly followed. But when he saw the situation in the cellar, his blood froze and he froze in place. She had no life. There were still various signs of abuse on her body, which showed that she had suffered countless tortures before her death.
Beast.
Officer Xiao, who clenched his fists, his eyes red. Lin Shi sighed, and then cast his eyes on a ghost next to the woman's body, his eyes gradually cold. Even after a person died, the soul was not spared. In the transparent soul, there was a huge poisonous insect lying, constantly gnawing at the already fragile soul. The soul that could not break free from the chains could not even hide, and could only scream in despair and pain. The familiar smell of the poisonous insect made it easy to guess that it was the mother insect of the child poison in Officer Wang's body. Only evil cultivators could come up with such a sinister method of feeding the mother insect with souls. Since he had encountered it, Lin Shi would never let such a sinister thing harm the world. She walked quickly to the ghost girl, bit her fingertips, and quickly drew a fire phoenix talisman in the air, and then slapped it on the ghost girl's limbs that were imprisoned by the iron chain. All things are interdependent, and among the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, fire overcomes gold. A fire phoenix talisman was slapped down, and the iron chain broke, and the ghost girl was instantly free. Because she was too weak, she almost fell to the ground at the moment the iron chain broke. But the next second, the overwhelming hatred turned into a fierce murderous aura, which made the ghost girl's cultivation soar, and she stood firm in an instant. She didn't even look at Lin Shi and Officer Xiao, who beside her. Her blood-red eyes looked at the entrance of the cellar. She was about to fly out directly. Lin Shi didn't stop her, but only reminded her, "Take it easy, don't kill him. He has already owed a blood debt, and the law of heaven will deal with him." On the contrary, if the ghost girl didn't control her anger when she was taking revenge and killed someone, no matter what her difficulties were, killing is killing, and she would be punished after going to the underworld, and she might not even be able to reincarnate. She was miserable enough, and Lin Shi didn't want to see her not even have a chance to reincarnate for revenge. The ghost paused, then turned around and thanked Lin Shi in a hoarse voice. "Thank you. Thank you." After she left, the mother insect that had been lying on her and gnawing at her soul fell to the ground without a carrier. Lin Shi walked forward with a look of disgust and took out a primary 5 thunder talisman that he brought from Jiangyu. Lightning is the best way to deal with evil spirits, and Yin-gu is one of them. Therefore, with a 5 thunder talisman, the mother insect was instantly reduced to ashes. The 5 thunder talisman is a relatively difficult talisman to draw. Lin Shi's cultivation has not recovered yet, so it was a bit difficult for her to draw the 5 thunder talisman. She drew several talismans before she came up with this elementary talisman. Compared with the advanced 5 thunder talisman she drew in her previous life, this talisman was so bad that she was too embarrassed to go out. But what she didn't know was that, compared with the current major families, her current success rate could already be considered a genius level that is rare in 1,000 years. Once the queen insect is destroyed, it will be useless even if the person still has baby insects. From then on, Lin Shi finally felt relieved and told Officer Xiao Hu to go back and call for help. Officer Xiao, who finally came to his senses and immediately climbed up to call his colleagues. At the same time, in an alley not far from the courtyard, a middle-aged man who was walking towards home was suddenly shocked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "The queen is dead?" The man ran home in a hurry with a gloomy face, but his throat suddenly tightened as if it was strangled by a rope, and the pain made him unable to breathe. Just when he thought he was going to suffocate to death, the suffocation in his throat disappeared, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp pain suddenly came from somewhere below his belly button the next second.
Ah!
He fell to the ground, holding that spot, crying and rolling around, but the torture was not over yet. She returned to the hospital. When she came to Officer Wang's ward again, she found that Officer Wang could already speak and even move his upper body. The first thing he said to she was, "Girl, you saved my life. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I will go through fire and water for you." The heroic tone did not reveal at all that he was lying on the hospital bed with a look of despair just an hour or two ago. But having a good attitude is always a good thing. She modestly said that it was just a piece of cake. It was because Officer Wang had done a lot of good deeds in the past and accumulated a lot of merit for himself that he was able to meet her and even get her to help him today. So people should do more good deeds, and sooner or later good results will be reaped. Qin Fin even changed her previous attitude of trust in Lin Shi, and her eyes were shining when she looked at her. Before, Lin Shi said that her husband's condition would get better soon, and she thought Lin Shi was lying. Unexpectedly, not long after she and Xiao Hu left, she saw her man's lips move, and 2 minutes later, he could even speak. He is really recovering. Realizing this, Qin Fin quickly put the man on the wheelchair and pushed him out to bask in the sun. In the sun, the man recovered faster. At that moment, the couple truly realized how powerful Lin Shi was. Looking at Lin Shi in front of her, Qin Fin was grateful and awed, but despite her gratitude, she didn't know how to thank her. It was necessary to pay for hard work, but she and Officer Wang felt that it was not serious enough to just give money, so they wanted to ask Lin Shi if there was anything else he needed help with. Qin Fin is a straightforward person. Instead of guessing, she would rather ask directly. "Master Lin, I am so grateful to you. I wonder if you need any help recently. Lao Wang and I have some connections. If you need help, we..."
Read?
At that moment, Qin Fin didn't know what she was thinking about, and her eyes were full of pity when she looked at Lin Shi. What a good child. He doesn't want anything but a chance to study. Combined with Lin Shi's thin appearance, the image of a man from a poor family, but striving to make progress and full of thirst for knowledge, instantly emerged in Qin Fin's mind. Qin Fin agreed without even thinking about it, and said in a loud voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this matter. Then, Master, I will arrange for you to be on the first day of the new year. Do you think it's appropriate?" She had read a lot of news before, and knew that some children in remote mountainous areas might never have the opportunity to go to school in their entire lives. Some were better off and might be able to finish Hope Primary School, but very few of them even attended junior high school. Judging from Lin Shi's situation, she is probably the latter. So Qin Fin thought that she could start from junior high school. It didn't matter if she was older, at least Lin Shi looked like a junior high school student. As a result, when she said this, she received a look of doubt from Lin Shi. "I should be in the 3rd year of high school. Why do I have to go back to junior high school?" Could it be that Qin Fin was deliberately trying to trick me? Studying is so tiring. She doesn't want to study for another 5 years.
Qin Fin,
After the last round of communication, Qin Fin realized that Lin Shi's life in her hometown was not as miserable as she had imagined. At least she was able to study. It was just that her transfer to Zhengyu had not been finalized, and the procedures were complicated and she had no connections, so she asked Qin Fin for help. Qin Fin wiped the sweat off her face and smiled awkwardly. Haha, so that's it. She would never tell Lin Shi what she had just imagined. Transferring schools was a bit troublesome for Lin Shi, but it was not a problem for Qin Fin, who knew a lot of people. She happened to have a friend in the Zhengyu City education system, so she immediately contacted her friend there. The other party said that they would get the matter settled as soon as possible. In order to make it easier for Lin Shi to go to school, the other party even asked for Lin Shi's address. After hanging up the phone, Qin Fin immediately told Lin Shi about the matter. Lin Shi nodded and then thanked him. Seeing that everything here was done, she planned to go back. But before he left, Officer Hu rushed to the hospital and excitedly told Officer Wang that the case had been solved. The man was caught by them not far from the alley, and the amazing thing was that when he was caught, the man looked like he was in endless torture. He knew they were there to catch him, but he crawled towards them crying and shouting for help. Officer Xiao Hu and his companions were bewildered. They looked around and found that there was no one there except the man. In the end, the rest of the people just thought that this man was crazy, but Officer Hu inexplicably thought of what Lin Shi said to Su Kong in the cellar, saying that he should be gentle. Could it be that the girl who was killed by the man really came back to seek revenge on him? But no matter what, the evidence is conclusive. The man has been caught, and all we have to do is wait for sentencing. His criminal methods are extremely cruel and have a very bad impact. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably have to eat peanuts. Oh, by the way, Comrade Lin Shi, thanks to your help this time, the Bureau has decided to give you an assistance award. There will be a certificate and a bonus. Please leave your address, and we will personally deliver it to you. It must be said that if Lin Shi hadn't helped this time, they might not be able to catch the murderer, especially the sleight of hand, which they might never be able to break in their lifetime. So when he returned to the bureau to report to his superiors, Officer Xiao Hu told the team leader everything, and the team leader was also greatly shocked. Then the team leader told the deputy director about this, but the deputy director seemed to know something. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly told him to write down Lin Shi's contact information and give her the highest reward possible within the rules. Of course, Lin Shi didn't know this. After she told Officer Xiao Hu her specific address, they sent her to the airport. Are you kidding? She has helped them so much. How can they let her continue to take the train? They must give her the highest level of treatment. Before leaving, Lin Shi also saw the female ghost. She came to thank Lin Shi. After taking revenge, she no longer had any obsessions, and her soul returned to its original state when she was alive. She told Lin Shi that she didn't want to reincarnate for the time being. She wanted to stay with her parents and wait for them to die 100 years later before leaving. Lin Shi only warned her a few words not to affect the lives of the living, and then left it alone. The female ghost said that she would definitely follow the master's teachings. It was Lin Shi's first time on a plane. Although she didn't even know the boarding procedure, she didn't show it at all. She quietly observed the people around her and soon figured out how to get on the plane. Lin Shi's seat was by the window. When the plane took off, she looked at the buildings and people outside the window gradually getting smaller, which made her feel like she was flying on a sword in her previous life. At this moment, I have to say that although this world is desolate in metaphysics, within spiritual energy and even more difficult in practice, people have used the wisdom unique to this era to provide more convenience for everyone. Science and technology are indeed great. 2 hours later, Lin Shi returned to the funeral street. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Tang Yuan at the corner of the street was about to close up shop, but then they saw Lin Shi coming back from outside. He quickly called her. Lin Shi, a policeman came to see you this morning and said he was going to give you a reward. However, upon learning that Lin Shi had gone out in the morning and had not returned yet, the policeman who came to deliver the reward had to return empty-handed and asked Tang Yuan to convey the message to Lin Shi. At first, Tang Yuan thought something had happened to Lin Shi, but then he found out that the other party was there to give Lin Shi a reward. He couldn't help but ask a few questions out of curiosity. This was not a bad thing that could not be told, so the policeman told Tang Yuan about how Lin Shi had prevented a tragedy a few days ago. Tang Yuan was stunned when he heard it. She was so thin, yet she was able to subdue a knife-wielding, vicious criminal. Good man. It really is true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Lin Shi then remembered this incident, thanked Tang Yuan, and went home. Today, she was physically exhausted from the move of drawing talismans in the void. She had to go back to her home where a spirit gathering array was set up to practice and recover her spiritual power. Seeing how calm she was, Tang Yuan felt that Lin Shi was unfathomable and mysterious. After returning home, Lin Shi didn't even have time to eat. He immediately closed the door and started meditating. After a night of practice, her depleted spiritual energy had recovered, and her cultivation had even improved compared to before she went to Lin Shui yesterday. It seems that if he wants to restore his strength, he has to do it the same way as before. Not only can he absorb spiritual energy and convert it into his own spiritual power, but he can also seek breakthroughs through experience. So she has to actively take orders. Lin Shi hurriedly set up a formation on the entire street so that the street could return to normal as soon as possible. Just after burying a few talismans in the center of the formation, I received a call from Grandma Zhou. "Hello, Master Xiaolin, are you free now? An old friend of mine wants to ask you for fortune-telling." Lin Shi thought to himself that this was just like sending a pillow to someone when he was sleepy, and agreed immediately. Soon, Grandma Zhou brought her old sisters to the street corner. Lin Shi went out to pick up the two people, and because the old sister was afraid to enter the funeral street, Lin Shi could only temporarily borrow Tang Yuan's store. Tang Yuan had no objection to this, and he was also very curious about how Lin Shi would tell fortunes. After several people sat down in Tang Yuan's shop, the old lady took out her daughter's photo and birth date, and then asked Lin Shi with anticipation. "Girl, my daughter and her boyfriend have been dating for several years. Can you help me see when is the best time for them to get married?"
No boyfriend?
"That's impossible." The old lady immediately frowned, and even looked at Lin Shi with suspicion. Is this girl really capable? Could it be that old Zhou was also deceived? When Grandma Zhou heard this, she also felt strange. "Master Xiaolin, is there something wrong? Old Feng's daughter has a boyfriend. It seems that they have been together since college. I saw her bring her boyfriend back last year. This old sister's surname is Feng. Grandma Zhou met her when she was dancing in the square. She is 10 years younger than her. She has a daughter, and her daughter seems to be almost 30 this year. Most young people today are used to late marriage. Old Feng also knows that his daughter has a boyfriend who has been dating since college, so he didn't worry much in the past few years. But seeing that her daughter will be 30 next year, the two of them have not talked about marriage, so she is a little anxious. Call her daughter, but her daughter said that there is no hurry. They are not ready yet." "What do you mean by not ready? They have been in love for 10 years. How can they be prepared?" Old Feng felt uncomfortable, so he planned to take a tough stance and ask someone to pick a few auspicious days, and then let his daughter choose. Anyway, the marriage must be done this year, otherwise when she is old, how can she help her raise the child? Lin Shi still said the same thing. "Your daughter's marriage line is broken, and she has no boyfriend now." "Old Zhou, I said that young girls can't be trusted, but you insisted that she is very powerful." "Okay, I'm leaving first. It's just a waste of my time." Old Feng put away the photos and birth charts on the table, stood up, and planned to leave. Grandma Zhou looked at this and that, not knowing what to do. Just at this time, Old Feng's cell phone rang, and she saw that it was a call from her daughter. Great, this call came at the right time. She would let her daughter expose this little liar in person. "Hey, Lily, don't talk first. I want to ask you, are you still dating Xiaowen? Is Xiaowen with you?" Before Old Feng finished speaking, he was interrupted by his daughter's irritable voice. "Mom, can you please stop talking about him to me?"
Lao Fan Po said.
What does this mean? Could it be that something went wrong between the two of them? They couldn't have really broken up, could they? If they broke up, wouldn't that prove that what Lin Shi said just now was right? His daughter really didn't have a boyfriend now. Thinking of this, Lao Feng subconsciously asked, "Did you break up with Xiaowen?" On the other end of the phone, Lily was surprised. She didn't expect her mother to be so sharp that she suddenly found out that she had broken up with her boyfriend. No, her ex-boyfriend. "Mom, how did you know? Did he go to find you?" They really broke up. Lao Feng was dumbfounded and stammered, No, I heard it from the fortune teller." While speaking, she looked at Lin Shi with an embarrassed face. After all, she was still calling him a little liar a second ago, but now she changed her words and called him a fortune teller. Her face hurt. Lily on the other end of the phone didn't believe it. "What? Mom, if he calls you, you must not answer the phone, you know? Don't believe anything he says. By the way, I'm calling to tell you about this. If he comes to see you, just ignore him and tell me. I'll talk to him." After that, Lily had something else to do, so she hung up the phone. Lao Fong also put down the phone. His expression was so awkward. Grandma Zhou was excited. "Look at you. I told you that Master Shaolin is very powerful, but you still don't believe it. What, I didn't lie, she can see things." How could Lao Fong not believe it when his daughter called to tell him about this? She also realized that she was wrong just now, and quickly apologized to Lin Shi. "Master, I was wrong just now. I offended you. You are a big man and don't remember the mistakes of small people, so don't take it to heart." Lin Shi had encountered too many things like this in his previous life, so he didn't take it to heart. Just thinking about his daughter breaking up with her boyfriend of 10 years made Lao Fong feel sad. Not to mention that she would not be able to hold her grandson anymore. She felt it was a pity just to think that her daughter's 10-year relationship had come to an end. Old Fong's generation has long been guided by the idea that everything is about harmony and they should make do if they can. She doesn't understand what the conflict between the two young people is, but it has been 10 years, so there must be feelings between them. Why don't you try to persuade them? Don't let the two of them regret it in the future because of a temporary conflict and emotion. Yes, she has to give it a try, otherwise it would be such a shame to break up like this. They are such a good pair. Thinking of this, Lao Fong immediately decided to talk to his daughter Lily's boyfriend Xiaowen. "Master, let's add WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you." Although the result calculated by Lin Shi was completely opposite to the purpose of Lao Fong's coming here, he was right after all. Although he felt that the money was a bit of a loss, Lao Fong never thought of not giving it. After Lin Shi received the money, she looked at Lao Fong, who seemed to be thinking about something, and reminded her, "Marriage is destined by heaven. Others should not interfere too much, otherwise it will lead to unpredictable changes." But at this moment, Lao Fong was so focused on how to persuade the two young people to calm down and have a good chat that he didn't listen to Lin Shi's warning at all. She said hello to Grandma Zhou and left quickly. However, when Grandma Zhou heard Lin Shi's last words, she felt something was wrong. She hesitated and asked Lin Shi, "Master Shaolin, what do you mean by unpredictable variables?" "Lin Shi, we usually call unpredictable variables accidents, and most common accidents are bad." Grandma Zhou's eyes widened. Does this mean that something might happen to Lao Fong's daughter? Lin Shi did not deny it, but she did not say anything final. It depends on how much her mother will interfere with her. If she just persuades her once, and then stops caring when she finds it has no effect, then that's fine. At most it will just make her daughter upset for a few days. But if she persists, that may not be the case. When Grandma Zhou heard this, she was extremely worried. Is there any solution to this problem? "I watched Lily grow up. She's a good kid, and Mr. Fong only has her as a daughter. If something happens to her, I won't know." She didn't know how Lao Fong was going to survive. Grandma Zhou felt upset, but she didn't doubt Lin Shi's words at all. Since she said so, it must be true. "Master, can you help her?" Grandma Zhou looked at Lin Shi hesitantly. Lin Shi pondered for a moment, took out a peace amulet and handed it to her, saying, "Give this amulet to her. If something really happens, it can protect her daughter from disaster." Seeing Lin Shi take out a seemingly ordinary amulet with symbols drawn on it that Grandma Zhou couldn't understand at all, she felt like she had found a treasure. She hurriedly took it carefully and thanked him again and again. "Master Xiaolin, thank you so much. How much is this amulet?" "I'll pay you first." Lin Shi didn't refuse. He said 2,000 and immediately received the transfer from Grandma Zhou. "I have to send this amulet to Lao Fong quickly and then talk to her properly so that she won't interfere in Lily's affairs. If I can persuade her successfully, that would be the best." Grandma Zhou hurried out while muttering. To put it nicely, she is a very opinionated person, but to put it bluntly, she is stubborn. Even if she knows that something is wrong, once she has made up her mind, she will not turn back until she hits a wall. Not long after Grandma Zhou and the others left, someone else came from the Jiangyu City Police Department. This time they finally saw Lin Shi, and the young policeman who came to deliver the certificate and bonus was relieved. He gave Lin Shi the certificate with the words heroic act written on it, and handed her an envelope with cash, and then expressed his gratitude to her again before leaving. Tang Yuan, who was standing aside, looked at the things in Lin Shi's hands with shining eyes, especially the bonus in the envelope. I don't know how much money is in it. Lin Shi was also curious, so she opened the envelope directly, and then took a look. There were actually 5,000 yuan, which was not bad. 5,000. Oh my god, it's enough for him to open a store for a month. Tang Yuan looked at it eagerly, and suddenly felt that it was great to be brave and righteous. Otherwise, he should do more good things. Maybe he can also receive a bonus? She didn't know what he was thinking. After putting the certificate back, he took the money and went out. Adding the 20,000 yuan Qin Fin gave her last night as a reward, the 1,000 yuan Lao Fong earned from fortune-telling, the 2,000 yuan from selling talismans, and the 5,000 yuan bonus that had just come out, Lin Shi earned 28,000 yuan in 2 days, and after deducting half, it was still 14,000 yuan. With so much money, she had to treat herself to a good meal. So she went to a Chaos Han Beef hot pot restaurant that she had never eaten before and ate fresh and delicious beef. As for Lao Fong, even though Grandma Zhou caught up with her and persuaded her for a while, Lao Fong said that he knew and would think about it carefully. As soon as he got home, he called his daughter's ex-boyfriend, Wen Changyu. When the call was connected, Lao Fong thought that the two young people were just having a conflict, otherwise how could Wen Changyu answer his call? As soon as the call was connected, before she could say anything, she heard Wen Changyu's sincere confession and apology, saying that he had realized his mistake and would never quarrel with Lily in the future, and hoped that Auntie could help him say good things. When Lao Fong heard this, she was naturally satisfied. She said that conflicts between young people are temporary, and they will know they are wrong after it passes. Moreover, when Changyu, as a boyfriend, took the initiative to admit his fault, he admitted defeat first, which means he must put his daughter first. Of course, she also educated Wen Changyu seriously, asking him to be more tolerant as a man and stop quarreling with Lily. Wen Changyu kept saying yes on the other end of the phone, with an extremely humble attitude. Okay, I will tell Lily about this. You two are not young anymore. You should learn to be more mature. Otherwise, when you get married and have children in the future, the children will suffer a lot. Yes, I know, Auntie. After hanging up the phone, Lao Fong did not call her daughter Lily immediately. She knew her daughter's temper too well and knew that she must be angry at this moment. She planned to go to her workplace tomorrow to find her and persuade her in person. Lao Fong's daughter Lily works in a neighboring city, which is only an hour away from Jingyu City, by high-speed rail. It's just that because of her busy work, she only comes back during holidays. Lao Fong would occasionally go to her rented house to clean up and cook for her, but her daughter felt sorry for her running back and forth, so she seldom let her go. Lao Fong decided to go there tomorrow to cook her a delicious meal. When she gets home from work and eats her favorite food, she will be in a good mood and will be more relaxed when talking. That afternoon, Lao Fong took the time to buy some local specialties that were not available in neighboring cities. He packed them up in the evening and set off early the next morning. It takes more than an hour to take the bus from here to the high-speed rail station, and another hour to take the high-speed rail. After getting off the high-speed rail, they have to take another hour of bus. All in all, they will be delayed for at least 3 or 4 hours on the road. If she goes there early, she can arrive at noon. After arriving, she will use the afternoon time to cook so that her daughter can eat hot food as soon as she gets off work. In the evening, when she went to the supermarket to buy seasonings, she happened to meet Lin Shi, who was out looking for food. She was particularly satisfied with the Chaos Han Beef hot pot she had at noon and was planning to go back for more when she saw Lao Fong hurriedly passing by the door, heading to the supermarket next door. Lin Shi looked at Lao Fong's face and frowned. Lao Fong's expression changed, and a black energy was gathering towards her children's palace, which indicated that something bad was about to happen to her children. When I saw her in the morning, there was no abnormality in her children's palace, but now there has been a change. It can be seen that the accident happened in the afternoon, and Lao Fong must have done something in the afternoon. But Lin Shi did not call her and turned around and went straight into the beef hot pot restaurant. If she had the talisman she gave to Grandma Zhou, there would be no problem. After dinner, Lin Shi suddenly received a strange call from a local. After she answered the call, the other party revealed his identity and said he was a teacher at Zhengyu No. 1 Middle School. The teacher told her on the phone that her transfer procedures had been completed and she only needed to report in person tomorrow and sign a few signatures. The school matter was settled in this way. After Lin Shi hung up the phone, he sent a message to Qin Fen to express his gratitude, and Qin Fen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Officer Wang had been discharged from the hospital, and his body had miraculously recovered to the state it was before he got sick. If they hadn't stayed in the hospital for this period of time and hadn't had the medical records, they would probably have thought that they were dreaming about being paralyzed. The symptoms that even the doctors were helpless to treat were solved in this way, and the couple once again realized how powerful Lin Shi was. Even the man they arrested had some strange things found in his room. Because this matter involved something that violated scientific values, the case was not finally handed over to Linshui City for handling. After being reported by the deputy director, a mysterious department quickly took over the remaining matters. It was also at this moment that Officer Wang and his colleagues realized that the country actually had some special departments that were unknown to the public. And the name Lin Shi also came into the attention of special departments. But Lin Shi himself didn't know about these things. Early the next morning, he went to Jiangyu No. 1 Middle School, 2 stops away, and completed all the procedures under the guidance of his teacher. In the office, the female teacher looked at Lin Shi gently and asked her, "Lin Shi, is there anything else you want to know? If not, you can go to class now." Now. Lin Shi's expression showed a rare resistance. To be honest, she really didn't want to go to school. But she still didn't forget her original wish and nodded to indicate that it was okay. Seeing that she was so well behaved, the female teacher felt even more pity for her. Before Lin Shi arrived, the teacher had already read her relevant information, including the evaluation given to her by Lin Shi's former middle school head teacher. Parents who favored boys over girls, a spoiled and domineering younger brother, and even forced to drop out of school at the age of 18 by her parents. But under the influence of this original family, she was still not afraid of hardships and had a simple dream of studying in her heart. Such a child, no matter how her academic performance was definitely a good child in the eyes of the teacher. "Let's go, I'll take you to the class." On the way to the class, Lin Shi learned that the female teacher's surname was Tang Meng, and she was the head teacher of Class 36 of senior high school. Class 16, the class Lin Shi attends, is a parallel class for liberal arts. That person was none other than Wu Bin, who was rescued by Lin Shi a few days ago. The senior high school students officially returned to school 2 days ago. Wu Bin also returned to normal because his personality change problem was solved. He finally returned to school in time for the start of the school year. After what happened a few days ago, he was full of admiration for Lin Shi. If it weren't for the start of school, he would definitely go to Lin Shi to see if he could learn a trick or two. It's a pity that the poor senior high school students have no freedom. Unexpectedly, he would see Lin Shi at school. Could something have happened in the school? Thinking of this, Wu Bin suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to his head and shouted in the direction of Lin Shi, "Master Lin, is there anything I can help you with? I know the school very well. The school is his home. How could he sit idly by when something happened in the school? He must go and help." Wu Bin would never admit that he just didn't want to go to class and wanted to follow Lin Shi to see the world. As if afraid that Lin Shi couldn't see him, Wu Bin raised his hands and waved at her vigorously, grinning with his big teeth bared. His movement stunned the people around him, and then they all looked at Wu Bin as if they were looking at a monkey. Lin Shi also looked at her and then retracted her gaze, pretending not to know Wu Bin, and continued to walk forward. It was so stupid. She really didn't want others to know that she and Wu Bin knew each other. Tang Meng, who was standing next to her, was a little surprised. "Is Wu Bin calling you?" Lin Shi remained calm. "Teacher, my name is Lin Shi, not Master Lin." Tang Meng was hesitant to speak, but she felt that Wu Bin seemed to be really calling her. But thinking about it, Wu Bin was usually a very erratic kid. Maybe he really recognized the wrong person. She didn't think about it anymore and took Lin Shi to the classroom. After temporarily arranging for her to sit at an empty table, Tang Meng said to the student committee member Yi Luoluo, "This is a new student in our class. She may not be familiar with the new class. Yi Luoluo, you can chat with her when you are free and take care of the new student." She looked very well behaved and her personality was as obedient as her appearance. Hearing this, she immediately said loudly, "Okay, Teacher Tang, I will take good care of the new student." Tang Meng said a few other things, asked Lin Shi not to be restrained, and went back to the office. As soon as she left, some people in the class looked at Lin Shi curiously, and Yi Luoluo sat next to her directly and introduced herself to her enthusiastically. From her mouth, Lin Shi knew what Yi Luoluo's name was, what position she was in the class, and even her zodiac sign and blood type. Born to be a social cow, there was no embarrassment or discomfort at the first meeting. Lin Shi listened quietly, nodded from time to time, and smiled. Yi Luoluo has a pleasant voice and a comfortable tone, and it is a pleasure to listen to her speak. In fact, from Yi Luoluo's face, we can see that she lives in a harmonious and loving family. Her family is well off and her parents love her, so she has developed such a cheerful and generous personality. It can be seen that the family atmosphere can really affect a person's character. Yi Luoluo, on the other hand, inexplicably felt that the way Lin Shi looked at her was like the way the elders at home looked at her during the holidays, kind and gentle. Is it her illusion? While Yi Luoluo was still introducing herself to Lin Shi, Wu Bin finally broke away from his good friend's questioning and came back. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Lin Shi sitting in the back row and rushed over. "Master Lin, why are you in my class?" After a pause, he lowered his voice and said to Lin Shi mysteriously, "Could it be that the person who got into trouble is in our class?" Thinking of this, Wu Bin immediately looked around and saw that everyone in the class felt something was wrong. Lin Shi. Although Lin Shi did not understand the specific meaning of the term middle school boy before, this term seemed to suddenly become concrete at this moment. She glanced at Wu Bin and said, "I'm here to go to school." After saying that, she added another sentence. "Also, call me Lin Shi at school. Don't call me anything else." She didn't want to affect the atmosphere of the school and class because of her own reasons. "What? You are here to go to school?" Wu Bin was frightened, and then he didn't know what he thought of, and his expression became very desperate. It turns out that a master like Lin Shi also needs to study, so people like him who have no ability have no excuse not to study. After thinking about this truth, he suddenly felt so hurt. Lin Shi didn't care what Wu Bin was thinking. She tapped the table lightly and said to him, "Go back to your seat and study hard." Wu Bin said dejectedly, and then went back to his seat obediently. Yi Luoluo exclaimed, "Lin Shi, are you and Wu Bin relatives?" Lin Shi shook his head. Yi Luoluo was confused. "Then why does he listen to you so much?" Lin Shi thought about it and explained, "Maybe it's because I helped him a little before." "So that's it." Yi Luoluo nodded, thinking that it was really something easy, so he didn't ask any more questions. It was only a long time later that she realized that the little favor Lin Shi mentioned was actually saving Wu Bin's life. She almost shook Lin Shi's shoulder and questioned her, "You call this a little favor?" The bell rang, and Yi Luoluo returned to her seat and listened carefully. The study of the third year of high school is boring, but for the upcoming college entrance examination, every student can only force themselves to study. The learning content is almost all about reviewing and consolidating the knowledge of the entire high school stage. Lin Shi's foundation is not good, and the test papers and exercise books have not arrived, so the teacher asked her to read books by herself. Therefore, on the first day of school, Lin Shi read books almost all day. And the city next door. Lao Fong arrived at the house rented by his daughter Lily at about 1 p.m. After putting the things away, he made some food and started to prepare for the evening meal. Cooking is not a difficult task for Lao Fong, but it still takes some time to make a big meal that his daughter likes. Fortunately, everything was successfully done before his daughter came home at 6 p.m. Lao Fong had just put the dishes and chopsticks on the table when he heard the sound of his daughter opening the door. "Mom, when did you come?" Zheng Li looked at her mother, who suddenly appeared in front of her with a look of surprise, and she hadn't come back to her senses yet. Lao Fong said while putting the dishes on the table. You came in the afternoon. Go wash your hands quickly, and then come to eat. I made all your favorite food. Zhengli looked and saw that the table was full of her favorite food. Thinking about the fact that she called her mother yesterday to tell her about the breakup, she guessed that her mother felt sorry for her, so she came over to cook for her and gave her such a big surprise. She was immediately moved, and she said, "Oh," and quickly put down her bag and went to wash her hands. However, when she put down her bag, she saw a piece of talisman paper fall out of the bag that her mother often carried on the sofa, and Zhengli was stunned. "Mom, is this yours?" Why didn't she remember that her mother believed in these things? Originally, Lao Fong didn't take this matter to heart. After all, in her opinion, amulets are just for psychological comfort. She and her daughter are fine, so there is no need for such things. But when she saw her daughter holding the amulet, she said inexplicably, "This is what your Aunt Zhou gave me. She asked me to bring it to you. She also has good intentions. Just take it." Zhengli didn't take the amulet seriously at first, but when she thought that it was Aunt Zhou who asked for her, she couldn't live up to her kindness, so she casually stuffed the small and cute amulet on the back of the phone case. Anyway, young people nowadays put all kinds of things in their phone cases, so it's not strange that she put an amulet in it. After a while, the mother and daughter sat at the table and started eating. Zhengli didn't think much about it at all. She was just immersed in the food, and the feeling that her mother didn't say it but was always worried about her in her heart, and she buried her head in the food. Therefore, she didn't see the expression of the mother across from her who wanted to say something but hesitated. Lao Fong was thinking about how to talk to her daughter about Xiaowen. Although she had thought it through before coming, she didn't know how to start when she was in front of her daughter. The main reason was that the atmosphere was so good, and she didn't want her daughter's good mood to be affected. So Lao Fong thought about it and decided to wait until her daughter finished eating before talking. As a result, after eating, Zhengli rolled up her sleeves to wash the dishes again. Mom cooked, so it was natural for her to take on the task of washing the dishes. Otherwise, her mother would be so tired. Seeing that her daughter was still so sensible and considerate, Lao Fong was so relieved and felt that her daughter should have a happier life. So she walked to the kitchen door, intending to chat with her while her daughter was washing the dishes. After talking about this, and that as an opening remark, Lao Fong quickly led the topic to her daughter's love affair. She asked what happened between Zhengli and Xiaowen and how they broke up. Zhengli had actually guessed that her mother came for her breakup, but it involved some disgusting things, and she didn't want her mother to know. So she said, "It's just not suitable, so we broke up. Anyway, it's impossible for him and I to be together. Mom, don't try to persuade me. People say that no one knows a son better than his father, and Zhengli knows her mother better than her daughter." She knew that her mother would definitely persuade her, so she stopped her before she did. When Lao Fong heard this, he felt a little guilty for some reason, but when he thought about what his daughter said about not being suitable, he felt that it was no big deal. This person is like a new pair of shoes. It's a bit uncomfortable to wear at first, but after a while of getting used to it, won't it be suitable? And my daughter is about the same age. If she finds someone to get along with for a few more years, won't she become an old maid? Thinking of this, Lao Fong still felt that he had to persuade. "I think Xiaowen is very good, filial, and motivated. He used to remember to call me every holiday to send blessings. Now it's rare to see a boy as careful as him," Lao Fong said while secretly observing his daughter's expression. When she heard her say that Xiaowen was careful, Zhengli suddenly sneered. Lao Fong didn't understand. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" For a moment, Zhengli really wanted to tell her mother Wen Changyo's true face regardless of everything, but she held back in the end. She just frowned and stopped her mother from mentioning this person. "Okay, Mom, don't talk about him anymore. I'm annoyed when I hear his name now." Zhengli put away the dishes, shook her hands, and said she was going to take a shower and went back to the bedroom. "Hey, girl, why are you taking a shower with your phone? Isn't it obvious that he doesn't want to continue chatting with her?" Lao Fong couldn't stop her, but seeing how his daughter rejected Xiaowen, he suddenly wondered if what happened between them was more serious than he thought.
Just then the doorbell rang.
Lao Fong had no choice but to go over and open the door. Before opening the door, he looked through the peephole and saw that the person at the door was Wen Changyu. He stood at the door in an orderly manner, holding bags of gifts in his hands, and looked at her inside with a nervous look on his face. After hesitating for a moment, Lao Fong still opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, she saw Wen Changyu's surprised expression. "Auntie, you're here? When did you come? Why didn't you call me directly and let me pick you up?" Lao Fong said indifferently. "Aren't you at work? Besides, I can take the bus to get there by myself. Why do you need to pick me up?" Although she felt that both of them were wrong about the breakup, if she really had to take sides, she would of course feel more sorry for her daughter. Especially when she saw Zheng Li's disgusted expression when she talked about Wen Changyu, she couldn't help but feel a little more dissatisfied with Wen Changyu. Did he really do something? But thinking about it, Lao Fong still opened the door and let Wen Changyu in. After Wen Changyu came in, he quickly put the things he brought on the coffee table. Lao Fong saw that his tense face softened a little. "You came just now. Why did you bring so many things? We have all these at home." When Changyu explained that these were all bought by him from other places and abroad, including cosmetics, skincare products, and bags, all of which Zhengli liked. When he heard that they were brought back from abroad, Lao Fong's first reaction was that they must have cost a lot of money, and his dissatisfaction with Wen Changyu was instantly reduced. "You are thoughtful, but you and Lily are in this situation now. We definitely can't accept these anymore." Lao Fong looked at the pile of things eagerly and still pushed the things to Wen Changyu cruelly. Wen Changyu's smile remained unchanged, but a trace of irritation flashed quickly in his eyes. "Auntie, where's Lily? Hasn't she come back yet?" Lao Fong pointed his chin towards the bedroom. "I just washed the dishes. She is in the room." Speaking of washing dishes, Lao Fong had to praise his daughter again. "I say, Xiaowen, although my Lily usually has a bad temper, she is still very considerate when it comes to understanding others. You see, when I cooked, she didn't let me wash the dishes, saying that she wanted to share the burden. She has a good job and looks good. I'm not exaggerating, such a good girl may not be easy to find outside. So, what's the matter between you and Lily? Tell Annie the truth, and I'll see if you can solve this problem. If it can be solved, then everything will be fine. But if it was really an irreconcilable conflict, then she would just kick him out." Finding out the reason for the breakup was the only purpose of Lao Fong letting Wen Changyu in. But Wen Changyu just said a few vague words and didn't explain. Seeing him evading the question, Lao Fong frowned and blurted out, "Did you do something to let Lily down?" As soon as she said this, she saw the warm smile on Wen Changyu's face disappear. He seemed to have changed. His eyes were gloomy. "Annie, do you think so too?" "What?" Lao Fong didn't understand, but she keenly felt that Wen Changyu was a little bit wrong at the moment. She suppressed her nervousness and changed the subject. "Well, Xiaowen, it's getting late now. If you have anything to say, why don't we talk about it tomorrow? You have to go to work tomorrow, so go back and take the time to have a good rest." Old Fong was frightened by Wen Changyu's cold smile. Just when he was about to yell at him to get out, his daughter Lily opened the bedroom door and walked out. When she saw Wen Changyu in her house, Lily immediately said angrily, "Wen Changyu, get out. You are not welcome in my house. As for how he got in, is there any need to ask?" Besides her, only her mother would open the door. Although she blamed her mother for not taking her words to heart, it was not the time to blame her mother at this moment. When Changyu had to be driven out. "You still don't leave? If you don't leave, I will call the police directly." As she said that, Lily really picked up the phone and planned to call Yao Yaoling. When Wen Changyu saw that she didn't care about their old relationship at all, it was naturally hopeless to ask her for help. Without Lily's help, he would not be able to solve the problem at all, and the rest of his life would be directly ruined. In this case, he would also let this cruel woman know what regret is. When he thought of this, Wen Changyu suddenly had evil thoughts in his mind. Before Lao Fong and Lily could react, he suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed Lily. Wen Changyu was a man after all, with great strength and surprisingly fast speed. Lily didn't even have a chance to dodge. Just when she thought she would definitely be stabbed today, The chandelier above her head suddenly fell down and hit Wen Changyu's head heavily. In an instant, Wen Changyu collapsed to the ground and fainted. After surviving the disaster, Lily quickly jumped away, then pulled Lao Fong to the door and locked it, and immediately called the police. It was not until the police rushed over that the mother and daughter opened the door with fear on their faces. In the house, Wen Changyu had not woken up yet, but the chandelier debris on the ground and the knife in his hand were enough for the police to know what had just happened, not to mention that Lily, as a single woman, had installed surveillance in the house with a sense of security, so she saw Wen Changyu's every move very clearly. His behavior constituted the crime of intentional injury. Although he failed, he still had to bear legal responsibility. It was just that when Wen Changyu's knife was about to fall on Lily, the chandelier in the living room happened to fall down, just in time to resolve the disaster for her. After all, looking at Wen Changyu's posture, Lily would definitely be either dead or disabled if he was stabbed. The police had to sigh that this girl was really lucky. But later, when Lao Fong and Lily returned home and checked the chandelier again, they found that there was no sign of it falling before. Is it really a coincidence? It was not until the next day that Lily found that the talisman paper behind her mobile phone case had turned into ashes without her knowing when. No fire, no smoke, no sound, no trace. She thought of something and her mind was shocked. The talisman that Aunt Jo gave her was probably made by a master.
She told her mother about this.
Lao Fong was stunned for a moment and then regretted it. She remembered that when she went to Lin Shi for fortune-telling, Lin Shi reminded her not to interfere in the affairs of her children, but she didn't take it seriously. But now think about it. If she hadn't called Wen Changyu first and told him that she would mediate the conflict between him and her daughter, he wouldn't have come to her house. And if he didn't open the door, there would be no accident yesterday. Most importantly, if it weren't for the talisman given by Lin Shi, she couldn't believe what her daughter would experience in the end. Thinking of this, Lao Fong's back was covered in cold sweat. She decided to go back and apologize to Lin Shi, and then thank her and Grandma Zhou seriously. Lin Shi didn't know what happened to Lao Fong, but she only knew that if Lao Fong's daughter took the talisman with her, this disaster would be successfully resolved. When she returned to the funeral street after school in the afternoon and saw Lao Fong carrying large and small bags of things, and the young girl standing next to her, she knew that the disaster was finally over. As soon as Lao Fong saw Lin Shi, he quickly called his daughter to thank the benefactor. Although Lily heard from her mother that the master was very young, she didn't say that he was still a high school student. She was slightly stunned, but quickly adjusted herself, thanked Lin Shi solemnly, and briefly told Lin Shi about what happened between her and Wen Changyu. The reason for their breakup was simple. Wen Changyu leaked company secrets and was then discovered by his boss. Not only did he have to pay compensation, he might even go to jail. It just so happened that his boss at the company knew Lily and they had a good relationship, so he asked her to help plead for her, saying that the reason he was obsessed with leaking the secret to the rival company was because he wanted to give her a better life. Kelly has always been clear about gratitude and resentment, selfless, and would never cover up for anyone, so she did not agree. Especially since when Changyu was doing this in the name of doing good for her, it made her feel even more disgusted. What Wen Changyu did went beyond her bottom line, so she decisively chose to break up with him. Wen Changyu was naturally unwilling, not only because he couldn't bear to leave Lily, but also because she was the only person who could help him now. It was a pity that Lily was very determined, and his various pleas were in vain. Finally, he had no other choice but to resort to extremes. If it weren't for Lin Shi's talisman, she probably wouldn't be standing here now. Besides the fact that the talisman was extremely powerful, Lily later heard from her mother that the master had actually warned her not to interfere in the matter, otherwise an accident might happen. So Lin Shi had actually already calculated that Wen Changyu would take action against her. This ability to predict the future was enough to make Lily odd. Lin Shi nodded and didn't say much. As for the things they brought, she had no intention of accepting them. She sold this talisman to Grandma Zhou. She had already received the money, so there was no need for her to accept Lao Fong's thank you gift. When Lao Fong saw that she refused to take the things, he just put them at Lin Shi's feet and ran away with his daughter. Lin Shi. Tang Yuan, who was leaning over the counter to watch the fun, was immediately amused. You should accept the thank you gift they gave you, otherwise they might be very upset. Just now when Lao Fong was waiting for Lin Shi, Tang Yuan also, after learning what happened to her daughter yesterday, her impression of Lin Shi changed again. This girl seems to be really good. Apart from anything else, the streets seemed not as gloomy as before these past 2 days. He even felt that business had improved these 2 days. Could it be true, as Lin Shi said, that Funeral Street will return to its previous appearance? But is this really possible? This is the famous ghost street in the city. Even the merchants have moved away. Only his family is left. I can't hold it up. Forget it, let's wait and see. In the end, Lin Shi had no choice but to take the things back. Fortunately, Lao Fong probably knew from Grandma Zhou that she had paid for the talisman, so he didn't give her anything expensive, just some fruits and food. There were cherries, strawberries, grapes, and a stinky-smelling thing covered in thorns. Since it is placed together with other fruits, it must be a kind of fruit. But Lin Shi had never eaten it, and his original body had never seen it before, so he didn't even know how to eat it. Fortunately, the internet is well developed in this era, and she found out what this fruit was by just searching it online. It turned out to be durian. After cutting it open, Lin Shi smelled the increasingly strong, strange smell and couldn't help but frowning, but she really liked to challenge unknown things, so she plucked up the courage to put a piece of flesh into her mouth. And then, I fell deeply in love with this delicious and stinky taste. In the next few days, Lin Shi went to school and came home like an ordinary senior high school student. However, after returning home, she was different from other students who were rushing to review. She just lay down and watched TV when she got home. After all, studying during the day is tiring enough, and if I continue to study at night, life would be so boring. You must learn to balance work and rest. Only when your body and mind are happy can you learn more efficiently. But that afternoon, Lin Shi hurried home. Although the plot was bloody, it was really addictive. For Lin Shi, who had rarely watched melodramatic romance dramas, it was like opening the door to a new world. But as soon as I reached the corner of the street, I saw a high-end nanny car parked on the side. Seeing the car, Lin Shi sighed slightly. "Hello, are you Miss Lin Shi?" The person who came down was a beauty with a good figure, a slim waist, and long legs. Even though she was wearing a mask and sunglasses, it was not difficult to see her beauty. Lin Shi has always been more patient when it comes to beautiful people and things. After all, beautiful things are good for your skin. "It's me. You came to ask me for help." Lin Shi directly stated the purpose of her visit. The woman didn't expect that she actually guessed it right. She was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I was recommended by Ji Feng. I sent you a friend request on WeChat at noon, but it seems that you didn't accept it, so I can only come to your house. Please forgive me if I offend you." Lin Shi was not allowed to play with her mobile phone at school during the day, so she didn't see it. She was good-looking and polite, which made Lin Shi even more satisfied. "Tell me about your problem." The woman looked around. Although there were not many people around, she still invited Lin Shi to get on her nanny car, thinking of her status. After Lin Shi got on, she told her about the problems she had encountered during this period. The woman's name is Han Ran. Like Ji Feng, she is a talented actress. She debuted at about the same time as Ji Feng, but her luck was not as good as his. She didn't have the opportunity to soar to the sky. She relied on starting from a small supporting role and climbing up step by step. But she is a person who can endure hardships, is willing to think about her acting skills, and is beautiful. Many directors think that she will definitely become famous in the future. Facts have proved that Han Ran has worked hard for so many years and has indeed risen. Now she has become a second-tier actress and will soon be a quasi-first-tier actress. 2 months ago, her agent got her an audition for a movie. The director of the movie is a famous domestic director, and all the movies he made are popular. It can be said that as long as she becomes the heroine of his movie, she will never lack popularity and fame. Han Ran was noticed by the big director because she played a few small supporting roles in his movies and brushed her face a few times. Then, after watching her other works, he felt that Han Ran was quite suitable for the heroine of his movie, so he notified her to audition. In fact, according to the situation of the audition at that time, the director was very satisfied with her. Han Ran and the agent thought that they would receive a call from the director soon. But the fact is that the agent did receive a call, and the staff of the director regretfully told them that there was another candidate for the heroine, which means that Han Ran was not selected. After preparing for the audition for so long, she thought that her performance at that time was not bad, but she didn't expect to fail. Han Ran was naturally very disappointed and devastated, but fortunately she knew that it was not easy to get the leading role of this great director. In the end, she could only comfort herself that she was just unlucky. So she put the matter behind her and prepared to take on other work. It was only later when the movie officially announced the male and female protagonists that she found out that the heroine of the movie was actually her good friend. When her friend heard that she was going to audition for a big director, she said she would go with her. See the world. She didn't qualify for the audition, so even if she won it wouldn't have any impact, so Han Ran let her go. In fact, her friend was just waiting for her outside the door that day and did not go in for the audition. She really just wanted to see how lively the audition scene of a big director was. So Han Ran quickly forgot about this matter. It was not until the official announcement of the female lead in the movie that she felt a little uncomfortable. Later she asked her friends, who also expressed surprise and panic. She said she had not even gone in for an audition and did not know why the director called her agent. The two have known each other for several years, and they have been friends since they were extras. So even though Han Ran felt uncomfortable when she said this, he had no choice but to accept this fact. Maybe she is indeed more suitable for the role of the heroine than myself. But after the movie incident, she found that her announcements and endorsements seemed to have problems one after another, either terminating their cooperation with her or temporarily replacing her. In short, although my career did not plummet, it was definitely affected. On the other hand, her friend first became the leading lady of a big director for no apparent reason, and then got several endorsements and announcements, some of which even breached her contract, and then were directly replaced by her friend. All these coincidences made Han Ran feel more depressed, but she was very clear that her friend, like her, had climbed up step by step and had no background. It's just that my friend's appearance and acting skills are slightly inferior to hers, so her previous development was not as good as hers, and at most she was hovering in the 4th or 5th tier. But in the past 1 or 2 months, she seemed to have been blessed with great luck. On the other hand, Han Ran himself has been plagued by bad luck. If he hadn't been chatting with Ji-Fong one day, and he noticed that his mood and state were not right and asked a few more questions, he probably wouldn't have known that so many things had happened to him in the past 2 months. After all, this is normal. Ji-Fong is a male star, and his business scope is quite different from hers. In addition, he is a popular movie star, so he doesn't have the spare time to keep an eye on her all the time. Han Ran had never thought about this. She really thought that she must have done something wrong, or that it was common in the circle that her resources were intercepted by people with more backgrounds. But now, after listening to Ji Feng's words, perhaps because she was really troubled by the troubles in recent times, Han Ran, who did not believe in these things, could not help but wonder if something was really wrong. It was just that she did not know any so-called masters at all. There were many people in the circle who believed in these things, but Han Ran was deceived by a fortune teller when she was young. When she was born, a fortune teller happened to come to the village, so her grandparents asked the fortune teller to tell her fortune. The result was that she would achieve nothing in the future and would not have much success. This made her grandparents, who originally favored boys over girls, look down on her even more. If it weren't for her mother's tough attitude, she would probably be sent away when she was very young. Because of this incident, she had no good face for those so-called fortune tellers, and naturally she would not take the initiative to contact them. So Ji Feng recommended Lin Shi to her and told her that Lin Shi had calculated that his girlfriend had cheated on him some time ago. Not many people knew about Ji Feng's girlfriend's cheating, and Han Ran only found out about it after he solved the problem. At that time, she also sighed that if Ji Feng's girlfriend's matter was exposed, Ji Feng would definitely be affected.
Fortunately, he found out in time.
As a result, She only now realized that it was not Ji Feng's keen intuition that discovered it in advance, but someone had calculated it for him. Ji Feng would certainly not lie about this matter, but Han Ran had long had a fixed impression of fortune-tellers, and in fact, she did not have much expectation that Lin Shi could solve her own problems. The reason why she came today was just to give it a try and to relax by the way. After listening to Han Ran's recent story, Lin Shi did not explain immediately, but took out a pen and paper and asked Han Ran to write a word. Right? Yes, any word will do. Han Ran pondered for a moment, and finally, subconsciously wrote the word fire. It has to be said that for celebrities, being famous is almost a thought engraved in their bones. There is no celebrity who doesn't want to be famous. Lin Shi looked at the word fire on the paper and said, "The top of the word fire is small, and the bottom is human. Together, it means villain. This means that you have recently encountered a villain. The characteristics of fire are bright and fierce. That person must be strong recently and suddenly gaining momentum. Fire is also yang, and yang is the ear. It means that there are people who can talk to you every day and even give you advice and ideas. You can think about whether there are such people around you." After listening to Lin Shi's words, Han Ran's vague guess in her heart finally settled, and she felt that it was indeed her. All the results pointed to her good friend, Wang Ziyan. But she still couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe that the person would really be her. They have been friends for many years. Han Ran looked depressed, but still cheered up and asked Lin Shi, "Why did she do this?" Lin Shi smiled without saying a word, just pointed to the word Han Ran had just written fire. Yes, who doesn't want to be famous? Even Han Ran herself wants to be more famous. She had always heard Wang Ziyan say that she didn't pursue fame and was content with the status quo, and she believed it. She was so naive. She smiled bitterly, but there was still one thing she couldn't understand. How did Wang Ziyan do it? She was sure that she didn't have the ability to convince the big director. Even if she tried her best to convince the big director to be the heroine of the movie, what about other endorsements and advertisements? How could she have connections with so many group companies? This is absolutely impossible. Han Ran thought about it and asked his doubts. Lin Shi explained, "It's very simple. Transfer luck." Transfer luck? In short, it means transferring your luck to her, but this kind of transfer transfers good luck, such as the most common wealth luck. In fact, people have 3 fortunes and 4 lucks. Wealth is not money in the popular sense, but health, knowledge, and wisdom, while the 4 lucks are wealth luck, happiness luck, fortune luck, and health luck. The 4 lucks complement each other, and 1 luck affects the other 3 lucks. Just like Han Ran, although her wealth luck was transferred away, but too much money loss will naturally make people depressed and irritable, and they can't laugh at all. Since then, their happiness luck has been affected. Even if too much wealth luck is transferred away, it will make people restless and muddle-headed all day long. If they're not careful, they may even cause accidents that damage their health, and their health luck will be implicated. So the 4 lucks complement each other, each scattered but closely related. Han Ran was even more shocked after hearing this. No wonder her original sure heroine is gone, replaced by Wang Ziyan. No wonder her endorsement was also cancelled, and it became Wang Ziyan. All these things turned out to be just as Lin Shi said, transferring her good luck to Wang Ziyan. She should have taken a personal item from you some time ago, and that item is the medium of luck. If she wanted to transfer Han Ran's good luck to Wang Ziyan, she must get something that was stained with Han Ran's aura, and that item must have stayed on Han Ran for a long time at least, and her aura must be all over her. For example, jewelry that women often wear is a very common medium. Han Ran was shocked again. If Lin Shi's previous analysis was all based on evidence in Han Ran's eyes, then when she said that Wang Ziyan took a personal item from her some time ago, she didn't know what to say at all, and saying more would be surprising and shocking. Because even Ji Feng and her agent didn't know about this matter, only she and Wang Ziyan knew about it. She gave Wang Ziyan a bracelet, and coincidentally, that bracelet was given to her by Wang Ziyan on her birthday a year ago. The bracelet was not a famous brand, and even looked ordinary and unremarkable, but Wang Ziyan said that she made it by herself and almost got hurt while making it. Han Ran was naturally moved when she heard it, and even felt that she was her best friend in life. She wore the bracelet every day to show her importance and love for it. But more than 2 months ago, Wang Ziyan suddenly asked her to take off the bracelet, saying that she wanted to make a sister bracelet for herself, but she forgot some details and had to compare it with Han Ran's bracelet, so she asked Han Ran to give her the bracelet and she would return it later. In fact, even if she remembered, she would not urge Wang Ziyan. After all, she said she would return it, so she would definitely return it. If she asked proactively, she would always seem stingy. Unexpectedly, the bracelet was the medium that caused her good luck to be transferred away. Han Ran even had to think more, such as whether Wang Ziyan had already started the plan to change her luck when she celebrated her birthday a year ago. Maybe even earlier, she was thinking of various ways. She always thought that they had a good relationship, but she smiled at her on the surface and played tricks on her behind her back. Han Ran gritted her teeth in anger, and her eyes became firm in an instant. If you can, I am willing to pay 1 million as a thank you. Lin Shi looked at her with a smile. Of course, no problem. She was definitely not attracted by the 1 million. She was just helping others for fun. Then, Lin Shi told Han Ran the solution and said that she would pay after the matter was completed. Han Ran agreed verbally, but she still transferred 500,000 yuan to Lin Shi the moment she applied through her WeChat, and the remaining 500,000 yuan would be given after the matter was settled. In less than half an hour, 500,000 yuan was deposited. Lin Shi happily donated half of it, then put down her school bag and went to have a big meal. Tang Yuan was closing the shop at the corner of the street and saw Lin Shi walking out leisurely with her hands behind her back and finally couldn't help but call her. Lin Shi, don't you have to go to evening self-study? I remember you are in the 3rd year of high school, right? Although he graduated for a few years, he still has a deep impression of high school, especially because he also has a relative whose child is also a 3rd year of high school. They really work hard, going to bed at 1 or 2 in the morning and getting up at 5 or 6 in the morning. They really sleep later than dogs and get up earlier than chickens. So seeing Lin Shi so leisurely, he really had serious doubts about whether Lin Shi was a 3rd year of high school. Lin Shi looked at him and said confidently, I'm a senior student, but I don't have to go to evening self-study. Tang Juan? No, little sister, are you so cool? Tang Yuan was about to ask if her teacher would agree, and then suddenly thought that she was an adult and could make her own decision. And judging from Lin Shi's appearance, it might not be important to her whether she could get into college in the future. She might even study to get a high school diploma so that when she tells fortunes in the future, people won't say that she only has a junior high school education. After thinking about it, Tang Yuan convinced herself and then looked at Lin Shi with sympathy. It's not easy for her to work hard for her career. Let's go have dinner, eat something good, eat more, you're still growing, look at you, you're so thin, hey. Seeing Tang Yuan's inexplicable change of tone, Lin Shi looked at him silently and finally shook her head and left. She could only say that some people like to imagine things. Photo studio. Under the guidance of the photographer, Wang Ziyan finished the last set of makeup photos for the day. Looking at the bright and moving self in the camera, Wang Ziyan's eyes flashed with pride. See, she is actually very suitable to be the heroine in a movie, but she just didn't have the opportunity before. Sister Ziyan, Sister Han Ran just called you. At this time, the assistant ran over and handed her the phone. Wang Ziyan glanced at it lightly, and then said, Tell her that I still have to remove my makeup. I will call her back as soon as I remove my makeup. The assistant moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but finally gave up and passed this message to Han Ran. But she felt strange in her heart. Sister Ziyan had clearly told her before that she should tell her no matter what time Han Ran called her, and she would always put down what she was doing and reply as soon as possible. Why is it that in recent times, Sister Ziyan's attitude towards Sister Han Ran seems to have become a little cold, but when they were talking on the phone, she was still smiling and her tone was the same as usual. Is it her illusion? Han Ran didn't feel anything after hearing what the assistant told her. Perhaps it was because when one is extremely disappointed in someone, even getting angry feels like a waste of one's emotions. Half an hour later, the phone rang. It was Wang Ziyan calling. Han Ran answered the phone, and Wang Xian's cheerful and bright voice rang out from the other end, just like usual. Ran, what do you want to talk to me about? I was just removing my makeup, mainly because the makeup artist said that I couldn't remove it myself, and I didn't want to delay her from getting off work, so I had to let her remove it for me first. Aren't you impatient to wait? Well, no matter what, I still want to apologize to you first. Usually at times like this, Han Ran would say it was okay and express his understanding of her reasons. But this time, Han Ran didn't do that and let Wang Xian apologize. Wang Xian didn't wait for Han Ran to say it's okay before she finished speaking, and the words of apology were instantly stuck in her throat. What was going on? Did Han Ran really want her to apologize to her? Was she crazy? Wang Xian certainly couldn't apologize to Han Ran, so she said with a sullen face, "Wait a minute, Ran, someone is calling me. I'll go answer the phone first." After saying that, Wang Xian placed her phone on the table, stared at it expressionlessly for 2 minutes, and then picked it up again. "By the way, Ran, what do you want to talk to me about?" She changed the subject immediately. Han Ran smiled. "It's like this. You're going to join the crew next week, right? I've heard the big director's rules. Actors are not allowed to leave the crew without permission before the filming is finished. So, I plan to have dinner with you before you join the crew. How about tomorrow night at my house? Is that okay?" So that's what happened. Wang Xian almost laughed out loud when she heard that Han Ran knew nothing, and even invited her to dinner. "Okay, I have nothing to do tomorrow afternoon. I'll come to you directly." She wanted to see if Han Ran had become more haggard during this period. As long as she thought that her life was so miserable now, worse than hers, Wang Xian felt happy. But this was not enough, because Han Ran had never really fallen to her previous level. Although she had lost a lot of endorsements and programs, she still had the previous resources to support her. What she wanted was that all the good things Han Ran had lost were transferred to her head, and then she would have a taste of what it felt like to be compared and ridiculed by others every day. She just wanted Han Ran to experience the taste of despair. The next afternoon, Wang Xian came to Han Ran's house early. She couldn't wait to see her good friend frustrated. But as soon as the door opened, Han Ran's face was flushed and his smile was bright. He didn't look depressed at all. "What happened?" Wang Xian said calmly. Ran, you seem to be in a good mood. Did something good happen to you? Could it be that she had a new opportunity?" Han Ran seemed not to notice that she was prying about the situation and responded with a smile.
"Master?"
Wang Xian's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that she had discovered something? But she thought that she had only found a master with real skills after so many years of searching, and that master had traveled around a few months ago. She didn't believe that Han Ran could meet him. So the so-called master should be those street scammers. Thinking of this, Wang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but pretended to be worried. "Master? Ran, when did you believe this? And aren't these things all fake? Don't you think you've been cheated? How much money did the master ask you for? Does she want anything else? You are a public figure. What if he exposes your affairs? Have you ever thought about the consequences?" Wang Xian deliberately said the matter very seriously under the pretext of worry, just to scare Han Ran and let her take the opportunity to give up the idea of looking for a master. Han Ran looked at her quietly. For a moment, Wang Xian felt that she seemed to have seen through her plan. But how could this be possible? If she had seen it long ago, would she have been deceived by her for so many years? After Wang Xian finished speaking, Han Ran finally spoke. "Xian, why aren't you curious about what the master taught me?" Wang Xian took a sip of water to hide her impatience and asked casually, "What did the master teach you?" "The master said that the person who harmed me is right next to me, and I didn't know him well." Wang Xian paused, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. She pretended to be calm. Isn't this kind of rhetoric very common? Deliberately speaking ambiguously, it will only aggravate your uneasy mood, and then find a way to get you to buy something from him, or to treat you for a long time. Isn't this a very common routine trick? Ran, you don't really believe it, do you? Han Ran nodded. "Yes, I believe it." Wang Xian was speechless for a moment. After 2 seconds, she adjusted her mood. "Really? Is that your agent or your assistant?" Although Wang Ziyan thought she had done a perfect job in this matter, she was still guilty and could only divert the blame to others. But at this time, Han Ran stopped talking. She just said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it, let's eat first." Wang Ziyan's chest was blocked with a breath, and she almost suffocated. But seeing that Han Ran didn't mention it anymore, she could only agree to it. But she had decided to hide the bracelet well when she returned, and it must not be discovered by anyone. After dinner, Wang Ziyan hurried away on the pretext of having something urgent to do. But what she didn't see was Han Ran's cold eyes behind her. When Wang Ziyan hurried back to her residence and turned the bracelet out of the tightly locked safe, her face turned pale instantly. The bracelet broke for no reason. How could this happen? She checked it before she went out, and the bracelet was fine, and only she knew the password of the safe. She also hurriedly retrieved the surveillance in the house, and no one had been to her house. No one has been here, and no one has opened the safe. The bracelet broke by itself. Why is this happening? Wang Ziyan gritted her teeth and tried to reconnect the broken part of the bracelet with trembling hands, but no matter how hard she tried, the two broken parts could not be connected at all. Just like two magnets with the same poles repelling each other, they could not be put together no matter what. The master had clearly told her that the transfer medium was an item that carried Han Ran's fortune, and it must be kept well, otherwise the transfer spell would fail. For this reason, Wang Ziyan always paid attention to whether the bracelet was intact from the moment she gave it away. After she got it back, she placed it carefully in the safe. She usually handled it with care, so that the bracelet would not be damaged at all. But now, the bracelet broke for no reason in the safe. Does this mean that the luck-changing spell has also failed?
No, impossible.
How could she give back to Han Ren all that she had worked so hard to obtain? Wang Ziyan tried to call the master, but the number was no longer in service. Just as she continued to play with perseverance, she suddenly received a message from her agent. "Agent, something happened. The director just called me and said that an investor thinks you don't fit the image of the heroine and plans to replace you." Wang Ziyan's eyes widened, and she was about to message her agent to ask what was going on. But the next second, the agent called directly. "Wang Ziyan, the endorsement you just agreed on has also had problems. They said that they just found out something, and they think you don't fit the image of their product spokesperson." Generally, this kind of words means that there is a problem with the artist, or to put it bluntly, there is a scandal or black material. The agent was so angry that he yelled, "Wang Ziyan, what the Hades did you do?" On the other end of the phone, Wang Ziyan was already frozen. What did she do? She didn't do anything. Why is this happening? But that's not all. In the next few days, her cooperation was lost one after another, and all the endorsements and programs were cancelled. Even the black material about her before she entered the industry a few years ago was exposed. The black material was that Wang Ziyan had participated in campus bullying when she was studying, and the bullied person almost committed suicide due to depression because of her. Related videos and recordings were also exposed on the internet. Even if Wang Ziyan wanted to whitewash herself, she couldn't. The hammer couldn't be more solid. In less than a week, Wang Ziyan went from being a rising star to a street rat that everyone wanted to beat. The agency could not bear it and saw that there was no profit in her, so they announced on the spot that their company had terminated the contract with Wang Ziyan. Even Lin, she saw the report about Wang Ziyan on her mobile phone. Before she saw the news, she had actually received the remaining 500,000 yuan transfer from Han Ran. Along with the transfer, Han Ran came to thank him in person. It was still the familiar RV. Han Ran sighed in the car. "Master, thanks to your talisman. Otherwise, I really don't know how to solve this matter." The talisman was given to her by Lin Shi when she left last time, asking her to find a way to turn the talisman paper into water for Wang Ziyan to drink so that Wang Ziyan's luck transfer could be broken. This is why Han Ran invited her to dinner even though he knew that it was Wang Ziyan who harmed him. What made Han Ran feel even more magical was that when she heard about the talisman paper turning into water, she originally thought that it would be like on TV, burning it into ashes and then adding it to water, and then filtering out the ashes. As a result, she listened to Lin Shi and directly put the talisman paper in the cup. The talisman paper actually turned into nothing in an instant, blending into the water, and no trace of it could be seen. Of course, what was even more magical was that not long after Wang Zian drank the talisman paper, Han Ran received a call from the big director, who apologized to her and said that there was an accident in the casting due to some reasons before, and asked her if she had any schedule now, and if so, she could come and sign the contract immediately. On the other hand, Wang Zian, in just a few days, has completely become a bad artist who can't turn over. This made Han Ran sigh that the master is indeed a master. With such a small talisman, the problem was easily solved. Han Ran didn't know that the talisman was drawn by Lin Shi by combining two talismans. She combined the magic-breaking talisman and the backlash talisman together and blessed it with spiritual power, so the effect was naturally fast and fierce. Otherwise, it would take a while for a normal magic-breaking talisman to return Han Ran's fortune that was transferred away little by little. After all, she had to take out something corresponding to treat it. In short, after this incident, Han Ran completely regarded Lin Shi as a master and planned to worship him well in the future. After solving the matter of Han Ran, Lin Shi had a total of 500,000 yuan left. When combined with the money in the bank card before, the amount of deposits was over 7 figures. With so much money, the first thing Lin Shi did was to have a good meal. After eating to his satisfaction, he decided to use the money to buy himself some good things. She had looked carefully in the feng shui shop before. Apart from the most basic feng shui items, there were no other magic tools in the shop. Even the compass was made of wood. Oh, I don't know how their Taishan sect fell into such a miserable and poor state. In her previous life, medium-level magic tools were almost useless to Lin Shi. As a result, now she doesn't even have low-level magic tools. If she tells others about it, she doesn't know how people who knew her before will laugh at her. On the weekend, Lin Shi went directly to the antique street. The magic tools used by their Taishan sect are of various types, including jade plaques, wooden beads, golden bowls. There are many kinds. There are countless, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they contain extremely deep spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this world is thin, and it may take hundreds of years to accumulate a small part of the spiritual energy in the object itself. What has existed for a longer time and accumulated the most spiritual power is naturally antiques. 1 million should be enough to buy something that is decent. Lin Shi got on the bus with the bank card in her pocket. The antique street is far from the funeral street. It takes more than an hour to get there by car. And unlike the quiet funeral street, there is a large flow of people here almost every day. There are all kinds of people, those who want to pick up bargains, those who really love antiques, those who just watch the fun, and those who sell things. When Lin Shi came to the antique street, the street vendors only looked at her and turned around to continue shouting. Who would believe that a poor student could afford antiques? And judging from her appearance, she might not be an adult. If she regrets it later, the other party will use the excuse of being a minor to accuse her, and it will be even more troublesome. Isn't it often reported in the news that minors give rewards and then get them back, and minors buy things and are taken back by their parents? Anyway, they don't want to argue with minors, it's too troublesome. They ignored Lin Shi, and Lin Shi was happy to be quiet and strolled leisurely. After looking around, she became more and more disappointed. I didn't expect that there were not many genuine items here. Almost all of them were imitations. Some of them were even purchased directly from factories and then rolled in mud to make them look like they were just unearthed. Although this behavior is despicable, sometimes there are still young people who are fooled. Those people are thinking of getting rich overnight and spending a little money to try their luck, and they buy things that are 10 times the price of the items themselves. Although each one may only sell for dozens or hundreds, the stall owner is simply making a profit of 100 yuan with tears and blood for things that cost only a few yuan. It was not until Lin Shi walked to a place with shops that she regained her interest. She saw a faint light yellow light coming out of a shop, so she walked in directly. There were not many people in the shop, but the things were good. Lin Shi roughly scanned the antiques displayed in the display cabinet, and finally her eyes fell on a pile of things in the corner that looked like they were sold out. How much is this thing? The clerk thought Lin Shi was here to visit, but she didn't expect her to ask the price. But the stuff she was asking about was not really good stuff, so the clerk told her directly, "The one you have is 200 yuan each, and there seem to be a few more at the bottom. If you want all of them, I'll give them a discount, 180 yuan each." What Lin Shi was holding was an ancient coin, a Xuanji Tong Bao from the Qing dynasty. Its appearance was severely worn, and the Xuanji Tong Bao was not very old, so the price was actually not high, and was even much lower than everyone imagined for antique coins. And, because there are so many of them, they don't have much collection value. After buying them, you can just brag to outsiders and say that you have ancient coins or something like that. Lin Shi searched under the basket again, and indeed found 6 more coins. She decisively bought all 7 coins at a time. The clerk really didn't expect that this girl who looked like a student would actually want to buy something, but the total amount was only a little over 1,000, which was really nothing for the clerk, who was used to big scenes. These coins may not be valuable to antique collectors, but they are good things to Lin Shi, because she discovered spiritual energy on them. This is not the spiritual energy nurtured by nature, but the blessing of the coin's previous owners. Lin Shi suspected that these coins were once used by a heavenly master. Although the spiritual energy is already very thin, at least this thing was once considered a magical weapon. Even though it is now the wreckage of a magical weapon, it can save her a lot of trouble. As for why Lin Shi didn't find a suitable object to consecrate and use as a magic weapon, it was because he didn't have enough spiritual power in his body and was unable to create a magic weapon for the time being. But for now, she can still repair the magic weapon. However, when he was about to scan the code to pay, he suddenly saw a man who looked like a boss walking out from the back of the store. He heard the sound behind him just now, so he knew that the business was done. Now, when I came out and asked the clerk, I found out that someone had bought that pile of ancient coins of little value. Although that thing is not valuable, he can still make some money. However, when he saw that the buyer was a little girl who looked thin and small, perhaps as a businessman, the boss suddenly gave her a discount for her conscience. Lin Shi glanced at him and thanked him for his kindness, but she still paid the original price when transferring the money. She didn't have the habit of taking advantage of such small bargains. However, considering the boss's kindness and the fact that she bought the remains of the magical weapon, she still made a profit. So, before she left, she gave her boss a piece of advice. Remember to keep your eyes open when you collect things in the next few days. After saying that, she left, leaving the boss and the clerk confused. The boss came to his senses, but didn't take it seriously. He had been in this business for 20 or 30 years, so how could he have made a mistake? Shaking his head, he quickly forgot about it. When Lin Shi returned home, he asked his class teacher for 3 days' leave and stayed at home to repair the magic weapon. She spent 2 days repairing the coins, using spiritual energy to fill the gaps in the damaged parts so that the aura inside no longer leaked out. 2 days later, Lin Shi finally had a magical weapon that he could use temporarily. She put the 7 copper coins in a small bag and carried it with her. On the last day, she planned to go out and try out the effect of this magic weapon. People may think that magic tools and weapons are the same, but this is not the case. Magical instruments are the handy tools of heavenly masters. Besides being used as weapons in battles, they can also be used for divination and even for performing rituals and formations. With the help of magical instruments, you can get twice the result with half the effort no matter what you do. A magical instrument that is in tune with the mind of its owner can completely achieve the unity of man and instrument. As a result, just as she was about to go out, she received a call from an old acquaintance. Ahem, classmate Lin Shi, this is Officer Wang. I have something I need your help with. Can you come to Lin Shui? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows and agreed decisively, and Officer Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a tough time for Lin Shi's class teacher Tang Meng. She was already worried because Lin Shi had asked for 3 days off, and then on the last day of her vacation, she received a call from a public security bureau. Tang Meng thought something had happened, but after listening she realized that someone was asking for leave for Lin Shi again, asking her to assist in the investigation. What else could Tang Meng say? She had to agree. 3 hours later, Lin Shi landed by the water. This time, Officer Wang came to pick her up in person. When they met again, Officer Wang's condition had recovered as before, and there was no sign that he had almost been paralyzed in bed forever. Time is urgent, so I'll talk while walking. Let me show you a video first. After getting in the car, Officer Wang turned on his phone and played a video stored in it to Lin Shi. In the video, a man in tattered clothes walked directly into a gold shop with a closed door, then picked up a stone in his hand and smashed the door open with a few hits. Then he packed some gold ornaments as quickly as possible and left. Because the time chosen by the man was 3 or 4 o'clock in the night, when the whole city was asleep, even if there were people patrolling nearby, it would take 2 minutes to rush over. But the man was so fast that it took less than a minute from knocking on the door to taking things away and then disappearing. And because the gold shop sells special items and the items are valuable, the glass used for the door or the counter is a special anti-theft glass, which is extremely hard and impossible to be smashed open with a stone. So it seems that the man is not only quick, but also incredibly strong. The video is a surveillance video in the store, and one of the pictures clearly shows the face of a thief. Seeing the man's face, Lin Shi raised her eyebrows and suddenly smiled. Officer Wang saw her suddenly smile as she looked at him, and he didn't know what was going on. From the surface, this matter seemed to be just a theft. Nowadays, electronic eye surveillance cameras are everywhere in the streets and alleys. In fact, there are very few cases of blatant theft. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, if the theft happens in the morning, the person will be caught in the morning, so Officer Wang and his team thought that this case would be solved quickly. It stands to reason that there is almost no possibility of illegal households in today's society. A group of people searched again and finally found the man's identity information. But what made their backs cold was that the man's information was actually found in the category of cancelled household registration. The reason for the cancellation of the household registration was 2 words death, and the cancellation time was 2 years ago. Later, after verification, the man did die in an accident 2 years ago, and even the funeral was held in front of the whole village for 3 days, and finally everyone watched him buried. When they thought of a person who had been dead for 2 years suddenly coming back to life, all the police officers in the bureau felt a chill in the room. They had been handling cases for so many years, but they had never encountered such a bizarre thing. Officer Wang was about to tell Lin Shi about this, but he heard Lin Shi say, "Interesting, raising a corpse to commit a crime." Raising a corpse? Officer Wang's eyes widened. Lin Shi, so you can tell that this person is dead? He hasn't even said it yet. Lin Shi nodded and returned the phone to Officer Wang. This person is not only dead, but I'm afraid he has been dead for at least 2 years. Now Officer Wang was once again full of admiration for Lin Shi, who could tell that this person was dead just from a glance. And if it weren't for the fact that the information clearly stated that this person was dead, and they went to this person's hometown to inquire about the situation, they would never believe that he was a dead person. He can walk and move, and there is no difference between him and a normal person from the outside. You went to his grave and saw that the body was gone, right? Lin Shi asked Officer Wang. Although it was a question, his tone was firm. Officer Wang smiled bitterly. Yes. Later we opened his coffin with the consent of his family, but found nothing inside. It stands to reason that a person has been dead for 2 years, although the body is definitely not intact, and even the flesh has long been rotten, but at least there should be bones in the coffin. However, let alone bones, there was not even a piece of cloth. Not to mention Officer Wang and his team, even the man's family, was dumbfounded. It was clearly them who put the person down, and they also filled the soil with their own hands. There was no abnormality in the grave afterwards. How come the body in the coffin suddenly disappeared now? Originally, when Officer Wang and his team said they wanted to open the coffin to take a look, the man's family did not agree. If Officer Wang and his team had not said that they would definitely restore the grave to its original appearance, they really didn't want to agree. As for the video that Officer Wang showed them, to be honest, they were also shocked, because the person in the video was exactly the same as their dead relatives, but there are people in this world who are not related by blood but look the same. Maybe this is just a coincidence. After all, the person is dead, so how could he come back to life and even steal things? But when the coffin was opened, seeing that it was empty, The group of people were speechless. How could this happen? Where are their dead relatives? That's the thing. The dead are alive again. This kind of thing cannot be issued on a large scale because it is likely to cause panic among the general public. Officer Wang felt bitter. What is going on? So, Lin Shi, do you have any way to find this person? Lin Shi nodded. You can try. That person died a tragic death. Generally speaking, once such a person dies, his soul will be taken away by the underworld immediately because people who die tragically usually have a lot of resentment, and if their souls stay in the world, they may have an impact on the people around them. So, it is naturally impossible to come back to life. The reason why he can act is probably because of other reasons. For example, someone refined the corpse. After she finished speaking, she asked Officer Wang for the man's birth date. When Officer Wang and his team decided to ask Lin Shi for help, they had already prepared these things. But the things were all in the bureau, and he was afraid of losing them. Soon, the two came to the Public Security Bureau, where Officer Wang worked. This time when they came here again, all the staff had a different attitude towards Lin Shi. Before, they more or less didn't believe that Lin Shi had special abilities. But since she took Officer Xiao, who to arrest the middle-aged man who murdered the girl last time and successfully cured Officer Wang's disease, their group of materialist views on Lin Shi have changed a little. And this time they asked someone to come over to help, so the attitude was naturally a little better. As soon as they arrived at the bureau, Officer Xiao, who quickly served Lin Shi tea, and also a small cake that was said to be liked by young girls. The thief, that is, the corpse, was originally named Zhu Gang. He died in a construction site accident 2 years ago. He fell from a scaffold more than 10 meters high and died on the spot. Judging from his birth date, he was born in a rare Yin year, Yin month and Yin hour, and his fate was extremely Yin. This extremely Yin fate may not be a good thing for Zhu Gang himself. All things pay attention to the balance of Yin and Yang. Strong Yin and weak Yang can easily lead to bad luck and bad luck. It is even possible to encounter some abnormal things because of the Yin in the horoscope. So Zhu Gang's life from childhood to adulthood has not been very smooth, and he died young before he was 30. This kind of fate is a bad thing for him, but it is very useful for some people in the mysterious door. If Zhu Gang is a cultivator, his practice will be much smoother than ordinary people. His extremely Yin physique can see many things that ordinary heavenly masters cannot see, and he will be more sensitive to Yin objects. What's more, his extremely Yin body can also be of great use. For example, the corpse refining that made Zhu Gang resurrect from the dead at the moment. Refining corpses? Officer Wang's voice broke due to surprise. Fortunately, they were in a conference room with only a few people inside, otherwise his image would be ruined. He coughed lightly and asked hurriedly, "Isn't it like the one in the movie, where they refine into an invulnerable drought demon?" Lin Shi glanced at him indifferently. "Don't think too much. Do you really think that drought demon is a cabbage? After the corpse enters the corpse-raising ground, the body begins to grow white hair for more than a month, and gradually becomes a white zombie. White zombie is the lowest form of zombies, slow in movement, afraid of everything, and after 100 years of absorbing Yin and blood, it can become a black zombie. Black zombie is also called jumping corpse, which moves slightly faster than white zombie and mainly jumps. After that, there are purple zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, unmelted bones, and finally drought demons. To transform from a corpse into a drought demon, it must go through at least 1,000 years, and it also needs a corpse-raising ground with excellent feng shui to nourish it with Yin energy day and night. If there really was a drought demon, even Lin Shi in her previous life would have to spend some effort to deal with it, let alone her current strength. Zhu Gang's situation is at most a white zombie, and it was catalyzed by humans. Because Lin Shi just looked at the photos of Zhu Gang's grave taken by Officer Wang and his team, it was not a corpse-raising ground, so he could not be zombified. Nowadays, it is not an exaggeration to say that a real corpse-raising ground is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, if there were so many corpse-raising grounds, I'm afraid the world would have been in chaos long ago, with zombies everywhere. However, the power of nature is not enough, but human efforts are also possible. The person who catalyzed Zhu Gang's corpse into a white zombie probably took a fancy to Zhu Gang's extremely lean physique, so he chose him for his own use, because catalyzing Zhu Gang is quite labor-saving. Can we find out where he disappeared last? Lin Shi asked Officer Wang. Yes, according to the surveillance, he left the city in the end. It's easy to find in the city. After all, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. But once you leave the city, there are farmlands and mountains everywhere. Although the villagers have surveillance cameras installed at their doorsteps, they can only see the area in front of their own doors, but cannot detect other places. Moreover, there are many mountains and forests around Linshui City, which can almost be said to be surrounded by hills. After leaving the city, there are several roads leading to different directions. They don't know where to start. But this is not a big problem for Lin Shi. She asked Officer Wang to take her to the place where Zhu Gang disappeared. Soon, Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who took Lin Shi to the outskirts of the city. Officer Wang drove the car all the way to the place where the last surveillance camera could see it before he stopped the car. That's it. We didn't know where he went after that. After getting off the car, Lin Shi stood still and carefully looked at the surrounding situation. The place where they are now is an undeveloped wasteland. There is a river flowing down on the left side of the wasteland, and there is a high mountain a distance away on the right side. The mountain is endless and towering into the clouds. Once Zhu Gang really goes up the mountain, searching him will be even more difficult. As for the front, it was still an open space, stretching as far as the eye could see, but there was no sign of any human activity. Officer Wang and his colleagues had always suspected that Zhu Gang had gone to the mountain. Even if he was not on the mountain, he could have gone around the mountain and gone somewhere else, and then they would have had even less chance of finding him. But what surprised Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who is that Lin Shi actually led them directly to the direction of the water flow. There are several villages under this river. Zhu Gang can't go there, right? Officer Xiao, who told them what they had investigated in the past few days. And to be on the safe side, they also visited several nearby villages and did not hear of any outside population. Hearing this, Lin Shi said meaningfully, "That's not necessarily true." What does she mean? Did she mean that Zhu Gang was really in those villages? Although Officer Xiao and Officer Wang had doubts in their hearts, they still followed Lin Shi's instructions and drove the car down along the direction of the water flow and soon arrived at the first village along the water. Lin Shi asked them to stop the car, but did not get off. Instead, he looked around the general situation of the village and the car, and then asked Officer Wang to continue driving. Although Officer Wang and the others didn't know what Lin Shi was looking at, they seemed very impressive. When they arrived at the second village, Lin Shi still didn't get off the car. It wasn't until the third village that Lin Shi finally found something different. She said to Officer Wang and the others, "Get off the car." "Is this here?" Officer Wang got off the car, but still couldn't help asking the most curious question, "Is there anything different between here and the previous two villages?" Lin Shi nodded. "Of course. What's the difference?" They didn't find anything. Seeing that their brains were about to explode, but they still hadn't figured it out, Lin Shi could only explain. "See, the river here is divided into two from the entrance of the village. A small tributary flows directly into the bamboo forest in the distance. But this tributary is actually very small, almost as big as a stream, and no more than 1 meter wide." Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who only noticed this at this time. It was really difficult for them to notice these things normally, because it was too common for a river to have tributaries. Bamboo is yin in nature, and bamboo forests are a place where yin energy gathers. Water is also a yin and cold thing. The stream and bamboo forest meet, and the yin energy is very strong. This place is naturally the best place to store corpses. Zhu Gang has been dead for 2 years, but from the surveillance footage, his limbs are still fresh, and there is no sign of decay. In addition to the magic used by the person who refined him, there must be a natural place where his body can be kept as intact as possible. That bamboo forest is the best place to store corpses. Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who were stunned when they heard it, but their steps subconsciously followed Lin Shi to the bamboo forest. The three of them were standing at the entrance of the bamboo forest, and were about to go in when they were stopped. "Hey, what are you doing?" Officer Wang turned around and saw an old man in his 60s or 70s looking at them with a vigilant face. The old man was carrying a backpack with a lot of dry bamboo leaves in it, as if he had just picked up firewood from the bamboo forest. Seeing that it was just an ordinary old man, Officer Wang said, "Old man, we're just going in to take a look. What is there to see in the bamboo forest?" The old man muttered, and then said, "Who knows if you want to go to the bamboo forest to do something?" Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who were stunned. It was the first time they were treated as bad guys. Don't say it, this feeling is quite novel. Although they were wearing casual clothes today, how could such a righteous face be a bad guy? Lin Shi suddenly asked the old man, "Can't we enter this bamboo forest?" Generally speaking, the bamboo forests in the village belong to the brigade. Although the areas are divided according to the household registration of the villagers, the bamboos are close to each other, so it is naturally impossible to say that other people cannot enter. When the old man heard it, he actually nodded. This bamboo forest has been contracted by someone, so outsiders are certainly not allowed to enter. This outsider naturally does not include familiar villagers. After all, everyone in the village knows each other well, and there is no stealing bamboo. At most, they pick up some fallen dry bamboo leaves and bamboo like him. Officer Wang also realized something at this moment, frowned and asked, "Old man, can I ask who contracted this bamboo forest? When was it contracted, and what is it for?" These three questions in a row almost made the old man unable to react. "Why are you asking these questions?" He looked puzzled. Officer Wang smiled and made an excuse. "Because I actually want to contract the bamboo forest, so I want to ask about the situation first." So that's it. So it makes sense that the three unfamiliar faces appeared in the bamboo forest. Some of the bamboo in this bamboo forest belongs to him, so after the contract, he can also get part of the money every year. The old man is naturally happy to tell Officer Wang about these situations. After all, maybe he will be the next person to contract the bamboo forest. The old man said that the person who contracted the bamboo forest was a big boss from the city. He heard that his family especially liked to eat bamboo shoots, and they also liked the fun of picking and digging, so they decided to contract a bamboo forest. Every spring, they would take some time to come and dig bamboo shoots to satisfy their addiction to digging bamboo shoots. As for when they started to contract, it was 2 years ago. What a coincidence, it was exactly 2 years ago. Officer Wang and Officer Xiao who looked at each other, and they were more and more certain that the bamboo forest was indeed as wrong as Lin Shi said. "Old man, do you have the contact information or address of the person who contracted the bamboo forest? We want to talk to him in person." The old man was happy. He didn't expect that one day someone would rush to contract the bamboo forest. But they also asked the right person. He just happened to have the contact information of the boss. After all, he was the person left by the big boss in the village to take care of the bamboo forest, and he could get a few hundred yuan more every year. Although the big boss is very generous now, what if the three people in front of him offer a higher price? Of course, he will not go against the money. So the old man asked them to wait here for a while, and he would go home to get the phone book. The old man's home was the one closest to the bamboo forest, and that was why the big boss asked him to look after the bamboo forest. While the old man was going home to get the phone book, Lin Shi immediately walked into the bamboo forest. Seeing this, Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who decided that one of them stayed behind while the other followed Lin Xian. If the old man asks about it, just say that they went in ahead of time to inspect the situation. After entering the bamboo forest, Lin Shi went straight to the place where the yin energy was strongest. It was an open space in the bamboo forest, with large patches of dry bamboo leaves on the ground. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing special, but after Lin Shi squatted down and turned over the bamboo leaves, he immediately looked at the soil underneath and then looked at the soil nearby. Officer Xiao, who came in with her, noticed the difference immediately and exclaimed, "Why is the soil so black? It's so dark that it's a bit abnormal." The surrounding soil is actually slightly darker in color, but it is the normal fertile dark soil formed by the rotting of dead leaves. But this area is as black as ink, and it even feels like the black is about to overflow. Lin Shi stretched out his index and middle fingers and touched the soil on the ground. Then he put it to his nose and sniffed it, and smelled a strong stench of corpse. She stood up and said, "It's here." Officer Xiao, who reacted quickly. "Is this where the bodies are stored?" Lin Shi nodded. He knew what it tasted like, without Lin Shi telling him. Officer Xiao, who wiped his hands vigorously on the bamboo nearby, and asked, "Why isn't Zhu Gang here?" "It's daytime now. Although the bamboo forest is very cool, you can still see the sunlight. He won't appear here during the day. Bai Jiang is most afraid of sunlight, so he naturally dare not appear in the bamboo forest in broad daylight. Moreover, during the day, there are old men like the one just now who occasionally enter the bamboo forest in the village. If they are seen by them, it will be a big problem. Therefore, Zhu Gang must have been arranged by the person behind the scenes to stay in the house during the day and only come to the bamboo forest to absorb the negative energy at night. Needless to say, the person behind the scenes definitely has a close connection with the person who contracted this bamboo forest. As for whether the person behind the scenes is the contractor of the bamboo forest, it remains to be verified. Go find the contractor. It must be him." Officer Xiao, who wished he could grow wings and fly directly to the contractor's home. But before leaving, he seemed to see Lin Shi burying something near the open space. He asked, but Lin Shi just said that he caught Zhu Gang's things. Officer Xiao, who was surprised, as he thought they could just come and arrest Zhu Gang at night. After all, according to Lin Shi, Zhu Gang hides in dark places during the day and only comes over at night to replenish blood or something like that, so they just have to sit back and wait. Lin Shi reminded him, "You may not be able to do anything to him. A person who can easily break the security glass by lifting a stone must be very strong. It is possible that Officer Wang and Officer Xiao who are no match for him." When she reminded him of this, Officer who also remembered the video and smiled awkwardly. Well, he almost forgot that great force can make miracles happen, and no matter what, Zhu Gang is a zombie, and just thinking about it makes him a little scared. As for what Lin Shi had just buried, she only said that it would be in the evening.
No.
The phone book not only contained the contractor's phone number, but also the address he left behind, telling the old man to call him immediately if he found anything happening in Julin. If the call couldn't get through, he should come directly to the address he gave. In short, it can be seen that the contractor values this bamboo forest very much. If you want to negotiate, go talk to the big boss yourself. The old man had asked the big boss indirectly before, asking him how long he would continue to contract the bamboo forest. As a result, the big boss's answer was always uncertainty, and he would wait and see. Of course, the old man was unsure either way. Of course, they want to keep this kind of thing where they can get paid every year without doing anything for as long as possible, and it would be best if they could have long-term stability. That was why he dared to tell Officer Wang and the others the contact information, in order to make the big boss realize that their bamboo forest was also in great demand and that he should continue to contract it as soon as possible. Officer Wang knew exactly what the old man was up to, but he didn't mind as long as he got his contact information and address. Then the three of them immediately returned to the city. They did not go to the address to check the situation first, but went straight back to the bureau. Officer Xiao, who personally investigated the information of the owner of the phone number and then the situation of the address. Finally, he found that the owner of the phone number and the owner of the house were the same person, a 50-year-old middle-aged man named Jiang Hengxing. From the information, we can see that Jiang Hengxing is a businessman who opened a grocery store. The store is not big and has only one storefront. He is not the big boss that the old man has always believed. They just had a question about the price for contracting the bamboo forest. They said that it would cost about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a year for the entire bamboo forest. Since the bamboo forest is not small, and many families have bamboo plants in it, if the money is too little, everyone would think it would be better not to rent it. With 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, each person can get 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a year, which is just enough for everyone to feel that it is neither too much nor too little. 20 or 30,000 a year is actually not a small amount for a small business owner. After all, these 20,000 or 30,000 can only be used in the spring. Bamboo shoots, no matter how you look at it, are a loss. However, Jiang Hengxing contracted the land for 2 years, which was enough to prove that the value of the bamboo forest to him was definitely more than 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. After Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who confirmed the contractor's identity, they immediately set out to find Jiang Hingxing. Lin Shi went with them to the small grocery store opened by Jiang Hingxing. When they arrived, Jiang Hingxing was sitting at the door of the store reading a newspaper. When they saw Jiang Hingxing, both Officer Wang and Officer Xiao who were stunned. Because Jiang Hingxing in front of him looked like he was only 50 years old, and some people might believe he was 70 years old. Some people do look older, but no matter how old they look, they can't be that much older than their actual age, unless they suffer from some genetic aging disease or something. However, the information did not show that Jiang Hingxing had such a disease. So, what's going on with him? While Officer Wang and the other man were still surprised, Lin Shi had already figured out the reason. Her gaze stayed on Jiang Hingxing's life palace for 2 seconds, and she thought to herself, as expected. She could tell from Jiang Hingxing's face that he had suffered a serious illness a few years ago, and under normal circumstances, that illness might have taken his life. But he is still alive now. Not only that, except for the fact that he looks extremely old, there is nothing wrong with him. Lin Shi guessed what Jiang Hingxing had done almost instantly. Borrow life. The so-called borrowing life does not necessarily mean taking life from others. There are also so-called techniques and drugs to prolong life. However, this kind of medicine prescription is difficult to find, and even if it exists, it will affect other conditions because prolonging life goes against destiny. For example, someone like Jiang Hingxing, although he lived a few years longer than his predetermined lifespan, the aging look on his body was the result of him borrowing life. In his condition, even if he borrowed more lives, he would definitely not live for more than a few years. When the body is extremely old, even if you don't want to leave this world, you are powerless and unable to stop the passing of life. Seeing Officer Wang and his 2 companions appear at the door of the store, Jiang Hingxing was about to ask them to buy something, but the next second, when he saw Lin Shi, Jiang Hingxing's expression suddenly changed. Lin Shi knew that he had seen through his identity as a cultivator. It seems that Jiang Hingxing is indeed quite capable. Otherwise, he would not be able to raise corpses, let alone get the recipe for borrowing lives. Excuse me, are you Jiang Hingxing? Jiang Hingxing looked at Lin Shi with a vigilant expression. He came back to his senses after hearing Officer Wang's question, but he no longer planned to invite them into the store. I am. What's the matter? It's like this. We are from the police. We heard that you contracted a bamboo forest. We suspect that the bamboo forest is related to a theft case, so we plan to go to the bamboo forest for a field inspection and tell you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hengxing's face changed instantly, but he realized something and did not show too strong resistance. Is that so? As an ordinary citizen, I will support the police comrades who want to handle the case. You can go directly. Do you know the address? Otherwise, I will write it down for you. Jiang Hengxing even kindly guided them. Such a frank attitude made Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who feel that something was wrong. Was it not him who was behind the scenes? After thinking about it, they subconsciously looked at Lin Shi, but saw that Lin Shi was smiling at Jiang Hengxing. What was going on? What they didn't know was that Lin Shi felt that she had finally met someone from the same sect and wanted to learn from him, and then get a more thorough understanding of the abilities of the Xianmen people of this era. Then, shall we go? Lin Shi nodded when she saw that Officer Wang was asking her. Well, thank you for your help. Officer Wang thanked Jiang Hengxing and then took Lin Shi and Officer Xiao away. It seemed that they did nothing, just came over to take a look at Jiang Hengxing, but as soon as they walked out of Jiang Hengxing's sight, the two hurriedly asked Lin Shi, "What's going on? Is it him?" In fact, both of them had already guessed, but they always felt that such things would only be true if Lin Shi said so. After all, she was more professional than them in this regard. Lin Shi nodded. It's him. It was indeed him. He looks so old. Is it related to this matter? Otherwise, would a normal person be more than 20 years older than his actual age? Lin Shi glanced at Officer Xiao, who, revealing an expression that showed that he was a teachable child. That's right. Then Lin Shi told them about Jiang Hengxing's borrowing of his life and the backlash of borrowing a life. Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who said they had learned a lot. However, after the shock, they still hadn't solved the theft case because the criminal hadn't been caught yet. So, after some discussion, Officer Wang and Officer Xiao, who decided to split up into two groups, one to keep an eye on Jiang Hingxing and the other to wait in the bamboo forest. As for Lin Shi, after asking about her intentions, she finally went to the bamboo forest with Officer Xiao who. As night fell, Officer Xiao, who had already arrived at the previous village with Lin Shi early, and arrived nearby without alerting the villagers. Officer Xiao who. Well, you are so good, you have the final say. The two hid by the bamboo forest. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the countryside in summer, and they are all poisonous mosquitoes with flower arms. Officer Xiao, who wanted to slap them hard several times because of the itch, but he was worried about making noise, so he could only endure it as much as possible. It was really torture. As a result, he looked at Lin Shi next to him and found that Lin Shi also insisted on not moving. He has received professional training. Is Lin Shi also? That is definitely impossible, so he can only attribute it to Lin Shi's strong willpower. In this regard, Officer Xiao, who can only express his deep admiration. What he didn't know was that Lin Shi didn't move simply because there were no mosquitoes biting her. As for why, of course it was because she prepared mosquito repellent talismans in advance. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Officer Xiao, who was twisting and turning like a fish. Lin Shi looked at him puzzledly, and then he found that Officer Xiao, whose face was covered with mosquito bites. Lin Shi silently took out a mosquito repellent talisman and handed it to him. This mosquito repellent talisman was drawn casually by Lin Shi when she was at home 2 days ago. Because she had spiritual power in her previous life, mosquitoes and ants would not get close to her. As a result, her spiritual power is insufficient now, and she has been harassed by mosquitoes, so Lin Shi developed the mosquito repellent talisman. The one given to Officer Xiao, who was a semi-finished product she drew for the first time. It was accidentally sandwiched in a pile of talisman papers. Although the effect is definitely not as good as the finished product, it can also play a certain role. After Lin Shi silently indicated the effect of the mosquito repellent talisman, Officer Xiao, who half believed and half doubtedly, pasted the talisman on his face. As a semi-finished product, the effect is definitely worse. It must be pasted outside to work. As a result, as soon as Officer Xiao, who pasted the mosquito repellent talisman, he felt that there were fewer mosquitoes instantly. This is too magical. He immediately looked at Lin Shi in surprise. His eyes were so hot that he wanted to write an 800-word thank you essay to her with his eyes. Lin Shi silently looked away and decided not to tell him that this talisman was a failure. The two waited for a while, and finally, the moon hiding behind the clouds was completely exposed. The sound of the wind rustled, and footsteps were heard outside the bamboo forest. Lin Shi and Officer Xiao, who both looked towards the place where the sound came from. In the moonlight, Officer Xiao, who clearly saw Zhu Gang. The man who had been dead for 2 years was standing not far away, and Officer Xiao, who took a breath of cold air. Zhu Gang at this moment was exactly the same as he saw in the video, but for some reason, the expression on his face seemed a little impatient. Officer Xiao, who didn't think much about it at first, just thinking that Zhu Gang didn't have enough yin qi and had to recharge quickly. Sure enough, he saw Zhu Gang walk to the open space in the middle of the bamboo forest that he and Lin Shi had explored during the day. But the next second, Zhu Gang actually squatted down and started digging the ground fiercely. Officer Xiao, who so particular, he even dug a bed for himself. Officer Xiao, who just thought that he had learned something new, and then he saw Zhu Gang's expression was fierce, digging deeper and deeper, obviously looking for something. Are you looking for this? Lin Shi's voice suddenly sounded. Officer Xiao, who glanced to his side, and suddenly found that Lin Shi, who had been lying in ambush with him, was gone. He looked again, and found that she was already standing in the open space in the middle. He didn't even notice when she went there. Hearing the voice, Zhu Gang was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he saw what Lin Shi was playing with in her hand. In Officer Xiao, whose eyes, what Lin Shi was throwing up and down looked like a coin or something, but in Zhu Gang's eyes, This was not a coin, it was something that destroyed his home. The next second, Zhu Gang's face showed a ferocious look, and he clenched his fists and ran directly towards Lin Shi. Officer Xiao, whose eyes widened, and he quickly stood up and ran towards Lin Shi, reminding her as he ran, "Be careful." But he still remembered how strong Zhu Gang was. He could break the security glass with just one punch. Before he could run 2 steps, he saw Lin Shi easily avoid Zhu Gang's attack by turning sideways and then quickly waved his fingertips, and the next second a yellow talisman was stuck on Zhu Gang's back. Zhu Gang suddenly stood there like a sculpture, unable to move. Officer Xiao, who ran over quickly, but still felt unsafe, so he cautiously pulled Lin Shi behind him. Lin Shi said slowly, "Don't worry, he can't move." When Officer, who saw that Zhu Gang seemed to be immobilized, he breathed a sigh of relief. The man was finally caught. Bah, 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 the corpse has been caught. But how to get it back is a problem. To be honest, he had no hesitation in asking Officer who to catch those vicious criminals, but Zhu Gang had turned into a zombie now, so he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, as he looked at the talisman paper that didn't seem to be pasted very firmly, he was very worried that the talisman paper might fall off while he was walking. As if knowing what Officer who was worried about, Lin Shi said, "Don't worry, the talisman paper is very strong and won't fall off." Seeing that Officer, who was still hesitating, Lin Shi urged directly, "Move it." Officer who? It seemed that he really couldn't escape. In the end, he could only take a deep breath, hold his breath, and move Zhu Gang like a cargo. He silently said to himself that this was just a stone, not a corpse that had been dead for 2 years, nor a zombie. While Officer, who was moving Zhu Gang, Lin Shi went to collect the coins she buried during the day. The reason why she was so sure that Zhu Gang would come back before was that this ancient coin was the key point. This ancient coin has now become a magic weapon again. This kind of extremely strong and yang thing is the nemesis of Yin objects like Zhu Gang. What's more, she buried it directly where Zhu Gang stayed every night, destroying his nest. After 2 years of absorbing Yin and Qi from Zhu Gang, this piece of land has become an inseparable part of him, and it is even closer than the so-called home of humans. After the coins were buried, they gradually had an impact on this piece of land, and Zhu Gang could naturally feel it. So even if Jiang Hengxing must have ordered Zhu Gang not to come back, Zhu Gang still came back. After all, his IQ is only at the level of lower animals, and he has no idea why Jiang Hengxing didn't let him come back. He only knows that if he doesn't come back, he will be upset. His home is telling him that something has happened, and his instinct tells him that he must come back. Once he comes back, he will of course be caught red-handed. Officer Xiao, who finally moved Zhu Gang to the side of the car, and was about to stuff him into the car when he was stopped by Lin Shi, who had returned. She looked at Zhu Gang with disgust, and then said, "Tie it to the roof of the car. Let Zhu Gang ride in the car together. Wouldn't he be bothered by the smell in the car?" They were driving an off-road vehicle, and the roof was spacious enough to tie an adult. Officer, who was stunned and wanted to say that this was not a good idea, but then he thought, what's wrong with that? He was afraid that the smell in the car would make him feel sick and cause a car accident. At worst, he could explain to his colleagues in the Transportation Bureau that this was a special case, and they would understand. But he was still a little worried that carrying a motionless corpse would scare passing vehicles, so Officer, who also thoughtfully modified Zhu Gang. So that night, the vehicles on the road saw a fantastic scene. By the time they pulled Zhu Gang back to the bureau, it was already 12 o'clock. Officer, who got out of the car and hurried in to ask his colleagues to help. He didn't want to touch Zhu Gang again. Really, the smell was too unbearable. The others didn't know. When they heard Officer, who say that Zhu Gang was caught, they all ran out to see. Seeing Officer, whose look of "I'm so tired and weak and I have to rest," a group of people said that they would leave the trivial matter of moving the body to them. Only 2 seconds later, when they smelled the unspeakable stench of the corpse on Zhu Gang, they realized that they had been fooled by Officer, who. What could they do? They could only hold their breath and move Zhu Gang down. Because it was too smelly, they didn't want to bring Zhu Gang in to pollute the air in the office, so they just put him in the yard as a door god. Where's my master? How is he? Seeing that Zhu Gang's matter was settled, Officer Hu began to ask about the situation on Officer Wang's side. Someone immediately replied, Officer Wang is still squatting there, and I guess Jiang Hingxing won't make any moves. To be honest, the person who committed the theft was Zhu Gang. Even if they found out that Jiang Hingxing had a close connection with the bamboo forest, there was no definite evidence to prove that Jiang Hingxing was the one who controlled Zhu Gang. In this case, there was no way to convict him. When the time came, he would say that he knew nothing, and after contracting the bamboo forest, he didn't know what other zombies had moved in, and they couldn't refute it. So Officer Wang was probably going to return empty-handed. Officer Xiao, who also thought of this, and was scratching his head. In fact, he couldn't use their previous methods to handle this case. The police had to pay attention to evidence when arresting people, and it was really difficult for them to act without evidence. But Jiang Hengxing perfectly avoided all opportunities to act personally, and even if he knew that he was the one who controlled Zhu Gang, Lin Shi's words could not be used as evidence. Could it be that they could only watch him get away with it? Not to mention that he asked Zhu Gang, a dead man, to steal things. Just saying that he had buried a well-buried corpse was disgusting enough. Unable to think of what to do, Officer Xiao, who suddenly saw Lin Shi chatting with a female police officer. The female police officer was the policewoman in their bureau. She was beautiful, but had a very fierce personality. They nicknamed her Bawenghua. As a result, the Bawenghua at this moment actually looked at Lin Shi with a shy face and said, "Oh no, you are beautiful." Officer Xiao Hu. No matter what, brother, are you possessed by a ghost? Probably noticing Officer Xiao Hu's questioning eyes, the female police officer immediately gave him a dagger and warned him to shut up with her eyes. Officer Xiao Hu. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. But in the end he still walked over. After all, he still had to ask Lin Shi if there was any way to bring Jiang Hingxing to justice. Lin Shi looked at him with a strange expression. I don't know how to handle cases. She was just a heavenly master. Of course, if they didn't do anything to Jiang Hingxing, he probably wouldn't live long. He was weak and angry. He asked Zhu Gang to steal things before, probably to prolong his life or to treat his illness. After all, it was not certain that he could make any money from his small shop. Lin Shi guessed correctly that Jiang Hingxing was really desperate and had no money. 2 years ago, when he was seriously ill, he realized that he didn't have much time left and didn't want to die, so he started to think about the secret technique. Some of Jiang Hengxing's ancestors learned some secret techniques, but when it came to his generation, not many useful things were left. Perhaps because the Jiang family did not do good things with these things, their descendants gradually died out until Jiang Hingxing, who was the last generation of the Jiang family. In order to prevent the Jiang family from becoming extinct, and because he himself did not want to die, he did everything he could to prolong his life. Zhu Gang was also the person he chose according to the secret techniques passed down by his ancestors. In order to make Zhu Gang serve him to the fullest, he even made some small changes to Zhu Gang's death, causing him to die several months earlier than originally scheduled. Those few months were just enough for Jiang Hingxing to make use of, allowing Zhu Gang to get him a lot of things, compiling all the items he needed to prolong his life. Otherwise, Jiang Hingxing would have died when he was seriously ill. Although he was discharged from the hospital later, his health was still not good. He had to take medicine to maintain the stability of his condition, and he also had to find a way to continue to create a prescription for longevity. Some of these things were simply beyond his ability to afford, so money became what he needed most. Before, he didn't dare to let Zhu Gang steal from the shops on the streets so blatantly. He just asked him to steal from the homes of some rural residents. There were still many families in the countryside who didn't have surveillance cameras installed. After their things were stolen, even if they called the police, it was useless. In addition, such things often happened in rural areas, so they could only accept the defeat in the end. That's why no one has noticed Zhu Gang's existence in the past 2 years. Until recently, Jiang Hengxing realized that his health was getting worse and worse, and he was very panicked. When he was panicked, he wanted to use medicine on himself as quickly as possible, and even thought that he might have to be hospitalized for treatment. so he urgently needed a large sum of money. This was also the reason why he took the risk and let Zhu Gang sneak into the store. As for why he didn't just rob a bank, it was of course because the money in the bank was numbered and something would definitely go wrong if he spent it. As for the gold, although it looks like this when it is brought back, we can find a black gold shop to melt it and then reshape it. Who knows where this gold came from? He had thought of everything, but he didn't expect that Officer Wang and the others would ask for help from spiritual practitioners. Jiang Hengxing is at home at this moment. He knew that there must be police outside watching him, so he didn't dare to go out to find Zhu Gang, but he had trained Zhu Gang for 2 years, so naturally he had other ways to contact Zhu Gang. So Jiang Hengxing performed a ritual at home, trying to contact Zhu Gang using secret techniques as usual. But what he couldn't believe was that he couldn't contact Zhu Gang. How so? Jiang Hengxing couldn't believe it. He tried again but still got no response. Could it be that the girl he saw during the day was more powerful than he imagined, and could she subdue Zhu Gang? No, that's not possible. She looks like she is only in her teens at most. How could she possibly deal with Zhu Gang? Even for him, if he was not Zhu Gang's master, he would have become obedient under his training. I'm afraid that Jiang Hengxing would not be Zhu Gang's opponent in a head-on confrontation. At this time, Jiang Hengxing did not intend to open the door. He realized that the person outside was definitely not a neighbor or acquaintance, but definitely a police officer. So he pretended not to hear it. But the next second, he heard a voice coming from outside. Jiang Hengxing, Zhu Gang has been arrested by us. What? Jiang Hengxing couldn't believe it. It doesn't matter if you don't come out. I just want to inform you that this case will be taken over by the special department. Then you will know the consequences of abusing secret techniques and committing crimes. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened the next second. Jiang Hengxing stood at the door with a pale face, muttering, "Impossible. How could Zhu Gang be arrested? Who did it? And what is the special department?" In fact, Jiang Hengxing had vaguely guessed the role of the special department, but he couldn't believe that he had only made such a small mistake, stole some things, and even caused no casualties, but he would alarm the special department. This is unreasonable. Officer Wang at the door was actually quite surprised to receive the news a few minutes ago. He didn't expect the special department to suddenly take over the case. But it must be said that they couldn't punish a person like Jiang Hengxing legally, so using special methods to solve this problem was of course the simplest. However, he had only heard the deputy director mention the special department once before, saying that it would only take action when dealing with some very complex and serious cases, and usually would not take care of the trivial matters of various local branches. And in the case of Jiang Hengxing, as he said, there was indeed no particularly bad casualties, and it would not alarm the special department. But if someone is unlucky and chokes to death while drinking cold water, he just happened to come here to meet Lin Shi, and then he knew about this case. Well, this time, he just took care of Jiang Hengxing's matter. In the end, Jiang Hengxing was taken back by Officer Wang. After taking him back, he had to hand him over to the colleague in the special department, and finally, he could see the real person. Although Officer Wang and he were colleagues in a strict sense, it was just that the special department was too mysterious, and he always had an inexplicable sense of awe for the people there. It was similar to how he felt about Lin Shi now. As a result, when he returned to the bureau and was about to greet the colleague from the special department with a nervous and anxious heart, he saw a young man with earrings, a hip-hop style loose t-shirt and ripped jeans, and a baseball cap. The young man looked to be in his 20s at most, and he was so excited that he jumped up and down while holding a piece of talisman paper. "You told me this is a semi-finished product. You just drew it casually?" "No, I don't accept it." He absolutely refused to admit that he had been learning to draw talismans since he was a child, but after more than 20 years of drawing, his work was not as good as the semi-finished product that others drew casually. Lin Shi watched him go crazy quietly, and even sighed unconsciously. Seeing this person in front of her, she roughly knew the current level of cultivation of the various sects of the Xian men. This person, who was said to have been practicing since he was a child, had to draw several times before he could draw even a low-level talisman. The metaphysics had declined to this point. Moreover, he, who was half-baked, could work in the special department. I'm afraid the people there were not much better than him. Su Fei collapsed and muttered for a long time, and found that Lin Shi was just looking at him silently. He finally reacted, cleared his throat awkwardly, and tried to save a little dignity. Actually, drawing talismans is not my strong point. I am best at exorcising demons and catching ghosts. Lin Shi said silently, not knowing whether he believed it or not. But Su Fei just assumed that she believed it. However, he happened to be traveling in Linshui, and then he remembered that the Public Security Bureau here had reported the identity of a person who could exorcise ghosts, so Su Fei thought of coming over and asking a few questions. He only knew that the man's name was Lin Shi, and he didn't know anything else. As a result, I was lucky enough to meet Lin Shi herself, and also learned that she was invited by the local Public Security Bureau to help again. Su Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. It seemed that this man did have some skills. However, when he saw Lin Shi's appearance and thought about her age, and most importantly, he accidentally saw a mosquito-repellent talisman on Officer, whose desk, he was stunned. Although he was not very good at drawing talismans, the reason he was able to enter the special department was not only because he was born into a feng shui family but also because he was born with the ability to see yin and yang. It is precisely because of this that he has a unique advantage in catching ghosts and can clearly see many things that other people cannot see. As soon as he saw the talisman, he noticed the faint spiritual power still remaining on the talisman paper, which showed that this talisman was a real one, not one of those fake things out there. Upon further questioning, it turned out that the talisman was drawn by Lin Shi. And after Su Fei's further questioning, he found out that it was a mosquito-repellent talisman that she had casually researched. It was just a semi-finished product, and she had no intention of taking it. When saying this, Lin Shi glanced at Officer Xiao Hu and happened to see the resentful look in Officer Xiao Hu's eyes. It was as if he was saying that she actually gave him the thing she was about to throw away. Lin Shi looked away and could only pretend not to see it. As a result, when Su Fei heard this, he was even more unwilling to accept it. The defective works she drew casually still had a faint spiritual energy after being used. How much spiritual energy would it have when it was intact? Even the finished product, isn't it even more effective? Well, I haven't studied the mosquito repellent charm yet. We are all in the same boat. Do you mind giving me a finished product to study? There are mosquitoes in my room, and I am so annoyed. Officer Hu was standing next to him, looked at the trendy brand he was wearing. It happened that he had a friend who liked to study these things, and he had also seen some of them. The rag-like pants on Su Fei seemed to cost several thousand yuan, and the clothes were hand-painted in a joint brand, which also costs several thousand yuan. It can be seen that he is a man who is not short of money. Do you think there are mosquitoes in his bedroom? Could it be that he can't afford mosquito repellent? Lin Shi did not refuse. After all, this mosquito repellent charm was not a very expensive thing. It was just a primary charm she drew casually. Moreover, after wearing it for so long, it actually didn't have much effect. She was planning to throw it away in a while. Since Su Fei wanted to study it, then give it to him. Lin Shi handed the mosquito repellent charm to Su Fei, but Su Fei took it carefully and put it in his pocket. He would never tell Lin Shi that he would send the talisman to his grandfather right away. There are so many geniuses in this world. Why can't there be one more for him? Su Fei was so jealous. After putting the talisman paper away, Su Fei realized Lin Shi's talent and couldn't help but become more serious. He asked for Lin Shi's contact information. He originally planned to find a time to invite her to his house for a chat, but when he heard that she was still a senior high school student after this leave, the teacher might not give her another leave. At that time, Su Fei's expression changed, and jealousy made him unrecognizable. As for how to deal with Zhu Gang, Su Fei glanced at Lin Shi and said, "He's already a zombie, just burn him directly." Zombies are afraid of fire, and only after burning can they be safe. Officer Wang and others said that they knew, and then decided to notify Zhu Gang's family overnight. After all, the night is long and dreams are many. And the rest of these things don't need Lin Shi to deal with. She was sent to the staff dormitory of the bureau by the policewoman to sleep. When she got up the next day, the policewoman took her to the cafeteria for dinner, and then Officer Wang and others gave Lin Shi this bonus. plus the reward for her assistance in handling the case last time. Last time, we said we would come to your house to give you the reward, but later there were a lot of things in the bureau, and I couldn't spare the time, so I just gave it to you all at once. Officer Wang stuffed her an envelope and continued, "Keep the money. Don't drop it later." Lin Shi nodded and put the money into her bag without any hesitation. Then she was sent to the airport by Officer Xiao Hu and went directly back to Jiangyi City. But when Lin Shi got off the car, she suddenly turned around and threw something to Officer Xiao Hu. "I'll give you a lucky charm. Remember to carry it with you." After saying that, Lin Shi opened the car door and went straight into the airport. Officer Hu in the car looked at the lucky charm and was immediately moved. He said that Lin Shi is indeed a good comrade. After returning to Jiangyi City, Lin Shi was indeed closely watched by her class teacher Tang Meng for several days, because her progress was delayed a lot during the days she was on leave. Her foundation was not as good as others. If she delayed the progress, it would be even more difficult to get a score in the college entrance examination. Tang Meng is a very responsible teacher. She not only kept a copy of the test paper and exercise book of her subject, but also went to find teachers of other subjects. So when Lin Shi returned to school, Tang Meng stuffed a stack of test papers and exercises. Tang Meng told her earnestly, "The teacher knows that you don't have a good foundation, but also knows that you have a heart to study hard, so you work hard these days and do all these. It will definitely be of great help to you in the future." Lin Shi looked at the thick pile of papers in her hand and suddenly had the idea of dropping out of school. Is this book really necessary to read? But despite her resistance, she still nodded and agreed. Seeing her like this, Tang Meng was naturally relieved. She did not ask Lin Shi what she did in Lin Shui, but just asked her to concentrate on her studies. Also, you can write down the knowledge points you don't understand in these test papers and ask me or the teacher when the time comes. If it is not convenient, you can ask your classmates. I will transfer you to Yi Luoluo's side, and you can ask her more. Yi Luoluo is not only kind-hearted and enthusiastic, but also has good grades in all subjects. Lin Shi said yes, then thanked Tang Meng again, and then left the office. As soon as she left, the other teachers in the office spoke. The words were said to Tang Meng. "Xiao Tang, aren't you afraid that you will spend a lot of effort to find test papers for her and arrange a deskmate for her, and she will complain that you are too troublesome in return?" The person who spoke was an old teacher. He has been a teacher for many years and has seen too many different kinds of students. When he had just graduated, he naively thought that his wholehearted consideration for students would make them understand his good intentions. He even worked until 1 or 2 in the morning to analyze the students' performance and write knowledge points for them to improve their knowledge. As a result, he called the person to his office the next day, handed the information he had prepared overnight to the student, and asked him to do it. The student looked obviously reluctant, but finally accepted it. But the next day, he saw the familiar information in the trash can at the school gate. Later, he even happened to hear that student complain to others, saying that the teacher disliked him and deliberately gave him so many difficult questions for no reason, as if he was sick. Since then, the teacher was completely disheartened and no longer foolishly thought about saving every student with poor grades. Whether a student can study well, whether he can be admitted to university, and what his future will be like are not things that a teacher like him can change. He should just do his job well to avoid unnecessary worries. Moreover, he had just clearly seen Lin Shi showing a resistance on her face, and he was afraid that she would be like his former student, not only not appreciating his kindness, but also wasting Tang Meng's hard work. Tang Meng naturally knew that the teacher had good intentions, but she didn't know why. She always had an intuition about Lin Shi and firmly believed that she was a good child. Maybe it's because of what happened in her hometown before. Children who want to study will definitely not let her efforts go to waste. Wu Bin was so happy to see Lin Shi in class again. As soon as the class was over, he went to Lin Shi's desk and greeted her excitedly. But he still remembered that Lin Shi had said not to call her master in school, so he could only follow her lead and call her by her name. "Student Lin Shi, you are finally back. You don't know that something big happened during the few days you were away." When he said the last sentence, Wu Bin deliberately lowered his voice, with a mysterious look on his face. Lin Shi was looking at the pile of test papers with a headache and asked casually, "What's the big deal? Are these test papers big?" Seeing that she didn't seem very interested, Wu Bin couldn't help but feel anxious. "It's true. A classmate in our class saw it with his own eyes. Our school has that thing." As he spoke, Wu Bin stretched out his hand and made a wave gesture, imitating a ghost. Hearing this, Lin Shi became interested. "In school?" "Yes, right at school." Although Wu Bin was a little afraid of these things because of the last time he was possessed by a ghost, he was young after all, and soon the scar healed, and he forgot the pain. Especially now that Master Lin Shi was here, how could those demons and ghosts dare to take action? Thinking of this, I instantly felt safe. My brother, Datu, forgot his keys at school the night before yesterday. He came in to get them around 11 o'clock and heard someone talking at the stairs. That night, after Data talked to the security guard and showed him his student ID, the security guard finally decided to let him in to find the key. Wu Bin and his classmates' class was on the 3rd floor. It only took 2 minutes to go back and forth from the school gate to the classroom, and Datu successfully found the key. Because he knew his seat and was familiar with the classroom, he did not turn on the classroom lights but directly turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone. It was almost midnight and there was no sound of students walking around the entire campus. It was so quiet that the only sound was the chirping of crickets in the flower beds. Because he had been in school for 3 years and Datu was also very brave, when he heard someone talking at the corner, he didn't think much about it. He just thought it was just a coincidence, and there was someone else like him who was careless and forgot something in the classroom. Otherwise, how could there be someone staying in the teaching building at this time?
He must have come back to get something.
And they must be day students, because the dormitory building for boarding students had long been locked by the dormitory manager, and they couldn't get out at all. Data thought the voice sounded like a boy, so he was planning to walk over to see who it was. Maybe they could even walk together for a while. Before I even turned the corner, I noticed something was unusual. Because the man seemed to be saying, "Why am I here? I have to go back and write the test paper. I will take the college entrance examination tomorrow. I must get the best score. Otherwise my parents will be sad." Big head. What? Is he sleepwalking? He heard someone say that if you meet a sleepwalker, you should not wake him up, otherwise it will have bad consequences for him. So Big Head had to give up the idea of greeting the buddy and carefully stick his head out to see who the sleepwalker was. But when he saw the buddy's appearance in the moonlight, he was stunned. At that moment, a piercing chill suddenly rose from the soles of his feet, making him feel like he was being controlled in place, and he didn't even dare to move. Because the person he saw had a pale complexion, blood on his face, and his neck was half tilted in an extremely twisted way that was turned 180 degrees backwards. What scared Big Head even more was that under the moonlight, the person had no shadow. Big Head has been scared these past 2 days and has lost several pounds. Wu Bin said, somewhat worried. And that night, he went to tell the security guard that there was a ghost in the teaching building, but the security guard came back with a flashlight and saw nothing. He also scolded Big Head and said he was playing a prank on purpose. If he had not personally encountered some things that could not be explained by science, Wu Bin might have thought that Big Head's words were false, just like the security guard. But it was precisely because of his own experience that when he went to Big Head's home and saw him huddled in his bed, shivering and looking scared, he knew that what he said must be true. At least his emotions of being scared were real. Unfortunately, no one believed what he said. Not only did the security guard not believe it, but the teacher and his parents also did not believe it. They all said that he lied to avoid studying. Big Head was almost collapsed. He kept saying that he did not lie and that he really saw a ghost, but no one believed him. Poor Big Head. He was the only one in the world who understood his inner pain. As expected, the truth is only in the hands of a few people, and only smart people can discover the truth. Wu Bin felt that as Dada's good brother, he had the responsibility and obligation to save him, so he came to find Lin Shi. After listening, Lin Shi asked Wu Bin who Data was. Wu Bin quickly pointed out Data's location. Data's family and teachers all thought that he deliberately lied and didn't want to go to school, but now is the most critical time for the review of the 3rd year of high school, so how could he not go to school? So, after hiding at home for a day, Datu was still forced to come to school by his parents. But now he doesn't even dare to go to the toilet alone. No matter what he does, he has to pull a few people together for fear of encountering that thing again. As for going downstairs, he dared not go down the stairs where he encountered the ghosts that night, even if he went down another staircase far away from the classroom. Following the direction of Wu Bin's finger, Lin Shi quickly saw a boy with dark blue eyes and dull eyes. A glance at his forehead was slightly black, which showed that he really encountered a ghost, but the color was very light, and the ghost should not have done anything to him. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as being frightened. Lin Shi retracted his gaze and said to Wu Bin in his expectant eyes, "I saw a ghost." Wu Bin immediately laughed. "Ha, that's what I told you. Big Head really saw a ghost." Yi Luoluo, who had listened to their entire conversation, asked, "No, isn't that your good brother? How come he is so happy even though he saw a ghost?" She frowned and asked involuntarily, "Are there really ghosts in this world?" "No way." Before Lin Shi could speak, Wu Bin immediately turned serious.
Of course I did.
"I told you, I encountered it during the summer vacation." Then, Wu Bin told Yi Luoluo about his adventure during the summer vacation. Yi Luoluo was half believing and half doubting. "Hey, don't disbelieve me. I'm telling you, it was Lin Shi who drove the ghost out of me. Why do you think I called her master when school started? It was because she saved my life." Although this sounded like a plot from a novel, Wu Bin's expression was so real that Yi Luoluo began to feel uncertain again. Is this true? She didn't believe Wu Bin, but she believed Lin Shi. So Yi Luoluo came over to Lin Shi for the answer. Lin Shi would not lie about such a thing, so he nodded and admitted it. Yi Luoluo didn't know what he was thinking of and suddenly exclaimed, "So when school started, you said that you helped Wu Bin a small favor, which was to save his life." "That seems to be correct." So Lin Shi nodded again.
Yi Luoluo.
"Your little favor and my little favor seem to be a little different." However, after hearing this incident, Yi Luoluo always felt that her desk mate looked a little different. Inexplicably, he had a more expert temperament. "Cece, so, you're a ghost hunter?" Yi Luoluo looked at Lin Shi with curiosity. "But no matter how you look at it, she is still my desk mate who is like a little sister." Although she seemed to have gained some weight recently and was not as thin as when she first met her, she was still quite thin. At least in the eyes of the kind-hearted Yi Luoluo, Lin Shi was still the little girl who needed her help. Such a little sister can actually catch ghosts. Seeing her big eyes full of curiosity, Lin Shi smiled and said, "I can not only catch ghosts, but also tell fortunes." "Really? Then can you tell fortunes for me?" Yi Luoluo looked at her with wide eyes, full of expectation. She didn't know that Lin Shi's fortune-telling outside started at 1,000 yuan per divination. She thought it was just like a classmate of hers who liked to play tarot cards to tell fortunes and could tell fortunes casually. Lin Shi didn't say anything. She liked Yi Luoluo very much, and Yi Luoluo helped her a lot in school, so she naturally didn't mind telling fortunes for her for free. After looking at Yi Luoluo seriously for a few seconds, Lin Shi said, "You were born in a well-off family. Your parents love you and treat you very well, so you have lived a smooth life since you were born. The only thing is that you had a high fever when you were 6 years old and almost became deaf. You also encountered a car accident when you were 12 years old, but you were not seriously injured." Yi Luoluo originally listened to her fortune-telling with curiosity, but she became more and more surprised when she heard it, and finally she was stunned. How did you know?" She was able to remember things when she was 6 years old, so she naturally remembered the high fever she had. If her mother hadn't come to check if the quilt was covered properly at night, and found out that she had a high fever and sent her to the hospital in time, her ears might have been burned and deafened. And when they were 12 years old, they graduated from elementary school and went on a trip. Although they were in the city, they had an accident on the way back. Their entire school bus overturned and many classmates were injured. But because there was a flower bed next to them, no one was seriously injured. Yi Luoluo only had a little skin scrape, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Oh my god, Lin Shi actually calculated it. Just when Yi Luoluo was about to call Lin Shi master, Lin Shi suddenly added another sentence. Lin Shi said, "No, you do. You can go home and ask your parents. Although your brother is not with you now, he is still alive. If you want to find him, don't give up."
What?
Yi Luolua was shocked. She wanted to continue to deny that she didn't have a brother, but when she thought about her parents going out on a specific day every year, she suddenly felt that what Lin Shi said might be true. Yi Luoluo was absent-minded all morning. She didn't even listen carefully to what Wu Bin and Lin Shi said about how to deal with the ghost in the school. Her mind was full of the possibility that she had a brother. Finally, in the afternoon, she wanted to go home more urgently than ever. When she got home, her mother had just come back from work and hadn't even put down her bag. Seeing her daughter running out of breath, Ye's mother was stunned. "What's wrong? You're running so fast. Is there someone chasing you behind you?" she said, and Yi Luoluo looked behind her with a smile, but there was nothing. Yi Luoluo couldn't even wait to calm her breath and asked her mother directly, "Mom, do I have a brother?" The smile on Ye's mother's face froze instantly. After several seconds, she asked with a sullen face, "Who told you?" Mom did not deny it. This matter was actually true. Yi Luoluo couldn't believe that she actually had a brother, but why had she never heard her parents talk about it for so many years, and even no one else in the family mentioned it? "Mom, don't worry about who told me this. I really have a brother." "Then where is he now? Why is he not in our house? Is it him?" Yi Luoluo wanted to say whether he died in an accident, but suddenly remembered what Lin Shi said during the day, that her brother was still alive and she should not give up and continue to look for him. Her brother is still alive. "My brother is still alive, Mom. Can't you find him?" At this moment, Yi Luoluo no longer doubted what Lin Shi said, because she was right. Naturally, Yi Luoluo also believed that her brother was still alive. Hearing her daughter say that her brother was still alive, Ye's mother, who was originally solemn, suddenly smiled miserably, and that smile was full of bitterness and despair. Perhaps because she saw that some things could not be concealed, she could only tell Yi Luoluo the truth. It was better than some people talking nonsense to Yi Luoluo and making her feel guilty. "Yes, you have a brother. But your brother died 16 years ago. 16 years ago, when Yi Luoluo was just over 1 year old, her son was only 3 years old." At this point, Ye's mother burst into tears. "Impossible, my brother is still alive." Although Yi Luoluo was shocked for a moment, she inexplicably believed in Lin Shi. Her brother was definitely still alive. Ye's mother did not believe that her son was dead, but the body that was fished out of the river at that time was wearing exactly the same clothes as her son, and the body shape was similar. Thinking of her 3-year-old son, who was soaked in water and was unrecognizable, almost unrecognizable, Ye's mother burst into tears. "Lolo, your brother died in an accident. If someone tells you nonsense, don't believe them, okay?" At that time, she and her husband took their son and daughter to the amusement park. Amusement parks were still rare in the early 2000s, so the family prepared for a long time before going to the amusement park. After they went in, they found that there were too many people. She and her husband brought their 2 children, so it was safe for them to hold one each. But the problem is that there are too many things in the amusement park that children like. My daughter and son like different things. My daughter was still young at the time, just over 1 year old, and didn't understand much, but she pointed at a colorful doll and asked for it. There were a lot of people in the doll store, and we had to queue. The couple originally planned to wait until there were fewer people around before buying it, but looking at their daughter's expression, she was afraid she would cry if she didn't hold the doll. After finally getting out for a trip, the couple wanted their children to be happier. In addition, as he had a father who doted on his daughter, Mr. Yi finally decided to go and queue up and let Mrs. Yi take the 2 children to find a place to sit outside and wait for him. When Mother Yi heard this, she thought this idea was feasible, so she took her 2 children to a nearby open-air restaurant. After walking for a while, the children seemed to be hungry, so Mother Yi took them to buy food. She held one child in each hand and didn't dare to let go. As a result, there were crowds of people everywhere in the amusement park, even in the places where people bought food and paid for food. When it came time to pay, Mother Yi had no choice but to temporarily let go of her son's hand and let him hold the corner of her clothes while she used her free hand to pay. During the few seconds it took to pay, my son was pushed aside by a group of people. When Ye's mother realized what was happening, she shouted her son's name and frantically called for help, but the crowded crowd not only did not disperse, but instead seemed to want to separate her and her daughter. At that moment, Mother Yi realized something. She grabbed her daughter's hand tightly and gritted her teeth to prevent her daughter from being dragged away. Human traffickers were rampant in that era, unfortunately, in the end, because Ye's mother refused to let go. The restaurant staff came out and they could only take their son away with regret. The human traffickers act in gangs. After they took Yi Luoluo's brother away from Ye's mother, they immediately handed him over to the next group of people. By the time the store staff called the police, the child had already been moved out of the amusement park. Later, the Yi couple naturally did not give up looking for their son. But just 2 months later, someone fished out the body of a boy from a river in a remote county, and the police notified all families whose children had previously been registered as missing to check. The Yi couple also went there and saw on the child the clothes, pants, and shoes that their son wore on the day he went to the amusement park. But perhaps because of their old age, their thoughts were a little hard to turn around. When they knew that it was because their granddaughter was clamoring for a doll that caused their son to queue up, leaving their daughter-in-law with 2 children alone, and then being taken advantage of by human traffickers, they could not help but put all the blame for losing their grandson on their granddaughter, Yi Luoluo. They said that if Yi Luoluo had not been clamoring for a doll, their son would not have left his grandson alone, leaving his daughter-in-law with 2 children alone, and then being taken advantage of by human traffickers. If it weren't for Yi Luoluo, the grandson would not have been lost. Even Yi Luoluo's grandmother asked why the person who was robbed by the human traffickers was not Yi Luoluo. Hearing these words, Ye's mother was instantly chilled, and she never took Yi Luoluo to her grandparents' house again. Fortunately, her grandparents did not live for many years. When Yi Luoluo was 4 or 5 years old, her grandparents died one after another. The grandparents who hated Yi Luoluo the most passed away. Ye's mother and father were worried that other people who knew about their son's death would talk nonsense in Yi Luoluo's ears, and even went to warn those relatives. They knew very well that the people who should be blamed were the hateful human traffickers, not the innocent children. But the daughter was young, and they were really afraid that she would keep listening to people's nonsense and finally believe it, bear the guilt, and think that she killed her brother, and live a painful life like this. So after thinking carefully, Ye's mother and father decided to hide the fact that her daughter had a brother. It happened that she was only a year old at the time. As she grew up, she had no memory of her brother. As for when she grew up and had the ability to distinguish herself, they might choose to tell her about it. Yi Luoluo never thought that the truth would be like this. To be honest, when she learned that her father did not keep up with her mother in order to buy a doll for her, she had a moment and felt that it was because of her that this disaster occurred. But the next second, her eyes became firm. No, it was not her fault, but those unscrupulous human traffickers. But her mother said that she and her father saw her brother's body with their own eyes, but Linshi said that her brother was still alive and asked them not to give up the search. Yi Luoluo raised her head and looked at Ye's mother seriously. "Mom, are you sure that the child who was fished out of the water was really my brother?" Ye's mother said with red eyes. "How could I make a mistake? I put that set of clothes on your brother myself. But what if someone happened to wear the same clothes or the human traffickers deliberately changed my brother's clothes?" Now that the internet is well developed, all kinds of social news can be seen on mobile phones. Yi Luoluo had seen before that some human traffickers would change the appearance of the children as soon as they snatched them in order to avoid being chased by the police. Mother Yi paused, and for a moment she was unsure.
But
"He looks a lot like your brother, and he was lost around the same time as your brother." Yi Luoluo's tone was excited. "So you didn't do any genetic testing, right?" The various technologies in that era were not developed enough, and people at that time did not have this concept, so Mother Yi and the others naturally did not do it. Now that I think about it, could it be that they really recognized the wrong person? But so many years have passed, and even if the child who was fished out was really not their son, I'm afraid their child is in great danger. It's not that Ye's mother doesn't want to look for him, but it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's too difficult. Mom, do you know why I know that I have a brother? It wasn't told to me by our relatives, nor was it something I overheard. It was something my desk mate calculated for me. Yi Luoluo excitedly told Ye's mother. She also figured out that my brother is not dead, he is still alive. My desk mate told us not to give up the search. But after she said this excitedly, she didn't see her mother showing any surprise. In Ye's mother's opinion, it was unrealistic that her daughter's desk mate could tell fortunes. It was even possible that she just happened to say a few random words and her daughter took them seriously. This was purely a blind cat catching a dead mouse. What's more, even the police had expressed their condolences, and the possibility that their son was still alive was too small. Mother Yi didn't say anything. She just touched her daughter's head and smiled sadly. I didn't tell you before, because I was afraid you would have wild thoughts. Now that you know, don't think too much. Just grow up with your brother, okay? When Yi Luoluo saw her mother's expression, she knew that she didn't believe what she had just said. Therefore, Yi Luoluo didn't say anything else, but made up her mind in her heart that she must find her brother back. She wants to reunite their family. 11:40 p.m. Tang Meng suddenly appeared at the school gate. The security guards who were napping in the security room were stunned and looked at her in surprise. Why did Teacher Tang come to school so late at night? Fortunately, Tang Meng explained quickly. I left some documents in the office. I'll go in and get them. The security guard admired Tang Meng's dedication and asked, Teacher Tang, do you want me to shine a light for you? There's no one in the school at night, and I don't know if you're scared. The security guard was very enthusiastic. Tang Meng smiled and thanked him, but said she could do it alone. Her office was also in the teaching building on the same floor as Lin Shi's class, except that one was in the middle of the corridor and the other was at the end of the corridor. Although Tang Meng felt that the campus at night was relatively quiet, she didn't think too much about it, until she came to the corner of the first floor and encountered the same thing that Dado had encountered. In the night sky, a scream cut through the sky. Ah! Help! Lin Shi only heard about the sudden, unexpected leave of absence from the head teacher Tang Meng before the Chinese class the next morning. Wu Bin has a wide network of contacts and is a small know-it-all. Before Yi Luoluo could find out why Tang Meng asked for leave, he had already rushed to Lin Shi's seat and told her the reason for Tang Meng's leave without stopping. I found out that Teacher Tang asked for leave because she was scared last night and fell down the stairs and sprained her foot. And the reason she was scared is the same as Datu. Wu Bin said, suddenly feeling a little guilty. If we had come here last night to deal with the ghost, Teacher Tang wouldn't have been hurt. After he told Lin Shi about the school haunting yesterday, Lin Shi thought that the ghost didn't hurt anyone, so she didn't really want to deal with it. But she couldn't stand Wu Bin's constant nagging, so she said she would wait until Saturday night to deal with it. They were in the third year of high school, and they only had Saturday afternoons and Sunday mornings off, so they had time on Saturday night. As a result, before Saturday, Tang Meng got into trouble because she came to school at night and encountered the ghost. However, first there was the incident of Dada seeing a ghost at the stairs, and then there was the accident of teacher Tang Meng. It is estimated that the school will no longer treat this as a student's deliberate lie. Students will definitely not be allowed to come to school at night these 2 nights, so there will be no more accidents. It is similar to what Lin Shi guessed. At this time, the school leaders are all at Tang Meng's house to carefully ask her about the situation at that time. The credibility of the students may not be high, but Tang Meng is a teacher in their school and a teacher with excellent professional quality and character. She is definitely not going to play any pranks like the students. So, under the questioning of the school leaders, Tang Meng could only hold back his trembling and describe the figure he saw last night and what he said at that time in detail. As a result, when hearing the ghost's death and the words he muttered to himself, one of the oldest school leaders didn't know what he was thinking of, and his expression suddenly changed. About 10 years ago, there was indeed a student who jumped from the top floor of the school the night before the college entrance examination. The teaching building is actually not high, with only 4 floors in total. It stands to reason that although jumping down would not leave him unscathed, the probability of falling to death is actually not that high, at most breaking arms and legs. But it just so happened that when the student fell, his head hit the flower bed on the ground, his neck happened to hit the steps of the flower bed, and his body fell to the ground. It was equivalent to the cross-section of the steps directly breaking his neck. When everyone found him at that time, his neck was indeed broken and directly broken. How could a person survive if his neck bones were broken? So, he was declared dead on the spot. Because there were not many people staying in school to review at that time, most students went home 2 days before the college entrance examination. Only some candidates felt that there was no atmosphere for reviewing at home and continued to stay in the school. In addition, the incident happened at night. In order not to cause panic to other students and affect their mood the day before the college entrance examination, the school blocked the news and cleaned up the scene as quickly as possible. When the students got up the next day, they almost didn't know that a murder had occurred in the school last night. As for the missing student, because everyone was focused on their college entrance examinations in those days, they had no time to pay attention to others. As for the parents of the student, of course they notified them as soon as possible, but because the other party was far away, it took 2 days to come back. At that time, the school had installed surveillance, and it could be clearly seen that the student went to the top floor and jumped down by himself, so no matter how unacceptable they were and how much they cried, this was indeed the child's own choice. The student had good grades, and was usually very kind. I didn't hear that he had any festivals with anyone. It was impossible for him to jump off the building because of a conflict with his classmates or out of anger. As for home, his parents said that there didn't seem to be any problems. He was the only child in their family, and they took care of him and supported him in everything. They never hit or scolded him, and they only cared about him. So until now, they still haven't figured out why the student jumped off the building and died the night before the college entrance examination. But in the end, the matter just passed. The leader didn't expect that after so many years, the student's ghost was still in the school. They really didn't do anything to him. Although all the teachers are materialists, it is impossible for Tang Meng to lie about such a thing. And most importantly, after the first time, will there be a second time? They can't possibly keep people away from the teaching building at night forever. Not only that, what if the student's ghost comes out during the day? What should we do then? There are so many students here. Please don't let any problems arise. At that moment, the leaders had only one thought in their minds, which was to resolve this matter as quickly as possible and to absolutely ensure the physical and mental safety of all students. But who should we contact, and how to deal with this kind of thing? Everyone was confused again. Do we need to contact a master like that? None of the leaders present knew that kind of master. At this moment, they looked at each other in confusion. One of them suddenly thought, well, I can ask a teacher in number 2 middle school. Her son is studying in our school. I remembered that her son seemed to have some problems during the summer vacation. In the end, he went to many hospitals, but none of them were cured. After asking that master to come to his house, he got better. What happened to her son? The man shook his head. I don't know the details. I just heard that her son seemed to have a big change in temperament. She had to take a leave to see her son and take him to see a doctor, so she asked me to help her go to a meeting. The two graduated from the same school and the same major. Although they were not in the same school after work, they had always had a good relationship. After hearing this, the principal finally decided, then you go ask that teacher and we will go home and ask our families and relatives to see if there is any expert in this field to recommend. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise there is such a potential danger, and they have to keep their hearts hanging. The leaders could only say yes, and then went home to ask their relatives and friends. At number 2 middle school, when Wu's mother received a call from an old classmate, she thought that something had happened to her son Wu Bin at school, and she was very anxious. But when her old classmate said what he meant, she was shocked. Then, without any hesitation, she planned to send Lin Shi's contact information to her old classmate. This is a big deal, and it really can't be vague. But just when she was about to send it, she suddenly remembered something. Hey, that master seems to be in your school. Mother Wu just heard Wu Bin say some time ago that Master Lin Shi was actually his classmate. At that time, she knew that Lin Shi went to number 1 middle school. She also asked Wu Bin to help Lin Shi more in the class. Not only because Lin Shi helped him at that time, it was also a good thing for Wu Bin to be able to make friends with such a capable person. In our school? The teacher, who called, was shocked. When did their school produce such a person? Is it a hidden teacher in the school? Or is it a guard at the door who looks ordinary but is actually a master, just like the monk who sweeps the floor? Yes, he is a classmate of Wu Bin in the same class as him called Lin Shi. If you don't know him, ask Wu Bin to tell him. Master Lin Shi is a very good person, and he shouldn't refuse. He is a classmate of Wu Bin. The master is actually beside me? Finally, the old classmate hung up the phone in a trance, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally told the principal about it. The principal was naturally unbelievable when he heard it. After all, Lin Shi's age and identity did not seem like a master. But in the end, he decided to give it a try first, and if it didn't work, he would continue to look for it. So before school was over in the afternoon, Lin Shi was suddenly called to the office by the head of the grade, and it turned out that the principal and several other leaders were in the office. Lin Shi was stunned, but nodded truthfully. Yes, principal, do you need anything? The principal. No, he didn't want to need anything. The principal quickly explained, it's not me, it's our school. As he spoke, he began to sigh and quickly told her about the school being haunted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shi said, I was planning to do it on Saturday. But since the principal has found her, let's solve it as soon as possible. Hearing that she was going to take care of this matter, the principal couldn't help but feel relieved, but Lin Shi looked too young, and he was still inexplicably worried. Do you need our help? Lin Shi. No, just clear the place after 11 o'clock in the evening. The yin energy is the strongest at midnight, which is the time when ghosts travel the most. The midnight is calculated according to the current time between 11 o'clock at night and 1 o'clock in the morning. So even though the senior high school students finished their last evening self-study class at 10 o'clock, they haven't seen the ghost for so many years. The principal nodded immediately after hearing this. In fact, without Lin Shi's words, they had already planned to cancel the last evening self-study class and let the students leave the teaching building at 9 o'clock. After confirming that the students would not appear around the teaching building at night, the principal and others would not need to do anything else. But the principal was still worried. The safety of other students was important, and Lin Shi was also a student of their school. So he still planned to go with Lin Shi at night, at least if something happened, he could help in the first time. Lin Shi did not refuse, but only said that she might have to go back early in the afternoon to get some things. Although she had never seen things like catching ghosts with her own eyes, the principal and others had watched TV dramas after all, and knew that what Lin Shi was going to get back might be a peachwood sword, a compass, or something like that. So they immediately nodded to show their understanding, and reminded Lin Shi to bring as many things as possible, and try to solve this matter at one time. But what they didn't know was that Lin Shi was not going back to get these things. She was just going back to get the amulet, and she didn't use it for herself, but for the principal, who made the principal so responsible that he had to go with her at night. In order to prevent him from having any accidents, Lin Shi could only prepare a talisman for him. Soon it was evening. Today, the senior high school students only had 2 evening self-study sessions. The other students who were unaware of the situation were extremely happy and shouted that the school had finally become a normal place. Only Yi Luoluo and Wu Bin knew the inside story. One was worried about Lin Shi, and the other was eager to try. It was a pity that Wu Bin had asked Lin Shi, and the principal would not agree to let him watch, so he could only regretfully give up. Yi Luoluo kept telling Lin Shi to be careful. Lin Shi smiled and said, don't worry. From what she knew, the ghost was not a fierce ghost, but because of some obsessions after death, he did not leave the place where he died and kept repeating the things before his death. As long as he was persuaded to leave, or helped him fulfill his wish, he would naturally take the initiative to reincarnate. Of course, if reasoning doesn't work, then just use force. Soon, Lin Shi went to meet the principal. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and there was still an hour before midnight, but the principal had already started to get restless and kept walking around in the office. Lin Shi was calm, sitting on a chair next to him, drinking juice and watching a short video. Principal. He was such an old principal sitting here. Could she respect herself? But in the end, the principal didn't dare to say this out loud, and even saw that she was so fascinated by it, he couldn't help but walk to her side to see what she was watching. Then he saw that she was actually watching my mom Tian Xiaohua. Principal. His mother didn't seem to watch this anymore, and started watching short dramas about domineering CEOs. Shi, a senior high school student, actually watched this. Is it true that fashion is a cycle that repeats itself over and over again? The principal was confused. But I have to say, these melodramas are really infuriating, but they are also really addictive. Unconsciously, the principal was so absorbed in watching that he didn't even react until the next second when his phone screen went black. It's dead? He has a charger. She glanced at him silently and reminded him, it's time. Principal.
Really?
Time flies so fast. You young people must have good eyesight. Touching his hair awkwardly, he immediately said seriously, okay, let's do it. Before leaving, Shi handed him the amulet and told him to put it in his pocket, then brought the anxious principal to the first floor of the teaching building. The principal's office is not in the teaching building, but in the academic affairs building next door, and it takes less than a minute to walk there. Because they had greeted each other in advance, the entire campus was silent at this moment, without a single sound. It is only 11 o'clock, which is usually the time when the lights in the student dormitories are turned off, but some students have not finished packing up yet, so occasionally you can hear noises coming from the dormitory building. But today the school ended early, and the students went to bed an hour earlier, so there was no movement in the dormitory building. The entire campus was so quiet as if it had fallen asleep, except for the light in the security room which was still on, giving the principal some psychological comfort. As soon as the two arrived at the first floor of the teaching building, they saw a student's back walking towards the stairs. The principal frowned and was about to scold the student for being outside so late, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly remembered something and froze in an instant. This couldn't be the ghost. She seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and said, it's him. Even at night, the figure exuded a gloomy aura, which was enough to prove that it was not a human. This was the first time the principal had seen a ghost. He had lived for 40 years, and this was the first time he encountered such a thing. His mood was very complicated. Before he could adjust his mood, he saw Shi actually walking towards that direction. The principal was in a dilemma for a while. And Shi was too lazy to care about the principal at this time. He had the amulet he gave him, so nothing would happen. When he walked to the stairs, Shi directly stopped the student. Looking from the front, he looked exactly like what Dada described, with bloodstains all over his face and his neck twisted strangely. The ghost was originally walking upstairs, and when he saw Shi blocking him, he was immediately confused. My classmate, is there anything wrong? It seems that he probably doesn't know that he is dead yet. In fact, many people are unwilling to accept the fact that they are dead after they die. They will think that they are still alive and keep repeating what they did when they were alive. The student ghost in front of him is the same. If the fact that he was dead was exposed rashly, it would most likely cause the ghost to become restless, causing them to riot and even attack the people around them because they lost control. But Shi didn't care. She just wanted to make a quick decision. She said directly to the student ghost in front of her, you are already dead. If you have any obsessions, get rid of them quickly, and then go to reincarnate. Don't stay in school. This is not the place for you to stay. The student ghost was stunned and stood there in a daze. After a long time, he seemed to understand what Shi meant. The subsequent reaction was not unexpected by Shi. He really couldn't accept the fact that he was dead. He stared at Shi closely, and his excited expression could be vaguely seen on his bloody face. I have such good grades. I will definitely be admitted to a key university. As soon as I graduate, I can take care of my parents and let them live a good life. How could I die before I get into college and repay them? You are lying, I can't do that. His parents are still waiting for him to be filial and repay them. How could he die like this? If he dies like this, what will their hard work of cultivating and raising him for so many years mean? Shi just looked at him and listened to the student ghosts venting. But she also heard something else. He kept mentioning his parents in his words, and from what he said, it seemed that he was studying for his parents, repaying them and bringing them happiness. This is either a very filial person who understands the difficulty of his parents raising him, or he has been brainwashed by such ideas, so these words remain in his mind after his death. But a truly filial person would not let his parents send him off with white hair and black hair, leaving him with half a life of misery. It seems that the problem lies with his parents. You are so filial to your parents. Do you want to see them? The student ghost, who was still mumbling in the last second, stopped when he heard this, and then shook his head wildly in reaction. No, I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them. As if thinking of something that made him extremely painful, the student ghost covered his cheeks and said in a hoarse voice, I did too badly in the third mock exam. I am ashamed to see them. My mother said that they are counting on me in this life, but how could I fail in such an important exam? She said that I didn't put my heart into studying. My father also said that there is not much work to do on their construction site now. In order to earn more money, he also went to other places to work as a laborer, all to save tuition for my university. If I don't do well in the exam, how can I be worthy of his hard work? But I really didn't mean it. I just accidentally wrote the wrong answer sheet in the third mock exam. I really didn't mean it. I will do well in the exam. I will definitely. Just listening to these words, she felt suffocated. She frowned. This is what the principal and others knew. Are the parents of this student good to him? The principal over there also heard everything, and now he was no longer afraid. He said with a gloomy face, angry and helpless, these parents, knowing that the senior year is such an important time, why do they still put so much pressure on their children? After all, he has been teaching for many years, and he knew what the problem was as soon as he heard this. It was the parents' overly heavy expectations and the pressure they unconsciously put on them. Maybe in the eyes of parents, everything they did was true, and their expectations for their children were simply to make their children successful, but such pressure fell on the senior students who were already facing heavy learning tasks and were about to face the college entrance examination. If they were not careful, the children would not be able to bear it and would do something they would regret. No wonder this child had good grades and was kind at the time, but he made such a decision the night before the college entrance examination. The principal sighed with pain, but he could do nothing. Their school was actually quite good. In the senior year of high school, they would organize psychological teachers to come and teach them, just to relieve the students' pressure and emotions and prevent them from doing something irrational. However, no matter how careful you are, there are still places that are overlooked. As for the 3 mock exams that the student just mentioned, they are actually the last major exam about a month before the college entrance examination. In other words, a month later, this matter was still weighing on the student's mind. One can imagine how great an impact this matter had on him. In the end, the principal didn't know if it was because he felt sorry for the student or something, but although he was still a little scared, he finally came over trembling. He looked at the student who died tragically and suddenly said, "After your parents knew you were dead, they cried all day in school. They may have loved you. It was just that this love was too heavy and they didn't use the right way, which led to this tragedy." He didn't know what to do. It was not entirely the parents' fault. After all, he vaguely remembered that the child's parents had disheveled hair and rushed back from other places overnight. At that time, they couldn't buy a seat ticket, so they had to buy a standing ticket and stood for more than 20 hours before they got to school. The student information showed that the couple was only in their 40s, but judging from the situation at the time, I'm afraid that people would believe that they were 50 years old. They were really hard workers, their faces were tanned, and their hands were full of scars and calluses. Facing such parents, he really didn't know how to blame them. But it was such simple and hard-working people like them who placed all their hopes on their children, making him bear a heavy yoke too early. Student Ghost's original name was Yang Kong. When his parents named him, they expected him to be as smart as his name. Facts have proved that he did it. He went from a shabby primary school in a small mountain village to a junior high school in the town, and finally was admitted to a key high school in the city. Step by step, he is about to change his life with his own efforts and achievements. In the words of his parents, Their young family finally has a promising person. As long as he can continue to study, the family will send him to school even if they have to sell everything they have. Since he showed his talent for learning in junior high school, such words have often appeared in Yang Tsung's ears. At first, he would feel proud, thinking that he had become an amazing child in the eyes of his parents and making his parents happy. He would study harder and strive to get better grades next time to satisfy his parents. But he is not an absolute genius. He cannot always get the first place in the exam, nor can he improve his grades every time. When his grades dropped, he himself felt uneasy. As for his parents, perhaps because of the limited education they received, they did not consider that even the teacher could not guarantee that every question would be correct. They only knew that their child's grades had dropped and that his child did not get first place. They wondered if his child did not focus on his studies or was distracted. The principal was in a heavy mood, but he didn't know how to help this poor student. She thought of what he had just been mumbling and suddenly asked, "You want to take the college entrance examination, right?" Yang Tsung was still immersed in the timidity of not daring to face his parents. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, and then nodded blankly. "Yes, I want to take the college entrance examination. I want to take the college entrance examination."
Got it.
She turned and looked at the principal. "Principal, does the school have his college entrance examination papers?" The principal nodded, subconsciously.
Yes.
Then he also reacted to what she was going to do. "I'll go find it now." At this moment, this ghost was no longer a ghost in the principal's eyes, but just a student who wanted to take the college entrance examination and wanted to test the results of his years of study. The principal quickly went to the school's copy room to find Yang Tsung's college entrance examination papers that year, made a copy for him separately, and then took it to the teaching building. Yang Tsung even remembered where his class and position were. After the principal brought the test paper over, he stared at the test paper in front of him for a long time and finally picked up a pen and buried his head in writing. But when he wanted to take the pen, he found that he couldn't touch the pen at all, and the pen passed through his fingertips. Yang Tsung looked at his hand, still a little unresponsive. She said wait, and then suddenly tapped his forehead. "Okay, try again." He reacted and picked up the pen again. This time, the pen was successfully held in his hand. In the following time, the principal and she waited quietly in the classroom, calculating the time for Yang Tsung and arranging it as much as possible according to the time of the college entrance examination. It was just that the college entrance examination lasted for 2 days, but he only took 1 night to finish all the test papers. Finally, the principal checked the answers, with a complicated expression, disbelief, surprise, regret. Because after calculating all the scores of these test papers, Yang Tsung's total score was more than 660 points. More than 660 points, according to their college entrance examination results that year, they could already go to the top 10 universities in the country. If Yang Tsung hadn't had an accident that year, not only would their school have one more student from a key university, but he himself would have a different life. Unfortunately, everything was frozen on the night before the college entrance examination. Seeing his scores, Yang Tsung was stunned for a long time and finally smiled with relief. It turned out that he was not serious enough about studying as he told his parents. It turned out that he was not distracted and he could do well in the exam. The most important thing is that he did not let them down. Yang Tsung took the test papers, looked at the years on them, and then looked at the dates written by the students in this classroom in the upper right corner of the blackboard, and finally woke up. It turned out that he was dead. And he had been dead for so many years. Finally, he looked up at the principal and showed a pleading look. "Principal, can you help me give these test papers to my parents? I want them to see that I really study hard." He didn't know how to prove that he had lived up to their cultivation. After thinking about it, he could only prove it with grades. The scores on these test papers should be the most effective answer. The principal sighed silently in his heart, but took the test papers without hesitation. There were actually only a few test papers, but they weighed extremely heavy in the principal's heart. He promised Yang Kong, "I will definitely hand the test paper to your parents in person." After receiving the principal's promise, Yang Tsung smiled again. At that moment, the blood and scars on his face disappeared, and he returned to his appearance when he was alive. He was a handsome and fair-skinned boy. "Thank you, principal, and thank you, junior sister." After saying that, Yang Song's figure disappeared in front of the two people. His last wish had been fulfilled, and he finally went to reincarnate. The next day, the principal didn't even get enough sleep. He directly found Yang Song's information from that year and drove to his home according to the information. Yang Song's home is in a small village outside the city, and it takes 3 or 4 hours to drive there from the school. When he went there, he was actually not sure whether he could meet Yang Song's parents. He tried to call them, but found that no one answered their phone for a long time. Maybe they had changed their number. In desperation, he could only go directly to Yang Song's house. Fortunately, he was lucky, and when he arrived at Yang Song's rural hometown, he successfully met Yang Song's parents. A few years passed, and Yang Song's parents looked older than the principal remembered. Their shoulders collapsed, as if they were pressed down by something heavy. When they saw the principal, it took them a long time to recognize who he was. That was the principal of my son's high school. But their son had been dead for so many years. Why did the principal come to see them again? Did he forget to give them something of his son's? When he met Yang Song's parents, the principal didn't say much. He handed the test paper in his hand to them and said, "Yang Song's parents, this is Yang Song's test paper for the college entrance examination that year." What? The test paper of his son's college entrance examination that year? But didn't his son jump off the building the night before the college entrance examination? How could he take the college entrance examination and still have the test paper? Looking at the two people's surprised and uncertain looks, the principal didn't know how to explain for a while. He even felt that what he was going to say next might be regarded as a lunatic by Yang Song's parents. But thinking about his own face and Yang Song, he finally gritted his teeth and told the truth. Yang Song's parents certainly didn't believe that their son's ghost appeared to do this set of test papers, but when the couple looked at the familiar handwriting on the test paper, they froze. That is their son's handwriting. It is their son's handwriting. Since their son's death, the two of them have read their son's things over and over again over the years, but the most left by their son are all kinds of exercises, test papers, and study materials. Although they couldn't understand the contents, looking at the handwriting on it, it was as if they could see their son sitting at the table and studying hard. So they gradually became familiar with Yang Song's handwriting from those study materials. At this moment, looking at the familiar words on the test paper, the two were shocked. "It's my son's handwriting. It's really his." Mother Yang burst into tears. Father Yang's eyes were also red, and he took the test paper and looked at it over and over again, as if he wanted to see his son through the test paper. "Principal, where is my son? Where is he? Where is he now? Can I see him?" Mother Yang held the principal's hand and begged. She wanted to see her son. She wanted to see her son. She was not afraid even of ghosts. But the principal told them with regret that Yang Song had gone to reincarnate last night, and he had been staying in school for so many years, just because he was thinking about the college entrance examination, and also because he wanted to prove that he did not live up to his parents' cultivation, and he was really studying hard. Hearing what the principal said, Yang's parents finally realized something, and they cried even more heartbreakingly. It was them. They were the ones who thought they were encouraging and beating the children, and they were the ones who tightened the ropes for the children. But what they said became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Why didn't they give their son more encouragement and comfort when they found out that he didn't do well in the 3rd mock exam, but blamed him instead? If they had known that their son would be like this, they would never have said such things. But there is no regret medicine in the world, and no matter how much the Yang family's parents regretted, it was useless. When the principal left, the Yang family's parents were still holding those test papers and wiping their tears. At the meeting, he stressed that the class teachers should do homework for students and their parents, let them pay attention to the mental health of children, and even learn to communicate positively in family education and give appropriate encouragement and comfort, rather than blindly suppress and belittle. At least don't let the tragedy, like Yang Song, happen again. In the class, when Wu Bin heard that there was no parent-teacher meeting, but a letter to parents issued by the class teacher was taken home to show his parents, He was relieved. Fortunately, there was no parent-teacher meeting. God knows how bad his monthly exam results would be this month. He didn't want his mother to come, and he was afraid that even his grandmother would not be able to protect him. When the letter to parents was issued, it happened to be the time when the first monthly exam results were announced. Wu Bin quietly put his report card in the drawer and then came to Lin Shi's seat after class. He was really curious about Lin Shi's grades in various subjects. After all, in Wu Bin's eyes, a master like Lin Shi is particularly mysterious no matter what he does. As a result, when he saw Lin Shi's scores in various subjects, only Chinese passed, his jaw dropped. Chinese 91, Math 55, English only 40. Forget about the other subjects, they all failed anyway. Wu Bin looked at Lin Shi with mixed feelings. At that moment, Lin Shi's master filter suddenly broke a little in his eyes. Lin Shi didn't react much when he looked at his grades. The original body's grades were average, and the educational conditions in the small town were naturally not as good as those in the big city of Jiangyu. Of course, the most important thing is that the soul in this body is her. Well, although I don't want to admit it, Lin Shi can only learn this much for these learning contents at present. But she is not in a hurry. After all, there are still 2 semesters before the college entrance examination, which is nearly a year. In a year, her grades will be improved. Tang Meng stood on the podium and reminded the students of various precautions for the holiday. We will have 3 days off for the National Day. Don't forget to go back to school for self-study after 3 days. The upcoming 7-day National Day holiday, but because they are in the hard-pressed senior year, they only have 3 days off, and the remaining 4 days have to go back to school for self-study. Originally, they could have classes, but in recent years, they have been complained that students are under too much pressure to take private tutoring, so they changed it to self-study. Of course, you can also apply not to have self-study, but when you think about playing at home while other students are studying at school, you always feel anxious and uncomfortable. So most students complain, but their bodies honestly accept the fact that there are only 3 days of vacation. After the precautions were given, school was finally over. Yi Luoluo on the side hurriedly called Lin Shi. Cici, will you come to my house later? Lin Shi nodded and said yes. This morning, she had already agreed with Yi Luoluo to go to her house after school in the afternoon. The reason for going to her house was also very simple. She wanted to help Yi Luoluo find her brother. Lin Shi was dealing with the school-haunted thing 2 days ago, and Yi Luoluo was embarrassed to let her worry about it again. So after learning that the school-haunted thing was solved, she immediately asked Lin Shi if she could help find her brother. Lin Shi did not refuse. However, Yi Luoluo's brother has been missing for many years, and even if Lin Shi has supernatural powers, it is impossible for him to find him without any of his personal belongings and birth date. So the reason I went to Yi Luoluo's house today was to get his birth date and time, preferably with a photo. As soon as the school bag was packed, Yi Luoluo immediately took Lin Shi to her home. Yi Luoluo's home is not far from the school, and her parents spent a lot of money to buy a school district house. Because today is a holiday, the school ends 1 class earlier than usual. When the 2 returned home, Ye's mother had not come back yet. It was a pity that Yi Luoluo didn't know where her parents had put her brother's things, so she could only let Lin Shi sit down and rest for a while. She gave her some ice cream and snacks, and while she was eating, she told her about how her brother was lost. Hearing that it was done by human traffickers again, Lin Shi couldn't help but shake his head. I don't know whether we will ever live to see the day when human traffickers are extinct. Just as I finished telling everything, Ye's mother came back. Seeing the strange girl appear in the living room, Mother Yi was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Lolo, is this your friend?" Yi Luoluo stood up and introduced Lin Shi to her mother. "Mom, this is Lin Shi, my deskmate and my good friend. She was the one who figured out that I have a brother." After hearing what Yi Luoluo said, Mother Yi finally remembered who Lin Shi was. But she still had doubts about Lin Shi's claim that his son was not dead. Especially when she saw that Lin Shi looked younger than she had imagined, she no longer had any hope in her heart. However, she did not show it in front of Lin Shi, but just smiled. "Really, Lin Shi, sit down, whatever do you want to eat tonight? Annie will make it for you." Yi Luoluo was anxious when she saw her mother changing the subject. "Mom, Lin Shi is very capable, just believe her. She just helped the school catch a ghost 2 days ago. Don't you know that our class teacher took 2 days off because she saw a ghost? In the end, it was the principal and others who asked Lin Shi for help, and Lin Shi solved the problem in a short time. As she said that, Yi Luoluo quickly told the story of Yang Kong. Mother Yi was stunned when she heard it. Is it really so magical? She was very concerned about her daughter's study and life, and naturally knew that her class teacher Tang Meng took a leave of absence 2 days ago, but she didn't know that it was because she saw a ghost. Did you really solve this matter, Lin Shi? Such a big thing. She didn't think her daughter would lie. After all, she could find out as long as she called Tang Meng. It's just, well, she felt that she still made the mistake of judging people by appearance. Lin Shi naturally saw that Mother Yi was still somewhat suspicious of her, but she was not annoyed. She just looked at her for a while, and suddenly said, after work in the afternoon, Ye's mother and her colleagues took the elevator downstairs as usual, but unexpectedly the elevator suddenly broke down and fell rapidly. Fortunately, they were already on the 3rd floor when the elevator broke down. After falling rapidly to the 1st floor, the staff outside quickly helped to solve the problem and open the elevator, so nothing serious happened. In the end, Ye's mother thought that this was just a false alarm. After all, when taking the elevator, you will encounter elevator failures more or less. As long as it is not a big problem, you will only be shocked for a while and forget about it later. As for not taking the elevator, this is impossible in modern society where there are high-rise buildings everywhere. You can only pray that the maintenance staff will check regularly and reduce the probability of failure. Today's elevator failure only delayed a few minutes. Except for a pregnant woman who is overly frightened, the rest of the people in the elevator did not have any problems. So Ye's mother didn't take it to heart. As for the news and mobile phones, it is even more impossible to report such a trivial matter. So how did Lin Shi know that she had an elevator accident today? Seeing the doubt in Mother Ye's eyes, Lin Shi said, someone should have died in this accident. Someone died? How is that possible? It was just a minor elevator malfunction. And she clearly noticed when she left. The people in the elevator didn't even have any scratches, so how could someone have died? Before she could finish her denial, Lin Shi continued, the deceased should be a baby. Because the death aura on Mother Ye's body was very weak. Generally, only unformed babies would have such a weak death aura. Hearing this, Mother Yi suddenly remembered that when she left the elevator, she seemed to see that the pregnant woman's expression was not particularly good, and then she was sent to the hospital by one of her colleagues. Could it be that the baby in her belly was not saved? Mother Yi was extremely surprised, but her hand subconsciously dialed the colleague's number. As soon as the call was connected, she immediately asked about the pregnant woman's condition. On the other end of the phone, a colleague's voice of regret came. Alas, the child was not saved. He started bleeding when he was sent to me. I didn't expect it to be so serious. He looked fine when he walked out of the company. In the end, Mother Yi didn't know how she hung up the phone. But after hanging up the phone, her eyes changed when she looked at Lin Shi. Even she didn't know that the pregnant woman would miscarry, but Lin Shi pointed it out before her. It's amazing, it's really amazing. In that case, doesn't it mean that her son may not be dead, and he is still alive in some corner of this world? Realizing this, Mother Yi was very excited. Lin Shi, no. Master Lin, please help me find my son, please. For so many years, she always thought that her son was dead, but now, there is new hope in front of her. Even if the possibility of finding her son in the vast sea of people is only 1%, she will look for him. Lin Shi came to the Yi family for this matter. After comforting Mother Yi, she asked her to find the birth date and photo of Yi Luoluo's brother. Mother Yi didn't dare to delay for a moment, as if she was afraid that she would not be able to find her son if she was late for a second. After listening to Mother Ye's birth date, Lin Shi looked at the photo she handed over. The photo was taken when her son was 3 years old, exactly 1 week before he disappeared. At that time, she was thinking that her son was about to go to kindergarten, and this photo could be his admission photo. It's a pity that the photos were never used again. Because the photo was taken too long ago, Lin Shi looked at the photo carefully for a long time, then took out ancient coins to do some divination, and finally figured out the approximate direction. The hexagram showed that Yi Luoluo's brother was actually in Jiangyu City, on the west side of the city. This is all Lin she could calculate. Although Jiangyu City is a second-tier city, it is also considered a quasi-first-tier city. Many places in the city have developed quite well and maturely, but they have only developed in recent years, so some places are still in the development stage. The west of the city is an area that is being developed. The west of the city used to be a wilderness, but later the city center became overwhelmed by the pressure, so the government decided to expand outward. The west side of Pyongyang, where the land is vast, became the preferred location. There are construction sites almost everywhere there, including government construction projects and commercial housing projects by various developers. Because the infrastructure has not been fully built and transportation is not yet convenient, few people go there. If Yi Luoluo's brother appeared in the west of the city, he would either be a staff member of the government or other developers, supervising the construction progress, or a builder on the construction site, commonly known as a construction worker. He is only 3 years older than Yi Luoluo and is in his early 20s at most. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to reach the level of management. However, there are exceptions to everything. From the appearance of Yi Luoluo's brother, Lin Shi found that he was a smart and hardworking person who could endure hardships. Although he had a disaster in his early years, his life was smooth sailing afterwards. Maybe he could really reach a position that most people can't reach in his early 20s. At this moment, at a construction site in the west of the city, amid the dust and construction noise, a clear male voice rang out. Everyone has worked hard. Let's take a break. The man was wearing a yellow helmet and looked young, but he was very mature in his dealings with others. I know everyone is dedicated to their work, but after a day's work, it doesn't matter if we work a little longer. Eat, drink, and rest first. When you have enough energy, we can continue working. It will be dark soon, and it will be cooler when the sun goes down. It won't be so tiring to work, right? As he spoke, he also distributed the ice water and several watermelons he had brought with him. A group of workers had been working for an entire afternoon and were tired and thirsty. When they saw water and watermelons, their throats almost smoked. Giving these things at this time is like saving their lives. Hey, foreman, you are so generous. We should just follow your lead. Several people around agreed while eating watermelon. No matter how nervous they were at first about working on a project with a kid who could be their son, after a while, they felt really at ease. Although the foreman is young, he is brave and decisive and can even lower his profile to get along well with this group of old migrant workers. Of course, the most important thing is that he can get projects so that they can have work to do and make money. In fact, everyone is also curious about how the foreman can get projects when he is so young. But after they secretly inquired, they found out that their little foreman didn't even have any family, let alone money and connections. It is said that he started to learn the work of a mason from his master at the age of 15, and later he followed his master to help on the construction site. Because he was not an adult, the construction site couldn't pay him directly, so they gave it to his master and at most asked him to move some things to avoid any accidents. Although he didn't make much money in those years, he learned a lot on the construction site and got to know some people. Later, he saved some money and started to take on projects. But he got here entirely by accumulating little by little on his own. I'm afraid they would become contractors and small bosses. Xiao Yi, if you have something else to do, just go and do it. Don't worry about us. We will go to work in a while. The workers saw Yi Ming still standing by. It was dusty here, and the sun was setting, so it was hot. He didn't have to stay at the construction site like them. He could go wherever he felt comfortable. Yi Ming smiled and didn't respond. He just smiled and talked to them about today's work, asking them about the materials and progress today. The workers answered and sighed silently. No wonder they couldn't be contractors. They couldn't match the meticulousness of the contractors. After understanding the situation of the construction site today, Yiming didn't stay at the construction site anymore. He turned around and got on the 20,000 yuan car he just bought. For businessmen, no matter whether they need a car or not, they must have one. Otherwise, if they take the bus or walk there, people won't have a good first impression of you before they start talking about business. Yiming is not very skilled at driving, so he drives very slowly. Fortunately, there are not many vehicles in the west of the city, and most of the vehicles transporting construction materials are in the morning or at night. At this moment, he is the only car on the road. The house he rented is in a village not far from the construction site. It is an empty house of local villagers. In order to be able to check the progress of the construction site at any time, Yiming did not live in the city. What's more, the rent in the city is expensive, and he is reluctant to leave. Yiming is really afraid of poverty. Before he went out to work at the age of 15, he lived in a remote mountainous area. There are mountains everywhere in the mountainous area, stretching for thousands of miles, and nothing can be seen outside the mountains. If you want to go out of the mountains, you have to walk at least 4 or 5 hours on the mountain road. The mountainous area is not only inconvenient for transportation but also poor. Before Yiming left the mountains, he had not even watched TV a few times. The only few times he watched TV were when he went to the town to purchase necessary daily necessities. It was not until his grandparents died one after another that Yiming left the mountains without any worries. He had also curiously asked his grandparents why they had never seen his parents. Although almost everyone in the village is equally poor, his family is still different from other families. Other children have parents, but he doesn't. He only has grandparents. In response, his grandparents said that his parents died outside, and he only has grandparents as his relatives. When they die, he must see them off. But in Yiming's memory, there seems to be a very vague picture, and he seems to have a father and a mother. It's just that those memories are too vague, so vague that he suspects that he had a dream. Because I wanted to have parents like other children, I had a father and a mother in my dreams. He also told his grandparents about this dream, but they reacted strongly and scolded him not to think too much and told him again that his parents were dead. Since then, Yiming finally accepted the fact that his parents died early and stopped thinking about it. After his grandparents died one after another, he left the mountains, but because he was too young, he couldn't earn much money, just enough for himself to eat and drink. It was also during these 2 years after he turned 18 that he realized he could not be a construction worker for the rest of his life, so he began to find ways to build connections, take on projects, and gradually became a small contractor. Although he didn't make much money, Yiming firmly believed that he would get better and better in the future. After learning that her son was in the west of the city, Ye's mother mobilized everyone in the family to look for him the next day. The other members of the Yi family thought that Ye's mother and her family of 3 were crazy. The police had clearly closed the case that year and said the person was dead, so why are they still looking for him? What are you looking for? Looking for his soul? Although the other members of the Yi family felt that it was pitiful for the Yi parents to lose their son, it had happened so long ago, and they had already expressed their sympathy and comforted them. How could they have the time to waste time with them? Especially the family of Ye's father's eldest brother. Their faces turned black when they received the call from his younger brother. Second brother, you have to learn to accept reality. Your eldest son has been dead for so many years. Why are you still looking for him? I'd rather meet some business partners with this time. You don't know how busy I am every day. If you really have time, go back to your hometown and sweep your parents' graves so that you and your wife won't go crazy every day. After saying that, Brother Yi hung up the phone. Brother Yi is in the materials business, but business has been bad in recent years. He has goods, but he also needs buyers. Today, he finally made an appointment with a contractor who is said to be very young, and he planned to trick him into winning the business. As a young man, he just doesn't believe that he can't handle him. Brother Yi was so happy when he thought about making a fortune. Wouldn't it be better for him to use his time to make money instead of looking for a dead person? The second brother's family is really crazy. When Mr. Yi heard the busy tone from the other end of the phone, his face darkened. He didn't care what his elder brother said about him, but he felt extremely dissatisfied when he thought about his elder brother talking about his son all the time. Yi Luoluo also heard the uncle's reply and was indignant. Why is uncle like this? Usually when he asks us for help, he wants us to fly over. Now he asks him to help, and it's fine if he doesn't want to help, but he still says this. Yi Luoluo even wanted to stop recognizing this uncle from now on. Mother Yi was the calmest person. If he doesn't want to go, forget it. We can just call someone else. The reason why I called Brother Yi was simply because I thought that one more person would mean more help and maybe I could find my son sooner. But now it seems that one more or one less won't make much difference. Fortunately, the three members of the Yi family were comforted by the fact that although Ye's mother's family also felt that they were doing useless work, they had nothing to do during the National Day holiday, and since traveling is crowded now, they didn't want to go out, so they might as well go and help look for it. A group of people gathered quickly. However, before setting off to the west of the city, Yi Luoluo's family went to the funeral street in advance to pick up Lin Shi. To be honest, his brother was only 3 years old when he was lost. Although some people's appearance will not change much from childhood to adulthood, there are many people who have changed when they grow up. So they can't really be sure who they are looking for. But Lin Shi can recognize him. There are also some characteristics that will not change from birth to death, which they can distinguish. So when the time comes, with Lin Shi's help, they will definitely be able to recognize who is Yi Luoluo's brother. When the three members of the Yi family saw Lin Shi walking out of the funeral street, even though they had already accepted the setting that Lin Shi was a master, they still couldn't help being shocked. As native Zhengyu people, they naturally heard about the legend of the funeral street, and they also witnessed with their own eyes how the funeral street gradually became the ghost street it is now. It can be said that in addition to seeing the ghosts on this street with their own eyes, they know everything about the funeral street. Lin Shi actually lives here, and lives well, without any accidents. It seems that this is a real boss. After getting in the car, Yi Luoluo saw Lin Shi still rubbing her eyes, and knew that she was probably not too awake. While apologizing to her, she handed over the breakfast she bought specially. This is what my dad queued up to buy. This bread is limited. If you go too late, you can't buy it at all. It's very delicious. You should try it. Since you want someone to help, of course you have to show some sincerity. Of course, I won't talk about the hard work and other aspects must be taken care of. Fortunately, Yi Luoluo has been Lin Shi's deskmate for a month, and I know her well. This deskmate of mine, although he is a master, is actually a foodie. During the summer vacation, she got up early to buy bread from the store, and then she couldn't forget it. Later, I don't know how to mention it to Lin Shi. Later, when she saw herself eating bread, she would keep asking if it was from that store. Yi Luoluo could see that she wanted to eat it. Unfortunately, the same thing happened again. The poor senior high school student didn't have time to queue up. So for such a long time, Lin Shi still hadn't eaten the bread from that store. Now that she had eaten it, her eyes lit up instantly, and she thought that it really lived up to its reputation. Seeing that she was eating happily, Yi Luoluo was relieved. But when she thought about the place she was about to go, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Can they really find her brother smoothly? After Lin Shi finished eating the bread, she finally woke up completely. She glanced at Yi Luoluo next to her and said, "Don't worry. You have good luck today, and your wishes will come true." "Really? That's great." Hearing this, Yi Luoluo became excited instantly. With Lin Shi's words, she felt relieved. The west of the city is very remote, and the car drove for an hour to arrive. Although the west of the city is remote, the place is very large. Looking around, there are buildings that are still under construction, and there are people laying foundations and digging the ground. There are large equipment such as excavators and cranes operating everywhere. It was the first time for Lin Shi to see an excavator. It was obviously doing the repetitive and dull work of digging soil and rocks, but she was fascinated by it. She felt that if she had nothing to do, she could probably watch it for most of the day. But now it was important to get down to business. After getting off the car, several people parked it on the side of the road, looking confused. The west of the city is so big, there are dozens of construction sites. Where are they going to find people? Just when the family was at a loss, Yi Luoluo suddenly saw a familiar car. She was stunned and subconsciously said, "Isn't that Uncle's car? Didn't he say that he would not come to help them find someone? Why is he here?" No, her father didn't seem to tell her uncle that they were coming to the west of the city to find her brother. Then what is he doing here? After hearing what their daughter said, Mr. and Mrs. Yi also looked over there. Sure enough, I saw my eldest brother's car. But the couple quickly looked away. They also didn't believe that Brother Yi was here to help, and they thought he was here to take care of his own business. Although he had already reached the west of the city, the couple did not intend to ask him to help.
Don't worry about him.
Let's think about where to start looking first. After Father Yi finished speaking, he was about to choose a spot, but Lin Shi suddenly asked, "How about we go and see?" Yi Luoluo actually wanted to follow and take a look. She is not as magnanimous as her parents. She felt very unhappy when she thought about what her uncle said about her parents and her brother on the phone before. And she seemed to remember what her uncle said on the phone, that if he had time, he might as well go meet his partners. Could it be that he just came here to meet partners and discuss business? She didn't really want him to close the deal. What should she do? But she didn't want to embarrass her parents, and she knew that the most important thing at the moment was to find her brother, so she didn't suggest that she wanted to go with them and interfere with her uncle's business. But Lin Shi spoke up, and she immediately had a reason. "Yes, Mom and Dad, let's go over there and take a look. Anyway, we have to search this area in the end. Maybe Uncle knows someone here. When the time comes, we can ask him and get twice the result with half the effort." Although according to my eldest brother's personality, it is unlikely that he would introduce his connections to them. But what if? The main reason is that the west side of the city is too big, and they really don't know where to start. After thinking about it, Mr. and Mrs. Yi finally agreed. Soon, several people got in the car again and followed Uncle Ye's direction. They saw Uncle Ye's car parked outside a construction site. When he got out of the car, he was carrying a briefcase. It turned out that he was here to discuss business. Lin Shi and his companions immediately got out of the car and followed. Uncle Yi, on the other hand, felt a little unhappy when he stood at the entrance of the construction site. What a fool this guy is. He was invited to the construction site to discuss business. Of course, when discussing business, you should go to a decent place such as a tea house, restaurant, or even an entertainment city. He is indeed a greenhorn who doesn't even understand these. But no matter how unhappy he was, in order to make the deal, Uncle Yi had no choice but to endure the unpleasant smell and the dust and walk in. As soon as I entered, I saw Yi Ming wearing a safety helmet and lifting things with several workers. Uncle Yi curled his lips when he saw this. How could this be the behavior of a boss? He actually did this kind of work? But on second thought, this just proves that Yi Ming is not capable of being a boss or doing business. Wouldn't I be able to hit him harder then? He forced a warm smile and quickly greeted Yi Ming. Yi Ming also dusted himself off and walked over. After a few brief greetings, Uncle Yi started talking about business with Yi Ming. But there was a sense of superiority in his words and deeds, and he even raised the prices in various ways in a self-righteous manner. Yi Ming looked at him with an unchanged smile, as if he didn't see anything. But after Uncle Yi finished speaking, he said directly without any hesitation, "I'm sorry, there's no need for us to discuss this business." Uncle Yi was confused. No, although the price he quoted was a little higher, normally. Wouldn't Yi Ming lower the price? Then he would give up a little, and the two sides could just negotiate for a while. Why did he just say he didn't want to talk anymore? Boss Yi, you. Uncle Yi wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a few unbelievable and excited voices behind him. Lin Shi looked at Yi Ming and nodded with certainty. It's him. It's him. It's him. The three members of the Yi family could not suppress their excitement and wanted to say something, preferably to express all the pain and surprise in their hearts. But in the end, they couldn't say anything because they choked up as soon as they opened their mouths. Mother Yi cried until she was hoarse, and her red eyes looked at the young man in front of her greedily. Looking closely, you can vaguely see what he looked like when he was a child on Yi Ming's face. It's her son, her little Rui. The Yi family's parents named their son Yi Rui, hoping that he would be as smart and wise as the meaning of the word Rui. And the little Yi Rui is indeed very smart, which makes the Yi family full of expectations for him. It's just that after their son disappeared, the couple was particularly obsessed for a while, thinking that maybe God saw that they prayed too much and were too greedy, so he let their son leave them. They even regretted for a while. Why didn't they give their son a random name? It wouldn't be impossible to call him Tainyo Taidan. A humble name is easy to raise, Maybe the son can grow up healthy and healthy by their side. Yi Ming was stunned when he saw the three people crying in front of him. He didn't know them, but he didn't know why. Watching them cry, he felt uncomfortable. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere. Yi Ming subconsciously stepped forward and asked, "Hello, are you here to find me?" Just now he seemed to hear the middle-aged woman who cried the most said, "Master, is he?" It seemed that she was here to find him. Father Yi wiped his face and nodded with a smile in his tears. "Yes, we are here to find you." Knowing that his son was too young when he was lost and might not remember anything, Father Yi did not say that Yi Ming was their son right away, but first told them about the incident of losing their child more than 10 years ago. Yi Ming is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very smart. Combining the reactions of the three members of the Yi family just now and this story, he reacted almost instantly. The lost son they were talking about was him. After only a moment of surprise, Yi Ming accepted it. He even suddenly thought that his parents who appeared in his dreams before were real. It turned out that his parents were not dead, nor did they abandon him, but had an accident. Yi Ming was not a person who liked to dwell on trivial matters. He would not entangle why the Yi family had not come to find him for so many years, because he could see that the joy and tears of the three members of the Yi family at this moment were real. The next second, he uttered a clear voice. "Mom, Dad, Sister." The tears of the three members of the Yi family, who had just stopped, immediately flowed down again. The family of four hugged their heads and cried, but Uncle Ye's voice of disbelief came from the side. "Second brother, you can't be mistaken. Isn't the eldest child dead? How could it be him?" And although Uncle Yi had always called Yi Ming a fool in his heart, he was actually very clear that Yi Ming was only 20 years old and had achieved what he is today, and his future is absolutely immeasurable. Such a capable young man. I'm afraid that the second brother was attracted by his ability and rushed to recognize him, right? He just watched again and again, but couldn't see how Yi Ming resembled his lost nephew. After all, if they really looked alike, he would have recognized him when he first saw him. If they really succeeded in recognizing each other, wouldn't the second brother's family be superior to him in the future? Thinking of this, Uncle Ye's tone became even more sour. "Boss Yi is so young and promising. Second brother, you didn't come to recognize him just because of this, did you?" Before Ye's father said anything, Yi Luoluo couldn't stand it anymore. "Uncle, do you think everyone is like you, with only money and interests in their minds? We have a master's special guidance, and we will never make mistakes. This is my brother. If you don't believe it, we can go for a paternity test directly." She really admired this uncle. Even if people are bad, they're certainly not bad enough to kill or burn people. But they just can't stand to see their family doing well. It's as if their well-being is like digging their flesh, which makes them feel worse than if they make money themselves. Obviously, they are relatives and should be the ones wishing the best for each other, but he does the exact opposite. Yi Luoluo really didn't understand what was going on in his mind. Uncle Ye's face turned red after being treated like this by his niece. He subconsciously looked at the Yi couple, thinking that they would come forward to educate Yi Luoluo, but what he didn't expect was that the couple, who were always reasonable, were silent. Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Yi saw Uncle Ye's look, but what did it matter if they saw it? In the past, they didn't say anything because they didn't care and they were too lazy to talk to him. But now that his son has been found, as the eldest brother, instead of being happy for them, he pours cold water on them. They both didn't join their daughter in scolding him. "Okay." The two men ignored Uncle Yi and looked at Yi Ming, repeating what their daughter had just said. "If you want, we can do a paternity test right now." Yi Ming smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was not in a hurry. In fact, he had already believed in his heart that the three people in front of him were his relatives. It's just that sometimes the real identification results can more easily shut some people up, so he will still do the identification. But at this moment, he wanted to talk to his family about what had happened between them over the years. So Yi Ming left the construction site during the day for the first time and followed Yi Luoluo and the others back to the Yi family. Uncle Yi was dumbfounded. Does this mean both parties agreed to recognize each other as relatives? The second brother's family is so lucky. Although he was reluctant to accept this, considering the current situation, his rebuttal was meaningless. Then he thought again. If Yi Ming was really his nephew, then wouldn't this business deal between him and him be possible? Thinking of this, Uncle Yi was finally a little happier. Nephew, so I am your uncle and we are a family, so let's not talk about it. I will go back and get you the contract for the business we just discussed, and you can sign it directly to save time. What Uncle Yi didn't expect was that his wishful thinking fell through. Yi Ming still said that he would not do this business with him. Not to mention that he just saw that his uncle was not good to his parents and sister. Even if their relationship was really harmonious, he would not compromise with an unsuitable partner even if the King of Heaven came. In the end, the 4 people of the Yi family plus Lin Shi left the construction site, leaving Uncle Yi cursing. Listening to Uncle Ye's annoying curse behind him, Yi Luoluo pouted. Uncle is so annoying.
He can say anything.
I don't know if he is brainless or just foul-mouthed. When the car drove back to the city, the Yi family did not go home immediately, but sent Lin Shi back to the funeral street first. Master Lin, there are reasons for today's incident. We may not be able to thank you properly. After 2 days, when the family affairs are settled, we will definitely send you a big gift. Lin Shi expressed his understanding. At this time of family reunion, there are of course endless things to say. After thanking Lin Shi again and again, the Yi family drove away. Tang Yuan, who was bored watching the store at the street corner, saw Lin Shi getting out of a car again, and the family was respectful and grateful to her, so he knew that Lin Shi must be doing something again. This girl, how can she be so capable? He hurriedly stopped Lin Shi when she passed by and asked about the situation curiously. Lin Shi simply said a few words to help find someone and didn't reveal anything else. But despite this, Tang Yuan was amazed. Generally speaking, the simplest and fastest way to find someone is definitely to check the surveillance. But since the other party came to find Lin Shi, it can be seen that surveillance didn't work at all. In this way, isn't Lin Shi more powerful than surveillance? Then, can she help his friends solve the recent troubles? Hey, Sister Lin Shi, hey, are you still taking orders? My friend has encountered a problem and has been troubled recently.
Can you help solve it?
Tang Yuan looked at Lin Shi with a smile, looking forward to it. Lin Shi had nothing to do during the 3 days of vacation, so he nodded.
Tell me about it.
Oh, I don't know much about this matter. I'll let my friend contact you himself. After saying that, Tang Yuan quickly called his friend. After communicating for a while, the other party said that he would come in the afternoon. Hearing this, Lin Shi said to Tang Yuan, just bring her to my store when she arrives. The weather has been very hot in the past 2 days. The autumn tiger is arrogant, and the temperature is especially high in the afternoon. Lin Shi doesn't want to go out. If Lin Shi said this a month ago, Tang Yuan would be scared pale and would never dare to agree. But in the past month, he has witnessed with his own eyes that the entire funeral street has undergone some changes. In the past, as soon as he walked into the vicinity of the funeral street, he could feel a chilly atmosphere, which made people subconsciously want to avoid this place. But now, as soon as he walked to the corner of the street, he felt refreshed and his mood would improve. Tang Yuan grew up on this street. There were several feng shui shops on the street before. He didn't know whether the feng shui masters in them were really capable, but he heard them say that people with ability could change the surrounding environment and aura. He thought those feng shui masters were just bragging at first, but now that he has experienced this mysterious feeling in person, he knows that what they said is true. There is no doubt that Lin Shi must have done something to this street. And now he doesn't close the shop before the sun sets. There were few times when the business was good, and he closed the shop after 9 o'clock in the evening. But nothing happened. The ghosts that could be seen on the street before are all gone, and the messy movements have never appeared again. The funeral street must have returned to normal, and it was still broad daylight, and with Lin Shi here, nothing would happen. At worst, he could go with his friend in person, and he could cover the damage if something went wrong, right? At around 2 p.m., a car stopped in front of Tang Yuan's store. It was an ordinary business car, but the girl who got out of the car had dark circles under her eyes and her eyeballs were full of red bloodshot, and she looked like she hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Seeing the person coming, Tang Yuan sighed silently and then said, "Your boyfriend's problem hasn't been resolved yet?" Zhang Xiaoyu smiled, but the smile was full of bitterness. "No. Otherwise, why would I have come here as soon as I heard you said you had a solution?" She did have some work to do at noon and couldn't leave, so she drove over as soon as she finished her work. "By the way, is the master you mentioned really that capable? Can she help me find Song Ji?" He couldn't guarantee whether he could become Tang Yuan, but in the past month or so, he had witnessed several such incidents with his own eyes. For example, the crying and making a scene of the son of Ding Peng, a nearby resident, and the prediction that something would happen at school in the afternoon, the matter of Aunt Zhao's son, the ghost possessing Grandma Zhou's grandson, and the breakup of old Fang's daughter Lily with her boyfriend, and the talisman she gave saved her from disaster, etc. These are all what Tang Yuan heard personally from the parties involved. As for the others, a high-end nanny car came to visit Lin Shi twice before, and another car just brought Lin Shi back. One thing can be said to be a coincidence, but Lin Shi has successfully solved so many things. That is not a coincidence, but a real ability. After hearing what Tang Yuan said, Zhang Xiaoyu was stunned. Is there really such a powerful fortune teller in the world? Oh, no matter whether your problem can be solved or not, give it a try if you have a chance. It's better than just thinking about it. Zhang Xiaoyu thought about it, and it made sense. She didn't know how uncomfortable she was because of her boyfriend during this period. It was better to share her attention with work during the day. At night, as long as she thought of him, all kinds of emotions would come up unconsciously. It's time to solve all this. But before that, she must meet her boyfriend Song Ji in person and talk to him face to face. Having made up her mind, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly followed Tang Yuan into the funeral street. Zhang Xiaoyu is not a local, but she studied at Jiangyu University when she was in college. During that time, she met Tang Yuan. The two had a good relationship and often kept in touch after graduation, but they were just simple friends. And Tang Yuan also knew her boyfriend Song Ji. At the beginning, Song Ji was in the same club with him. The two played basketball together, and then they met Zhang Xiaoyu. Tang Yuan can be regarded as half a matchmaker. But after graduation, Song Ji went abroad for further studies, and Tang Yuan didn't contact him much. But Zhang Xiaoyu, as his girlfriend, naturally kept in touch with him. It was just that 3 months ago, Zhang Xiaoyu felt that something was wrong with her boyfriend. Soon, the two of them walked through rows of empty shops and came to the last shop at the end of the street, Lin's feng shui shop. Zhang Xiaoyu was not a local, but she had heard rumors about the funeral street. However, she had not seen it with her own eyes, so she always thought that these were just rumors. It might be because of other reasons that the business on the street was not good and the shops closed down. You can't believe it, you feel weird, right? But I tell you, there are things in this world that are difficult to explain by science. Tang Yuan saw Zhang Xiaoyu's doubts and said in a pretentious manner, "Maybe you will be able to re-establish your worldview in a while." Zhang Xiaoyu smiled and said nothing. "Whether it is true or not, we will know when we meet the master in a while." When the two came from the street corner, Lin Shi heard their footsteps. Estimating the time, he asked the little ghost in the house to bring out 2 stools. When the stools were set, the little ghost stood by the wall on one side of the store very consciously, quietly acting as an ordinary paper man. "Hey, Sister Lin Shi, we are here." Tang Yuan first stood at the door and peeked in, making sure that Lin Shi was there, and then walked in boldly. He quickly glanced at the store and found that there was not much difference from his memory. The only difference may be that there seemed to be a few more papermen in the store. He remembered that there were only 2 papermen in Grandpa Lin's store before, but how come there are 4 now, 2 standing on each side? Besides, Lin Shi is no longer selling paper figures and incense and paper money. Wouldn't she be scared at night if she put a few paper figures in the store?
Well,
thinking of Lin Shi's ability, it seems that she may not be afraid of these things. But for some reason, Tang Yuan always felt that these paper figures looked gloomy and scary. He hurried to get close to Lin Shi, and then he felt safe. "Xiao Yu, come here quickly. This is the master I told you about." After Tang Yuan found a safe place to stand, he didn't forget his friend and hurried her over. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Lin Shi, who was only about 18 years old, and looked at Tang Yuan with a questioning face. She now reasonably suspected that Tang Yuan was deliberately teasing her. "Oh, believe me, this is the master. He is gifted. Don't judge by age." Seeing that he was serious, Zhang Xiaoyu could only accept this fact in the end. After sitting down, she felt awkward no matter how she looked at Lin Shi. But Lin Shi didn't care and asked her directly, "What do you want to solve?" When it comes to business, Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated for 2 seconds and finally told what happened between her and her boyfriend. It was strange. She still didn't believe that Lin Shi was a master, but she was convinced by her eyes. Soon, she told Lin Shi everything. The cause of the incident started 3 months ago. 3 months ago, it was the 5th anniversary of Zhang Xiaoyu and her boyfriend Song Ji. They were together in their sophomore year, and they could celebrate their anniversaries together in their junior and senior years. But after graduation, she went out to work directly, while Song Ji chose to continue his studies and successfully applied for a graduate school abroad. His graduate school abroad is a 3-year program. In the first 2 years, every anniversary, Song Ji would take a plane for more than 10 hours to come back and celebrate with her. Zhang Xiaoyu said that she didn't want him to work so hard, but he came back specially, which was enough to prove his feelings for her and his importance to her, so she was actually very happy in her heart. The relationship between the two did not fade away at all because of the long distance, because there was a time difference between different countries, and both sides considered each other and didn't want to delay their sleep time, so the time for the two to chat and communicate was set between 11 o'clock and 12:30 in China. At this time, Zhang Xi got off work and had lunch, and Song Ji was also at home after school. The two would take advantage of this time to chat via video. Even if there was nothing to talk about, they would still keep the video on, as if the other person was with them. Everything was so plain and happy, and 3 months ago, their 5th anniversary arrived. Although Zhang Xiu didn't ask, she knew very well in her heart that based on the experience of the past 2 years, Song Ji would definitely come back secretly to surprise her this time. So she had been secretly looking forward to it since a week before the anniversary, but she didn't point it out, and Song Ji didn't bring it up on his own initiative. But both of them knew very well that they would definitely have a big surprise on this day. Until the day before the anniversary, Song Ji was still as usual, and it seemed like nothing had happened. Zhang Xiu thought that he was able to remain calm this time. No wonder he had been cheated by him in the past 2 years. After hanging up the phone, it was past 12 o'clock, and it was already the anniversary day. From the moment she opened her eyes, she began to look forward to the surprise that Song Ji was about to give her. Will he suddenly show up at the company to pick her up after work, or will she see a table full of hot meals and a living person like him when she gets home? But she waited from morning till night, and until she returned home, she did not see Song Ji, and there was not even a text message on her mobile phone. She was not panicking at this time. The day was not over yet. Maybe Song Ji had changed his tactics this time and planned to wait until after 11 o'clock, when the day was about to end, before appearing. But when she waited expectantly until midnight, the whole day passed and Song Ji still didn't show up. And there was still no message from him on her phone, not even a simple blessing wishing her a happy anniversary. Maybe something delayed him. Although she was a little disappointed, Zhang Xiuyu was not a selfish person. She could understand how difficult it was for Song Jida to come back from so far away. In fact, he had a very hard life because his parents died early and his relatives didn't help him much, so Song Ji's study abroad expenses were all paid for by the money he saved from working hard and relying on scholarships from the school. In short, he has to work in addition to studying, so Zhang Xiaoyu can understand that he can't come back. But the next day, she decided to take the initiative to send a message to Song Ji, telling him that she could use her New Year leave to go and accompany him and celebrate their anniversary at the same time. As a result, it took several hours after the message was sent to receive a reply from Song Ji. But seeing Song Ji's reply, Zhang Xiuyu felt a little disappointed. Song Ji told her not to go and seemed to be afraid that she would sneak over on her own. He said in the message that he was very busy recently and he would not be able to accompany her if she came, and it might even distract him. This was the first time that Zhang Xiuyu saw her boyfriend looking like he wished she wouldn't show up. She felt a little unhappy, but she finally agreed. After seeing that she agreed, Songji returned to his previous gentleness and chatted with her about other things as if nothing had happened. But when Zhang Xiuyu asked him what he did yesterday, Songji gave all kinds of excuses. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense. Zhang Xiuyu felt that Songji was hiding something from her. In the following days, she and Songji returned to the same rhythm as before, chatting during the day and busying themselves with their own things at night. But the chats have changed from occasional video chats to occasional video chats, and most of the time they are done through voice or typing. As long as it was night, no matter how many messages she sent to Songji, he would not reply and would only reply the next day. This kind of situation happened too many times, and coupled with the fact that the long-standing sense of security was gone, and Songji had too many strange behaviors, Zhang Xiuyu couldn't help but think too much. But no matter what she said to Songji, Songji refused to give in and refused to agree. And for fear that Zhang Xiuyu would really sneak over, he directly said that he had not been in school recently and had gone somewhere else to work on a project. But he refused to say where exactly. The country is so big and Zhang Xiuyu is unfamiliar with the place, so it is impossible to find him. And so the two sides reached a stalemate. After finishing the story, Zhang Xiuyu took a deep breath, looked at Lin Shi, and finally asked about a possibility that he had been guessing for a long time. Before Lin Shi opened her mouth to say anything, Tang Yuan next to her was shocked. No way, Songji actually did this? Although he and Songji were not very close, in his impression, Songji was a very measured person, and he and Zhang Xiuyu had been in love for 5 years. Could it be that no matter how deep the relationship was, it could not escape time? Pure love warrior Tang Yuan was in tears. Lin Shi did not make a direct conclusion, but asked Zhang Xiuyu to give her a photo of Songji, preferably with his birth date. But she found that many young people of this era did not know their birth dates. They might only know the year, month, and day they were born, but they had no idea about the specific time. They might only know when they asked their family members. So Lin Shi was not sure whether Zhang Xiuyu had her boyfriend's birth date. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiuyu and Songji had specially visited Tianyan Temple to worship before, and they had prepared these in advance. Zhang Xiuyu had a good memory and immediately reported her boyfriend's birth date to Lin Shi, along with a recent photo of her boyfriend on her phone, which he had sent 3 months ago. During this period of time, Zhang Xiuyu always felt that something was wrong with their relationship, so she didn't let Songji send any more photos. Lin Shi looked at the photo and pinched it with her fingers. After a moment, she looked up and told Zhang Xiuyu with regret, "Your boyfriend has passed away, and he has been dead for 3 months. What? Zhang Xiuyu's eyes widened, and then she stood up suddenly, laughing in anger. How can you be like this? I just asked you to help me find him, not to curse him. And I talked to him yesterday. How could he have been dead for 3 months? It's ridiculous." Tang Yuan was also dumbfounded. He knew Zhang Xiuyu's character, and she would definitely not lie about this matter. Since she had just called Songji yesterday, he definitely couldn't be dead. And Zhang Xiuyu would definitely not have heard her boyfriend's voice wrong. But he didn't dare to doubt Lin Shi. After all, there are so many things. Each and every one of them proves that Lin Shi is a master with real skills. She can't be wrong. There must be something wrong here. Tang Yuan looked at Lin Shi hesitantly. Well, Sister Lin Shi, is there any misunderstanding here? I heard from Xiuyu that although Songji has been avoiding her and talking in secret for the past few months, the two of them still contact each other every day. He has been dead for 3 months. It's unlikely, right? When Lin Shi first saw the photo given by Zhang Xiuyu, she saw a black air lingering on Songji's forehead, which indicated that he was about to meet with an accident. After calculating his birth date, it was confirmed that he was dead. Calculating life and death is the simplest. Lin Shi can't be wrong. It's just that when she heard Zhang Xiuyu say that they contacted each other every day for the past 3 months, she also felt a little strange. So she just opened the prophecy and saw what happened to Zhang Xiuyu a month later. In the picture, she saw that Zhang Xiuyu finally went abroad without notifying Songji. She originally thought that no matter how long Song-ji worked on this project, he would have to go back to school, and it was almost time for him to graduate, so he would definitely go back to school. She was going to ask him in person. What she didn't expect was that she didn't see Song-ji when she went abroad, but learned about his whereabouts from the school. The school said that the police had tried their best to find him, but they still couldn't see him or his body, so they couldn't jump to conclusions for the time being. It is said that he took a car when he was about to go to the airport one day 4 months ago, but the car did not go to the airport but drove to a suburb. Song-ji's roommate also said that Song-ji told him at the time that he was planning to return to China to celebrate his anniversary with his girlfriend. When Song-ji didn't come back after 3 days, his roommate didn't worry too much, thinking that he was still in the country. But when a week passed and he didn't show up, his roommate felt something was wrong. Unfortunately, when he tried to contact Song-ji at that time, he couldn't get through no matter what. As for Song-ji's girlfriend and relatives, he has no contact information. In the end, the roommate had no choice but to call the police. The police investigation showed that Song-ji did not board the plane or leave on the anniversary day. As for Zhang Xiuyu, because Song-ji had been in contact with her all the time, she never thought that he would have an accident. So after learning that Song-ji had been missing for 4 months and his life or death was unknown, Zhang Xiuyu became so emotional that he fainted. Later, when she woke up, she still didn't believe that Song-ji was dead and showed the chat records between them during that period to the local police. This is very important information. With the help of technical personnel, the police finally found Song-ji's current address. Then they went looking and finally found Song-ji. He fell under a remote bridge, already dead, with a knife stuck in his chest. All the valuables on his body were taken away, except for the cell phone, which he was holding tightly. But the hand holding the phone was also cut, deep enough to see the bone. Perhaps the criminals saw that he refused to let go and planned to cut off his hand. But perhaps someone came later, or maybe something unexpected happened, so they didn't continue, leaving Song-ji holding the phone tightly in his bloody hand. Finally, after forensic identification, it was found that Song-ji had been dead for 4 months. Although Zhang Xiuyu still refused to believe it in the end, the fact was right in front of her. Even if she cried her eyes out, she could not change the fact that Song-ji was dead. As for why his account was still connected with her during this period after Song-ji's death, the police investigated but found nothing in the end, so the case was left unresolved. But through Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes, she could clearly see things that no one else could see. She saw a faint transparent figure standing next to Song-ji's body under the bridge. That was Song-ji's soul. Seeing his girlfriend crying in front of her body, Song-ji walked out from the darkness of the bridge hole, and regardless of how much damage the midday sun would cause to his already unstable soul, he resolutely hugged his girlfriend. Then he whispered countless words of comfort and apology in her ear, and finally smiled sadly, saying, "Forget me. There will be someone better than me by your side in the future." After saying this, his soul completely dissipated between heaven and earth. It stands to reason that the sun will indeed cause some harm to ghosts, but it will never cause them to be reduced to ashes. However, judging from the condition of Song-ji's soul, he might have done something before that caused him to be abnormally weak, so he was annihilated shortly after being exposed to the sun. Considering the various replies and contacts from him on Zhang Xiuyu's phone in the past few months, Lin Shi easily guessed what he had done. He was using his soul power to control the phone to contact Zhang Xiuyu, creating the illusion that he was still alive, just to avoid making her sad.
Thinking of this, she sighed.
"If you don't believe it, you can go to this place to find his body." Lin Shi wrote down in detail the place where Song-ji's body was found, even writing down how long it took to drive and where to turn. "Also, I'll give you a talisman later. When the time comes, just shout Song-ji's name under the bridge and let him in." Lin Shi planned to give Zhang Xiaoyu a soul-gathering talisman, which had the effect of stabilizing and strengthening the soul. When the time came, Song-ji would live inside the talisman paper and would recover slowly after a period of time, so he wouldn't be torn apart by the sun. As for if Zhang Xiuyu comes to her later, she can certainly find a way to help Song-ji, and even let her meet Song-ji's soul. However, you have to pay extra. Zhang Xiaoyu took the address and talisman paper in a daze, wanting to continue saying that Lin Shi was a liar. However, thinking about the various abnormalities that Song Ji had behaved like during this period of time, her uneasiness became more and more intense. In the end, she pursed her lips and took the two things. Tang Yuan looked at his friend, who left in a hurry. He wanted to call her, but it was difficult to do so, because from the look of her, she might go abroad to find Song Ji. He hurriedly asked Lin Shi. Sister Lin Shi, no. Master, I called you master, can you tell me what is going on? Seeing that he was so anxious, Lin Shi told him what she knew. After hearing this, Tang Yuan was shocked. Although he believed that what Lin Shi said might be true, but emotionally, for a person he knew, he had always thought that he was alive and well, but suddenly learned that he was dead, and the death was so tragic, Tang Yuan was somewhat unable to accept it for a while. Even he was like this, not to mention his girlfriend Zhang Xiaoyu. So Tang Yuan also apologized to Lin Shi on behalf of Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Shi didn't care too much. In her previous life, she took her disciples down the mountain to train, and she also met a family member who broke down emotionally after learning that a relative had passed away. Unwilling to accept the reality, he cursed and beat her disciple. Lin Shi could understand the family's feelings, but it was unreasonable to use people from their Taishan sect as a punching bag. So in the end, of course, she asked her disciples to beat him back. People like Zhang Xiaoyu, who lost control of their emotions but were relatively polite, were already considered good. Therefore, fortune tellers are also high-risk professions. After Zhang Xiaoyu left, Lin Shi had nothing else to do in the next 2 days. She read for an hour every day and then spent the rest of the time lying down, watching TV, watching videos, and eating snacks. She was extremely leisurely. On the afternoon of the last day of the holiday, Yi Luoluo called her and said that their family wanted to treat Lin Shi to dinner. Lin Shi naturally agreed immediately. Not long after, Yi Luoluo sent a message to tell her that they had arrived at the street corner, and Lin Shi took her mobile phone and went out. The Yi family took Lin Shi to a very famous restaurant in the city. It is said that ordinary people have to make reservations several days in advance to eat here. And on holidays like National Day, it is possible to get a seat only if you make a reservation at least a week in advance. Father Yi had reserved a table before the National Day, thinking that the whole family would come together for a meal. Unexpectedly, his son was found, so he had to celebrate. So today they not only invited Lin Shi, but also some relatives, intending to take this opportunity to let their son Yi Ming meet people. However, they did not invite Uncle Ye's family, as the couple was still angry with Uncle Yi. When other relatives arrived one after another, they were surprised to find that the couple's son, who had been missing for many years, was not only alive, but also found. However, most of them were still happy for their family. As for Lin Shi, Father Yi and his family originally wanted to thank her solemnly in front of all the relatives, and he had already written a thank you letter. But they found that as soon as Lin Shi sat down, her eyes were fixed on the dishes on the table, and her eyes would not move. Father Yi laughed, and without wasting time, he could only briefly talk about Lin Shi's help to them, and then asked everyone to start eating. However simple it was, the news still shocked the relatives around. Everyone looked at Lin Shi, some were suspicious, some were sizing him up, but there were also smart ones who decided to ask Lin Shi for his contact information after dinner. If something really happens in the future, maybe Lin Shi can help. Anyway, no matter whether she is true or not, it is always better to be prepared. There are many relatives, and everyone knows each other well. Soon someone noticed that Uncle Ye's family was not at the dinner table, and someone asked why they didn't come. Mr. Yi and the others smiled and said nothing, pretending not to hear. But just as the man finished asking, another person came up to him. You don't know yet, something happened to Yi these 2 days. Yi Luoluo was originally discussing with Lin Shi which dish was more delicious. As a result, when he heard this, he immediately stopped eating and his ears pricked up. Ye's father and mother were also a little surprised. What happened to Yi? Wasn't he fine a few days ago? Just 2 days ago, it seems that he had a little scratch with another car while driving outside, and then he quarreled with the car owner and finally got beaten. It seems that he is still in the hospital now. There is such a thing. Which kind-hearted person did this? It was really beautiful.
Ye luogo lafet immorale.
Humph, this must be retribution. As she laughed, she suddenly noticed Lin Shi, who was still eating hard next to her. She remembered that when she complained about her uncle, Lin Shi seemed to say misfortune comes from the mouth. Could it be that she had already seen that her uncle would get into trouble? Thinking of this, Yi Luoluo admired her little desk mate even more. After dinner, after Ye's father and others greeted their relatives, they sent Lin Shi back to their residence together. When getting off the car, Ye's father handed Lin Shi a red envelope and asked her to accept it. Of course, Lin Shi would not refuse. After taking it with a smile, she said goodbye to them. As soon as the car behind her left, she opened the red envelope, and inside was a bank card. Although it was not clear how much money was in it, it was estimated that it should not be too little. Lin Shi accepted it in a good mood. As soon as he walked into the street corner, he saw Tang Yuan standing anxiously at the door of the store. Seeing Lin Shi coming back, he exaggeratedly breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, you are finally back." Lin Shi asked him, "What's wrong?" Tang Yuan hurriedly said, "Zhang Xiaoyu is here and wants to ask you for help." It seems that she should have brought back Song Ji's soul, which is quite fast. Lin Shi nodded and followed Tang Yuan to his store. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu again, she was in worse condition than 3 days ago. The most obvious thing was that her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and she didn't know how long she had been crying. She was staring blankly at the talisman paper in her hand, and she immediately looked up when she heard the footsteps. She cried and said, "Master, I apologize for my previous blindness. Please help me. I want to meet Song Ji. Please." Lin Shi looked at her and said, "It's okay to meet, but the cost." Before she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyu handed over a bank card. "Master, there is 200,000 yuan in it." This card was opened by her and Song Ji for their future marriage and family. The card contained their joint money. After a few years, there were 200,000 yuan. Before, they said that they would get married after saving for another year or two, and then buy a small house. This money was just enough for the down payment. But now, Song Ji is dead. What's the point of her holding this love fund card for the two of them? It's better to use this money to let her meet Song Ji again. Although the money is gone, she doesn't regret it. It's still sincere. Lin Shi took the card, which meant that she agreed. Zhang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Give me the thing." After Lin Shi finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately handed the talisman to Lin Shi carefully. After Lin Shi got the talisman, she first silently recited a few words and then tapped Zhang Xiaoyu's forehead. There seemed to be a flash of light in front of her eyes, and the next second, she saw a familiar figure appear in front of her. When she saw the figure clearly, Zhang Xiaoyu burst into tears again. "Song Ji, Song Ji." The ghost that appeared out of thin air not only did not scare Zhang Xiaoyu, but she excitedly stepped forward. Just when she wanted to hug Song Ji, her hand went straight through his body. "Xiaoyu, be careful." Song Ji saw that she almost fell and exclaimed, I'm fine. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly stabilized her body, looked at Song Ji, and cried and laughed. The lovers separated by yin and yang looked at each other, and all their thoughts were melted into their eyes. Tang Yuan looked left and right, squinting and widening his eyes, but still couldn't see anything. But looking at Zhang Xiaoyu's look, you know that she must have seen the ghost of Song Ji. Oh my, what does this ghost look like? He was so curious that he couldn't help but approach Lin Shi and whispered flatteringly, "Master, can you let me open my eyes too?" Lin Shi glanced at him and said lightly, "Sure, give me money." Tang Yuan decisively withdrew this request. "Are you kidding? I didn't even sell him for 200,000. Forget it. If you think about it carefully, there's nothing good about ghosts. I can see that thing every day after I die, so why rush for it?" Tang Yuan quickly convinced himself. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoyu and Song Ji talked to each other for a long time before they stopped. Then Zhang Xiaoyu asked Lin Shi, Master, I want to ask you, if Song Ji doesn't go to reincarnate, will it have any impact on him? Lin Shi guessed what the two were planning as soon as she heard it. She said bluntly, it won't have any impact on him, but if he stays by your side, it will have an impact on you. The reincarnation channel is already crowded now. If there is no special reason, such as a ghost with a lot of resentment, it will have an impact on the surrounding environment, and this kind of ghost will be taken away by the underworld as soon as possible. But other ghosts, as long as they behave themselves, do not harm others or cause trouble. They can stay in the human world for as long as they want. Anyway, they have to wait in line to go down. So it is natural that there is no problem for Song Ji to stay with others. But he is a ghost after all, and if he stays with Zhang Xiaoyu all the time, it will have some impact on her health. If this happens frequently, Zhang Xiaoyu will often get sick and feel unwell. She simply told Zhang Xiaoyu all this, but Zhang Xiaoyu resolutely said that she didn't care. As long as she can be with Song Ji, she is willing to do anything. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Lin Shi naturally wouldn't say anything else. Worried that something might happen to Song Ji's soul in the future, Zhang Xiaoyu bought a bunch of soul-gathering talismans from Lin Shi in case of emergency. Lin Shi thought about it and finally offered 3,000 for a primary soul-gathering talisman. Zhang Xiaoyu bought 10 without hesitation. 30,000 yuan was instantly credited to my account. Lin Shi suddenly felt that the price he had set was a bit low. But think about it, the soul-gathering talisman is very simple, and the one she sells is a primary one. In her previous life, any outer disciple of Taishan sect could draw it, so it is actually not worth much. One soul-gathering talisman could be exchanged for more than 10 meals at Haidaleo. Lin Shi felt that it was worth it. Not long after, Zhang Xiaoyu took Song Ji away. While there was still some time, Lin Shi went to a nearby bank to check the 2 cards he had received today. One of them was a thank you gift from the Yi family. She checked and found that there was actually 500,000 yuan in it. The other one was given to her by Zhang Xiaoyu, and it contained 200,000 yuan. Adding the 30,000 yuan she spent on the talisman, Lin Shi earned 730,000 yuan today. As usual, she donated half of it, leaving 365,000 yuan. After some calculations, she found that her current savings were about 1.4 to 1.5 million. Lin Shi had originally planned to use the 1 million to go to the antique street to buy something decent to make a magic tool, but he accidentally found a few ancient coins last time, so the money was not spent. But now she has new plans. She decided to use the money to renovate the feng shui shop and restore the reputation of Taishan sect in her previous life as much as possible. Of course, land and houses are too expensive nowadays. If one wants to build a temple on the huge scale of the Taishan sect in the previous life, with dozens of palaces, this 1 million thrown in will probably not even make a splash. So now she can only take it one step at a time. First, renovate the small shop left by Mr. Lin, and then contact the owner of the house next door to see if we can buy it. To revive the prestige of the Taishan sect, we must start with her. And only with her can we start. After all, she is the only successor in the entire Taishan sect. Lin Shi thought about it and started to feel depressed again. But Lin Shi had to go to school and knew nothing about decoration, so he planned to find someone to help. As for who to look for, she searched through her address book and quickly selected an avatar that looked like a pig's head wearing a red bodysuit. The pig head has an arrogant expression, and there is a line of big words on it, handsome. It's just one word, and I'll only say it once. Seeing this avatar, Lin Shi's mouth twitched. The next second, she still clicked the enter key. When Qian Duojin received Lin Shi's WeChat message, he was still shivering under the quilt while reading a novel. He happened to be reading a chapter about a ghost calling in the middle of the night, and then the sound of a WeChat message rang, almost scaring him out of bed. It took him a while to recover, and he opened WeChat while cursing. When Qian Duojin saw that the person who sent the message was Lin Shi, the leader of Taishan sect, he was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized who this person was. Isn't this the person that his cousin Qian Kong asked him to help someone apply for a bank card and also asked him to help him if he had any problems in the future? However, since the bank card issue was resolved, Lin Shi has not contacted him again. More than a month has passed, and Qian Duojin almost forgot about Lin Shi. Now, she sent a message late at night, asking, "Do you know how to decorate?" And Qian Duojin was filled with question marks. He is not a decorator. How can he know how to decorate? Just as he was about to say that he didn't know, he suddenly thought of something. Although it had been a month, Qian Duojin still hadn't forgotten that Lin Shi refused to tell him which novel the Taishan sect was from. Later, he was very stubborn and decided to search for it himself, but he couldn't find it. He was depressed for several days before he forgot about it. Now, seeing Lin Shi, he began to be curious again. He had to know which novel the Taishan sect was from today. Lin Shi. After a long while, she replied speechlessly. Lin Shi, the head of the Taishan sect. This is not from the novel, it is the sect I studied under. What does it mean? Qian Duojin almost didn't recognize the two words student under. Could it be that she meant that the Taishan sect is a sect that exists in the real world, and Lin Shi is a disciple of the Taishan sect? After a moment of silence, Qian Duojin suddenly realized. It turns out that the highest level of being addicted to novels is not to hold a mobile phone and read novels every moment, but to integrate the real world and the world of novels into one, and the true and false are one. It seems that he can't be called a senior novel fan yet. Qian Duojin, I admire you. I lost. Lin Shi frowned and stared at the phone, wondering if they were speaking the same language. After 2 seconds, she decided to ignore Qian Duojin's crazy words. Taishan sect leader Lin Shi. So, do you know how to decorate? Qian Duojin, I don't know. Can't you just find a decoration company for this kind of thing? Lin Shi saw this and immediately understood. Taishan sect leader Lin Shi. Okay, then find one for me. Qian Duojin? No, why? Taishan sect leader Lin Shi. Is there any problem? Qian Kong told me to come to you directly if I have anything. She could see that Qian Kong wanted to build a relationship with her and was impressed by her ability. Lin Shi didn't mind. In this case, she certainly wouldn't let go of these conveniences. If there was something, of course, she would let Qian Kang's people do it. This is considered a matter of mutual benefit. Qian Duojin, who was indignant, suddenly stopped. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that his cousin did say something similar, and specifically told him to help Lin Shi more in the future. Qian Duojin scratched his hair. After all this time, his brother was not just saying polite words, but really meant it. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Qian Duojin. Got it. Give me your address. I will bring someone when the time comes. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference whether he attends a class or not. If the old man asks about it, he will pull his cousin Qian Kong out. Hey, it's just right that I don't have to sit in the office every day. Qian Duojin took on the task readily, but the moment he received Lin Shi's address, his hair exploded instantly. Funeral Street? No, you're kidding me. Everyone knows that no one has lived in that street for a long time, and they are renovating it. Are they renovating it for ghosts to live in? Qian Duojin can now be sure that Lin Shi is here to play a prank. Although he saw Lin Shi near the Funeral Street and the area near Funeral Street are two different concepts. Lin Shi appeared near there, so she must live nearby. Qian Duojin was about to expose her, but saw Lin Shi sent a message first. Taishan sect leader Lin Shi, it's best to come on Saturday afternoon. I have classes at other times and don't have time. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep first. Qian Duojin. Unfortunately, no matter how many question marks he sent, Lin Shi didn't reply. Qian Duojin was so angry that he called his cousin Qian Kong directly. As soon as the call was connected, he complained about Lin Shi. Brother, where did you find this middle school girl? She stayed up late at night to tease me. After Qian Duojin told him that Lin Shi had asked him for help, Qian Kong immediately said seriously, Duojin, you can't be rude to the master. Then he told the whole story of how Lin Shi identified the human traffickers on the train and rescued her son, and how she figured out that the child care teacher was the mastermind behind the incident. The reason why I didn't tell Qian Duojin before was because the matter of the child care teacher had not been completely resolved, and I was worried that too many people would know about it and something might go wrong. As for later, well, I simply forgot to tell Qian Duojin. Qian Kong would not admit it, So, he could only change the subject and end the conversation quickly. In short, Master Lin Shi is a very capable master. You should respect her in the future. Making more friends with such masters will benefit you and our Qian family. If you work hard, I will give you a big red envelope during the Chinese New Year. After saying that, Qian Kong hung up the phone in a hurry, fearing that his idiot cousin would react and question him. But Qian Kong obviously overestimated Qian Duojin's reaction. His mind was full of thoughts. Is Lin Shi really a big boss? She is really good. So what she said on WeChat just now is true. This sect really exists. How many things in this world are there that he doesn't know? Qian Duojin was shocked. Qian Duojin was at a loss. Qian Duojin was excited. Such an awesome sect. He must try to join it. Lin Shi saw Qian Duojin's message when she went home from school the next day. He said that he had found several very good decoration companies, and he would bring them to her immediately on Saturday when Lin Shi was on holiday for her to choose. Such strong execution? Lin Shi raised her eyebrows and sent a thank you. Qian Duojin seemed to be guarding the phone. He replied immediately after Lin Shi sent a message. Qian Duojin, hee, it's okay, it's just that, can I visit your Taishan sect when the time comes? Qian Duojin was really interested in the Taishan sect where Lin Shi was. What is this called? This is called novels shining into reality. He didn't know how much he envied the protagonist in the novel who could go to heaven and earth and show his magical powers. Unfortunately, in the real world, he only had money, but no supernatural powers. Now, he finally has the opportunity to become an awesome person and write an awesome life. How could Qian Duojin not be excited? Lin Shi could see something different in his tone, but she didn't point it out, just said that they would meet on Saturday. A few days passed in a flash. On Saturday noon, Qian Duojin sent a message to Lin Shi saying that he had arrived at the street corner, but the people from the decoration company were a little afraid to come in. Lin Shi had no choice but to go to the street corner to pick them up. At least this can prove that the street is safe and living people can walk. As soon as he reached the street corner, he saw Qian Duojin lying on Tang Yuan's counter and chatting with him enthusiastically. Tang Yuan saw Lin Shi and quickly said to Qian Duojin, "The master is here." Qian Duojin immediately turned around and looked at Lin Shi excitedly. However, Lin Shi looked at Qian Duojin's face and suddenly frowned. That evil cultivator was one of the people who besieged Taishan sect that year. When a group of people with bad intentions from other sects, plus some evil independent cultivators, knew that Taishan sect was now headed by Lin Shi, a young female leader, they gathered together, thinking that the treasures in Taishan sect could be snatched without any effort. But they never expected that Lin Shi's strength was far beyond their imagination. What's more cruel is that in the end, Lin Shi actually blew herself up with a powerful magic weapon. The magic weapon has been in Lin Shi's hands since she can remember. After years of companionship, she has long been one with her. When the magic weapon exploded, it burst out with powerful energy, instantly destroying everything around it. Even if the other party did not die, it is estimated that his meridians would be broken and his cultivation would be completely lost. So she didn't believe that under this situation, the evil cultivator could still live for 2,000 years. I'm afraid that the aura on Qian Duojin's body is the descendant of the evil cultivator or someone else related to him. I don't know how he got infected. Master, I brought the person to you. Qian Duojin walked up to Lin Shi, staring at her curiously, as if he wanted to see a flower. Lin Shi retracted her thoughts. There were many people here, so she didn't ask about the evil cultivation. Well, follow me. After saying that, she took Qian Duojin and several people from the decoration company into the street. Several people from the decoration company hurriedly followed behind. As they walked, they carefully observed the situation on the street. To be honest, if Qian Duojin hadn't given them too much, they would never have come to take this business. But fortunately, they had agreed in advance that if the work went smoothly, the working hours must be during the day. If there was really such a thing on this street, they would definitely not dare to come out during the day. Hey, it's easy for them to make some money. A group of people had similar thoughts in their minds at the same time. But to their surprise, They didn't find anything unusual all the way from the street entrance to the end of the street. At most, the shops on both sides of the street were empty and there were no people. Not only that, this street gave them a very good feeling. As soon as they walked in, they immediately felt relaxed and refreshed, and even had a sense of lightness, as if all the pressure and fatigue in their bodies disappeared. The two people walking at the back whispered to each other, "Hey, do you feel that your mood has improved after walking here?"
Yes.
"So you have this feeling too. I thought it was my illusion. But you didn't see how good the environment on this street is." Generally speaking, places with beautiful mountains and rivers and pleasant scenery will give people this feeling. But here, let alone mountains and rivers, there are not even a few trees. The whole street can almost be described as shabby, but it gives them such a wonderful feeling. Could it be that the little girl is really a master? The other person didn't say anything, but silently replied in his heart, 80% is true. A few months ago, he took an order nearby and passed by the intersection of a funeral street. At that time, he could feel the gloom of this street even when he was just passing by the intersection. He almost shuddered when he approached the intersection. It has only been a few months. Not only has the cold feeling disappeared, but it has become so comfortable. The only change was that there was Lin Shi who dared to live on the street. This girl is definitely a powerful master. The man secretly made up his mind to win this business. After arriving at the feng shui shop, Lin Shi asked several people to take a brief tour, and then gave them some time to let them talk about how they plan to renovate and decorate. Several people talked about their plans one after another, and they were all similar. After all, the feng shui shop only has one storefront, and the total area of the inner room is only more than 50 square meters, so there is really not much room for decoration. The first few people's idea is to decorate other details based on the current layout. The front house is still used as a shop, and the bedroom at the back is well decorated. After all, although the bedroom is small, it is more malleable, and they are more familiar with it. But the last person thought that the middle wall could be demolished, and the original layout of the front and back rooms was divided into 2-to-1, separated by a screen in the middle, and the shop part was as spacious as possible. As for the bedroom part, he just looked carefully and found that there were not many signs of use in the bedroom. It even seemed that no one slept on the bed, and there was not a single wrinkle on the sheets on it. It can be seen that Lin Shi does not use the bedroom very often. In addition, she specially hired someone to decorate this feng shui shop. Maybe she plans to continue doing business? If you are doing business, you must decorate your shop as presentably as possible. That's why he thought it would be better to focus on the shop area in the decoration, which is exactly the opposite of other people's idea of focusing on the bedroom. But no one can tell what Lin Shi is thinking. So after saying this, the man looked at Lin Shi nervously. But he didn't expect to see Lin Shi nodding at him approvingly. Then she said to Qian Duojin, "Let's choose him. I think his idea is good." Qian Duojin immediately said, "Oh," and asked the others to leave. Of course, before leaving, he generously gave each person 200 yuan for travel expenses. The last person left was called Zhang Jianjun, and he was the one who had been thinking about getting this business. Seeing that Lin Shi affirmed his idea, he was very happy. "Ms. Lin, let's add WeChat. I can communicate with you at any time about the details of the decoration." Lin Shi nodded and quickly added Zhang Jianjun on WeChat. Zhang Jianjun took the time to record and take photos of the house, then said goodbye and left. He has to go back and make a more detailed renovation plan. Finally, Lin Shi and Qian Duojin were the only ones left in the feng shui shop. Qian Duojin couldn't hold it in any longer and asked Lin Shi directly, "Hey, I didn't expect you to be the head of Taishian's sect? Then can I ask, how many disciples do you have now?" It doesn't really matter how many disciples there are, the most important thing is whether he can join. Even if I don't learn anything at that time, I can still go out and act arrogantly under the name of Taishian's sect's disciple. How cool that would be. Lin Shi glanced at him, and that look seemed to have already seen through Qian Duojin's thoughts, making him feel inexplicably guilty. But on second thought, why should he feel guilty? Wouldn't it be possible for him to help strengthen the Taishian sect by joining them? Lin Shi retracted his gaze and pretended to be disappointed and said, "I am the only one in the door at the moment." "Ah." When Qian Duojin heard that she was alone, he was stunned. No, he thought that Taishien's sect was so powerful, but in the end, there was only Lin Shi. From this point of view, Emperor Taixuanzong was not as powerful as he imagined. When Qian Duojin was hesitating, he heard Lin Shi say, "But this situation is only temporary. When the feng shui shop is renovated and the name of Taishian sect is changed, with my strength, I will soon be able to make a name for the sect. By then, there will be an endless stream of people coming to become my disciples, and I will have the chance to select disciples." When saying this, Lin Shi's expression was extremely confident and calm, as if the scene of a large crowd of people had already appeared before her eyes. Qian Duojin was stunned by her. But thinking about what his cousin said to him, plus what he had just heard from Tang Yuan at the street corner, it seemed that what Lin Shi said was really possible. Thinking of this, Qian Duojin suddenly became anxious. If not now, when? So the next second he said loudly, "To be honest, I actually wanted to join Taishien's sect since I was a child. I am a hardworking, diligent, and down-to-earth person with extraordinary talents. As long as I join, I can definitely create brilliance for Taishien's sect." Qian Duojin shamelessly put all kinds of good things on himself, just to let Lin Shi see his shining points, and agreed to let him join Taishien's sect. Just when he thought Lin Shi would think for a long time, the next second, he saw Lin Shi nodded readily.
Okay.
Qian Duojin was stunned.
Ah?
Just agreed like that? No need to think about it again? Now you are the chief disciple of my Taishian sect. In order to revitalize the sect, you first do something for the teachers. Chief disciple. It sounds so awesome. Qian Duojin instantly became energetic and asked excitedly, "Master, please give me your orders. Go find me a house first. I will live there during the period when our sect is renovated." This matter is so simple, Qian Duojin subconsciously agreed. "After you find a house, please help me contact the owner of the feng shui shop next door and ask them if they want to sell their shop. Then we can expand the scale of our shop." This was not a difficult thing to do. Qian Duojin nodded and agreed again. Lin Shi pretended not to see Qian Duojin's expression, but could not help but sigh in her heart. If it were not for the current situation, an ordinary person like Qian Duojin who had no talent would not even be able to become an outer disciple of Taishian sect. It's a pity that fate plays tricks on people. In order to better revive the sect, she naturally had to find someone to help deal with some trivial matters, and Qian Duojin was the most suitable candidate she could find at present. He had money, free time, and connections. However, since she agreed to let him join, she would naturally teach him carefully. As for whether he could learn it, it depended on his own ability. In the end, Qian Duojin left in a daze under the name of the chief disciple of Taishian sect. However, before leaving, Lin Shi also gave him a peace talisman and told him to remember to carry it with him these days. Once there was any change in the talisman paper, or if there was any abnormal situation around him, contact her as soon as possible. Because the evil aura on Qian Duojin was very light, she was not sure whether the person was by his side or Qian Duojin just accidentally passed by the person. After all, he was the first disciple of this era. Although his talent was mediocre, Lin Shi would still protect him as much as possible. It was the first time that Qian Duojin got the legendary amulet. He was still complaining about how his chief disciple was like a housekeeper the previous second, but now he was instantly satisfied. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely handle these things properly. The sooner these things are handled, the sooner the name of Taishian sect can be made famous. When more people come to become disciples, he, the chief disciple, can become a real disciple, the eldest brother, and there will be more junior brothers and sisters to serve." Thinking of this, Qian Duojin was even more motivated. On the way back, he called his cousin directly to tell him about it. "Brother, please help me talk to the company. I have more important things to do now, and I don't have time to go to work." Qian Kong didn't expect that his silly cousin would quietly become Lin Shi's disciple. Is this what they often say, that fools have foolish luck? But this is naturally a good thing for their Qian family.
I know.
I'll take care of it. You just work hard under Master Lin, okay? Qian Duojin corrected him dissatisfiedly. "What do you mean by working under her?" "I'm working hard for my own master. He made himself sound like a coolie. How unpleasant to listen to. Qian Kong. Isn't it all the same? Okay, anyway, you work hard. Maybe whether our Qian family can move to a higher level in the future depends on you. With Qian Kang's help, Qian Duojin naturally didn't have to go to his job of being a bystander. However, he did hold a leadership position in the company, so once he left, he naturally needed someone new to fill the position. Qian Duojin didn't care who replaced him. He just needed to take out his personal belongings in the office as soon as possible. When he returned to the office to get his things and was about to leave, someone suddenly called him. Manager Qian, are you going to resign? Qian Duojin stopped and found that it was He Hao, a new member of the department who had joined a few days ago. Speaking of He Hao, Qian Duojin has a bit of admiration for him. At first, he went to inspect the factory with other leaders and saw He Hao on the assembly line. Seeing that he was very skillful, Qian Duojin even praised him. As a result, not long after that, this person was transferred to another position and promoted, and then he actually came directly to the department where Qian Duojin was. In less than 2 months, he went from being a grassroots worker to working in an office. This shows both his ability and luck. Seeing him asking, Qian Duojin pretended to be profound and smiled. No, I'm not resigning. I'm going to pursue my ideal in life. Besides, the company originally belongs to their Qian family, so it makes no difference whether they resign or not. He Hao was surprised when he heard this. Pursuing life ideals? It sounds interesting. I wonder where Manager Qian is going. Qian Duojin wanted to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, the feng shui shop looked so shabby now, and there was no third disciple in the entire sect except him and Lin Shi. It would not be shocking enough to tell everyone. So he decided to let Taishien's sect develop secretly for a while, and then surprise everyone. Anyway, it's a good place. I won't say more. I'm leaving first. You should work hard too. After saying that, Qian Duojin was about to leave. He Hao stopped him again and hurriedly said, Manager Qian, although we have known each other for a short time, acquaintance is fate. We may have fewer opportunities to meet in the future. I will give you something as a parting gift.
Ah?
No need. Qian Duojin thought that their relationship didn't seem to be that good. But He Hao had already taken the thing out of his pocket. This is not a valuable thing. It's just a sachet that people usually use in my hometown. You can carry it with you. It doesn't take up much space. The sachet was small, about the same size as a key pendant, and the smell was not pungent, but had a faint fragrance. Seeing this, Qian Duojin did not refuse.
Thank you.
If there is a chance in the future, I will take you to my new workplace to play. When Tai Xuanzong becomes famous in the future, of course he has to show off. Qian Duojin took the things to the garage to get the car and went home directly. The sachet was originally placed in a cardboard box by him, but seeing that this little thing was quite cute, Qian Duojin finally hung the sachet and the car keys together. After returning home, Qian Duojin put the car keys in his pocket and went upstairs directly. It was fine when he received it from Lin Shi before. Staring at the amulet in his hand with horror, Qian Duojin had only one thought in his mind at this moment: it's over. There is something dirty around him. The next second, he quickly took out his mobile phone to call Lin Shi, and while dialing, he looked around nervously, fearing that a big surprise would suddenly appear. Fortunately, Lin Shi answered the phone quickly. Before she could ask what happened, she heard Qian Duojin screaming. Master, it's bad. The amulet you gave me is burnt. I don't know what happened. I just went home and planned to find a rope to wear the amulet, but when I took it out, I saw that the edge was almost burnt to ashes. Although only the edge was burnt, Qian Duojin didn't know if the amulet was still effective. So his only thought at this moment was to ask Lin Shi for help. Hearing this, Lin Shi immediately said, Send me your address, stay at home for a while, and don't go out. The amulet can still hold for a while. She gave Qian Duojin not a primary amulet, but an intermediate one. Unless they encounter a fierce ghost that has lived for hundreds of years, ordinary ghosts can't do anything to Qian Duojin for the time being. But thinking of the evil cultivation aura found on Qian Duojin before, Lin Shi guessed that the thing that appeared around him might not be a ghost, but might be related to evil cultivation. In any case, let's go and see. Soon, Lin Shi took a taxi to Qian Duojin's home. As a rich second generation, Qian Duojin's place of residence is naturally not bad. He lives in a high-end community with strict security and strong privacy. Because Qian Duojin called the security room in advance, after confirming Lin Shi's identity, the security guard let her pass. When entering the community, Lin Shi also took the opportunity to take a look at the environment in the community. The more he looked, the better he thought it was. Maybe the rich people pay great attention to their health. The community is well-greened, the air is fresh, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Not only that, even the feng shui in the community is quite interesting. There is a small hill behind the community, and an artificial river is dug right in front of the entrance of the community. As the saying goes, rely on mountains and be close to water. The mountain is the Qian position, and the water is the Kuan position. In feng shui, the rear of the house is defined as the Qian position in the 8 diagrams. The Qian position backing the mountain means having a strong support. The front of the house is the Kuan position, and the Kuan position next to the water means that there is a nourishing life force. Therefore, the people who live here not only have a transcendent status, but also have a guaranteed health. It seems that the person who looked at the feng shui of this community was quite capable. But what attracted Lin Shi the most was not the good feng shui of this community, but the mountain behind it. The plant forest on the mountain should be protected by the community, and the spiritual energy is much more abundant than other hills. If you can practice here, I am afraid you can get twice the result with half the effort. Lin Shi had an idea in her mind. A minute later, she came to the door of Qian Duojin's house. Hearing the doorbell, Qian Duojin went over to open the door. Seeing Lin Shi outside the door, the 1.8-meter tall man almost cried with joy. "You're finally here." Lin Shi checked the house as soon as he entered and confirmed that there was no ghost in Qian Duojin's house. The only thing that exuded an unusual smell was on him. Lin Shi looked at his trouser pocket and said, "Take out the things in your pocket."
Huh?
Things in his pocket? No way, he has the car keys in his pocket, and…
Wait.
And there is the sachet that He Hao gave him. Qian Duojin quickly took out everything in his pocket. Sure enough, Lin Shi picked up the sachet. "Where did you get this thing?" Qian Duojin didn't dare to hide anything and immediately told He Hao what had just happened in the company. Qian Duojin would never doubt Lin Shi. Not to mention what happened to his cousin's family before, just the amulet just burned in his pocket for no reason. This kind of thing beyond science happened right in front of him, so what doubts could he have? So the problem must be with the sachet. But then again, there is no grudge between him and He Hao. Is he trying to harm him on purpose, or has He Hao also been deceived and doesn't know that there is something strange about the sachet? Qian Duojin didn't understand and could only stare at Lin Shi. Lin Shi opened the sachet and twisted the spices in it with his fingers. He found that the spices smelled fresh at first, but a little bloody when he smelled them carefully. There is blood in this fragrance. This person is going to kill you. This blood evil is extremely overbearing. If Qian Duojin wears this sachet for a long time, his body will develop various problems. In less than 2 months, he will probably die.
What?
I'm just a rich second generation who does nothing.
I don't do anything.
Although Qian Duojin is a rich second generation, he's not the kind of rich second generation who spends his days in debauchery and drinking. He is a breath of fresh air among the second generation rich. Not to mention drinking and clubbing, he is too lazy to even go out after work. His biggest hobby is reading novels on his mobile phone. Therefore, his social circle is very clean, consisting of his family members and colleagues at the company. Although he was a small leader in the company before, he did not interfere in the interests of his colleagues and subordinates because he did not care about other things. He would even occasionally treat them to afternoon tea and snacks. Therefore, I actually have a very harmonious relationship with people in the company. As for his family, there will be no conflicts at all. Anyway, everyone in the family knows that he is a useless person who just eats and waits for death, and he doesn't participate in the fight for power or the division of shares, so they don't regard him as an opponent at all. So, he is simply a good kid who is loved by everyone. How could anyone be so cruel as to want to harm him? Qian Baobao, who is more than 300 months old, has become emo. Lin Shi asked, "What if it wasn't aimed at you?"
Ah?
What does that mean? Are you saying that he became a scapegoat? As if she could see what he was thinking, Lin Shi shook her head. He's not a scapegoat, but the ultimate goal of the person behind this is not you, but your Qian family. At this moment, the bloodline of the rich second generation of a large family was finally awakened. Qian Duojin immediately said, "I know. This must have been done by our Qian family's business rival." This time Lin Shi did not deny it, but he knew that this was not the only purpose of the person behind the scenes. She just activated her prophecy and saw what would happen to Qian Duojin in 2 months. Since wearing this sachet, Qian Duojin's health has gradually deteriorated and he has been in and out of the hospital frequently, which alarmed the Qian family. Although Qian Duojin is not a member of the Qian family's main branch, he has a good relationship with Qian Kong. When his cousin was seriously ill and hospitalized, Qian Kong brought his wife and children to the hospital to see Qian Duojin. Fortunately, they are all in good health, with a nutritionist coordinating their diet for a long time, and they have the habit of exercising and fitness. After a period of treatment, the health of a group of people has gradually recovered. The only one who had a problem was Qian Kang's son Tongtong. The child was young and weak. Even though the Qian family tried every means to treat their son, Tongtong eventually left this world. Since then, the only bloodline of the Qian Kong family has been cut off. It can be said that the Qian family eventually lost both people and money. Business losses, cutting off the descendants, such insidious moves have been used, and the hatred between the two sides is probably not small. Has your family offended any feng shui master recently? Lin Shi asked Qian Duojin. But Qian Duojin looked at a loss. He himself had never seen a feng shui master, let alone offended one. As for the other members of the Qian family, they would not tell him, an idle person, about their affairs. So Qian Duojin really didn't understand the situation. But from what Lin Shi said, it seems that a rival has teamed up with the feng shui master to target their family. This is a big deal. So Qian Duojin did not dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly called his cousin Qian Kong, who was in charge of the family. Qian Kong received 2 calls from Qian Duojin in one day and thought that this kid would not come to him to show off again. As a result, when the call was connected, he heard news that made his heart sink. "Is Master Lin Shi with you?" "Yes." "Give her the phone." Qian Duojin knew that his cousin was going to ask for more details, so he quickly handed the phone to Lin Shi. "Qian Kong." "Master Lin Shi, do you mean that our Qian family has offended the feng shui master, and now the feng shui master is going to retaliate against us?" Lin Shi nodded. Judging from the final result, the man was indeed coming for the Qian family. Qian Kong got her affirmation and frowned tightly. "But our family has always had a good relationship with several feng shui masters. Even if there is no intersection, we will not take the initiative to do anything. The Qian family has done business to such an extent and has seen many talented people. Naturally, they also know that they can offend no one but feng shui masters. Some powerful feng shui masters can easily destroy the business empire they have worked hard to build. They would be crazy to offend feng shui masters." But he also knows Lin Shi's ability. If she is not sure enough, she will never say such a thing. When Qian Kong was about to call all the people in the Qian family to come back to inquire about this matter and see if one of them had done something stupid outside and offended other masters, something suddenly flashed in his mind, and Qian Kong exclaimed in a deep voice, "Isn't it someone from Teacher Zhou's side?" "Who is Teacher Zhou?" Qian Kong guessed that they didn't know Teacher Zhou, so he quickly explained, "It's the childcare teacher who took care of Tongtong before." It was Teacher Zhou who used puppetry to make his son Tongtong walk out the door alone, and then was taken away by human traffickers. Lin Shi understood it instantly after hearing it. It was possible to say so. After all, people who know puppetry should also be people from the Qian men, but their abilities are not very good. She remembered that it was Qian Kang's father, Mr. Qian, who caught Teacher Zhou on the spot. As for how the Qian family dealt with Teacher Zhou afterwards, Lin Shi didn't know. The more Qian Kong thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. When asked by Lin Shi, he quickly told how they handled the matter of teacher Zhou at that time. Because of these metaphysical things, they have no actual evidence to prove that teacher Zhou was involved in the child trafficking case. However, the only way to punish evildoers in this world is not to hand them over to the police. The Qian family is wealthy and powerful, so they can still deal with a person within a certain scope. In the end, they escorted teacher Zhou abroad and left her to a place where no one could find her, leaving her to fend for herself. Anyway, it's impossible for her to come back in this life. But they thought the matter was resolved, but they didn't expect that someone would come to avenge her. Although Qian Kong said this, he was not 100% sure that the feng shui master who wanted to attack them was teacher Zhou's man. I'd better call everyone back and ask them together. But if everyone has not offended other feng shui masters, I'm afraid it can only be from teacher Zhou's side. If that's the case, then the matter does have something to do with Lin Shi. Because it was she who broke teacher Zhou's puppetry, causing her to bleed profusely, and she was afraid that the little bit of cultivation she had worked so hard to accumulate would be wasted. As long as the people of Xianmen have some cultivation, they are not that easy to be dealt with by ordinary people. But if teacher Zhou's cultivation is destroyed, he will be no different from a useless person. Moreover, this sachet also has the aura of that evil cultivator. It was obvious that He Hao and his ilk were probably related to the evil cultivator, so she naturally had to deal with the matter herself. Well, ask first, and tell me if there is any situation. Lin Shi hung up the phone after saying that. Then he said to Qian Duojin, who was still digesting this series of news, that He Hao, you arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. Qian Duojin nodded blankly. Just after agreeing, Lin Shi said, come to my place later. I'll give you a few more talismans, and you can have the Qian family carry them with them. Qian Duojin's voice was particularly loud this time. Okay. Thank you, master. At the same time, in the company where Qian Duojin worked. You want to resign? The department manager looked at He Hao in surprise. This guy has only been here for more than a month, and he is actually leaving. Did something happen at home, or did you encounter any difficulties at work? Although the manager didn't have to keep He Hao, he still had to ask him about it as a routine. After all, if something really happened at work, he had to prepare in advance. He Hao smiled and shook his head. No, it's just that I have a new life plan, so I can only leave. Manager. Well, he really had nothing to say when he said that. After confirming that He Hao had no intention of staying, the manager verified his work situation again and finally agreed to his resignation application. It would take some time from the time of applying to the time of leaving, but He Hao was very eager to leave. In addition, he had only been in the company for a short time and had no projects to hand over, so he packed up and left when he got off work that afternoon. As soon as he left the company, he got into a low-key luxury car. He Hao's face was no longer as gentle as it was in the company. He said expressionlessly, if nothing unexpected happens, the Qian family will have accidents in 2 months. You just need to seize the opportunity to take action. His tone was calm, as if the lives of the Qian family were as light as feathers in his eyes. The boss next to him was naturally delighted to hear this. He and the Qian family compete in various industries. If something happens to the Qian family, he will certainly become the biggest winner. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him. Although he is not interested in the lives of the Qian family, once there is a problem with their family, he can take away a lot of business. This is of course the best thing for him. Just looking at He Hao's indifferent expression, the boss was secretly shocked. Dozens of lives, he didn't feel anything at all. This man is a ruthless character. It seems that I must never offend He Hao in the future, and don't offend other feng shui masters. Finally, the car took He Hao to an apartment. The two parties agreed to pay He Hao the balance after the matter was settled, and the two separated. After He Hao returned to the apartment, he quickly packed his luggage. His mission to Jianyu this time has been completed, and it's time to leave. However, when he was packing up, he suddenly received a call. Seeing the number clearly, He Hao immediately straightened his expression. Master. An old voice came from the other end. How is it going? He Hao immediately said, I have given the sachet to Qian Duojin. With him as the intermediary, any member of the Qian family who comes into contact with him will be in trouble. A heavy cold snort came from the other end of the phone. Humph. Ordinary people like the Qian family dare to go against us. It's just a pity for your senior sister. She accidentally exposed herself, and now I don't know where the Qian family has taken her. At this point, the old man's voice became angry. Since she can't come back, I want all the Qian family members to be buried with her. He Hao, Master, don't worry, I have avenged my senior sister. Well, you did a good job this time. Come back early. You have worked hard for more than a month. He Hao also felt so. Although the master said how powerful they were, they still couldn't get close to Qian Kang's family, and even other people in the Qian family. They couldn't get close. Because the security and vigilance of wealthy families are quite strong, and there was also the previous incident of the son's disappearance and the people around him, if they want to get close to them now, I'm afraid that even several generations of ancestors will be investigated. They couldn't get close to the core figures of the Qian family, and finally, He Hao could only choose Qian Duojin as a second choice. Then he tried to get into Qian Duojin's company and try to get along with him. Fortunately, although the progress was a bit slow, the final result was good, and the sachet was successfully given out. As for Qian Duojin, a second-generation rich man who knows nothing, I'm afraid he won't know why he died until he dies. He Hao smiled contemptuously. What's the use of being born well? It's still not that Qian Duojin will die if he says he will die. After He Hao packed up his things, he went directly to the high-speed rail station. He had to go back quickly. Now that his senior sister is gone, he is the only disciple of the master. Now the old man will definitely give him all the good skills and good things. But in fact, because of this matter, He Hao still has a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart. Because before the elder sister got into trouble, he didn't even know that she had learned so many things, nor did he know that the old man had such powerful skills. For so many years, the old man only taught him some feng shui things and didn't teach him any powerful techniques. It seems that the old man is really partial, hiding the good things and only giving them to the elder sister. Now that the elder sister is dead, he only has himself as an apprentice, so he has to give all the skills to himself? He Hao snorted and laughed. This time, he easily got several million from Mr. Huang, which made He Hao taste the sweetness instantly. When he takes over all the skills and good things from the old man, won't he have everything including money, power, and beauties? What he didn't know was that his whereabouts had been tracked since he left the company. He Hao's location has been confirmed. He currently lives in the same place where teacher Zhou originally registered. This is enough to prove that the two have a close relationship. And the purpose of He Haocheng's visit to Qian Duojin and the Qian family this time was also because of teacher Zhou. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Qian Kong and Qian Duojin came to the feng shui shop to find Lin Shi in person and put all the information they had investigated so far in front of her. It was pitch black outside at night. Even the street lights were not on. The whole street was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. In addition, there were several dead white paper figures standing on one side of the feng shui shop. I have to say, it's still pretty scary to watch late at night. Qian Duojin silently held tightly the amulet that Lin Shi had given him again in the afternoon. Of course he and Qian Kong wanted to come earlier, but Lin Shi was still a student and had to attend evening self-study classes. Moreover, they were asking for help from others, so not only could they not complain about it, they also did not dare to let Lin Shi take leave. So I can only come here late at night. Fortunately, although the whole street was so quiet that it was almost terrifying, the two of them didn't encounter any problems when they came in. Qian Duojin knew that it must be Lin Shi's amulet that worked. After taking a look at the information, Lin Shi said, "Next Saturday, I will go with you to find He Hao. Why not now or tomorrow?" Of course, it's because since the last time Lin Shi asked for a few days off, her class teacher Tang Meng would not let her take leave at will. And she had to spend time preparing various talismans in advance. Lin Shi didn't know the specific strength of He Hao, and there might be descendants of the evil cultivator behind him, so Lin Shi naturally had to be fully prepared. She never fought an unprepared battle. Although Qian Kong was a little anxious when he heard this, he also knew that Lin Shi had her reasons for doing so. So he not only didn't dare to urge her, but also had to express his gratitude. Okay, thank you, Master, for your help. Qian Duojin couldn't be as calm as Qian Kong, and he showed his mask of pain directly. In the afternoon, he asked Lin Shi if there was any way to remove the blood evil from his body. Lin Shi said there was. Then the next second, Lin Shi continued, but I don't plan to break your magic for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. If He Hao and the evil cultivators behind him come to find Qian Duojin again, it will be fine, but she is afraid that they will run away when they see that the matter is exposed. It will be a bit troublesome to find them again at that time. Upon hearing this, Qian Duojin's little heart, which had not yet returned to his stomach, rose to his throat again. It's a pity that he dared not speak out because he had no strength. He could only pray that Lin Shi could quickly deal with He Hao. Unexpectedly, he learned that Lin Shi would not go to find He Hao until next Saturday. That means he will continue to bear the blood evil for a week. Woo, is he really the chief disciple of Taishan's sect? But fortunately, after he sold his misery, he got a few amulets from Lin Shi, which instantly soothed Qian Duojin's injured heart. He decided to wear these amulets every day, and he must not let him get into trouble. In the next week, Lin Shi began to use his time after school to draw amulets crazily. It was also during these 2 months that she had become more compatible with this body, and her strength had recovered a lot. Almost all the talismans she drew were intermediate talismans, and occasionally a few advanced talismans would appear. Although it was still a long way from the level in her previous life where she could easily draw advanced talismans, it was already a significant improvement. After all the talismans were prepared, Lin Shi also hurried to inject spiritual power into the ancient coins so that she could have magic tools to help her when she encountered a strong opponent. While Lin Shi was busy preparing various talismans and magic tools, the Qian family was also preparing. From the previous investigation, Qian Kong had learned that the person cooperating with He Hao was their old rival Mr. Huang, and he also knew that the other party would definitely take action against their company in the near future. Since he already knew it, Qian Kong must be prepared in advance. But after all, there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, and there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days, and the Qian family is involved in too many industries, so Qian Kong really didn't know what to focus on for a while. There was no way. He could only find Lin Shi again halfway and shamelessly let her tell his fortune. In the end, Lin Shi gave the result that he should pay attention to the old people in the company. The old people in the company. Qian Kong understood something instantly. In the next few days, he secretly observed several veteran employees of the company who were basically management-level figures. It stands to reason that being a manager in a large company like the Qian family, an annual salary of 1 million is not a problem, and the treatment of Qian in other aspects is also very good, and everyone even has some shares in his hands. As long as there are no major mistakes, this group of people can live in peace for the rest of their lives. So Qian Kong couldn't understand why someone would turn against him and betray him in such a situation. But there are always various accidents in this world. Although Qian Kong felt emotional, he would not act emotionally and would not do anything that would affect the interests of the entire Qian family and thousands of employees for one person. Under his secret observation, he finally identified the suspect. The man's contact with Mr. Huang was very secretive, and he didn't even communicate with him himself, but through his wife. If Qian Kong hadn't been careful, he would have been fooled by that man. In the end, he didn't take any action, but in fact he saw every move of that man. He just waited until Mr. Huang made a move, and he might give him a big surprise. He Hao and his master lived in a small town with a small population and surrounded by mountains. It was a good place for cultivation. Lin Shi sat in the car, looking at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the flowers, plants, and trees contain the most vitality, and the transformed spiritual energy is also the most abundant. It seems that I will have to go to the mountains more often in the future. Of course, she couldn't achieve this goal before graduation. However, if she couldn't go to the mountains with abundant spiritual energy, it would be easy to find substitutes. She knew of one place. Thinking of this, Lin Shi quietly glanced at Qian Duojin, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Qian Kong was driving, Qian Duojin was accompanying him, and with Lin Shi, there were only 3 of them on this trip. Qian Kong originally planned to bring more people, but Lin Shi stopped him. The fighting of feng shui masters is different from that of ordinary people, and bringing a few more people would not help Lin Shi. Even the reason why evil cultivators are called evil cultivators is naturally because they take human lives lightly, do all kinds of evil, and will not use their cultivation for the right way. So when there are too many people, it may become a handle to threaten Lin Shi. Of course, Lin Shi must avoid this situation in advance. As for Qian Kong and Qian Duojin, they were wearing high-level amulets specially prepared for them by Lin Shi, so they didn't have to worry about anything happening. When the car drove to the gate of a small courtyard at the junction of urban and rural areas, it stopped. This is it. Qian Kong looked at the courtyard not far away with a deep expression. It was obviously Teacher Zhou, who did the evil first and kidnapped his son together with the human traffickers. Their Qian family was just giving her a taste of her own medicine, but they didn't expect to be retaliated by her relatives and friends. He simply couldn't understand the thoughts of this group of people. Lin Shi was also looking at the small courtyard. What made her feel strange was that she didn't find 2 strong spiritual power fluctuations outside the small courtyard. Could it be that He Hao and the evil cultivator deliberately concealed their strength? Lin Shi would not take it lightly until she was really sure of the other party's situation. She quickly got out of the car, put all her things in her pocket, asked Qian Kong and Qian Duojin to wait for her in the car, and then walked towards the small courtyard where He Hao and his family lived. But before she reached the door, she saw the courtyard door being opened from the inside. He Hao walked out of the yard. He didn't know Lin Shi, but seeing that her face was unfamiliar, he couldn't help but look at her suspiciously. Who are you looking for? Lin Shi recognized the person in front of her as He Hao, but after seeing his cultivation level, Lin Shi frowned. This person's cultivation level is so low that he can't even enter the door of Xianmen. Lin Shi suddenly felt that the various talismans and magic tools she had specially prepared before were a bit of a fuss. In an instant, Lin Shi lost interest in He Hao. She said directly, "I'm looking for someone in the house." At this moment at the gate of the courtyard, she could feel 2 auras in the courtyard. One was He Hao, and the other aura was more familiar, very similar to the evil aura in her memory. "You're looking for my master?
Who are you?"
He Hao looked at Lin Shi in front of him. He looked like a student. What could he do with his master?
Could it be?
This is his master's new female apprentice. He Hao was angry in his heart. Thinking that no matter how he tried to hint at it this week, the old man had no intention of passing on his signature skills to him, he sneered. "Do you think the old man?" He Hao's sarcastic words were instantly stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. He stared at Lin Shi with eyes wide open in disbelief. Why can't he speak? Lin Shi retracted his hand that was clapping the talisman and said expressionlessly, "Shut up." After that, he passed He Hao, who had a calming talisman on his head, and entered the yard. The old man in the room, Zhang Qizhen, He Hao's master, was worshipping the ancestors as usual, but suddenly heard footsteps behind him, and it was a different footstep from that of an acquaintance, so he immediately turned around alertly. But when he saw who was coming, he was surprised at first, and then he noticed something, and his expression immediately became alert. Zhang Qizhen in front of him was not young anymore, estimated to be around 60, but his cultivation was really impressive. He was not as good as those outer disciples of Taishan sect in his previous life. Seeing that the descendant of this evil cultivator was so weak, Lin Shi instantly felt balanced. She looked at Zhang Qizhen and shook her head in disappointment. The look in her eyes seemed to say, how could this old man be so weak? Zhang Qizhen was almost mad at this. "Arrogant boy, you have such a big guts. You dare to act wildly in my territory. Which sect are you from? Tell me your name." His cultivation was indeed not very good in Lin Shi's eyes, but Zhang Qizhen himself felt that he was already one of the best among his peers. See, he could tell at a glance that Lin Shi was also a member of the Xianmen sect. Lin Shi didn't know where he got the confidence from. She ignored Zhang Qizhen and looked at the portrait enshrined on the wall. It was indeed the evil cultivator in her memory. But when he saw another thing on the wall, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, and a bit of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. It turned out to be a magic weapon of their Taishan sect, the Rui Qianquan bag. The Qianquan bag was different from the ordinary Qianquan bag that could only store things. The bag was painted with complicated totems and was blessed by the Taishan patriarch. It could not only hold things, but also be used as an offensive weapon. However, in order to develop the latter ability, the Rui Qianquan bag had to recognize its master first. What a coincidence! Lin Shi was once the owner of the Rui Qianquan bag. But he didn't expect that the Rui Qianquan bag would fall into the hands of this evil cultivator. It seems that after the fierce battle, the Taishan sect did lose some treasures. Lin Shi sighed, and her eyes became firm in an instant. It doesn't matter if it's lost, she will find a way to get it back. To use a sentence she saw on the internet, that is, she wants to take back everything she lost. You don't deserve to know my name. Lin Shi looked at Zhang Qizhen coldly. It's so arrogant. When has Zhang Qizhen ever been treated like this? He is quite famous in this small town, and everyone who knows him treats him with respect. When has he ever been treated like this by a yellow-haired girl? Even if she is also a member of the Xianmen, so what? She is so young, and her cultivation is definitely not higher than his. The next second, Zhang Qizhen summoned a little ghost without saying a word. A wisp of green smoke floated out from the mouth of the altar in the corner, and in a blink of an eye it turned into an evil ghost, heading straight for Lin Shi. There was a row of such altars in the corner, all of which were little ghosts raised by Zhang Qizhen for decades. Under his constant training and use, these little ghosts almost all turned into evil ghosts. Although the strength of evil ghosts and fierce ghosts is thousands of miles apart, it is definitely enough to deal with this ignorant yellow-haired girl in front of him. Zhang Qizhen almost saw the scene of Lin Shi being beaten back by the evil ghosts he released and kneeling down to beg for mercy. But the smile just appeared, and it froze at the corner of his mouth in an instant. Because the evil ghost hadn't even gotten close to Lin Shi, because of the talisman she threw out, it instantly turned into ashes without even making a sound. How could this happen? Zhang Qizhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing that the ghost's eyes were bloodshot, he was already stained with killing, so he naturally didn't hesitate too much and threw a ghost exorcising talisman over to get rid of it completely. He took another look at the jars in the corner, which looked like there were about a dozen of them. Thinking of the number of talismans in his bag, Lin Shi felt relieved. Zhang Qizhen realized that Lin Shi's strength might be stronger than he thought, so he gritted his teeth and planned to continue releasing evil ghosts. But just as he used the summoning spell, another talisman paper from Lin Shi flew over. Another evil ghost disappeared between heaven and earth. Zhang Qizhen was almost heartbroken. That was the evil ghost that he had refined with great difficulty. He felt extremely distressed, but this time he finally saw clearly that what Lin Shi threw out was an intermediate-level ghost exorcising talisman. It turned out to be an intermediate-level ghost exorcising talisman. The only time Zhang Qizhen saw an intermediate-level ghost exorcising talisman was in a booklet left by his father that recorded various talismans. Although various elementary, intermediate, and advanced talismans were drawn above, his ability was limited. Over the past few decades, he could only draw elementary talismans at best, and he could only draw a few of them occasionally when he was lucky. It is not easy to copy the talisman, let alone inject spiritual energy into the talisman paper so that it can be considered a truly effective talisman rather than a simple symbol. He once asked someone and found out that a basic amulet could be sold for 6 figures, not to mention the intermediate ones. As for high-level talismans, they are only legendary things and have never been seen before. Oh, that's not right. Some noble families may have collections left behind by their ancestors. But such things usually become like heirlooms and are rarely used unless absolutely necessary. So when Zhang Qi saw Lin Shi casually throwing out 2 valuable intermediate talismans, he was shocked and distressed. Who is this young man from? He has so many intermediate-level ghost exorcising talismans in his hands, and he throws them around like they are free. Don't the elders in his family care about anything? Even if she didn't feel sorry, Zhang Qijin wouldn't dare to summon the little ghost again. Judging from Shi's attitude, he was afraid that there was still a lot of money in the bag. These kids from aristocratic families. Zhang Qijin was jealous for a second, then immediately changed his plan. He decided to use the heirloom to get rid of Shi in one fell swoop. He looked at the Qianquan bag hanging on the wall, kowtowed 3 times devoutly, and then recited the spell seriously. This Qianquan bag was passed down to him by his father. It is said to be a treasure that his ancestors obtained accidentally. They don't know its specific use, but it can hold a lot of things. According to his father, an ancestor once used this Qianquan bag to trap people and starve them to death inside. At this moment, he planned to use this method to deal with Shi. It was a blessing for this young girl that he could use the heirloom to deal with her. Zhang Qijin snorted coldly and chanted the spell as usual, intending to ask the Qianquan bag to appear and help him. But what he didn't expect was that the Qianquan bag had no reaction at all. Did I recite the spell wrong? Zhang Qijin carefully recalled the spell in the booklet and recited it again. But there was still no reaction when I took the Qianquan bag. What's going on? Could it be that the god in the Qianquan bag no longer intends to stay in their house? He worships it every day, worshipping it together with his ancestors. Zhang Qijin was very nervous at this moment. His father said that their family was able to survive among so many noble families because of this Qianquan bag. Now that the Qianquan bag has malfunctioned, doesn't that mean that his greatest reliance has disappeared? Just when Zhang Qijin tried to summon the Qianquan bag for the 3rd time, Shi on the opposite side raised his hand towards the Qianquan bag hanging on the wall. In an instant, the Qianquan bag broke free from its restraints and flew directly towards Shi.
How dare you?
That's my Qianquan bag. Zhang Qijin glared at Shi with his eyes wide open and gritted his teeth, feeling anxious and frightened. Yours? Shi snorted and laughed, her eyes cold. You've been a thief for so long that you really think the Qianquan bag is yours? As she spoke, the Qianquan bag took the initiative to get into Shi's pocket and clung to her tightly, as if saying that it never wanted to be separated from her again. How could this be? The Qianquan bag was so close to Shi. What did the thief mean? Could it be that the Qianquan bag originally belonged to her family? Thinking about the situation of her ancestors, it is possible that the Qianquan bag was stolen from someone else. However, since the things are in her hands, Zhang Qijin will naturally not admit it as long as Shi has no evidence. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a family heirloom passed down from our Zhang family ancestors. Give it back to me. Shi didn't even bother to look at him again. She released the ghosts in the other jars in the room, and after performing the Jingming technique, the group of evil ghosts regained consciousness for a short time. Of course, these evil ghosts could not be born evil ghosts. They were refined by Zhang Qijin every day, and they were forced to do all kinds of bad things, which made them become like this. So after they regained consciousness, they soon remembered the sins they had suffered at the hands of Zhang Qijin after their death. Now they have too many sins on their hands and can no longer reincarnate. And the culprit of all this is Zhang Qijin. Since they can't reincarnate, they must let Zhang Qijin taste the pain of being tortured every day. So the next second, more than a dozen evil ghosts collectively rushed towards Zhang Qijin. Soon, Zhang Qijin's pig-killing screams came from the house. And Shi also thoughtfully closed the door for the group of evil ghosts so that they could play to their heart's content. Zhang Qijin didn't need her to deal with it anymore, and the group of evil ghosts would find a way to deal with him. So Shi didn't spend much effort on this trip, and she also found a magic weapon of Taishan sect, which was a great harvest. As for He Hao at the door, when Shi passed by the door, he kicked him into the yard and then closed the door from the outside. The effect of the immobilization talisman can last for 12 hours. By the time He Hao can move, Zhang Qijin inside is probably already played to death by the evil ghosts. At that time, He Hao, as the only living person in the yard, will naturally be involved. Even if there is no evidence to prove that he killed Zhang Qijin, those evil ghosts will not let him go as a disciple. After all, Xiao has done a lot of bad things over the years, and retribution is inevitable. In the car, Qian Duojin and Qian Kong saw that Lin Shi came out less than 10 minutes after he went in, and both of them were surprised. Could it be that the matter was not resolved, and they had to go back and find a solution? The two thought about it and felt that it was normal. After all, the sachet given by He Hao could kill people invisibly, which shows that he and the person behind him should be strong. Although Lin Shi is also very powerful, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. But it's not a big problem. At most, they can go back and contact other masters, and then Lin Shi will come together. So when Lin Shi got in the car, Qian Duojin and Qian Kong had a rare tacit understanding. Neither of them asked Lin Shi about what happened in the yard. Qian Kong only asked her, "Master, where are we going now?" Lin Shi looked confused. "Do you have anything else to do here?" She thought they would go back to Jiangyu City after solving the problems of He Hao and Zhang Qizhen.
Kyonkan, ah?
I don't have anything else to do, just
Wait.
From what Lin Shi said, could it be that the problem has been solved? Otherwise, she wouldn't just go back like this. Thinking of this, Qian Kong finally mustered up the courage to ask Lin Shi, "Master, what's the situation inside?" As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Duojin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately winked at his brother frantically. "Brother, you have such a smart brain. How come you are so confused at the critical moment? Is this something you can ask?" If Lin Shi were to ask this question, he would be so embarrassed. I keep saying that he is stupid, but it turns out that his brother doesn't even understand such simple social etiquette. Don't mention how anxious I am because I have so much money. But just when he was about to make amends for his brother, he heard Lin Shi in the back seat say, "It's been resolved. They won't bother you anymore." The words that Qian Duojin had finally come up with after racking his brains were instantly stuck in his throat.
Huh.
Is the problem solved? Qian Kong heaved a sigh of relief and smiled instantly. "Master, you are really amazing." Lin Shi nodded and said nothing. Her confrontation with Zhang Qizhen was like an old professor bullying a kindergarten kid. I feel a little embarrassed to say it out loud. Qian Duojin next to him finally reacted. It turned out that his brother had already seen that Lin Shi had solved the matter, so he boldly asked the question. At this moment, Qian Duojin suddenly felt that what his brother said about his poor brain function was not wrong. After confirming the truth of the sentence, he felt inexplicably depressed. The three of them returned to Jiangyu City before dark. While in the car, Lin Shi had already removed the blood evil from Qian Duojin's body, so Qian Duojin did not get out of the car. After parting with the two at the street corner, Lin Shi originally planned to go back immediately to carefully check the Qiankuan bag. As soon as I walked to the door of Tang Yuan's shop, he called me. "Master, you are finally back." This familiar opening line. Lin Shi looked at him and finally asked, "What's the matter?" Tang Yuan looked helpless. "Yes, there is something, but it's not me. It's someone else. Look, it's this big brother, who wants to see you." As he said that, Tang Yuan motioned Lin Shi to look at the door of his store, where a man with a sad face was standing. While there was still some distance between him and the man, Tang Yuan quickly whispered to Lin Shi about the situation. This man came at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, saying that he wanted to settle something with you. As a result, I told him that you went out at noon, but this guy refused to listen and said that he would wait for you to come back, and then he waited at the door of my store. It was not a good thing to just stand at the door of his own store, and Tang Yuan was quite bored guarding the store, so he finally called the man into chat for a few words. After this chat, he quickly figured out the reason why the man came to see Lin Shi. It seems that his wife has a problem. I didn't ask the details, but I found out something else for you. It seems that this man came here because of someone else's introduction. He lives in a nearby community and is a programmer. He is not short of money. Hearing this, Lin Shi looked at Tang Yuan approvingly. This was also a good way for her to find out the general situation of the guest. She thanked Tang Yuan and quickly walked to the man. The man was not surprised to see Lin Shi. He probably knew that Lin Shi was young. Maybe he was really anxious. He simply greeted Lin Shi and talked about his wife's situation. "Master, I don't know what happened to my wife recently. She kept complaining that her back was cold and sore, as if something heavy was pressing on her. The man is called Chunwei. He is not old this year, but he is not young either. He is already 30 years old. While most of his peers have married and had children and even had 2 or 3 children, he was able to successfully enter the marriage hall with his wife because of his personality. When he was studying, Chunwei was not outstanding, and he focused on studying and had never dated a girl. After graduation, because of the work environment, the company was almost all male programmers, so he continued to be a monk for several years. In addition, he was busy with work and often had to work overtime to fix various bugs, so naturally, he had no time to meet female friends. But years of hard work have also paid off. At the beginning of this year, he bought a house in Jiangyu with his own savings, without spending a penny from his parents. The parents at home are ordinary farmers and have little money, so when they saw their sons so promising to buy a house, they felt proud and guilty. They felt that they could not help their son financially, so they naturally wanted to help more in other ways. Now that his son is 30 years old and has bought a house, the biggest thing is to get married and have children. The old couple also knew that their son was not good at communicating with female comrades and was shy, so it was impossible for him to meet girls by himself. So the couple looked for relatives and acquaintances to introduce a suitable partner to their son. In the end, they really found a girl who was suitable in all aspects. The girl was 26 years old this year. She was from the same town as them. She had worked in other places before. Although she was not well educated, she was filial and good-looking. She just didn't get married because she worked in other places to help her family pay off debts in the past few years. Her family was originally well off, but because her mother was seriously ill, she owed a lot of foreign debts to treat her. Unfortunately, the person was not saved, but the money had to be paid back. Chunwei's parents themselves had no education, and they were old farmers. They also asked their son and knew that he didn't have to find a wife with a similar education. As long as they liked each other, everything could be solved. So after they learned about the girl's situation, they both thought that they could let her meet their son. Chunwei did not reject marriage, but he just didn't have the right opportunity and person before. Now he was arranged by his parents to go on a blind date, and he went directly. Then he and his wife fell in love at first sight during the blind date, and they got married smoothly after getting to know each other for a while. Now it is half a year after they got married. During this half year, Chunwei doted on his wife, who is 4 years younger than him. Because in his eyes, although his wife left home to work at a very young age, she is very simple and cute. Every day after work, when he sees his wife's smiling face, he feels that his fatigue from a day's work can disappear a lot. He cares about his wife very much, so when he heard her say that her neck was uncomfortable, he was immediately worried. Generally speaking, most modern young people are in a sub-healthy state, and shoulder and neck discomfort is quite common. Sometimes when going to the hospital, there are more young people with shoulder and neck problems than the elderly. When the elderly are exercising in the park in the morning, most young people are working like cattle and horses in the office. How can their health not be a problem? Even if there is a break, most of them look down at their mobile phones and play games while lying down. Maintaining a posture for a long time and a bad sitting posture will cause various problems in the spine. Chunwei himself also has cervical spondylosis, but he just puts on a few plasters and waits until his neck doesn't hurt before continuing to work in front of the computer. But after his wife said that her neck was uncomfortable, he took her to the hospital without saying a word. The doctor examined her and took various x-rays, and the conclusion was that there was nothing wrong with her shoulders and neck. I even tried shoulder and neck massage, acupuncture, moxa fumigation, and other physical therapies, but there was no improvement. The symptoms of continuous coldness and discomfort in the shoulders, neck, and back lasted for a month. His wife's condition became worse and worse every day. Her temper became more and more irritable due to the physical discomfort, and she would yell at Chunwei from time to time. Chunwei saw it and was worried. He had planned to use his annual leave to take his wife to the most famous hospital in the country for a checkup, but when he was sitting in the elevator, he heard the residents in the same building talking about Lin Shi. They were talking about how Grandma Zhou's grandson Wu Bin was possessed by evil spirits some time ago. No matter how his family members took him to see doctors or take medicine, it was to no avail. Finally, Lin Shi came to their house and solved the problem directly. Chun Wei pricked up his ears and listened for a while, and soon realized that Lin Shi must be a master who is good at exorcising evil spirits and catching ghosts. When he thought about his wife's situation, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that the reason why no problems were found in the diagnosis of his wife's illness was that she was harmed by some dirty thing, just like Grandma Zhou's grandson Wu Bin? Regardless of whether it was true or not, he was planning to find that Lin Shi and give it a try. If it was really as he guessed, his wife's problem would be solved. That's why he came to see Lin Shi as soon as he had time at noon. He did not tell his wife about this, fearing that this speculation would scare her, so he made up an excuse to come out and look for Lin Shi. Fortunately, his wife trusts him very much in this regard. She never thinks too much about it, never restricts his freedom, and never complains that he is too busy with work and cannot accompany him. In Chun Wei's opinion, his wife is really a gentle and considerate girl. Although his wife's temper has become worse over the past month, Chun Wei believes that it is because his wife is sick. As long as she recovers from her illness, the gentle wife she used to be will return. That's about it, master. I suspect my wife has been targeted by some evil creature. Chun Wei expressed his guess, but Lin Shi did not confirm it. She couldn't jump to conclusions when the person wasn't around. She said to Chun Wei, "If it's convenient, bring her over so I can take a look at the situation." If there really was a problem, Lin Shi would be able to see it at a glance, instead of making random guesses like Chun Wei. Hearing this, Chun Wei showed a hesitant expression. "Master, I didn't tell her about this because I was afraid she would be scared." Tang Yuan, who was eating melon on the side, couldn't help but be secretly shocked after hearing this. Wow, that's quite thoughtful. However, Lin Shi still said the same thing. Being frightened or being killed? Which do you think is more serious? Chun Wei was silent for a moment and finally said decisively, "Okay, then I'll go back and call her over. Anyway, they don't live far away, and it only takes less than 10 minutes to walk here." Lin Shi nodded and told him to go directly to the Lin's feng shui shop inside when he arrived. Chun Wei said okay and quickly turned around and went home to call his wife. As soon as he left, Tang Yuan couldn't hold back his words. Lin Shi did not answer but asked, "What do you think?" Tang Yuan, I think it might be, right? He doesn't know either. As soon as the words fell, Tang Yuan reacted instantly. Okay, he understood what Lin Shi meant. No one could be sure of the answer before seeing the person. However, seeing that half an hour had passed since the end of work, Tang Yuan was eager to eat the melon and decided to leave a little later. Lin Shi was in a hurry to go back and check the Qingquan bag, so he didn't stay in his shop for long and went straight back to the feng shui shop. After returning, she chanted a spell and opened the Qingquan bag, only to find that there were only a few tattered talismans in it that Zhang Qizhen had picked up from somewhere. Such low-level talismans, whose spiritual power was almost equal to that of ordinary talismans, were an insult to put in the Qingquan bag. So Lin Shi simply took out the talismans and threw them into the trash can. Fortunately, apart from this, Zhang Qizhen did not put any other messy things into it to pollute the Qingquan bag. Afterwards, Lin Shi communicated with the Qingquan bag using his mind and found that the Qingquan bag could still respond. It seems that even though it has been in the hands of the Zhang family for many years, they have no idea of the greatest benefit of the Qingquan bag, nor have they been able to establish a connection with it. Lin Shi felt relieved. She put the Qingquan bag away carefully, then went to a restaurant on a nearby street, called to order takeout, and waited for Chun Wei and his wife to arrive. Just now, when Chun Wei was talking about his wife, Lin Shi took a quick look at his face and found that he would have 2 marriages in his life. According to him, this is his first marriage, so it means he will divorce his current wife. As for the specific situation, she didn't use the power of prophecy, so she had no idea. But what she was more curious about was that she could see at this moment that Chun Wei really liked his current wife and cared about her very much. I don't know what happened that could make him have the heart to divorce his wife. The restaurant's food delivery man called and said the food had arrived at the street corner and asked Lin Shi to go out and get it. Lin Shi collected his thoughts, sighed, and walked towards the street corner. Although she repeatedly emphasized that there was no problem on the street, it seemed that except Tang Yuan and some people who had had their fortunes told or problems solved by her, no one else believed it at all. Even the takeaway she ordered could only be delivered to the street corner, and she had to go there to pick it up. It seems that we need to speed up and let everyone around know as soon as possible that the Feng Shui Street has improved. At the same time, Chen Wei hurried back home. It was already dinner time when he got home, but his wife was lying on the sofa watching videos. The table was empty, with no sign of food. Chen Wei didn't care. He knew that his wife was not feeling well during this period, so she didn't have to do the cooking herself. He also cooks when he has holidays, but if you really don't want to cook, you can always order takeout. Although ordering takeout is not cheap, it is not unaffordable. But at this moment, he didn't care about eating. Instead, he came to the sofa and said to his wife, "Fei Fei, pack up and go out with me." Chi Fei, who was watching the skit on the sofa, refused without thinking. "I won't go." Chen Wei was rarely firm. "Go ahead. This matter is very important to you. Haven't you been saying that your shoulder is uncomfortable? We have been to so many hospitals and nothing has been found. This must be wrong. Chen Wei was about to say that he had asked a master to help him, but was interrupted impatiently by Chi Fei. "Oh, how many times have I told you? It's just an ordinary cervical spondylosis. Those doctors can't find it because it must be not serious. Why bother to go and see them?" Chi Fei didn't seem to care about his situation at all. In fact, she really didn't take it seriously, because her shoulders and neck were not always sore, heavy, and chilly, but only at night. The situation was much better during the day, and she would even feel much better if she occasionally basked in the sun or did some stretching on the balcony. She has become accustomed to this situation over the past month. Although she would have trouble sleeping at night because of these reasons, she had an excuse not to do housework or cook, and she could even openly show her disapproval to Chen Wei. "I no longer have to play the role of a gentle and virtuous wife like before. It's just a minor problem. Why should Chen Wei take it so seriously?" Before, Chi Fei thought Chen Wei was attentive and good-tempered, but now she felt that he was dilatory and not like a man at all. But never mind, we're already married, so let's just make do with it. After all, I don't have to go out to work, and I get pocket money, which is much easier than before. But look at how much weight you have lost recently and your complexion. Chen Wei doubted whether Chi Fei had looked in the mirror during this period. Her complexion now looked extremely bad. Not only was her skin tone dull, but there were also dark circles under her eyes. She looked thinner overall. And he was also very irritable, like a completely different person than before. Wasn't that enough to attract her attention? "What's wrong with my face?" "Chen Wei, let me tell you, you were the one who said you didn't care about my bare face. I just don't wear makeup at home, and you despise me, don't you?" When Chi Fei heard this, she became furious and started to scold Chen Wei, saying that he only knew how to look at faces and so on. Chen Wei tried to explain, but Chi Fei didn't give him a chance to speak. For a moment, he was helpless and felt somewhat annoyed. During this month, there were times when he even began to doubt whether this was really his wife. Why did the same person's personality change so drastically just because she was sick? So big that he could hardly tell which one was the real her. Of course, Chen Wei could not accept that his wife did nothing and would quarrel and make a fuss with him when she got home. So he became more determined to take his wife to see Lin Shi and completely resolve the problem with her. After thinking for a while, he simply said, "Didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted that bag? Go, and I'll buy it for you." That bag costs over 5 figures. Even though Chen Wei's salary is quite good, spending 5 figures on a bag is still a luxury for him. So when his wife mentioned this, he tactfully expressed the idea that the bag was not cost-effective. As a result, his wife was furious when she heard this. She went into a cold war with him for several days and complained that he was stingy. Sometimes Chen Wei began to doubt whether he was too stingy to his wife and was reluctant to let her buy him even a bag. But when he thought about his parents who were still in his hometown and couldn't bear to buy clothes worth a few $100s, he finally gave up the idea. People live like people, and spending 5 figures on a bag is indeed beyond his budget. When Chi Fei heard that he actually agreed to buy her the bag, she stopped scolding him. Are you serious? Chen Wei nodded. Really? As long as his wife's illness was cured, he was willing to buy a 5-digit bag. After all, if he continued like this, he didn't know how much more money he would have to spend in the future. On the way to the funeral street, Chen Wei was worried that his wife would regret it halfway, so he thought about it and finally didn't tell his wife what he was taking her to do. His wife might be in a good mood thinking about the bag she was about to get, so she didn't care. Anyway, considering how much Chen Wei loved her, he couldn't take her to sell her. Would he be willing to do that? Chi Fei smiled proudly. But when she saw Chen Wei taking her to the famous ghost street nearby, the smile on Chi Fei's face froze. She asked, "Why did you bring me here? It's almost dark. Can we go to this place?" After all, she moved to this area after getting married, and she only heard about the name of the funeral street from people nearby. But she didn't know the specific situation. But others said they couldn't go, so there must be a reason. What did Chen Wei bring her here for? Chen Wei only said, "Don't worry. This place is not as scary as people say outside. If something really happens, I will protect you." Chi Fei glanced at his thin body and curled her lips secretly. He protected himself, and it would be good if he didn't drag himself down. But she had never encountered ghosts, and she didn't really believe what those people said. Seeing that she didn't ask any more questions, Chen Wei quickly quickened his pace and took Chi Fei to the street. Finally, at the end of the street, he saw the only shop that was open, Lin's feng shui shop. Chi Fei was even more confused. Why did Chen Wei bring her to the feng shui shop? It couldn't be that he brought her to tell fortunes. "Master Lin, are you in there?" Chen Wei just walked to the door of the shop and shouted carefully inside, and saw Lin Shi sitting in a massage chair watching TV. He subconsciously glanced at the TV and found that she was watching Let's Watch the Sun Rain Together, which had set off a craze among young boys and girls more than 10 years ago. When this TV series was released, it was so popular that Chen Wei also watched it, but he was so addicted to it at the time, and later when he grew up, he felt that the plot in it was so speechless. He looked at Lin Shi with hesitation. Unexpectedly, Master Lin couldn't escape the curse of these love dramas. Seeing him coming, Lin Shi paused the video and said, "Come in, there's a stool there, sit down." After that, she glanced at Chi Fei, behind Chen Wei. With just one glance, he frowned. Chen Wei didn't want to sit down anymore, and he wanted to solve his wife's problem right away. Because he was so focused on this matter, he didn't miss Lin Shi's frown. Suddenly, Chen Wei was shocked. Could it be that there was something wrong with his wife? "Master, this is my wife Chi Fei. Please help her." Chen Wei couldn't wait to pull Chi Fei to his side, letting her stand completely in front of Lin Shi. However, his action was unnecessary because Chi Fei's problem was on her shoulder, and Lin Shi had seen it clearly when she just passed him. She said, "She is indeed not sick. The reason why her shoulder feels cold and heavy is that there is a child on her back." Child? Chen Wei subconsciously looked at his wife's back, but he couldn't see anything. The invisible child. Is this child dead? When Chi Fei heard this, she almost jumped up in fright. But then she changed her mind and got angry. "Are you sick? What kind of child is lying on you? You are so young, and you just know how to play tricks here. Didn't your parents teach you? You are really born by a father, but not raised by a mother." Chen Wei frowned and felt an inexplicable disgust and resistance to Chi Fei's words. Regardless of whether what Lin Shi said was true or not, she didn't need to say such words to a little girl. Such words are too harsh to hear. The key point is that Chi Fei is only 26 years old. How can she have the nerve to say such words at such a young age? And he actually didn't doubt Lin Shi's words at all. After all, my wife's illness couldn't be cured no matter how scientific methods were used, so I had to try another method. Isn't there a saying that the end of science is metaphysics? But what he was more concerned about was why the child was lying on Chi Fei and how to get rid of him. "Master, can you solve this problem? If you can you please help us?" Lin Shi could solve this problem, and it was not difficult for her to get rid of a little ghost. But looking at the baby spirit on Chi Fei's back, she shook her head indifferently. Right and wrong have their own destiny. She has committed the sin herself, so she should bear the consequences herself. The baby spirit behind Chi Fei was different from the unborn or even unformed baby spirits. He had seen the world of the living, and in simple terms, it was already born. But as for why he died after being born, he had to ask Chi Fei. What does it mean? Chun Wei was stunned. But his IQ was not low, and he quickly reacted. What Lin Shi meant was, is this child lying on his wife because of some kind of relationship? But how could she be related to a dead child? Is that child her relative? Thinking of this, Chun Wei hurriedly asked Chi Fei. Fei, has your family had any dead children recently, or in recent years? Chi Fei's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Without even thinking, she loudly denied, no. There are no dead children in our family.
No, really not.
After saying that, she immediately pulled Chun Wei's hand and was about to leave. Chun Wei, you are crazy. You believe whatever she says. What about having a child on your back? Aren't you a college student? Why don't you believe in science? Go home quickly. This girl is definitely a liar. She didn't dare to stay here any longer, not only because of what Chun Wei just asked her, but also because of the way Lin Shi looked at her. That look always gave her a feeling that Lin Shi had seen through everything, leaving all her secrets nowhere to hide. This feeling made her panic, and she subconsciously wanted to leave. Her reaction was too big, and Chun Wei immediately noticed something was wrong. He pulled Chi Fei back, not letting her leave, and then looked at her steadily. Fei, are you hiding something from me? Chi Fei became more and more flustered, but she bit her tongue and said no. How could I hide something from you, Chun Wei? I am your wife. Do you really want to trust an outsider instead of me? Chi Fei suddenly calmed down as if she had thought of something. You are starting to doubt me now, right? Didn't you say that the most important thing between husband and wife is trust? And you trust me so much? Okay, since you don't trust me so much, I think we can't live like this anymore, or just get a divorce. Chi Fei expected that what she said would scare Chun Wei. He loved her so much, it would be absolutely impossible for him to divorce her. As for what Lin Shi said, she would find a way to fool Chun Wei later so that he would not mention it again. Sure enough, when Chun Wei heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect his wife to say something like divorce. Could it be that he really thought too much? However, at the moment when he hesitated, he heard the voice of Lin Shi behind him. The other party immediately asked, "Excuse me, what happened?" Lin Shi, I want to report someone for intentional homicide.
What?
Okay. Please tell me where you are now, and we will send someone over immediately. Lin Shi quickly told the other party the location of the feng shui shop, and the other party said that he would arrive within 5 minutes, so she hung up the phone. Chun Wei and Chi Fei were completely stunned. Chun Wei didn't know why Lin Shi was fine just now, but suddenly started to call the police inexplicably and said that someone was intentionally killing someone. Chi Fei's face turned pale instantly. No, it's impossible. Apart from her, only her father knew about this matter. But her father would never tell anyone about it. Even if it wasn't for her, for himself, he would never tell this matter. Because once this matter was leaked, he would become the father of the murderer. He couldn't tell it even if he had 10 courage. No one must know that Lin Shi must be scaring her and pretending to call the police just to deceive herself. Calm down, calm down. Chi Fei comforted herself, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was right. It is absolutely impossible for a third person to know about that matter. Unless she has opened her eyes. Chun Wei, you still want to accompany her here to make trouble, right? Are you really going to divorce me? Okay, then I will go back to my parents' home to get the household registration book now. Chi Fei continued to put pressure on Chun Wei, and Chun Wei hesitated. Looking at Chi Fei's resolute attitude, he finally sighed helplessly. Okay, I just saw that you were not feeling well and wanted to bring you here to solve the problem. You don't have to hate a little girl so much. If you want to blame someone, blame me. As long as you don't cry about discomfort in the future, I won't care. Chun Wei also figured it out. Chi Fei herself didn't care about her own body, and she would not cooperate with him no matter what he did. At the same time, the nearest police station on Funeral Street received the task and quickly sent people here. As a result, as they walked, they found that there was something wrong with this place. How did they run into Funeral Street? It was already half dark. Although the two policemen were upright, they were a little scared when they thought of the strange things that had happened on the street in recent years. But they were also anxious about the task they had just received. Finally, the two of them gritted their teeth and ran in. Then they ran into Chun Wei and Chi Fei, who were about to leave the feng shui shop. One of the policemen immediately asked, "Who called the police just now?" Lin Shi, who had been watching Chi Fei and Chun Wei fighting, raised her hand silently. "It was me. Was it her?" Seeing Lin Shi, the two policemen recognized her. After all, Lin Shi had subdued the man who was about to commit a crime at the gate of the elementary school by herself, and the whole police station was in an uproar for a while, and then they gave her a commendation. So when they saw Lin Shi, the two policemen softened their attitudes a little. "It's you, can you tell us the details? Where's the suspect and where's the crime scene?" But although the two asked this, they were actually confused. Isn't Lin Shi a high school student? And seeing that she was sitting leisurely on the chair, she didn't look scared or nervous. Could it be an attempted murder? Lin Shi looked at Chi Fei, whose legs were already shaking, and nodded her chin at her. It was her. 2 years ago, she buried a newborn baby in the back hills of S City. What? The burial case 2 years ago? The two policemen were stunned. Subconsciously looked at Chi Fei. I saw the shock and panic in Chi Fei's eyes at a glance. Although she tried again and again to hide these emotions, they could not escape the eyes of professionals. The two policemen immediately realized that what Lin Shi said might be true, and this woman really had committed murder. What was even more shocked was Chun Wei. He never expected that the person Lin Shi reported to the police would be his wife Chi Fei. So what she just said about the cycle of cause and effect and bearing the consequences was about her wife murdering a baby, which is why she now feels inexplicably cold and heavy on her back. This incident shocked Chun Wei so much that he was completely unable to process the information. It was not until Chi Fei was about to be taken to the police station for investigation and was calling his name anxiously that he reacted. "Chun Wei, save me, save me. I am innocent, please save me." Chi Fei was so anxious that she was about to cry. She can't be taken away. How can she get into the police station? But Chun Wei was very confused at the moment. Besides, he was just an ordinary person and could do nothing about what the police asked Chi Fei to investigate. In the end, he had no choice but to follow, thinking that if it was a misunderstanding, he could get Chi Fei out as soon as possible. But if it is true, he didn't know what to do. As the person who reported the case, Lin Shi had to go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Soon the group arrived at the nearby police station. Lin Shi had been here once before and was already familiar with the place. There was even a familiar female police officer who greeted her. Chi Fei saw that she was really taken to the police station, and the most important thing was that Lin Shi really told her everything she had done that year. As long as the police go to City S to investigate, wouldn't it be possible to dig up the child's remains? Thinking of this, she felt a darkness in front of her eyes, but in addition to panic, she also felt a strong resentment. You are in the same group. You policemen teamed up with this girl to deliberately frame me. I am innocent. I will report you. Chun Wei, did you see that? The female police officer just greeted her and smiled at her. They definitely knew each other before. This is a trap set by them. They just want to frame me. Hurry up, expose this matter to the internet quickly, let everyone know about this matter, and clear my name, otherwise they will really put me in jail. The police in the station were speechless when they heard this. Frame her? Sister Xingxing, what is there about you that is worthy of us framing you? He really has paranoid delusions. Be quiet. If you do this again, we will sue you for insulting a public official. Chun Wei actually thought his wife's words were ridiculous. Seeing that she was still going to make a fuss, he could only comfort her. Fei Fei, calm down first. Everything will be fine once the matter is investigated. We have to trust the police. Once the matter is investigated, she will be finished. Chi Fei shouted silently in her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had already explained the specific location where Chi Fei buried her body under the questioning of the police, even down to how far the hillside was from the city. Chi Fei's heart beat wildly when she heard the location that she had almost forgotten in her mind. What made her even more desperate was that the next second, she heard the police say. The police over there were a little surprised when they heard this, but since it was about a life, the police in City S naturally went out immediately to check the place where Lin Shi mentioned. They were very fast and arrived at the back mountain where Lin Shi mentioned in more than 10 minutes, and then several people started digging together. After all, 2 years have passed, and the back mountain is sparsely populated, and a lot of weeds and low trees have grown on the ground. Moreover, the weeds and trees in the area where Lin Shi mentioned grew particularly well, more lush than the surrounding areas. It was as if fertilizer was applied to this area alone. When the police saw this, their hearts sank immediately. It seems that there is really something underneath. Realizing this, they dug the soil more vigorously. Finally, after digging for a few minutes, they saw a white bone, and the white bone looked very small, like the size of a newborn baby's bone. Seeing this scene, the police held back again and again, but finally couldn't help but burst out swearing.
Bah!
Is this really still a human being? Such a young child is being mutilated. Then they immediately called the police in Jiangyu back and attached pictures as evidence. At this moment, only 20 minutes had passed. However, these 20 minutes were the most tormenting 20 minutes in Chi Fei and Chen Wei's lives. When the dust settled, Chi Fei had only one thought in her mind, that is, she was finished. Now that the evidence has been found, as long as the investigation continues, the truth will always come out. At that moment, Chi Fei had only infinite regret in her heart. She regretted not why she did such a thing, but why she didn't be more ruthless at the beginning, completely obliterating the evidence and leaving herself with trouble. The next thing is what the police need to do, and it has nothing to do with Lin Shi. She stood up and was about to leave, and heard Chen Wei asking Chi Fei in disbelief. Fei, did you really do this? Why did you harm a child? Does the child have a grudge against you? Why did you do such a thing? Chen Wei collapsed and shouted. Since the bones of the murdered child were really found in S City, he no longer had any doubts about what Lin Shi said. Even if the police still need to continue to follow the procedures to find evidence that Chi Fei harmed people, he knew that the child was definitely killed by Chi Fei.
Why?
Why would she do such a thing? At that moment, Chi Fei in front of him was still the same face as before, but in Chen Wei's eyes, she had become a demon. Chi Fei was still trying to make the last excuse. Don't believe them. Chen Wei, find a way to rescue me. Even if they really found human bones, it's just a coincidence. I can't do it to a child for no reason. Don't you think so, Chen Wei? You are the smartest. You can definitely find a way to help me, but I am your wife. You know, I like children very much. Aren't we all preparing to have children? I want to give birth to a son for your Chen family. How can you have a son without me? Chi Fei didn't dislike Chen Wei at this time. She kept praising him for his intelligence, just to make him find a way to help her. She also misled him with the fact that the couple was preparing to have children during this period, so that he believed that she really wouldn't do anything to the child. But at this time, Lin Shi said coldly, "You will never have children in this life. There was one before, and you killed him with your own hands. You still want children like this dreaming. It's just a pity for the child she killed. Because of his strong obsession, he will always cling to Chi Fei, his mother, and will never leave her."
What?
Chen Wei thought that everything that happened today was enough to shock his worldview, but he didn't expect that there would be something even more shocking. He turned around slowly and hard and looked at Lin Shi. "You said that the dead child was Fei's?" But before getting married, she told him in person that she had never had a boyfriend before. Naturally, there were no certain behaviors before marriage. Chen Wei actually doesn't mind whether his wife has had a relationship before or whether they have had any intimate relations. But he couldn't accept that his wife had a child with the other man. Even that child, her own biological child, was killed by her. Chen Wei looked at Chi Fei with red eyes and pointed at her with a trembling hand. "Chi Fei, you vicious woman, I want to divorce you. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs, but his wife, who had slept with him for so many days and nights, was even worse than an animal. At that moment, his disgust and fear for Chi Fei completely overwhelmed his feelings for her, and Chunwei didn't want to see Chi Fei for even a second. After saying that, he left quickly as if there was an evil ghost chasing him. As for Chi Fei, of course he stayed in the police station. She was sent home by a policeman. The young policeman said that he was worried about the safety of the little girl when she returned, but in fact he came with the jealousy of all the seniors in the bureau. On the way back, the policeman couldn't help asking Lin Shi about Chi Fei's murder. Lin Shi, the child is really Chi Fei's. Why did she kill her own child? They had encountered some underage girls who gave birth to babies for various reasons because of their ignorance, or because they didn't even know they were pregnant. But they don't have the ability to raise children, so they end up abandoning them. Some even throw their children into the toilet. But Chi Fei was already 23 or 24 years old at the time. No matter how naive she was, it was impossible for her to be so naive that she didn't even know that she was pregnant and was going to have a baby. It can't be possible that she really has some mental illness? She silently watched the policeman who was honking beside him and suddenly felt that eating melons is indeed everyone's nature. But even though she complained, she still told him the truth. After Chi Fei was brought to the feng shui shop by Chunwei, Shi used magic to see what had happened to Chi Fei. Chi Fei went out to work when she was 18 years old. At the beginning, she just wanted to earn more money to cure her mother's illness. But when her mother finally passed away, the debt she owed made her feel heavy and depressed. At that time, there was a young man from the same factory who was pursuing her. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, he tried various ways to make her laugh and took her out to play. In addition, the boy was quite handsome and good at talking, so Chi Fei soon got together with him. After they were together, the two were sweet for a while, and the man quickly coaxed Chi Fei into bed. But later the man's true nature was exposed. He became careless, had no plans for the future, and even liked to gamble after work. He never considered their future at all. Chi Fei had also said this to him many times, but men were always impatient. In the eyes of that man, Chi Fei just had a decent face, a bad personality, and was lazy and gluttonous. How could he really marry such a person? The two naturally quarreled, but after several years of breaking up and getting back together, they still did not completely separate. It was not until Chi Fei discovered that she was pregnant and told the man about it that the man was also surprised. He thought that if Chi Fei was pregnant with a son, he must not have the abortion. So he got back together with Chi Fei. Chi Fei also thought that the child could completely control the other party, and during that time she intensified her previous grievances. I thought she would marry the man as soon as possible, but the man said that his family was busy recently, and it would be the same if they waited until they had a baby to get married. Seeing that he attached so much importance to this child, Chi Fei believed him. On the night when the child was born, the man saw that she had given birth to a girl. Without saying a word, he picked up his luggage and ran back to his hometown while Chi Fei was still asleep. When Chi Fei realized that something was wrong the next day, she naturally called the man as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the man said something very decisive on the phone. He said that even if Chi Fei went to his hometown, he would never marry her, nor would he recognize the daughter she gave birth to. If she didn't want to rush to his house like this for the rest of her life, she could go. Once he was really angry, he would go to her hometown and tell everyone in her hometown about her shameless, unmarried child. Chi Fei was angry and panicked. She knew how gossipy the people in her hometown were. If they knew that she had a child with a man before getting married, and the man didn't want her anymore, she would never be able to live in peace. Finally, looking at the child next to her, she thought that she was still young, and this was the child of that heartless and cruel man who had wasted her youth for several years. Chi Fei immediately transferred her resentment towards the man to the child. In extreme disgust and resentment, she finally decided to get rid of the one-day-old baby without anyone noticing. Anyway, no one in the world would know that she had a child except her and the man who would never have any contact with her again. She gave birth to her children in a rented house. In order to save money, They lived in a remote place with few neighbors around. The remote environment also made it convenient for Chi Fei to do it. She took advantage of the dark night and secretly went to the nearby mountains to bury the child. As long as the child was gone, she could be equivalent to not having given birth and not having a relationship with a man for several years. Otherwise, she would never be able to marry a good family in the future. Seeing that she was almost old enough to get married, and in order to escape everything that happened in S City, Chi Fei quickly returned to her hometown and reappeared in front of her family as a good girl who worked hard for many years to pay off her debts. Then this sensible, hardworking good girl married Chen Wei. The young policeman gnashed his teeth and cursed. What a beast. Just to prevent others from knowing that he had given birth to a child and to marry a good man in the future, he actually did such a cruel thing. Such a person deserves to be cut into pieces. It's just a pity for the child, who was born into such a selfish and vicious mother. The young policeman shed a few tears when he heard it. She glanced at him and suddenly spoke. You can go find Chi Fei's boyfriend at the time. With his testimony, this matter will end quickly. That man is also selfish. Giving birth to a son can carry on the family line, but giving birth to a daughter not only cannot carry on the family line, but also wastes food to raise her to marry, so he ran away as soon as he confirmed that Chi Fei gave birth to a daughter, for fear that he would be entangled by Chi Fei. He has been keeping the matter about Chi Fei and the child in his stomach for all these years and has not told anyone. Of course, he would not take the initiative to tell others about this matter, but if the police came to his door and used murder as the reason, the man would still tell the truth for fear of being associated with him. Anyway, he did not kill the child, and he didn't even know that Chi Fei had done such a thing. Of course, he had to clear himself of suspicion. By the time she told the policeman the man's hometown address, the policeman was already full of admiration for Shi. In fact, in addition to eating melons, he also had a mission, which was to see if he could get some more information from Shi. Unexpectedly, Shi took the initiative to tell him before he even asked. Could it be that she had already seen through her purpose? Thinking of this, the young policeman was of course very impressed with Shi. At the same time, I feel a little guilty. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so after sending Shi to the street corner, he immediately went back to report. After returning to the bureau, he immediately told his colleagues this important news, and a group of people took quick action. And Chen Wei's home. After returning home, Chen Wei thought about it and decided to tell his parents about it. Divorce is a big deal, and what Chi Fei did is a big deal among big deals. He had to tell his parents in advance so that they could be mentally prepared. When he called back home, Chi Fei's father happened to be at Chen's house. Chi Fei's father came to get food from his in-laws. Chen Wei's parents can't sit still. Even though they no longer have to rely on selling vegetables or growing crops to make money, they still grow some vegetables. Chi Fei's father has lived alone for many years and has become extremely lazy, so naturally, he doesn't grow vegetables anymore. He used to spend money to buy vegetables, but now that he has a relative who grows a lot of vegetables, he certainly won't miss this good opportunity to take advantage. Chen Wei's parents didn't think it was a big deal once or twice, but after it happened so many times, they felt somewhat unhappy. But think about it, after all, he is the daughter-in-law's biological father. If they are really so stingy as in-laws, it will probably affect the relationship between their son and daughter-in-law. So the old couple of the Chen family didn't say anything in the end, and even continued to entertain Chi Fei's father warmly every time he came. Today, Chi Fei's father had run out of rapeseed oil at home. He remembered that Chen Wei's parents had bought a lot of rapeseed oil before, so he came directly to them to get it. Chen Wei's parents hesitated for a moment and were actually reluctant to give it. They planned to give the extra rapeseed oil to their son. But when Chi Fei's father heard this, he immediately thought that he only had one daughter, who was very filial. When they sent the rapeseed oil to Chen Wei, Chi Fei would definitely bring it back for him. Now Chen Wei's parents gave the rapeseed oil directly to him, saving the intermediate process. Chen Wei's parents were almost laughing at what Chi Fei's father said. He takes advantage of his daughter and son-in-law so confidently. Is this how he acts as an elder? Just when Chen Wei's parents didn't know how to refute this, they received a call from Chen Wei. After hearing the content of the call, Chen Wei's father almost dropped his phone. What did you say? You and Chi Fei want a divorce? She's still here, and she killed someone. How could this happen? Didn't that girl say that she handled the matter very well, and no one would know about it except the two of them? Chi Fei's father wanted to call Chi Fei without thinking, but the call was naturally unreachable. While he was on the phone, Chen Wei's parents had already learned the truth of the matter from their son. In an instant, the old couple was furious. They were so good to Chi Fei, gave a lot of gifts when they got married, and after the marriage, they tolerated Chi Fei, a father who loved leisure and hated work. They thought that this would make their son's marriage happier, and the young couple lived a good life. Unexpectedly, Chi Fei and his daughter actually made fun of their family. Chen Wei's parents hung up the phone, picked up their weapons, and called Chi Fei's father without saying a word, cursing loudly while beating. At this time, every household in the village had just finished their meal and were ready to take a walk, and they heard the movement from the Chen family. Good guy, I didn't know until I heard it that Chi Fei had done such a crazy thing. For a while, the surroundings were filled with curses, and the reputation of Chi Fei and her daughter was completely ruined. In the end, Chi Fei's father was completely afraid to stay in his hometown, and he packed up his things and ran away to another place in shame. As for Chi Fei, he was sentenced to life imprisonment in the end because of the irrefutable evidence. In the feng shui shop, Chen Wei brought his parents to thank Lin Shi. Chen's parents are very honest farmers, and their first reaction to thanking people is to give money. They asked Chen Wei to pack a big red envelope with a full 100,000 yuan in it, plus the local specialties they brought from their hometown. The three of them were very patient and waited at the door of the feng shui shop until Lin Shi came home after evening self-study. The old couple had heard from their son that the master was very young, but they were still surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. However, at their age, when they saw a teenage girl, their eyes and hearts were mostly full of love. So the old couple kindly handed a large bag of food to Lin Shi, fearing that Lin Shi would dislike it, and kept explaining that these were all very good things from their hometown, simple to make, delicious and nutritious. Of course, these specialties are incidental, and the big red envelope is the key. However, when Lin Shi took the red envelope handed over by the old couple, he did not react much, but his eyes kept staring at the bag of specialties. Seeing that Lin Shi seemed to be interested in those specialties, Chen's mother had an idea and quickly took out a lunchbox from her bag. The lunchbox was originally brought from their hometown to eat on the way. The couple was reluctant to buy a box lunch on the high-speed rail, so they made some bacon, sausage, and smoked duck from home and put them in the lunchbox. When they were hungry on the road, they could just take out their gloves and eat. But in fact, because they were thinking about their son's affairs, they didn't have much appetite, so they didn't touch the food at all. Seeing that Lin Shi was very interested in the food, but at this time, it was all raw and had to be heated and cooked. Thinking back to when their son was in high school, he would always say he was hungry after evening self-study, so Chen's mother quickly took out the box of food. Master, if you don't mind, there are some cooked ones here that we haven't touched before. You can try them first. Lin Shi took a look at the delicious preserved meat in the lunchbox, swallowed her saliva calmly, and then said, "Then I won't be polite." As she said that, she picked up a smoked duck leg. When she took a bite, the duck meat was tough and chewy, and there was a strong aroma of fruit with smoke, and the outer skin was full of sauce flavor.
Tasty.
Lin Shi's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing that Lin Shi liked it, the three members of the Qin family breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shi is definitely a great benefactor to them. If it weren't for her, perhaps their family would have been kept in the dark by Chi Fei all their lives. Moreover, Chi Fei has a history of murder. What if one day she loses control of her temper and attacks Chen Wei? So Lin Shi can be said to have saved his son Chen Wei's life. Master, if you like to eat these, we will make these things every year and send them to you. Is that okay? How embarrassing. But Lin Shi finally couldn't resist the temptation and nodded. However, as a courtesy, she also gave Chen Wei another fortune-telling. Knowing that Chen's parents care most about their son's marriage, Lin Shi said, "Don't worry. Chen Wei's true love will appear in half a year. After marrying his true love, the two will love and live in harmony, live happily for the rest of their lives, and have 2 children."
Really?
That's great. Chen's mother laughed immediately. They now absolutely believe in Lin Shi. Even if Lin Shi says that the sun is square, they will believe it. Their son will have a good wife and 2 children in the future. Oh, the old couple will no longer have to worry, and they will be able to close their eyes with a smile in the future. Chen Wei was relieved when he heard this. The marriage with Qi Fei almost left him with a psychological shadow. But with Lin Shi's words, he felt relieved. However, he looked at his parents, whose hair had turned a lot white because of this matter, and felt guilty and moved. His parents have been worrying about his affairs all their lives, and now they are so old and are still running around for him. He must be more filial to his parents in the future. It was already very late, and the 3 of them left after putting the thank you gifts to Lin Shi. After they left, Lin Shi immediately summoned a paper man next to her and asked him to help her deal with all these things. The food in the lunchbox was too little for Lin Shi, not enough for her to eat. Studying every day was tiring enough. So, of course, she had to eat more delicious food to reward herself. The paper man worked hard for the sake of incense, and used all kinds of cooking skills to make several ways to eat for Lin Shi. Lin Shi was quite satisfied with the food. Then the next day, she brought some to school and shared them with Yi Luoluo and Wu Bin. They both knew that she loved to eat, so they usually brought some delicious food to her. Lin Shi would naturally not eat for nothing. After bringing the food to the classroom, she shared it with the 2 of them during lunchtime and naturally received unanimous praise from them. While eating, Wu Bin suddenly mentioned something. "By the way, do you know that we are going on an autumn outing this weekend?" "Autumn outing?"
Yi Luoluo was surprised. "Ah?"
"I thought there would be no autumn outing after entering the 3rd year of high school." Although their school is a key high school, the principal does not advocate students to study hard and will pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Therefore, there would be an autumn outing in the 1st and 2nd year of high school. Usually the school would arrange a bus to go to the designated scenic spots. The school would prepare everything in advance to ensure safety. Yi Luoluo remembered that the 3rd year of high school did not participate in the autumn outing last year. She thought that they would not participate in these activities in the 3rd year of high school. With a mother who is a high school teacher, Wu Bin knows more than other students. And this time, wasn't it the incident of the student Gui Yang who jumped off the building some time ago? The principal is more aware of how tense the senior high school students are. In addition, their school's enrollment rate was very good last year, so the principal waved his hand and directly allowed the senior high school students to continue to participate in the autumn outing. In the heavy and intense study, it is also necessary to properly relieve stress and relax the body and mind. When Yi Luoluo heard this, she was surprised and asked, "Then have you found out where we are going this time?" In fact, the places for autumn outings every year are similar, either parks or farmhouses. Safety is absolutely the first priority for autumn outings organized by the school. As for anything exciting and novel, they have to be put aside. Wu Bin replied, "I heard that it seems that we are going to the orchard this time." Although the activities that can be played in the orchard are very simple, picking fruits is quite fulfilling. Yi Luoluo said that she is looking forward to this autumn outing. Lin Shi is also very interested in the autumn outing. In the orchard, there must be a lot of fruits in it. I don't know if she can eat them to her heart's content. In the afternoon, class teacher Tang Meng told Lin Shi about this matter and asked the class monitor to register the list of participants in advance. In the end, no one in the class did not participate. After all, those who do not participate have to stay in school to study. Who would be so stupid? The specific time of the autumn outing is this Saturday, which is tomorrow. The school did not tell everyone in advance because it was worried that everyone's mind would drift away and they would not be interested in studying. That night, Lin Shi received a call from Zhang Jianjun, the person from the decoration company that had been scheduled before. Zhang Jianjun called to tell Lin Shi that his design plan was ready and asked her to see which one she liked better or if there was any need for further modification. She took a quick look at the plans he sent and chose one that she thought was good. Zhang Jianjun was relieved when he saw that she did not say she wanted to modify it. God knows how much the word modification is a big enemy in design. I often discuss with customers and don't know how many times I have changed it. My brain cells are almost dry. As a result, after a while of busy work, they say, why don't we stick to the original plan? There is nothing to say. Zhang Jianjun was, of course, very happy with Lin Shi's straightforward client. He immediately asked Lin Shi, then when is convenient for you? I can contact the workers to start the work at any time. The sooner the renovation is done, the better. In addition, there is nothing to clean up in the store. Finally, Lin Shi said, come tomorrow and contact Qian Duojin then. Just after he had agreed with Zhang Jianjun, Lin Shi turned around and called Qian Duojin. Qian Duojin almost cried with excitement when he received Lin Shi's call. Master, you finally contacted me. Lin Shi was stunned, thinking that something had happened to him. Then he heard Qian Duojin start to complain. Since they solved the master and apprentice He Hao and Zhang Qizhen who attacked their Qian family with the help of Lin Shi a few days ago, and let all the Qian family survive this catastrophe, Qian Duojin was actually targeted by the old man from the Qian family. They felt that Qian Duojin did not seem to be as mediocre and incompetent as they thought, and he was still a little capable. So they began to let Qian Duojin get in touch with the affairs of the group, intending to train him. No matter how Qian Duojin said that he really didn't have the talent to be a CEO, he just wouldn't listen. Even his cousin Qian Kong said that he could give it a try. So Qian Duojin himself was really in dire straits these days. He didn't have time to read novels, and he couldn't catch fish. He had to work like a cow and a horse at the headquarters every day. It was so miserable. As soon as he received Lin Shi's call, he felt that he was saved. Master, you must have something to ask me, right? I'll come now. No matter what Lin Shi asked him to do, it must be better than doing something he didn't understand at the company. Lin Shi said, you don't have to come now, just come tomorrow morning. Then she told him about the renovation that would start tomorrow. She asked Qian Duojin to come and let him keep an eye on the renovation, and there was another purpose. By the way, I saw that you had an extra room in your house before. Would it be convenient for me to stay there for a while? Qian Duojin was stunned, and then nodded immediately. Of course, master, we are friends. Why are you being so formal with me? Lin Shi naturally knew that he would agree. Isn't this just a polite question? Well, come early tomorrow and help me bring the things over. I won't go to your place until the afternoon. Qian Duojin's answer was so cheerful. After hanging up the phone with Lin Shi, he immediately called his cousin happily and told him that Master Lin Shi needed his help again, so he had a legitimate reason not to go to the company anymore. In fact, he didn't need to pull Lin Shi out, because Qian Kong and several uncles at the headquarters had already given up the idea of letting Qian Duojin participate in the affairs. It's like trying to prop up a piece of rotten wood. So Qian Kong naturally agreed readily and allocated a sum of money to Qian Duojin to help Lin Shi with the decoration. The next day, Lin Shi asked Qian Duojin to take her packed luggage to his house and then contact Zhang Jianjun. After explaining everything, she went to school. Her luggage consisted of a small bag, which contained the tablet of Patriarch Taixian, 2 sets of clothes, and the food that Chen Wei's parents had given her. As for the other supplies and equipment in the feng shui shop, Qian Duojin would naturally find someone to clean them up. At 8 o'clock sharp, all the students boarded the bus according to their class order. The orchard they were going to was in the suburbs an hour's drive from the city. As the car drove a little way out of the school, the students were very excited and chattered about it in the car. After driving for more than half an hour, the car became quiet. Some were sleeping, some were playing with their phones, some were eating snacks, and no one was making any noise anymore. An hour later, the car arrived at the destination orchard smoothly. Because the orchard is not close to the city, but is located in a far suburb, it covers a large area. There are several kinds of fruits in it, which are divided into different planting areas. The largest areas include vineyards and strawberry greenhouses, as well as an apple orchard. Fortunately, the place is large, otherwise it might not be able to accommodate so many students at once. However, the school was worried that there would be too many students entering each orchard at once and that there wouldn't be enough space for everyone, so they asked each class to go picking fruits in batches. The first place Lin Shi and his friends went to was the vineyard. Looking around, a large grape forest appeared before their eyes. The human-high vines were full of plump and juicy grapes, which looked particularly pleasing. In addition to the students, there were also some workers picking the grapes in the vineyard. Their orchard generally undertakes two kinds of business. One is to cooperate with major fruit merchants outside and supply them with goods. The other is to carry out self-service picking business and charge per person. You can eat as much as you want in the orchard as long as you don't waste it. But if you want to pick it and take it out, you have to pay extra. Lin Shi and his classmates chose the second model. Each person paid an entrance fee of 20 yuan. Because there were so many students, the admission fee was nearly half cheaper than usual. The workers had known that many students would come today, so they were not surprised at all. I saw the group of students staring at so many grapes in amazement, not knowing what to do with them, and there was a kind auntie teaching them how to choose grapes. Lin Shi listened from the side and quickly grasped the trick. He picked a bunch of grapes, which were indeed sweet and delicious. Yi Luoluo was beside her, eating a skewer with her, while Wu Bin joined a few of his friends. No one knew what had happened, but Wu Bin's people suddenly cried out in surprise. Seeing this, Lin Shi and Yi Luoluo immediately walked over there. As soon as they got there, they saw a woman who was probably in her 30s standing in front of Wu Bin and the others. The woman was pretty, but her behavior seemed a little strange. She was holding a grape. Instead of peeling the skin like she usually does, she crushed the grape with a handful of her hands and then raised her hand to lick the juice of the grape bit by bit. Probably because he thought it was delicious, he even laughed foolishly. Hey, delicious, delicious. You can tell from his appearance that he is not mentally normal. Wu Bin and the others were frightened by her. Just as she was about to ask the Anne in the distance what was going on with this person, she saw an old lady rushing over from the side, grabbing the woman's hand and wiping it for her, muttering, "My aunt, why are you here?" Wu Bin was a very outgoing person. Seeing this, he curiously asked the old lady, "Auntie, who is this?" The old lady sighed and explained, "This is our boss lady." Lady boss? In other words, she is the wife of the owner of this big orchard? Wu Bin's first reaction was that this boss's family was quite miserable. Then it suddenly occurred to me that the boss's wife was not very old, and the boss might be about the same age. I wonder how much money I can make if I own such a large orchard in my 30s. Okay. He should just feel sorry for himself. It's okay, it's okay. She just likes to walk around in the orchard and see what's going on in the orchard. See what's going on in the orchard? Wu Bin and Yi Luoluo were skeptical when they heard this. The woman in front of them was out of her mind, so how could she see what was going on? Hey, this orchard actually belongs to our boss's wife. She grew up in the orchard since she was a child. She started walking around the orchard with her parents when she was 5 years old. She has a deep affection for the orchard. Although she can't remember many things now, and she can't even recognize her husband, she still hasn't forgotten some habits that are engraved in her bones. Look, she walks around in the orchard every day, tasting fruits and the like. It turns out that this orchard is hers. It's a pity that such a big family and wealth actually got sick. For a while, Wu Bin and Yi Luoluo looked at the woman with pity. Then, how did she become like this? Seeing that the old aunt was easy to talk to, Wu Bin simply started chatting with her. This is not a secret. The helpers in the orchard and the people nearby all know about it, so the old aunt briefly explained it. When the boss lady and her husband went out for their honeymoon, they had an accident outside, and this is what happened. Although the person was rescued in the end, his brain was hit by a collision. After waking up, he was in a state of not knowing anything and not recognizing anyone. So, young people should not seek any excitement. You are still young and don't know that accidents can happen at any time. The old aunt sighed. At that time, the boss lady and her husband went abroad for their honeymoon. Young people like to play exciting and novel things. It seems that they went to play bungee jumping or rock climbing. Anyway, it sounds very dangerous. The aunt said that she really couldn't understand their interests and hobbies. Going all the way abroad to risk your life. Isn't it because you think you have too much money to burn? In the end, it turned out that something really happened. Fortunately, both of them were lucky. Only one broke his leg, and the other broke his head. At least they're still alive. After a few months of nursing, the one with a broken leg gradually recovered, but the one with the broken head has not woken up for 2 or 3 years. Her parents were originally in good health, but because of the misfortune of their daughter, the old couple found it difficult to accept it for a while. In just 2 or 3 years, they looked like they had aged 10 years. Under the exhaustion of their mind and body, their health began to deteriorate. But they never gave up the hope of curing their daughter, so they have been running around the country in the past few years, just to find a good doctor who can cure their daughter. As for the orchard and the small takeout company that they have been doing for decades, they were handed over to their son-in-law. Fortunately, the son-in-law is capable. Although he has never done business before, he handled the business very well after taking over everything, which allowed the old couple to go around for their daughter to seek medical treatment at ease. It was just because of this accident that the originally harmonious and happy family no longer existed. It's so miserable. Yi Lualua was originally interested in extreme activities such as bungee jumping, but suddenly she was a little scared. Although formal venues will definitely take safety measures, who can guarantee that there will be no problems? What if I am the unlucky one? Forget it. Forget it. Let's not pursue excitement. While the old lady was talking to Wu Bin, the chat expert, the boss lady was standing nearby, eating grapes one after another, the juice on her wrists almost dripping onto her clothes. Lin Shi took out a piece of paper and wiped her hands. The proprietress didn't recognize Lin Shi. She stared at her blankly with wide eyes, but rarely did she look away. The old aunt who was in charge of taking care of her was shocked when she saw this. She's been taking care of the boss lady for so long, but this is the first time she has seen she can accept a stranger approaching. If she hadn't been with her normally, she would have been scared and hidden away when she saw a stranger, not to mention daring to let a stranger touch her. Little classmate, how did you do that? Lin Shi smiled and said casually, maybe she and I are more compatible. But in fact, only she herself knows that she and the proprietress in front of her are really destined to be together. This person actually looks exactly like her senior sister from the same school. When she was brought back to Taixian's sect by her master, there were many senior brothers and sisters in the sect, and Lin Shi naturally became the junior sister. Although all the senior brothers and sisters were very kind to her, senior sister Qin Li treated her the best. She was the one who took care of her when the master and mistress were busy with the affairs of the sect. It's a pity that senior sister Qin Li was unfortunately killed during a later training trip, and Lin Shi was sad for a long time because of this. It is said that appearance is determined by the heart, but the connection between soul and appearance is also extremely close. Two people who look so similar must have some connection in their destinies. After thinking for a while, Lin Shi asked, Annie, what's your boss's surname? The old aunt subconsciously said, the surname is Qin. Hearing this, Lin Shi sighed softly. It is indeed the reincarnation of her senior sister. Since this is the reincarnation of her senior sister, she can't just stand by and watch what happened to her. So she said to the old aunt, Aunt, do you have the phone number of Miss Qin's parents? If so, please call them and say that you have found a way to cure Miss Qin. In fact, there is another thing, which is about Qin Li's accident. But at this moment, there are so many people and eyes, it is not convenient for Lin Shi to talk about it here. When the old aunt heard it, she was stunned for a moment and then immediately said, Little classmate, can you really find someone to cure the brain? Lin Shi nodded, his tone firm.
Yes.
Okay, I'll call the big boss now. In order to make it easier to distinguish, the boss is now Qin Li's husband and the real boss, that is, Qin Li's parents, has become the big boss. When the old aunt called, the old couple of the Qin family were still out of town. However, they would probably return disappointed this time because the doctor they went to see and other doctors gave the same conclusion, asking them to use conservative treatment, that is, to let Qin Li recover on her own, and there was no way to intervene. Just when the old couple looked lost, they heard the old aunt who was taking care of their daughter say that someone could cure their daughter. Suddenly, the two showed surprise and then immediately said that they would be back soon. However, no matter how fast they came back, it would be in the afternoon, and Lin Shi went back with the school car in the afternoon. But this was not a big problem. She left her phone number and address to the old aunt and told her to let Qin Li's parents contact her directly when the time came. Their class's time at the vineyard was up, and Lin Shi had to follow the main group to the next vineyard first. But before leaving, without alarming anyone, she used her spiritual power to quickly draw a meditation talisman on Qin Li's body, which could make her feel peaceful. At this moment, she looked no different from a normal person. The old lady didn't pay attention to these details and was still immersed in the joy that the boss lady might be cured. When Lin Shi and the others left the vineyard and went to the apple orchard, Yi Luoluo and Wu Bin took the opportunity to sneak up to Lin Shi. The two looked at each other and asked in tacit understanding, "Lin Shi, is there something fishy about the illness of that big sister just now?" After being classmates for almost 2 months, they also had some understanding of Lin Shi. They knew that she would not take action easily, but once she did, things would definitely be abnormal. Lin Shi did not deny it, but only said, "There is a problem, but I can't say it now." After all, it involves Qin Li's privacy, and Lin Shi is not convenient to tell Wu Bin and Yi Luoluo directly. But the two didn't care at all. They were extremely excited at the moment. Because just for Lin Shi's words, it is enough to prove that they seem to be able to eat melons again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Li's parents rushed to the orchard as quickly as possible, but regretfully learned that the person who said he could introduce them to a doctor had left first. Fortunately, she left her phone number and address. Qin Li's parents called Lin Shi as soon as possible. Hearing a young voice on the other end of the phone, the two did not think much about it, just thinking that the girl knew an authoritative doctor in this field, or someone in her family was engaged in this job. After confirming the time and place of meeting with Lin Shi tomorrow morning, the two hung up the phone with expectation. Then they hurried to see their daughter. This was the first time they did not go to see their daughter as soon as they returned home. As a result, when they went to their daughter's room, they found that their daughter had fallen asleep. The old aunt next to them whispered to them, "Xiaoli was very well behaved this afternoon. She didn't make any noise or trouble. She went to bed after dinner." Usually in the afternoon, she had to find ways to coax her for a long time and accompany her for a long time before she could go to bed. As a result, she didn't make any noise today, which was simply too reassuring. Qin Li's parents smiled when they heard it. As long as their daughter's condition did not worsen, it would be the best news for them. One day, they will definitely find a way to cure their daughter and make her return to normal. In the evening, Shun Wei came back. Seeing Qin Li's parents at home, he was not surprised, but stepped forward and said, "Mom and Dad, you are back. Thank you for your hard work. It's my fault, my legs and feet are not very convenient, otherwise I wouldn't have to let you two run around outside." Shun Wei's face was full of guilt. Qin Li's parents waved their hands. Although they looked tired, they didn't want their son-in-law to think too much, so they said, "We are all family, don't say such things. With you watching at home, we can also be more assured." Speaking of this son-in-law, the old couple didn't think much of him. After all, Shun Wei's family is not good. He came from a very remote mountain. His family is very poor, and there is nothing to help him. That's fine, there are still several sisters in the family. There are too many sisters in the family, and the relationship with the husband's family will definitely be more complicated. Qin Li's parents certainly don't want their daughter to have so many sisters in the future. But apart from Shun Wei's background, he is smart and motivated, has brains and courage, and the key is that he is good to their daughter, which is what Qin Li's parents appreciate most. So, after weighing the two, Qin Li's parents finally agreed to this marriage. It's just that before they got married, they specifically talked to Shun Wei and told him that he and Qin Li would get married in the future, but that his family affairs must not affect her, especially his sisters, and she should not show any displeasure to Qin Li. Qin Li's parents had asked about Shun Wei's custom in his hometown, which said that when a new daughter-in-law enters the house, she must first serve her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Even if you say you serve your mother-in-law well, what is the custom of serving your elder sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law? They only have a daughter, who has been held in the palm of her hand since she was a child. Of course, it is impossible to watch her serve tea and water to others. Fortunately, Shinwei was very firm and said that he would never let such a situation happen. After they had been married for several years, Shinwei did handle the affairs in his hometown very well, and Qin Li's parents were relieved. Moreover, with the joint efforts of her daughter and Shinwei, the orchard's business is getting better and better, and the small company previously opened by Qin Li's parents has gradually expanded and become larger and larger. The young couple has a stable relationship and their careers are gradually improving. Qin Li's parents thought that this might be the best day, but an accident suddenly came and caught them off guard. Although it had been almost 3 years since their daughter's accident, they both still had heart palpitations when they thought of Qin Li and Shinwei lying on the hospital bed with their eyes closed. Shinwei's leg was broken at that time. Although it healed later, it also left sequelae. You can usually see a slight limp when walking, but it's not serious. At least it doesn't affect your movement. Originally, the old couple wanted to blame Shinwei for the accident, but when they saw him, I was left with a lifelong disability, and I could no longer express any words of blame. In addition, Shinwei has always been devoted to his daughter in the past 3 years. He rushes back as soon as possible after work every day to take care of her, talk to her, wipe her face and wash her hands, and even feed her occasionally. The short-term persistence can be said to be an act, but if he persists for 3 years, it proves that he is sincere. Therefore, Qin Li's parents are no longer dissatisfied with Shinwei and regard him as their own son. During dinner, Shinwei asked about the old couple's outing and received disappointed sighs from them. He was about to sigh and comfort the old couple, but he heard them say, "But we are going to see someone tomorrow." She said there is a way to cure Xiaoli's head. Shinwei was stunned and asked hurriedly, "Who is he? Is he reliable? Do you need me to go with you?" Seeing the nervousness and anxiety on his face, Qin Li's father shook his head and said, "It's okay. You go about your work first. Your mother and I will be fine here." Anyway, they would have to go see it in person tomorrow to find out the result. If it really works, it wouldn't be too late to let Shinwei come back together. Shinwei hesitated. "You really don't need me to go with you? I can put off my work tomorrow. After all, I finally found someone who said there is a way to treat Xiaoli. I am always thinking about it. Mom and Dad, in my heart, there is nothing in the world that is as important as Xiaoli." Seeing what he said, Qin Li's father hesitated and finally said, "Well, let's just take Xiaoli together then." They had been doing this before. The reason why Qin Li was not taken to seek medical treatment was naturally because Qin Li was in very poor condition outside. Especially when she was in an unfamiliar environment, she would be very anxious and irritable and would behave strangely. They were afraid there was nothing they could do to her. But if she has her son-in-law together tomorrow, the 3 of them should be able to take a good look at her. The next morning, Lin Shi woke up in Qian Duijin's large apartment of several hundred square meters. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the mountain behind the community, which was lush and green, making people feel better. It was just after 5 o'clock when she got up, and the sky was dim. It was already autumn, and the temperature in the morning was a little low. Lin Shi put on a coat and went directly to the back mountain. In fact, if you practice to a certain level, you will not be afraid of the heat or cold. In her previous life, she could wear a light and flowing long skirt all year round.
But now,
before the strength is restored, it's time to add clothes. Lin Shi silently wrapped her coat tightly. This mountain is indeed well maintained by the community property. When she was at the foot of the mountain, Lin Shi could feel the abundant spiritual energy. She hurriedly found a place to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy that continued to overflow from the mountains and forests. It was not until about 7 o'clock that the sound of running footsteps came from the distance, and Lin Shi slowly opened her eyes. Exhaling and inhaling, the spiritual energy circulated in the body and converted into her own spiritual power. Sure enough, practicing in a place with abundant natural spiritual energy is much better than using the spirit-gathering talisman in a feng shui shop. When she returned to Qian Duijin's house, Qianduojin was still sleeping soundly. Touching her empty stomach, Lin Shi decisively knocked on Qianduojin's bedroom door. Qianduojin was fighting with someone in the air in his dream, and the fight was so dark and thundering. Just when he was about to take the enemy's head in one fell swoop and become the new generation of the Three Realms overlord, he was awakened by the knock on the door. After waking up, I looked. How can I be such a big overlord of the Three Realms? Qianduojin opened the bedroom door with a sad face, with a messy hair, and complained to Lin Shi with tears in his eyes. If you wake me up a few seconds later, I can dominate the universe. Lin Shi glanced at him and frowned. Let's not talk about whether you can dominate the universe. If you stay up late like this, maybe one day you can dominate the underworld. Qianduojin yawned and didn't take it seriously at all. But after waking up, he couldn't fall asleep. He knew that Lin Shi had clients coming in the morning. As the only chief disciple of Taishian's sect, he had to show his status. So he quickly packed up, made a phone call, and someone brought him food. Lin Shi and he had just finished breakfast when they received a call from Qin Li's parents. After telling them the specific house number, Qianduojin quickly called the security guard to inform them to let them in. Soon, a family of 4 appeared at Qianduojin's house. Qianduojin wanted to stay and eat this melon, but was driven by Lin Shi to see the progress of the store decoration. He couldn't resist Lin Shi and could only leave reluctantly. Seeing Qianduojin leave, Qin Li's parents secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although their daughter is now ignorant as parents, they still want to retain her dignity in front of strangers as much as possible. When the door closed, Qin Li's father looked at Lin Shi eagerly. Little classmate, what did you say yesterday that you could cure my daughter's illness? Do you know a doctor who can cure her illness? Qin Li's father was about to ask where the doctor was now, but he heard Lin Shi say, the doctor can't cure her illness. Just as Qin Li's parents were surprised, they heard Lin Shi continue. Because she is not sick, but she is missing her soul. Missing her soul. The old couple looked at each other and suddenly remembered that the half-blind man in their village seemed to have said something similar. He said that their daughter was lost and had to be found. At that time, they were confused by what they heard, and the half-blind man was often crazy and spoke without a beginning or an end. Everyone had long regarded him as a lunatic, so naturally no one believed what he said. It's just that when Qin Li was young, his father heard that the half-blind man seemed to have shown feng shui to others when he was young, but he was still very young at that time, so he didn't remember this clearly. Now when they heard what Lin Shi said, they suddenly realized, was this what the half-blind man meant? Because when I was in a foreign hospital, the doctor there came out with an appraisal result saying that the brain damage had affected my spirit and intelligence. After returning to China, most doctors had this view. Therefore, they have not thought about it in other directions in these years, and have been looking for solutions in this direction. Could it be that they were looking in the wrong direction all along? Just when the old couple were shocked and enlightened, they heard Shun Wei's serious voice from the side. He frowned and looked at Lin Shi, his face full of scrutiny. Little girl, how old are you this year? Are you still in school? Does your teacher know that you are promoting superstition outside the school and cheating? Are you going to say next, how much money will be given to you to buy one in your hand? If you drink the talisman water, Xiaoli will return to normal. This method has appeared countless times in the news. They are all scams and money stealing. Dad, Mom, I think we should just leave. It would be a waste of time to stay. Qin Li's parents hesitated and did not respond immediately. They really wanted their daughter to return to normal so much that they didn't want to miss any opportunity. What if what Lin Shi said is true? Lin Shi looked at Shun Wei and suddenly said, Sir, today I do one good deed every day, and I will do a fortune-telling for you for free. Looking at your face, I know that you are the 3rd eldest child in the family, with 2 older sisters and 2 younger sisters. You originally had an older brother but died when he was only a few months old. When he heard the previous sentences, Shun Wei's expression did not change at all. After all, the number of sisters in his family is famous among the Yu family. He could completely suspect that Lin Shi had investigated this in advance, and then acted like a ghost. But when he heard Lin Shi say that he once had a brother, his expression changed slightly. He only found out that his parents had a son a few years ago when he overheard his eldest sister reveal it. If it hadn't been for the death of the older brother, Shenwei's status in the family might not have been so high. After all, in this case, he would not be the only boy in the family, and he would not be able to enjoy all the resources, and some of them would be divided up. Naturally, he didn't tell anyone in the Yu family about this matter, not even his wife knew about it. How did Lin Shi know? Qinli's parents were also surprised. Xiao Shun, is this true? Shenwei concealed his shock and immediately denied. How is that possible? Mom and Dad, if you don't believe it, I can call my hometown right now and ask my parents. He was so confident that he dared to take the initiative to prove himself. The doubts in the hearts of Qin Li's parents disappeared instantly. Lin Shi was not surprised at all that Shenwei would deny it and do it without any flaws. After all, Lin Shi could tell from his appearance that he was a deep-seated and scheming person. People with thin upper and lower lips are usually eloquent and sharp-tongued and can fool people around. Protruding cheekbones mean that this person attaches great importance to his own selfish desires, has a strong self-awareness, and can do anything for his own benefit. He is scheming, eloquent, and flexible. As long as he doesn't want to expose his flaws, most people will easily be deceived by the illusion he presents. Lin Shi was not affected and continued. In addition to having many sisters, this gentleman also has enough children. Now he has a son and a daughter. It can be said that he is very lucky. Lin Shi deliberately said this in a congratulatory tone. It was as if she didn't know that Shenwei and Qin Li were husband and wife.
What?
The expressions of Qin Li's parents suddenly changed, and they stared at Shenwei fiercely. Shenwei and his daughter Qin Li have been married for several years, but they have never had children. In the past few years, because both of them were busy with work and wanted to develop the orchard and I company better, they said they would not consider this matter for the time being. And then when they went on their honeymoon, they were actually preparing to have a baby. They said they would go on a trip to relax and enjoy their last two-person world, and then they could have a baby when they came back. But who would have known that something like this would happen to her daughter later, and naturally the matter of having a child would be dropped. Now, when they heard what Lin Shi said, regardless of whether it was true or false, the old couple suddenly felt a sense of crisis and suspicion in their hearts. Shenwei was completely shocked. He hid this matter very well, and even his mother-in-law, who lived with him day and night, was completely unaware of it. And the only person who knows something is still stupid now, and Lin Shi is even less likely to know. Stay calm. Don't panic. Don't let them figure it out. Shenwei adjusted his mentality again and looked at Lin Shi pretending to be angry. I see that you are young, and I didn't plan to teach you a lesson just now. Now you dare to lie about this matter. Do you know what impact this will have on our family? What are your parents' phone numbers? Are you an adult? I can see you for defamation now. After intimidating Lin Shi, Shenwei quickly expressed his sincerity to Qin Li's parents. Mom and Dad, don't be deceived by this kind of liar. What kind of person am I? Don't you know this yet? I, Shenwei, have never loved any woman except Xiaoli. But Qin Li's parents are inexplicably confused now. On the one hand, they want to believe their son-in-law. After all, I have been with my son-in-law for almost 10 years. After such a long period of contact, even if he is really pretending, he can't pretend to be so good and there will be no flaws at all. But they didn't know that, and there seemed to be a voice telling them, should they go and investigate? Hearing Shenwei's speech, Lin Shi suddenly laughed. Loving someone does not affect your ability to have children with another woman. Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will call the police. Yeah. Shenwei shouted and looked at Lin Shi angrily, as if he had been greatly slandered. Dad, Mom, in addition to going to work every day, I go home and take care of Xiaoli. There are only 24 hours in a day. How can I find time to build another family? Think about it carefully, but don't be fooled by this girl. You were fooled by just 2 words. Qin Li's father didn't say anything, and Qin Li's mother frowned and hesitated for a while before asking Lin Shi. Girl, this is how you know this. Do you have any other evidence? This means wanting to know more. Shenwei's heart suddenly sank. No, they must not be allowed to investigate. Thinking of this, a dark light flashed in Shenwei's eyes. While Qinli's parents were all focused on Lin Shi, he suddenly reached out his hand from behind and planned to pinch Qinli severely. He knew that Qinli was not mentally sound now. Even if he was wronged and in pain, he didn't know how to explain it. He could only cry. He knew even more how much these two old guys cared about Qinli. As long as Qinli makes trouble, they will definitely put aside everything and turn their attention to him. As long as Qinli makes trouble, they will definitely not pursue this matter any further. All he needs is this little time to handle everything and ensure that no one can find any evidence. But his actions did not escape Lin Shi's eyes. Seeing that Shinwei wanted to attack Qinli without anyone noticing, Lin Shi's eyes turned cold, and he rushed to Shinwei's side at a speed that no one could react and grabbed his hand that was planning to attack Qinli. "Want to do something to your wife? Are you still a human being?" Lin Shi's words, coupled with Shinwei's actions after being caught by her, Qinli's parents couldn't believe it. "Xiao Shin, you, how could you do this?" Qinli's mother pointed at Shinwei, not knowing what to say. Qinli's father, on the other hand, looked furious. "Shinwei,
How dare you?"
Shinwei didn't expect that his actions would be caught, so he subconsciously wanted to explain. As a result, Lin Shi interrupted him first. "You don't mean to say that you saw a mosquito and wanted to swat it away?" "Shinwei." He gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. "You said everything I said. What did I say?" Lin Shi smiled slightly. "This house is equipped with an anti-mosquito system. Mosquitoes cannot appear in the house. The anti-mosquito system she refers to is, of course, a mosquito repellent. But Qinli's parents were relatively wealthy and knew that some wealthy people would install this type of system in their homes, and the results were pretty good. In addition, this house looks good at first glance, and it is normal to install this system." The best excuse was gone, and any other explanation Shinwei came up with seemed very pale. Moreover, his wrist hurts. Are this girl's hands like pliers? He felt like his bones were about to break. It took Lin Shi several seconds to let go of Shinwei's hand. After letting go, she wiped it with a wet wipe with a look of disgust on her face. "Uncle and aunt, you can go to the company to investigate. Mr. Shin's other wife is in the company. She should be young, around 23, and she only came in the past few years." With what Shinwei had just thought, Qinli's parents only had hatred and dissatisfaction with him for doing something to their daughter. Naturally, she believed a lot more about what Lin Shi just said about Shinwei having children outside. "Okay, I'll call and ask right now." Qinli's father immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call, asking for a thorough investigation. When Shinwei saw it, his face finally lost its tension and began to panic. "Once he is really found out, he will be finished. My career, money, and current status are all gone." Because he knows very well that everything he has today depends on his father-in-law and his family. Although he is in charge of the company now, he can't really take the orchard and the company into his own hands until the two old guys die. Just when Shinwei was extremely anxious and thinking about how to overcome this difficulty, Lin Shi continued. "In addition to his family and children, let's talk about Mr. Shin himself. Mr. Shin came from a poor family since he was a child, but he is smart, resourceful, determined, ambitious, and ambitious. He is flexible in order to achieve his goals, and he endures hardships. He is considered a talent. But sometimes being too ambitious is not a good thing, especially when you know that something does not belong to you, but you want to fight for it. You will often be controlled by selfish desires and do many crazy things, such as making something with your own hands." An accident prevented the wife from waking up. "What?" Qinli's mother on the side almost fainted from fright. Lin Shi's quick eyes and hands helped her to prevent her from falling. But her face turned pale as a sheet because of Lin Shi's words. Therefore, the daughter's accident was not an accident, but was caused by Shinwei himself. Even if Shinwei cheated and had a son and daughter outside, she was not so angry and painful. After all, throughout ancient and modern times, the probability of men cheating is so high that 9 out of 10 men are likely to cheat. She just sighed in disgust at such a thing. But she never dared to think that her daughter's accident was actually planned by her son-in-law. Shinwei, you beast. The old lady was so angry that she stretched out her hand towards Shinwei's cheek. She had to slap Shinwei hard in the face to vent her inner anger. But although Shinwei was usually humble and filial in front of their family, he was actually extremely conceited in his heart, so it was naturally impossible for him to be slapped in the face. That is related to your own dignity. So he ducked sideways without thinking. He is a young and strong man, so he cannot be slower than Qin Li's mother, who is elderly. But he instinctively avoided it, but he didn't expect that he suddenly couldn't control his body, and he just stood there stiffly. Then he received a loud slap from Qin Li's mother.
Bah!
Shinwei's eyes widened in disbelief. The burning pain on his cheek could not offset the shame welling up in his heart. Was he slapped? In all his life, no one has ever dared to do anything to him. Not to mention Shinwei was shocked. Even Qin Li's mother was shocked. No, Shinwei, a young man, I can't react faster than an old lady like himself. Although it was inappropriate, Qin Li's mother still had a disgusting thought in her mind how stupid this is. She glanced at the immobilization charm behind Shinwei calmly, hiding his merit and fame. Qin Li's father hung up the phone and gave Shinwei a slap in the face. Now the slap marks on both sides of his face were instantly symmetrical. Although Qin Li's father was on the phone just now, his ears were not idle, and he naturally heard what Lin Shi just said clearly. So when he hung up the phone, the first thing he did was give this beast a slap in the face. After a slap to relieve his anger, after thinking about it, he slapped Shinwei a few more times, making Shinwei's face turn red. But even though Shinwei was so jealous that he wanted to burst into flames, he still couldn't move. No matter how slow he was, he realized that something was wrong with him, and the culprit was probably this Lin Shi next to him. Qin Li's parents also realized that Shinwei didn't move because he didn't want to move or felt guilty, but because he couldn't move. The two of them did not feel scared, but only felt relieved. Anyway, while he can't move, you can beat him as much as you want. If he didn't teach him a lesson while he was immobilized, how could these two old bones be his opponents? Qin Li's mother asked Lin Shi with red eyes. Girl, do you know what happened at that time? If you know, can you tell us? Even though the process of listening may be painful, they must know the truth of the matter. Seeing their firm eyes, Lin Shi nodded and told what he saw from Qin Li's memory. 3 years ago, Qin Li and her husband Shinwei decided to go abroad for their honeymoon. He went to a country that Qin Li had always wanted to visit. The country had beautiful scenery and a slow pace, which was very suitable for people to relax. And you can also paraglider there, wandering in the blue sky overlooking the green mountains, green waters, and green grassland on the ground. Shinwei knew that she had always wanted to do this, so she took the paragliding license early and also obtained the highest level sea-level license and tandem paragliding license. When the time came, he could just take Qin Li skating with him, so she wouldn't have to waste energy taking the exam for this certificate. As her husband, Qin Li naturally didn't think much about what Shinwei said. She just felt that he was very considerate. In order to make her worry-free, he did not hesitate to spend more than 2 years to get these certificates. But she had no idea at the time that this was not her husband's thoughtful care, but a conspiracy that had been planned for 3 years. From arriving at the destination, everything was so beautiful and warm, just like the scene Qin Li expected. They looked at the scenery, ate delicious food, took photos, posted on WeChat moments, and recorded every bit of their travels. Until it was time to go paragliding. Before he was about to start gliding, Qin Li suddenly noticed a familiar avatar appearing in the message bar of Shinwei's mobile phone. She remembered that she was a front desk girl who had just joined the company. Because she occasionally sends some express delivery to the company and asks the front desk to sign for it, she also added the contact information of the girl at the front desk. But why did Shinwei add her WeChat account? And it was while they were on vacation that the other party sent a message to Shinwei. A woman's sixth sense made Qin Li realize that something was wrong. She is not someone who likes to keep things in her heart, and she likes to solve any problems on the spot. Since she felt that it was unusual for her husband to chat with the girl at the front desk at this time, she asked directly. But it happened to be their turn to skate, and there were people queuing up behind them. Shinwei could only tell her not to think about all this mess until she was done skating. But Qinli was pretentious, so how could he enjoy paragliding with peace of mind? Although she finally put on the equipment because she didn't want to delay the progress, she still felt a thorn in her heart during the gliding process, which made her feel more uncomfortable, angry and irritable the more she thought about it. So, after she glided to a gentle stage, she couldn't help but ask Shinwei about the girl at the front desk. In the end, Shinwei seemed to be annoyed by her question and said directly, "Whatever you say is what it is." "Yes, I just have a relationship with her. Are you satisfied?" His words sounded like an impatient perfunctory response, but also like an admission. It was impossible for Qinli to judge rationally in that situation, and he only firmly believed that Shinwei had really cheated. Then, during the descent, the two of them unexpectedly had an accident. Looking at it this way, it seems that this accident was entirely caused by Qinli's excitement. Even if Qinli recovers her memory and exposes this matter in the future, I am afraid that the final investigation result will only be an accident caused by her own failure to comply with the regulations and has nothing to do with Shinwei's operation.
But
The message from the girl at the front desk just before gliding, the mobile phone that happened to be seen by Qinli, and Shinwei's usually good temper, but suddenly he became impatient after being asked a few questions, and there is no absolute understanding of Shasha's temper in his wife's eyes. Without these seemingly inconspicuous little details and coincidences, would that accident really have happened? Even in the process of falling, Shinwei subconsciously fell to a safer side and placed Qinli under him. This can also be interpreted as a person being controlled by the subconscious idea of self-rescue in a critical moment. After sorting out all the details, even if Qinli died in the accident, it had little to do with Shinwei. But he could naturally take over everything in the Qin family and truly own the orchard and the company. As for Qinli's parents, without their daughter, they would still have to rely on their son-in-law for their lives in the future. After all, when they are too old to move, even if they hire a caregiver but there are no children to take care of them, if the caregiver bullies them casually, they will have nothing to say. So as long as Qinli dies, Shinwei is not worried about how Qinli's parents will change his attitude. It was a pity that Qinli's fate was greater than he thought. The fall did not kill her, but made her a fool. At the beginning, Shinwei was worried that Qinli would tell him about his cheating when he woke up. So during that time in a foreign hospital, he didn't dare to close his eyes and stare at Qinli. Fortunately, in the end she became a fool, and sometimes she couldn't even understand what she was saying. Even after returning to China and seeing many doctors for examination, she could not be cured. Gradually, Shinwei finally felt relieved. Now, he only needs to wait until Qinli's parents die of old age and exhaustion, and then he can have everything in the Qin family. Although it took a few years longer than he expected, it was not impossible to wait. It's a pity that despite all the calculations, he didn't expect that his conspiracy would be exposed by Lin Shi. When Lin Shi finished telling everything, even how Shinwei started with those small details to make Qinli collapse emotionally, Shinwei was not only shocked. He looked at Lin Shi, it's like looking at a monster. How did she know this? He definitely never told the second person these things. After Qinli's parents heard Shinwei's every step of his plan, they hated him so much that their teeth almost broke. Before he could move, Qinli's parents kicked him several times and then played a mixed doubles match, but it was not enough to vent their hatred. Qinli's mother cried hoarsely. "Shinwei, you beast, how could you do this to Xiaoli? When you got married, you kept saying that you would take care of her for the rest of your life. In the end, you took care of her like this.
our family is not kind to you.
I gave you a car, a house, and arranged a job for you. Why are you dissatisfied? You want to harm her like this." Although Qinli's father was also very sad, he was calmer than the old woman. He looked at Shinwei coldly and asked, "Did you approach Xiaoli with such a purpose from the beginning?" He didn't believe that a person could change so much in just a few years. It could only be that he was covering up his true nature from the beginning and creating an illusion to deceive them. Shinwei said nothing, because he can't move at all now. He could only keep gesturing to Lin Shi with his eyes, asking her to untie him. Upon seeing this, She quickly took off the amulet behind him. She also wanted to see how Shunwei could argue. Finally free, Shunwei didn't even bother to check his injuries. The first words he spoke were, "Mom and Dad, I don't know why you trust an outsider but not me. Even if you really have feelings for me. If you have doubts about the original accident, you should ask Shaoli. I may lie to you, and this person can also lie to you, but Shaoli will not lie to you. Wait until she tells you what happened at that time. It is not too late for you to blame me again. No matter how my parents want to punish me, I won't have any complaints." Shunwei concluded that Shi could not cure Qinli, so he dared to say this. Say something like this. He knew that no matter what he said now, these two old guys would never believe it. But since they don't believe him, they must not be allowed to believe Shi's words. So, he resorted to a trick to muddy the waters. Qinli's parents would indeed no longer believe what Shunwei said. But it was hard to avoid feeling disgusted when hearing his words like this. He knew clearly that Shaoli was not clear-headed now. How could they ask her? The old couple felt disgusted at the same time, but they were helpless at the same time. There was no personal or material evidence. Only Shi's words were indeed insufficient. So the two of them could only look at Shi expectantly and ask her, "Girl, can you please cure Shaoli?" The last hope lies with Shi. Shunwei also looked at Shi with bright eyes. He doesn't believe that there are really any strange things in this world. As for Shi being unable to move just now, it may be because she has studied some Chinese medicine content, which contains various acupuncture points on the human body. It may be that she happened to hit one of her acupuncture points so that he could not move. If she could really make Qinli wake up, then he would admit it. Faced with the old couple's pleading, Shi nodded directly. "Of course. Please give me Qinli's birth date, and then take off the jade pendant she is wearing around her neck." Shi recognized the jade pendant at a glance as a good thing that had been opened. As for why there were cracks in the middle of the jade pendant, it was naturally because it happened to be this jade pendant that prevented Qinli from death at that time and allowed her to survive. However, the jade pendant's spiritual power was limited. Although it blocked her from a disaster, it could not keep her safe, and she lost her soul in the end. Qinli's parents quickly told Shi their daughter's birth date, then carefully took off the jade pendant their daughter had worn since childhood and handed it to her. After Shi got the jade pendant, she slowly closed her eyes, made magic spells on her hands, and silently recited spiritualism. I don't know how long it took. It might have been a few seconds, or it might have been a few minutes, but several people suddenly felt a chill. The next second, Qinli, who had been standing quietly next to him, shook slightly, as if he had been hit by something. Then, her uncertain voice was heard slowly. "Dad, Mom." Hearing this "Dad, Mom," Qinli's parents burst into tears.
How long?
For 3 whole years, they had never heard their daughter call them Mom and Dad so clearly. At this moment, they knew that their daughter was finally back to normal. Qinli's mother didn't care about anything else and immediately stepped forward to hug her daughter tightly in her arms, while Qinli's father also turned his head to the side and quietly wiped away his tears. Only Shunwei, his eyes widened, filled with disbelief and horror. How could Qinli return to normal? She actually returned to normal. How is this possible? After Qinli and his parents briefly expressed relief, they immediately looked at Shunwei. At this moment, her eyes were full of anger and extreme resentment. Although she herself has been in a state of unconsciousness for the past 3 years, the soul floating outside her body has clearly seen everything that happened. She saw with her own eyes how Shunwei acted one way in front of his parents and another way behind their backs. He only has 24 hours in a day, but this man can use 24 hours as 48 hours. After handling official duties at the company, he would use his lunch break to go on a date with the girl at the front desk, or even go back to their other home to visit the 2 children. When his parents were busy treating her illness and were unable to manage the company, he would bring his relatives and sisters from his hometown into the company and place them in various departments. Those people themselves are not highly educated and do not know how to do serious things after coming to the company, but they secretly infiltrate into every department of the company. How could she not see Shen Wei's ambition? He wants to slowly turn their Qin family's company into their Shen family's. It's a pity that no matter how anxious she is and how much she wants to tell her parents these things, she can never return to her body and wake up. Fortunately, she is finally back to normal with Lin Shi's help. Now she had a deal with Shen Wei, the white-eyed wolf, and later she would solemnly express her gratitude to this girl whom she felt inexplicably familiar with. Qin Li sneered and gritted his teeth and said to Shen Wei, you deliberately angered me, and let me see you chatting with the front desk. Did you not think about it when you put me under you when you landed? Can I still survive? In the past 3 years, have you regretted it all the time? Why didn't you calculate the details more accurately so that I couldn't wake up at all? In this way, you can take all of our family's property and enjoy it with your greedy poor relatives? What a pity. God opened my eyes and made me wake up. Your dream is shattered. Shen Wei's face suddenly became particularly ugly. Not only did Qin Li reveal what he had done over the years, but also because she looked down upon her relatives. Although her contemptuous tone was referring to his poor relatives, in fact, Shen Wei knew very well that she was mocking him. She looks down on herself. Just like her parents who have eyes above their heads, they never look down on themselves. Even if I am humble enough and please them enough, in their eyes, I will always be a poor boy who cannot get on the stage. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get their approval from the bottom of his heart. In this case, why would he be willing to be a dog for the Qin family all his life? He has the ability and means, but he just doesn't have the same background as Qin Li. As long as you give him a chance, he will never be worse off than anyone else. Everything was obviously going according to his plan, but the bad thing was that Qin Li was very lucky. Not only did he not die, but he is now back to normal. It's so blind. Shen Wei knew that no matter what he said was useless now. He stopped arguing. He only looked at Qin Li and her parents next to her with a cynical look and smiled sarcastically. Qin Li, you and your parents don't act like I'm sorry for you. Ask yourselves how much effort I put into handling the company's affairs and taking care of the orchard with you after we got married. But it turns out that your family has been hiding things from me and not letting me get in touch with any core business. Isn't it because you are on guard against me and don't treat me as a real family member? I know my background is not the same. Hello, you feel from the bottom of your heart that I don't deserve to know this and you don't trust me, so you are keeping me from going behind my back. No matter how well you hide it, do you really think I can't tell? And my family, my eldest sister and my second sister came all the way to see me, but what did your family do to them in the end? You just scolded them away. My eldest sister and my second sister are a little poor, but don't poor people have dignity, so they will be punished by you? Treat it like this. Even now, thinking about what his eldest and second sister cried to him on the phone, Shen Wei hates Qin Li and his family so much. When they treat their own sister like this, where do they put themselves? Before Qin Li spoke, Qin Li's mother beside her really couldn't bear it anymore. Shen Wei, it turns out that you have been thinking about us like this all these years. No wonder the old saying goes that Phoenix men cannot marry. We thought you were the exception, but we didn't expect that you are also an immature, white-eyed wolf. You just joined the team at the beginning. When we are in the company, how dare we leave the most important things of the company to you, including the finance, which is managed by dedicated people, and if you're asked to take over, then the order of the company will no longer exist. As for your eldest sister and the second sister, not to mention the past, even now I will scold them again. I don't believe that you, the younger brother, don't know the virtues of your eldest sister and your second sister. After Shen Wei and Qin Li got married, although Qin Li's parents told Shen Wei early in the morning not to let people from his family affect the Qin family, when Shen Wei's sister came to the door, Qin Li's parents still followed the etiquette. Entertained each other. At that time, Shen Wei and Qin Li were on a business trip together, and Qin Li's parents were the only 2 people left at home. Seeing that it was not easy for the 2 girls to come all the way, the old couple treated them very gently. It turned out that they were doing well. As soon as they entered the house, they started walking up and down, browsing each room, completely ignoring the ugly faces of Qin Li's parents. I just went shopping, but I also commented that the house was so big and it would be a waste to live in it for their family of 4. That's of course, because this is their brother's home. As Shun Wei's biological sisters, couldn't they still live in his house? They also said that they would no longer take care of the land and fields in their hometown and would directly follow Shin Wei to take care of his food and daily life. After all, my brother is so busy and tired from work. How can he do it without 2 people to take care of him? Qin Li's parents laughed angrily when they saw the 2 sisters distributing their home as their own property. But that's not what makes them the most angry. The most annoying thing is that they came to accuse Qin Li's parents, saying why they didn't let Qin Li give birth to a son for Shin Wei earlier. They also said that a woman who can't give birth to a son doesn't deserve to be called a woman. It's useless. Let them parents find a solution soon. Otherwise, they will have to let Qin Li give way and find a second wife for Shin Wei, who can have children. Does this mean that Qin Li and another woman will be Shin Wei's equal wives? What age is this? Although Qin Li's parents are not young anymore, they never expected that such bad habits still exist in this age. The 2 people in front of them didn't seem to think it was strange at all to say such things, which showed that they felt from the bottom of their hearts that it was right to say so. Such distorted views and cognition are really shocking. Worried that their daughter would be angry when she came back, Qin Li's parents finally scolded the 2 of them away with a dark face. As for whether they would sue Shin Wei after they left, Qin Li's parents were not worried. If they really complained and Shin Wei came to them, they would have to talk to Shin Wei properly. Anyway, whoever doesn't care is the one who is afraid. What do they have reason to be afraid of? In the end, I don't know if Shin Wei's 2 sisters also realized how embarrassing what he said was, so they didn't dare to complain to Shin Wei. In short, they didn't hear anything Shin Wei said in the end, and Qin Li's parents finally forgot about this matter. Unexpectedly, it was not that he had not received complaints from his 2 sisters, but he had always kept this matter in his heart and silently held the grudge for many years. At this moment, Qin Li's parents were not only resentful toward Shin Wei, but also unstoppable in fear. He is like a poisonous snake lurking with hatred. No one knows when he will take action until the final moment. As a result, when Qin Li's mother told what his sister had done, Shin Wei didn't take it seriously and even complained. Did my sister and the other say it wrong? Qin Li and I are both married. Don't I have a share in everything in your Qin family? Since it is also my home, what's the problem with my parents and sister coming to live there? Also, Qin Li hasn't given birth to a child for so many years. Who knows whether she doesn't want to have a child or is unable to have one. He is the only son of the Shin family, so he naturally wants to continue the legacy of the Shin family. He didn't expose this matter directly to embarrass Qin Li. He was already concerned about her face. What else should he do? You beast. What Qin Li's mother said did not hurt Shin Wei. Anyway, he knew that the entire Qin family looked down upon him. The most they can do is verbally curse themselves. After all, whether it was the accident he personally planned 3 years ago, or whether he secretly arranged for his relatives to join the company, or even his cheating on the front desk, he could not be sentenced. At most, it was cheating in marriage, and he and Qin Li divorced. Over the years, he has quietly purchased a lot of property. Even if he has to give part to Qin Li after the divorce, it will not be a big loss. He can definitely use the remaining parts to continue his comeback. A few years later, when he becomes famous, who else will remember what he has done? The world will only remember his success. As for the so-called stains, they will not, let alone anyone dare to spread them again. However, at this moment Lin Shi, who had been silent for a long time, silently picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. Hey, is this the police station? I want to report a crime. Familiar operator? Why does this voice sound familiar to me? Hello, what's going on here? I want to report someone for deliberate murder. This familiar tone, familiar speech. Okay, the operator instantly knew who was reporting the crime. After knowing it was Lin Shi, they didn't dare to delay at all. They quickly sent out the police, promising that they would arrive within 20 minutes. After all, Lin Shi's location is a bit far away this time, so it will take more time. But they will get there as quickly as possible. Hey, it's okay if you don't hurry up, because when this girl said she was going to report the crime, she definitely meant it. When Lin Shi hung up the phone, she saw everyone in the room looking at her in shock. Lin Shi, why are you looking at me like this? I'm just doing harm to the people. Qin Li knew that Lin Shi must have done this for her own good, but she knew very well that what Xinwei did back then seemed to really catch people. No clues can be found. After all, it was she who was emotionally excited and disobeyed the rules, which caused the accident. At least that's the case on the surface. The police and even the courts all look at the evidence. Without definite evidence, Xinwei cannot be punished accordingly. She could only think about making a fuss about Xinwei's affair during marriage and trying to find a way to get him out of the house without leaving a penny behind. But at most it is just some monetary losses, which is really not enough to relieve the hatred. But that's all. So when she heard Lin Shi reported the crime, she was filled with gratitude, but she knew that there would be no results in the end. After being shocked, Xinwei had the same idea as Qin Li. So, what if the police come later? There is no evidence. Will the police believe it based on just a few words from the Qin family? So what if Lin Shi has some ability, he is still too young, haha. Looking at the Qin family, who were full of resentment but helpless, and then looking at Xinwei, who was secretly proud, Lin Shi suddenly smiled. If people don't know, except for GMO Fei, does Mr. Shin really think that what he did back then can really be concealed? What do you mean? Xinwei's expression froze, and for some reason, a somewhat ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Does she really have evidence in her hand? It shouldn't be. No one knew about that matter except him at the time. Uncle Qin, you can contact the coach of the foreign paragliding club at that time. He has evidence that Xinwei bribed him. Although it was Xinwei who took Qin Li flying, they were still responsible when they went to the club. Coach. The coach should have always paid attention to the gliding dynamics and directions of Xinwei and Qin Li and provided reminders and guidance through the headset at any time, but because of Xinwei's bribery, he naturally ignored them, even if Qin Li and Xin Li were behind them. Something happened to Wei, and he only found out after a while. This further delayed the progress of the rescue. Oh, by the way, the receptionist where he cheated can also provide testimony as a witness. Xinwei was indeed very careful, but people always let down their guard. He may not even remember that he accidentally disclosed this matter to the other party after being drunk, and in his words he was complacent about his seamless plan. When they heard about the coach, Qin Li's family suddenly smiled in surprise. But when Lin Shi said that the girl at the front desk could provide testimony, they hesitated again. Wasn't the receptionist working with Xinwei? It is impossible for anyone to not be wary and guarded against the person next to them after seeing such a sinister side. So the front desk had actually been wary of Xinwei for a long time. After all, mistress life is also life. The first wife Xinwei, who was protected by a marriage certificate, could do this cruel thing. As a nameless mistress without any protection, what if one day he was dissatisfied with her and attacked her? Although she is a mistress, she is a mistress who cherishes her life. So as early as that time when they realized that Xinwei had exposed himself after being drunk, the front desk took out his mobile phone in time and recorded what he said. At that time, she actually didn't know whether the recording would be useful one day, but it was somewhat of a guarantee. In fact, the receptionist doesn't necessarily love Xinwei that much. He just follows Xinwei and doesn't have to do anything when he has money to spend. So, what she loves most is herself. As long as Qin Li and the others offer a big enough temptation, the front desk will help. Less than 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang and the police came. At this moment, Xinwei's face was already ashen. He knew that he was really finished this time. After that, Qin Li's family followed Lin Shi's instructions and first contacted the former coach and then the front desk. After some operations, both of them finally provided evidence and became witnesses. In the end, Xinwei was sentenced to 20 years in prison for intentional homicide causing severe disability. On the day of the verdict, Shunwei's family all stood in front of the court and cried. The cries echoed through the sky, and everyone passing by looked at them in surprise. Those who don't know better think that their family is the victim. After listening to the speeches of their family, it was good that the judge opened his eyes. This kind of people will be evil unless they are sentenced. Because the Shun family said, "Isn't Qin dead? Why should my son be put in jail? Do you know how hard this will hit him and how miserable he'll be in jail in the future? Qin, your family is really vicious."
Oh.
"We are obviously a family, so we must make these things a big deal. My brother accidentally did something small. I can just apologize to you. Why do you want to kill him?"
My poor son.
"I have told you not to marry such a poisonous woman, but if you don't listen, what will you do in the future?" Faced with the Shun family's harassment, Qin Li asked his bodyguards to stop them, no matter how much they made trouble. The bodies of the three of them could not be found. She knew that according to the temperament of the Shin family, they would definitely come to make trouble, so she hired bodyguards early. "Just for now. You want to make a big fuss, right? Okay, I will contact the media now and publish what Shinwei did on the internet and in the newspapers. Don't you and your family think that Shinwei is innocent and we are cruel? Let everyone see it. Look who is so cruel." Upon hearing that Qin Li wanted the media to come, the Shin family was suddenly speechless. Although they were shouting loudly, Qin Li felt sorry for Shinwei, but in fact, he was very clear-minded in his heart. No matter how backward you are, you still know that killing people will lead to jail time. It was definitely inappropriate for Shinwei to do such a thing, and the court did not make a mistake. They are making such a fuss now just to embarrass Qin Li and the others and ruin their reputation. Anyway, if they don't make it easy for Shinwei, they won't make it easy for the Qin family either. It turned out that Qin Li didn't care about his own face at all, so he still wanted to put such a scandal online? They are shameless, and their own family members are even more shameless. The Shun family looked at me, and I looked at you. In the end, they could only grit their teeth in anger, glared at Qin Li and the others, and then left in despair. Qin Li watched the Shin family leave with complaints and smiled wantonly. She can guarantee that the Shin family will never dare to come to her in the future, because she will tell everyone in Xinjia village what Shinwei did. Let the nearby villages and towns know that Shinwei is a murderer. The Shin family members have been street rats all their lives, and everyone is shouting, "Beat them up." Qin Li came to thank Lin Shi a month later with her parents. At that time, the lawsuit was over and the Shin family also dealt with it. Well, the only thing left is that the company hasn't had time to rectify it yet. But there is no need to worry about this. Those people in the company who should have escaped have already escaped, and all that is left is to reorganize. The most important thing now is to say thank you to my benefactor Lin Shi. If there was no Lin Shi this time, Qin Li would not wake up and they would not recognize Shinwei's conspiracy. The family's fortune is small, and 100 years later, their daughter, who is delirious, still doesn't know how she will be abused by Shinwei. So Qin Li's parents were extremely lucky and grateful to be able to meet Lin Shi. This time, they brought a total of 2 million as a thank you gift. But when faced with this huge bank card, Lin Shi refused. "Sister Qin Li and I are destined, so there is no need for a thank you gift." The senior sister in her previous life took great care of her, but before she could repay her, she died unexpectedly. When senior sister is in trouble in this life, how can she stand idly by? Naturally, I won't accept this thank you gift. Qin Li and the other three were stunned. Lin Shi helped so much, but she didn't accept anything, which made them feel a little uneasy. Seeing this, Lin Shi said, "If you are really uneasy, please donate the money. Do more good deeds and accumulate good deeds, and you will be rewarded." Lin Shi's original intention was to let Qin Li's family use the money themselves. Donated, but in the end they actually donated 2 million in Lin Shi's name. Lin Shi only realized this after receiving a huge golden light of merit. She had donated some money one after another before, which actually had merit and gold, but the amount was not large, so it was not so obvious. It was like moisturizing things silently and pouring into her body together with spiritual energy. But this association directly donated 2 million, which was more than all the money she had donated before combined, and the effect was naturally significant. After the donation, Qinli came to see Lin Shi once. She was to give Lin Shi a batch of newly ripe fruits from their orchard. She and her parents take care of it themselves and choose the best varieties. The ones they grew before were eaten by her family. This time, she and Lin Shi chatted for a long time and she asked some things about Lin Shi. I learned that although Lin Shi was a high school student, she inherited a feng shui shop. The feng shui shop is still under renovation, but it is expected to reopen in 2 months. After learning about this, Qinli congratulated her and said that she could help if she needed finances at that time. Lin Shi did not refuse. After all, although the feng shui shop was small now, if the customer flow would increase in the future, she would not be able to control so many things. Professional matters still have to be left to professionals. Lin Shi smiled and encouraged her. If you have anything else, just say it directly. Qinli hesitated for a moment and finally spoke bravely. Then I'll tell you, Master Lin, have we met somewhere before? I think you look familiar. Lin Shi was a little surprised. Seeing her expression, Qinli quickly explained, I didn't mean to get close to you. I really felt that way. Lin Shi shook her head. That's not what I meant. I just think that some things may really be God's will. Sister Qinli, do you believe in past lives and present lives?
Qinli nudda un xartaili.
Maybe there really is. In the past, she might not even believe that there are ghosts in this world, but after experiencing so many things, she is no longer an atheist. She clearly realized that there are too many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. There are still too few areas explored by humans. Maybe there really is a past life and present life. Knowing that she didn't believe at all, Lin Shi didn't tell her everything, just said, in short, you just need to know that the fate between you and me started in the past life. Qinli certainly believed what she said. And it seems that she and Lin Shi should have a good relationship. If they're sisters, it would be even better. Because she really wants a sister as well-behaved and cute as Lin Shi. She was embarrassed to tell Lin Shi, but she secretly made up her mind that she would treat Lin Shi as her own sister in the future. After that, she would chat with Lin Shi when she had time, ask about her situation, or bring her food to school, buy her new clothes, and take care of Lin Shi as her own sister. At first, she was a little worried that Lin Shi would find her annoying, nagging, and meddling. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi adapted faster than her. Qinli was finally relieved and could take care of Lin Shi boldly. In the classroom, Yi Luoluo ate the food shared by Lin Shi with envy. It's great to have a sister so thoughtful. It's been almost 3 months since Yi Luoluo's brother came back, but after the initial running-in stage, the brother and sister finally lived the model of getting along with all brothers and sisters in the world. Her brother likes to tease her and sometimes makes her angry. Although he doesn't really bully her, he is very speechless. Although Yi Luoluo complained, she was happy to see her brother becoming more and more lively. Her brother had a hard life before. He had too many responsibilities and burdens at a young age. He didn't look like a young man in his early 20s. Now he has finally let go of the shackles of the past. Now he is also planning to go to college, and his life is getting more and more promising. By the way, Lin Shi, when will your store open? My parents and my brother have agreed that they will definitely come to help you support the business when the time comes. Lin Shi calculated the time. Maybe at the end of next month. The decoration started last month, and now it has been a month and a half. It will be completely completed in another month and a half. In fact, it doesn't take so long to decorate a small shop normally. Normally, it can be decorated in about a month. The reason why Lin Shi's shop took so long to decorate is because she plans to add some things related to feng shui in the store. In addition to the ornaments on the surface, there are also some decorations hidden in the dark. For example, the floor, ceiling, and wall. She would bury some talismans in these places, and then carve some related totems and set up formations. All of these would take a lot of time, so the decoration time was extended to 3 months. It's December now, so we should be able to get everything done before the new year. When Lin Shi returned home after evening self-study, He rarely saw Qian Duojin appear in the living room. If Lin Shi had not been able to sense his presence in the room before, she would have thought that she was the only one in the room. This person does nothing else in his bedroom except reading novels or playing games. I go and do some decoration during the day, and the decoration may be completed in the next few days, so I have more leisure time. At this moment, Qian Duojin was sitting on the sofa, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. He looked extremely flustered and anxious. Hearing the sound of Lin Shi opening the door, he quickly turned around and started howling as if he had found a life-saving straw. "Master, you must help." Lin Shi was stunned. What happened? Logically speaking, Qian Duojin has the amulet she gave him, so he won't encounter any problems easily. Even if he does encounter a situation, he will be able to resolve it. He shouldn't have such a panicked expression. "It wasn't me, it was my buddy. Oh my God, he must have encountered that thing, and now he's almost dead." Having said that, Qian Duojin hurriedly told Lin Shi what he had learned today. This morning, after he went to the feng shui shop to check out the progress of the renovation, he suddenly received a call from a friend, who asked him if he wanted to go and see another friend. Qian Duojin doesn't hang out with those rich second generations, but he still has a few friends. These friends all have similar Buddhist personalities as him. One likes painting, one likes traveling, and the other likes reading novels. Although the three of them like different things, their personalities are quite similar, so they have a good relationship. However, two of the three like to stay at home, and the other one likes to travel around the world. They don't spend much time together. At most, they chat in the group, but not often. After all, one of them was traveling and particularly liked to travel to places that hadn't been explored by anyone, so there was often no signal and we couldn't chat. This time, the guy hadn't appeared in the group for a long time, and Qian Duojin didn't think much about it. Then today I received a call from the painting guy and found out that the guy who likes traveling has been in the hospital for a week. The reason for his hospitalization was that his legs were crushed by heavy objects, which was so serious that his muscles were necrotic and his bones were crushed. He was about to be paralyzed, which meant that amputation might be necessary to save his life. This situation usually occurs when the person is either crushed by the collapse of surrounding heavy objects, or is run over in a car accident, or is hit by falling objects from a high altitude. But then the weirdest thing happened. That guy didn't get into a car accident or get hit by a heavy object falling from the sky. He was fine when he was traveling, but after returning to the hotel where he was staying and taking a nap, his legs suddenly became weak and he couldn't move. I went to the hospital immediately for various tests, and this was the diagnosis given by the local hospital. But the guy knew very well that he was just taking a nap and was fine before falling asleep. It was impossible that he was crushed by something heavy while sleeping, right? What a nightmare. So his parents quickly brought him back to Jiangyu and found a more authoritative hospital for another checkup, but the result was the same. But no matter how clear the facts were, he just cried and explained that he was not crushed by any heavy objects.